Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 537, Chapter 536, Ascension. Thea watched nervously as the faith energy in her mental space rapidly depleted, biting her lip as she waited for the result. Before the eternally unchanging source wall, time seemed to lose all meaning. Under different circumstances, she would have leisurely appreciated the magnificent scenery, but right now she wasn't in the mood. Despite repeatedly telling herself not to panic, watching the faith energy she'd worked so hard to accumulate drain away while the wall remained stubbornly unmoved, Thea started to worry. The confidence she'd built from knowing the plot was beginning to waver. But the arrow was already loosed, even abandoning it now wouldn't help. She could only grit her teeth and persist. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the faith energy in the scales of order was nearly exhausted, just as Thea was wondering if she should learn from the Buddhist patriarchs and make some grand vows, a tiny point of golden light within the wall caught her attention. Learning from the particle accelerator explosion at her cutting-edge lab, she didn't dare use her supervision to look around carelessly. Now relying on her naked eye, she watched as that point of light struggled to break free from the wall. Even without thinking, she knew her plan was more than halfway successful. Thea no longer cared about the strength of this source, she just wanted to secure it first. The source's movement was slow. Thea stared until her eyes ached, and the thing had only broken free a little bit. Fortunately, while the speed was slow, the trend was steady. This small cluster of light was working hard to escape the wall's restraints. Come on. Push. Thea was glad no one could see her now. She clenched her fists like someone encouraging a woman in labor. She poured all her remaining faith energy into it, but it was still a drop in the bucket. With no other choice, she had to resort to unconventional methods. Thea connected to all her subordinates, ordering them to drop whatever they were doing and immediately go do good deeds, acts with far-reaching impact. Though her subordinates were full of confusion upon receiving her orders, seeing how serious she was, none dared treat it as a joke. Watch yourself, be more careful next time. In a distant star system, Deathstroke was dealing with a traitor when he received the sudden order. He froze, quickly turning his blade away from the traitor's neck. Afterward, he even gently sent away the terrified Menhud Wed himself. Thea had made it clear, if he couldn't do good deeds, at least don't kill anyone for the next few minutes. The subordinates' frantic good deeds left onlookers baffled. For instance, Superman and Supergirl were puzzled. Today, Faura seemed possessed, doing good deeds all over the place. Normally, she wouldn't even care if someone died right in front of her. Today, Faura suddenly burst into top speed, handling a fire scene, catching a group of bank robbers, and rescuing 4 citizens from traffic accidents, all in 3 minutes. Or in Gotham, where Poison Ivy controlled underground plants to deliver over 100 criminals to the police station in 2 minutes, leaving the now Commissioner Bruce Wayne utterly astonished. The rest, Livewire in Star City, Killer Frost in Central City, Papa Midnight in New York, Gorilla Grodd on an alien planet, each did a pile of good deeds. Though Thea didn't do these things herself, they were all executed under her orders. Tracing back to the source, she would receive a portion of the faith energy. She knew her subordinates' nature well, they could do good deeds briefly, but asking them to violate their nature for a lifetime was impossible. That's why she only issued such orders at this critical moment. The most experienced was the newly recruited Dr. Savannah. This second Black Adam had lived over 50 years and had more life experience than even Deathstroke. After briefly questioning Thea, he grasped the essence. Just need to create positive impact, right? This man was ruthless. He quickly convened a press conference, extensively discussing the plight of underdeveloped nations and donating 1/3 of his total wealth to road and bridge construction in developing countries. Modern institutions meant that once spoken, there was no turning back. The crowd erupted, Dr. Savannah's reputation soared, and Thea's faith energy surged significantly. With everyone's combined efforts, the source's escape from the wall accelerated. The source wall seemed to realize it couldn't stop it and gave up trying to restrain it. Haha. Thank you all. You can stop now, but don't reverse course, at least not today. Thea flew forward to meet the source breaking free from the wall and notified her subordinates through the ring channel. Hearing they could stop, Deathstroke immediately pulled out his blade to chase down and kill the traitor. But hearing Thea's second half, he sheathed his sword again and forced what he thought was a gentle smile. The others were in similar situations. A whole group played superhero for 10 minutes, then each went home, leaving Superman, Supergirl, Batman, and Green Arrow standing confused on the streets. Thea didn't know of their predicament, and even if she did, she had no energy to worry about it now. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. That source destined uniquely for her finally flickered with obscure light, trailing beautiful flames like a meteor as it merged with her. Her body immediately entered a spiritualized state, or rather, a higher stage of spiritualization, deification. With some heartache, she abandoned her moon goddess chosen status, even sacrificing the domineering chosen talent of eternal night. All her blood turned golden, her bones white as jade. Now even her severed fingers could be crafted into divine artifacts. Her entire body was reforged. Her lifespan of several thousand years was stretched to near infinity. The ordinary human concepts of life and death could no longer describe her current body. Even if she truly died, with the Source's connection to the entire world, she could forever hang on by a thread. Like in games where a character won't drop below one hit point, cultists making major sacrifices could reawaken her. This was the difference between gods and mortals. This was a fundamental difference in the nature of life. This was only the physical change. What came next was the main event. Her soul had to completely merge with the Source. Years flashed rapidly before her eyes, civilizations rose and fell, countless intelligent beings cried out or wept. Thea was briefly puzzled, then immediately understood this was the Source's perspective, what it had witnessed in the past. Empathy described her current state perfectly. When the Source grieved, she grieved. When the Source rejoiced, she rejoiced. The two continuously shared their pasts. Through this perspective, Thea witnessed the birth of the universe and many things she couldn't describe with language. The fog shrouding the world finally lifted a corner for her. Though the corner was tiny, incredibly thin, Thea wanted to sing aloud. After years of hard work, she finally had some confidence, the power to protect herself, protect her loved ones, protect her family in the future. She had finally ascended to godhood. Chapter 538, Chapter 537, Goddess of Trade and Wealth. Her actual combat power hadn't increased much from becoming a god, but she still felt like she'd upgraded from a shotgun to a cannon. During the ascension process, her vast magical power naturally upgraded to divine power that now belonged uniquely to Thea. Goddess of Trade and Wealth. Thea carefully sensed her connection to the world, understanding her new divine position. The Source shared much information that helped her quickly grasp the new role. This divine position wasn't particularly strong. Compared to domains like light or death, its direct combat capabilities were almost negligible. But to call it weak wouldn't be right either. It depended on interpretation. US dollars were wealth, but so was knowledge. Special skills and unwavering convictions were also wealth. The definition of wealth was extremely broad. As for trade, it was like a get-out-of-death-free card for Thea. As long as the universe hadn't returned to chaos, as long as trade existed, even just exchanging a shell for a leaf, that counted as trade. This meant she couldn't easily die. And even if she died, a surge in trade volume could quickly resurrect her. These were two related divine positions. Even if neither was strong individually, she was quite satisfied. The volume of trade and accumulation of wealth didn't refer to her personally, but expanded to the entire universe. Every bit of trade growth and wealth accumulation would strengthen the Source within her body, consequently strengthening her. Her leveling up wouldn't be difficult at all. Her divine position was practical, visible and tangible, much easier than Superman and others' future ascension to gods of strength. Moreover, divine positions weren't static. This was the difference between new gods and old gods. Darkseid, for instance, held several unrelated divine positions simultaneously, and his counterpart Highfather presumably did the same. By expanding trade and wealth volume, Thea's divine power would grow accordingly. Or she could directly absorb Shazam's divine power, or derive new meanings from existing positions. Trade naturally required language, and the language domain was very advanced. Language contained magical runes, from which magic could be derived, meaning the position of Goddess of Magic wasn't far from her reach with just a couple of turns. Old gods needed faith from intelligent beings, new gods needed real, effective actions. The new god position didn't conflict with what she'd been doing, rather, it was a huge complement to it. Earth's importance in the entire universe was undeniable. Vigorously developing Earth would make her divine power rise steadily. After making a simple plan, just as Thea was about to teleport away, a voice stopped her. I truly didn't expect new gods could still be born, yet you're so young. Could you be this universe's lucky child? Miss Thea Queen from Earth, Goddess of Trade and Wealth. Wearing an indigo bodysuit covered in mysterious silver-white patterns, with short black hair, the man sat in a high-backed chair, looking at Thea with some curiosity. Holy crap, the Mobius chair. Thea automatically looked at this chair, said to contain all knowledge. The entirely black giant seat, covered in intricate yet rhythmic mysterious patterns, Thea only glanced casually and felt her thoughts clearing, many previous difficulties resolving. Truly a remarkable artifact. Thea didn't dare look further. Her usual equanimity training hadn't been in vain, she quickly calmed down. The knowledge this chair contained was too heavy even for deities. She didn't want to engage with these extraordinary matters so early. She couldn't stare at the chair, but she could look at the person on it. Since he didn't immediately pick a fight, he definitely wasn't the chair's original creator, the Anti-Monitor. At this point in time, Batman was still fighting street thugs, so the man on the chair's identity was obvious. Metron, the new god's god of knowledge. Thea only glanced briefly and noticed something wrong with his state. Rather than calling him the god of knowledge, the chair itself seemed to be the god of knowledge. This guy's credentials were questionable. He seemed very interested in asking Thea questions, but the compassion emotion didn't lie, his demeanor and essence were deeply exhausted. Thea could sense he needed compassion. His body was essentially no different from Thea's, divine flesh, divine blood, none of it fake. Yet he was extremely weak. Though he concealed it well, Thea could still sense his struggle through emotional energy. Was it because the knowledge domain was too powerful, making him unable to bear it? Or had he not actually obtained the divine position and was merely the chair's slave? Thea didn't know, nor did she care whether Metron sat on the chair or the chair ruled him. She only knew he seemed to have something to say to her. "You're Metron, right? I saw your image in the source." Thea's answer was proper and measured. She had indeed seen him in the source. "Correct, I am Metron. I've come to welcome you on Highfather's orders." If not for seeing through his inner state, Thea would truly be fooled by his gleaming eyes. But now she felt a bit apprehensive. She hadn't expected to be noticed by the big players so early. Refusing to go would be fine. Highfather represented justice, after all, and aside from occasional stubbornness, was quite reasonable most of the time. The worry was that the next visitor would be someone from Darkseid's side. When you're in the game, you eventually have to choose sides. To neither be on this shore nor that shore, walking only the middle path, her power was still insufficient for that. Since she'd eventually have to pick a side, and they'd directly sent Metron, she had to give face. Putting on her merchant smile and saying what he wanted to hear, Thea smiled very Superman-like, very sunny. "It's my honor. I've long wanted an audience with His Majesty Highfather." Metron was very satisfied. Originally he'd worried this young earthling, domineering in her own world, might have a heaven first, me second attitude. Now that Thea was so sensible, it made his task much smoother. As the keeper of many secrets, he knew how much importance Highfather placed on this mission. Self-ascending new gods were simply too precious. One could say one position per person. One more here meant one less for Darkseid. In the eons-long war between New Genesis and Apocalypse, gaining one more new god could trigger a chain of consequences. To avoid complications, Metron prepared to depart immediately. New Genesis exists in a place that cannot be reached or touched. We need to use a boom tube to get there. Metron assumed Thea didn't know and explained carefully. Thea considered the source's memories. She indeed shouldn't know, so she nodded, indicating she understood. Metron was increasingly satisfied with her attitude. A new god without urgency or hostility, this perfectly matched Highfather's standards. Without further words, he lightly tapped the chair's armrest. A boom sounded, and an orange-red tunnel appeared before them. Metron flew in first, Thea following close behind. The passage was very stable, showing New Genesis's mastery of this technology. In just 10 seconds, a world rich with concentrated energy appeared before her eyes. Chapter 539, Chapter 538, New Genesis. The energy here was so concentrated it reminded Thea of that hidden space in Nanda Parbat. But that place only had mental power, while here the entire space was filled with divine power. Thea couldn't help thinking that if Earth's magic users could come here, they'd have broken through to Archmage long ago. Just as Metron was about to say some welcoming words, a low engine whine rang out. "This is who Highfather wanted. Looks pretty ordinary to me." Wearing a red top and black pants, a silver-white helmet, his chin covered in stubble, the man rode what Thea thought might be a flying motorcycle, looking at her with slight arrogance. Thea glanced at his bizarre outfit, silently lamenting his failed fashion sense, and pretended not to know he was talking about her, continuing to observe her surroundings. She did remember this distinctive outfit. This guy was no ordinary person, Orion, Darkseid's second son and Highfather's adopted son. If Diana was a second-generation old god, this guy was a second-generation new god. Following the principle that new employees should keep a low profile, Thea naturally wouldn't clash with him. Even if she wanted to demonstrate her value, it should be in front of the boss, not wasting words with this irrelevant person. Her nonviolent non-cooperation attitude left Orion at a loss for what to say next. Metron found Thea increasingly agreeable, low-key, sensible, and trouble-free. With both brains and awareness, if her personal strength wasn't too poor, her future achievements were predictable. Leading Thea to meet Highfather was his task. If they fought halfway there, it would be hard to explain to anyone. The new employee didn't want trouble, and Metron, who frequently mediated between Highfather and Darkseid, had no such concerns. His seniority was so great he didn't fear any second-generation god. "Silence, Orion. You're questioning Highfather's orders." The god of knowledge was quite vicious, immediately slapping him with a serious accusation. Orion naturally wouldn't fall into his verbal trap, stammering to defend himself. I was just passing by to take a look. To prove he was indeed passing by, Orion waved at them and puttered off on his flying electric motorcycle in another direction. Wasn't that wasteland over there? Not even a ghost in sight, what was he going there for? Thea immediately noticed the continent floating in the air, presumably where the new gods currently lived, while the ground had been abandoned. As for Orion on his electric motorcycle, the direction he headed was completely empty space. Watching him ride laps around the wasteland rather than admit what he wanted told her everything, stubborn, prideful, never wrong in his own mind. Thea took one look and moved on. His strength was decent, stronger than her level before absorbing Black Adam, but he was no match for her current self. The old gods resided in the second world. The universe you were in before, where humans and gods mixed, we call the third world. And the land before your eyes is the fourth world. This was once called Genesis, the initial birthplace formed from gathered dust. Metron led Thea flying toward the floating continent, introducing as they flew. Light met water and boiled, and from that light surged life. Darkness came with light, jealousy, and arrogance hidden in their hearts. Darkness cursed them, wanting them to return to dust. The bright grew brighter, while the dark fell completely into shadow. The new gods fought internally. This battle lasted countless years. The old world was shattered, desolate and broken, uninhabitable. We migrated to the golden isles of shimmering, hopeful dust. This is our destination, New Genesis. Metron landed on the floating island with Thea, speaking with some pride. Thea was indifferent about dress, but just looking at Orion's red top, black pants, and silver helmet showed that Highfather's aesthetic wasn't much better. Still, Metron wasn't wrong, her current outfit was indeed jarring in this environment. The trade and wealth position came with a set of clothing. With a thought, Thea changed into the goddess's exclusive outfit. A long robe studded with gems, a cape strung with gold coins, a golden belt, and a pair of pearl-encrusted golden boots. Combined with her golden hair, she looked even more resplendent. There was also a golden crown, but since she was meeting Highfather, she didn't take it out. So extravagant. Metron felt a slight headache, though he couldn't really say anything. Her divine position had these characteristics. If Thea dressed like a peasant woman, that would be stranger. Passers-by all stared at Thea's splendid attire, with children pointing and whispering in the distance. Thea sensed briefly, not bad, trade existed here. Using divine power to conjure their currency, she tossed it toward the distant children. Money could reach even gods, this saying was absolutely true. Among intelligent beings, those who couldn't be corrupted by money existed, but were extremely rare. The children and even adults before her weren't deities. Perhaps that's why they called themselves the god race. In Thea's view, their combat power didn't even reach demigod level, not even as formidable as Earth's Green Arrow or Nightwing. Their only distinction was their long, near-eternal lifespans. This place was like a fantasy game's elf race, each frighteningly old. As Thea walked past hastily, she had no time to ask about their childhood growth cycles. The money she scattered seemed to consume considerable divine power, but as a deity herself, no one could rival her in the wealth domain. These coins were actually fake. If the recipients felt gratitude, after 3 days that gratitude would turn the coins real. If they showed no appreciation, the divine power that became money would naturally dissipate and return to Thea. Either way, she wouldn't lose. She paid divine power and received their goodwill. This was also a form of trade for Thea. Once within the trade framework, no one could make her lose. Metron, who knew all things, could naturally see through her little trick, but it had nothing to do with him, so he pretended not to notice. Thea kept scattering gold coins, creating a spectacular welcome. Who could imagine she was here for the first time today, and these residents didn't know her 2 minutes ago? Facts proved that people here, regardless of age or gender, living in a nearly closed environment, had truly simple natures. Almost everyone who received her money showed joy and gratitude. Chapter 540, Chapter 539, First Meeting with Highfather. Just as Metron introduced, the bright grew brighter, the wicked grew wickeder, the people here fully embodied this principle. People like the greatest Green Lantern, Abin Sur, those who would bite the hand that fed them, constantly scheming how to brainwash their boss, didn't exist here. Their gratitude allowed Thea to smoothly complete the trade. Between input and output, her divine power suffered no loss, but among the numerous residents, this golden figure had already earned their trust, and a bit of faction goodwill. Thea knew these folks weren't particularly useful. Gaining their favor could only earn good relations, she couldn't mobilize them to push for democratic elections and overthrow Highfather. That would be laughable. This place was similar to Earth's reliance on superheroes. During war, they depended on a few true gods represented by Highfather to withstand enemy attacks. Thea was now in this category, of course. Darkseid's side was the same, leading several generals against Highfather in direct combat. Their victory or defeat determined the war's outcome. The battles among the small fries below could only be considered entertainment, having no real impact on the overall situation. Across countless years and battles, supposedly fought with earth-shattering intensity, it was actually just combat between those dozen gods. This was why Metron valued Thea so highly. This gain and loss could truly affect the final outcome. Metron sat in his chair, leading Thea toward the city's central tower. Upon arriving, Metron seemed to suddenly lose interest in conversation, sitting with his arms folded, contemplating some problem in silence. Thea walked on the red carpet. She had to admit Metron had high standards, constantly floating around without his feet touching the ground. Sometimes she even maliciously wondered if this guy, from never using his legs, might have muscle atrophy. After entering the tower, onlookers couldn't follow. They sent blessings from afar before gradually dispersing. Honestly, Thea disliked this place intensely. From entering the tower, she felt the atmosphere's solemnity. It was too grave, too heavy. A voice in the air seemed to constantly whisper in her ear, speaking of grand, glorious truths. This absolute justice had never been her style. Fortunately, as a deity now, these beliefs couldn't shake her core. But to give the new boss a good impression, she became much more serious, pretending to be very just even if it was an act. She maintained a proper attitude to give the new boss a good impression, and he didn't treat her like a common soldier either. After passing through 3 checkpoints, a tall, imposing middle-aged man stood at the gate, watching them from afar. The middle-aged man held a staff, wore half armor, his thick beard accentuating eyes of infinite wisdom. Running over to kowtow wasn't happening. The young miss wasn't that servile, especially seeing Metron beside her gliding along at a steady pace. She couldn't make exaggerated gestures. But this didn't prevent subtle expressions, apprehension, nervousness, excitement, all mixed in, giving some response to Highfather who'd courteously come out to greet her personally. Staring intently at the new boss would be inappropriate. Thea could only scan with normal glances. This Highfather was truly inscrutable, just seeing his figure automatically brought associations with justice, fairness, and benevolence. This was the strongest person Thea had ever seen. She estimated he held at least several, perhaps over 10 divine positions. Unlike Thea's beginner god status, his fusion with the source was quite deep. If Thea understood the source, he'd reached the level where he himself was the source. Thank you for the summons, Supreme Highfather. Metron was too proud. Having delivered the person, he stopped talking. Thea reacted quickly, immediately expressing her attitude and bowing to show respect. My child, welcome to New Genesis. Highfather's face was full of benevolence as he gestured for her to rise, then seemed to spend a moment seeing through her capabilities. The corner of his mouth slightly rose as he turned to Metron. Summon the Council of 8 to welcome our new member. Come, my child. They'll need some time to assemble. I'll show you around. This will be your home from now on. Highfather gestured for her to follow. Thea was quite annoyed by these old people constantly calling her child, but she had no grounds to object. The man's age divided by 100 million, with the remainder still exceeding her actual age. This had nothing to do with fist size, she could only listen obediently. The new gods aren't unified. Metron must have mentioned this. You must remember Darkseid's name, he's the enemy of all intelligent life. He'll destroy all civilization and enslave all beings. If that day truly comes, all creatures will be unable to choose their own destinies. He is our eternal enemy. Highfather spoke solemnly. The gods warring among themselves isn't personal grudge, it's war concerning the universe's soul, war between the army of light and the army of darkness. He pointed at the land beneath the floating island. That day's battle, even after eons, still appears before my eyes like yesterday. Darkseid and I fought for 7 days. The entire world reached the brink of collapse. Though Darkseid and his subordinates were driven from here, we paid an incalculable price. Our homeland was completely destroyed, with no possibility of rebuilding. Highfather gestured for Thea to look herself. Only then did she use supervision to observe carefully. Initially she thought only the planet's surface was damaged, but upon actual observation, discovered the problems were far greater. Deep craters could be filled, ruins cleared, but the damage from both sides' energy couldn't be restored. Many damage traces involved energy types Thea couldn't comprehend. Even after eons, some still functioned. Highfather had guarded this place for so many years without solution. Thea could hardly have any answer. But she knew Highfather didn't want constructive suggestions, he was cautioning her about the difficulty of predecessor's victory, that she should cherish and protect it. This was like HR leading new employees through company development history, frequently discussing the hardships of founding, reminiscing to deepen new employees' identification and sense of mission. Highfather merely expanded this goal to an entire world. The only difference was that Thea, this new employee, had overly outstanding performance and personal ability. Assigning her to guard gates or tend horses would be inappropriate. Direct promotion to management was inevitable, so the chairman Highfather personally conducted ideological education. Thea felt her thoughts were close to the mark. She had no intention of defecting to Darkseid, so she might as well express loyalty along with Highfather's words. Chapter 541, Chapter 540, Council of Eight. Openly cursing Darkseid would be beneath her dignity, and she didn't dare. Thea could only express her determination to stand against evil in roundabout ways. Highfather was very satisfied with this statement. Your joining is a clear signal. The final battle will come soon. This time there will be only one victor. From the plot, Thea judged this middle-aged uncle would likely lose to Darkseid. Without Earth's various overpowered beings, he was doomed. Highfather then led her in flight around the entire floating island, the area they named New Genesis. Millions of troops proved his final battle wasn't empty talk. However, Thea wasn't optimistic about these warriors of merely elite caliber. Their formation drills were indeed impressive, individual strength decent, but to rely on these to face Darkseid was far from sufficient. Highfather passed by the training grounds, his magnetic baritone delivering a few remarks that left the soldiers boiling with passion, eager to take the fight to Darkseid immediately. Let's go meet several deities. They're my most trusted assistants and will be comrades you can trust your back to in the future. After firing up the rank and file, apparently receiving some signal, Highfather called Thea to return. They flew back to the tower. This was Thea's first time entering the chamber that decided New Genesis's highest authority. Besides Metron and Orion on his electric motorcycle whom she'd met, several other people, or rather, gods, stood in small groups. Our new companion, goddess of trade and wealth, Thea Queen. A peace-loving new god who cherishes justice. Highfather introduced her to his subordinates. Hearing him call her justice-loving, Thea blushed slightly. To avoid slapping the new boss's face on the spot, she could only pretend to be peaceful and smile at everyone. You've met Metron, the god of knowledge. That one on the flying device is my adopted son Orion. Highfather hesitated briefly but continued, he's Darkseid's second son. Years ago we exchanged children to maintain peace. Orion is like my own son. He's a god of war. One could see Highfather spoke truly, he really did raise his enemy's son as his own. Orion, who should be the embodiment of war holding a war god's domain, now had almost no violent shadow in his heart. The name Orion, Orion from Greek mythology, came from Darkseid, suggesting Darkseid initially had future plans for his second son. However, his child-rearing plan aborted before starting due to the child exchange. Highfather treated his enemy's son as his own, using his benevolence to reform Orion, while Darkseid thoroughly mistreated his son, who later became Mr. Miracle. Analyzing from conspiracy theory, Highfather believed his son wouldn't fall while successfully reforming his enemy's son. One out, one in, with new gods as rare as pandas now, he'd definitely won a move. Highfather didn't know his benevolence was being interpreted as cunning, continuing introductions. The young man beside Orion is Lytre, Orion's close friend. His speed crowns the multiverse, he's the god of light energy. A youth in white robes and red pants waved warmly at Thea. She nodded back. This guy would briefly join the Justice League in the future, one of the few new gods who could talk to ordinary people as equals. On Lytre's left is Parody, a valiant warrior. She's the god of assassination. Thea glanced at the two short swords at her waist, thoughtful. Highfather pointed to a square figure more machine than human. Hylt, New Genesis's smith. If you need any weapons later, you can ask him to craft them. The tallest is Shadowfall, an archer general. The Archer Legion she leads is one of our three main combat forces. Wearing full armor with a skull painted on her face, without Highfather's mention, Thea couldn't tell this was a woman. Standing over 3 meters tall with arms thicker than Thea's thighs, the longbow on her back made Thea look twice. This one seemed to be an incredibly skilled archer. Malhedron, originally a great general of Apocalypse whom I rescued after he angered Darkseid. He commands the Close Combat Legion, an unstoppable chariot on the battlefield. Mentioning his proud achievement, Highfather's voice rose slightly. This defected general stood alone to one side, possibly someone with very little presence. Thea tagged him as such. Finally, this one. One could hear Highfather's pride. He pointed at a 2-meter-tall figure in full heavy armor, green beard reaching his chest but braided tastefully, wielding a massive hammer. This is my brave general, god of courage, Uga. He leads the Cavalry Legion among our 3 great forces. These are the warriors resisting Apocalypse, New Genesis's Council of Generals. As the newest member, you must respect your seniors. Highfather declared solemnly. Thea naturally nodded agreement. Though after today, the council would have one more member. Just as she thought the onboarding ceremony was complete and benefits should be distributed, Highfather spoke again. Apocalypse worships martial might. They fight day and night for vainglory. As their opposite, we cannot disregard individual will like apocalypse, but defending our homeland equally requires force. Goddess of trade and wealth, demonstrate your combat power. Highfather spoke solemnly. Well, Thea's teeth ached slightly. This guy was truly forthright in speech. Completely different from Earth politicians' evasiveness. Still, she didn't resist demonstrating her might. From their divine positions alone, aside from Metron the god of knowledge, the rest basically related to combat, one could see how desperately they craved martial power. Compared to Darkseid's jungle law, though casualties were extreme, those who emerged were all formidable. New Genesis's side was somewhat weak, even with Highfather recruiting one of the enemy sons and turning one of their generals. Just seeing the council show no questions about demonstrating power proved this was inevitable procedure. Also among the council, like the archer Shadowfall, the defector Malhedron, and Highfather's beloved Uga commanded legions. While the speedy Lytre, the blacksmith Hylt, the assassin Parody, the chair-sitting Metron, and the ill-tempered Orion could only serve as special talents. The biggest difference, in Thea's view, was personal combat strength. Chapter 542, Chapter 541, Battle Against a New God. Given her divine position as goddess of trade and wealth, one could tell from the title alone that it was primarily supportive in nature. If she only relied on the abilities her godhood provided, she'd likely rank at the bottom of the council, agreeing with whatever others said without any real authority. Originally, Thea had planned to keep a low profile for a few days. However, Highfather raising this topic forced her to scrap that plan. With Highfather's power, seeing through her true capabilities wouldn't be difficult. He knew Thea's real strength and was encouraging this, the implication was crystal clear. Highfather wanted her to demonstrate her combat prowess to the council. Obviously not by fighting all of them, taking on 8 at once would be impossible. Perhaps Darkseid could manage it, but Thea certainly couldn't. She could only pick one new god to showcase her abilities. Divine status elevated one's level of existence, but didn't directly correlate to combat power. In Thea's assessment, the several specialized new gods, aside from Metron who didn't participate in combat at all, had real combat abilities roughly equivalent to her previous mid-tier demigod level. Perhaps their long exposure to the source and their respective divine positions granted them some new abilities, but it wouldn't change the overall picture. Highfather surely wasn't asking her to challenge them, which left the 3 legion commanders. These 3 appeared roughly equal to Thea, most likely they'd also waited until peak demigod status before ascending, then spent countless years commanding legions against Darkseid's armies, so their combat experience wouldn't be lacking either. Who should she challenge? Orion, Highfather's favorite, was immediately crossed off Thea's list. Picking a fight with the boss's protege on her first day would be idiotic. The archer Becca was also eliminated. After ascending to godhood, the benefits and talents from her previous moon goddess patronage had automatically been revoked. She couldn't wield the silver moon bow comfortably anymore, and even if she could, pulling out an old god's weapon on new god territory would be inappropriate. That left only Darkseid's defector, Lytre. Wait, no. She corrected herself, Makari, the god of lightning. This one knew he was different from the native New Genesis inhabitants and had deliberately kept a low profile. To demonstrate her prowess without making too many enemies, this guy with shallow roots was the perfect target. This wasn't a formal challenge, no need for handshakes and polite greetings. Her gaze rested on Makari for just a few seconds, and the gods understood her intention. Makari kept a low profile, sure, but his strength was undeniably formidable. Whether fighting Highfather's forces in the past or now on their side, no one could deny his combat ability. Young goddess, Makari isn't so. Orion, gripping his massive hammer, had barely started speaking when the towering Becca pulled him aside. The other gods automatically moved to the flanks. Fight right here. Thea glanced around, the gods' posture suggested they weren't worried about combat damaging this place. If they weren't concerned, she certainly wouldn't be either. Makari walked out of the crowd stiffly, extending both hands to the sides and pulling a lightning-wreathed spear from the void. He assumed a ready stance, waiting for Thea to attack first. Just like that. Thea was speechless. She'd already tried, her armor and holy sword wouldn't manifest here. In this fourth world, her only protection was the ceremonial dress of the goddess of trade and wealth. And her opponent? Sealed tight in blue-black full-body armor, while she wore this outfit that exposed her arms and back. Their defensive capabilities weren't even in the same league. This must be the price later arrivals paid when challenging veterans. Thea considered it briefly but didn't mind much. This was a sparring match, not a death match. His defector status made his position awkward, he wouldn't use lethal force, and she didn't need to grind him into the dirt either. As long as they fought to a draw, they'd both satisfy the assembled gods. His title was God of Lightning, not God of Thunder, a subtle but crucial difference. Especially since Thea had experienced Zeus's divine majesty through multiple channels, she knew Makari's godhood had severe limitations. Yet he still ranked as one of Highfather's 3 legion commanders, relying not on his divine position but on combat prowess. Considering Apocalypse's law of the jungle, rising from mountains of corpses, he definitely earned his rank through raw power. Thea compared several tactical approaches and decided on the safest method. Her opponent had rich combat experience, and lightning, however limited, still carried the characteristic of speed. He'd be quick. Using bow and arrows for ranged combat would actually be a good choice, but doing so would seem like a slight against Becca. Thea settled for her second option. She used divine power as the framework with lightning magic layered over it. A whip crackling with azure light appeared in her hand. When first learning combat skills, she rarely used whips. However, after spending so much time with Catwoman and Barbara, she developed some expertise with this weapon. First, it looked good. This was many female heroes' weapon of choice. Wearing a dress while wielding a whip, making enemies cry with a casual flick of the wrist, the visual was far more elegant than scrambling around with a bow. Second, for Thea personally, archery required both hands, while a whip needed only one. This freed her other hand to cast spells. Gods had high magical resistance, true, but not immunity. Some spells could still deliver decisive strikes at critical moments. The arc-crackling whip danced through a few practice swings. Thea then infused her unique divine power into it. Lightning magic mixed with the brilliance of jewels created a dazzling display. Forget everything else, just the sound and light effects alone were worth appreciating. The watching gods either donned helmets or employed various methods to shield themselves. Mere flashing lights couldn't faze them. Facing Thea's aura directly, Makari felt a hint of pressure. As the saying went, no deity was a fool, he could figure out why Thea had chosen him. Winning or losing didn't matter much, but he absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Seeing Thea's preparations complete, Makari abandoned any pretense of seniority and transformed into a bolt of lightning, launching his attack. Unfortunately, he struck empty air. While flourishing her whip, Thea had used the dazzling light as cover to cast a high-level invisibility spell early on, hiding her true body 15 feet to the side. As Makari's strike hit nothing, she quickly seized the opportunity. Her whip lashed toward the god of lightning with fierce electrical light. Whip users were rare these days, but not unheard of. At the very least, Makari had seen Lashina, one of Granny Goodness's Furies from Apocalypse, use whips in training. He wasn't unfamiliar with this weapon. If he blocked directly, the whip's flexible nature would still reach him. Regardless of actual damage, losing the first exchange would definitely affect his momentum. Yet Thea had calculated this strike carefully. The angle was tricky, covering front, back, left, and right within the attack range. Makari could only ascend into the air to evade. Her opponent struck air once and dodged again, giving Thea valuable time to build her early advantage. Dealing with speed-focused opponents, she had experience with that. Similar to fighting Cheetah before, she unleashed a barrage of slowing spells. Chapter 543, Chapter 542, Fighting to a Draw. First came 2 spells to reduce his resistance, followed by Earth Attribute Gravity spells, Wind Attribute Slow spells, and a Darkness Earth Hybrid Lethargy spell. After 7 or 8 exchanges, Thea's whip continuously maintained distance while spells flew out as if they cost nothing. Even with his high resistance, he was affected somewhat, his lightning-fast speed dropped by half a tier. Without the special speed boost from divine status, the well-rounded Thea's own speed wasn't slow either. After all, attributes stacked from so much divine power weren't just for show. With his speed reduced by half a tier, Makari could no longer suppress Thea through velocity alone. He had to rely on his lightning spear to compete in martial skill. His technique was simple yet deadly. Anyone who thought he only excelled at close combat would be sorely mistaken. This guy pretended to engage in melee for ages, then suddenly gathered lightning on his spear and fired a transparent white bolt that caught Thea completely off guard. Fortunately, she reacted well. In the 1/10 of a second before he gathered lightning, she sensed it coming. At the cost of a large hole blown through her coin-woven cape, she dodged the strike. Having held that back for so long, Makari showed no disappointment and began mixing irregular ranged attacks into his powerful close combat. Thea didn't retreat either. Her whip covered every opening like an impenetrable barrier at mid-range, occasionally adding energy attacks to the whip to return the favor. The two clashed at high speed for over 40 exchanges. Highfather hadn't been boasting when he said they could spar here. The floor and walls were harder than any metal in the universe Thea knew. The energy overflow from their battle hadn't damaged the chamber in the slightest. Bright enough for you. Orion lowered the protective visor on his helmet, complaining to his friend Lytre. He preferred the fist-to-flesh style, fights where you punched someone's kidney out. He couldn't really appreciate this extremely dazzling combat style between Thea and Makari. Lytre, on the other hand, thoroughly enjoyed this kind of battle. Or rather, he enjoyed the various lights their combat generated. Whether Thea's wealth light or Makari's lightning, he could absorb both and convert them into his own divine power. However, the mild-mannered Lytre didn't say anything strange to his friend. He relied on speed himself, and both fighters were crystal clear in his vision. He carefully explained to Orion the subtleties and intensity of their battle. The remaining gods shared similar attitudes, they all supported having a powerful new ally. The pressure from Darkseid was simply too great. Ordinary new gods celebrated and enjoyed themselves, unable to sense any difference from before. This was because they relied on Highfather's protection. He bore Darkseid's weight, while the remaining pressure distributed among what had been the Council of Eight and was now the Council of Nine. Mirroring this side's Council of Eight, Darkseid had similarly established an elite council named after himself. The battle between the Council of Eight and Darkseid's elite had lasted countless years. Beyond some honor, there weren't many benefits. The gods all welcomed new members joining their ranks to share the burden. They didn't understand Thea's true capabilities, but could see that old comrade Makari wasn't using his full strength. Psychologically, they were quite satisfied with this result. As the battle lengthened, Thea gained some superficial understanding of her own divine position. She'd been pulled here by Metron immediately after ascending. Her divine power application definitely couldn't match Makari, who'd been a god for who knows how many years. However, based on her previously diverse abilities, she developed some new ideas for divine power application. The most basic understanding of wealth was money. Money's positive function, besides promoting exchange, was maintaining order. It had quite a few negative aspects too, and Thea immediately thought of one relevant to combat: confusion. As the saying goes, money talks, that was exactly the principle. She hadn't used the erasure eyes gained from the particle explosion. After ascending, her application of this ability had become clearer. She sensed she could erase Makari, but unlike erasing ordinary people, erasing a new god would carry an astronomically high price. This wasn't a death match at all, completely unnecessary to use such a mutually destructive method. Thea infused her wealth divine power into her eyes, combining it with fear and pity emotions. Divine power as primary, emotional impact as secondary. When passing close by, she casually glanced at him. Makari, who'd been dancing his spear impenetrably, had his attention immediately drawn by her gaze. A new god who'd fought for billions of years naturally had no concept of money, but greed was unavoidable to some degree. His unshakable composure was stirred by greed, creating a tiny crack. Fear and pity seized the opportunity, rapidly eroding his mental defenses. Fortunately, he wasn't Ras al Ghul. His long life had given him rich combat experience. The moment his attention was pulled away, he knew he'd been caught. Relying on iron wool forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he forcibly suppressed the discomfort. Ignoring whatever pity or fear, he made his heart ice cold, using this ruthless attitude to nearly resist Thea's gaze assault. Nearly because his movements were still affected. Thea caught the fleeting opening, coiling her whip around his ankle. Losing balance, he was flung into the air. "Commander, watch out." Thea extended her hand, using lightning to simulate a throwing spear and hurled it at the airborne Makari. Having regained control of his body, Makari dodged the spear in midair. Unfortunately, one mistake led to more. Their distance had widened considerably, and Thea began leveraging her advantage, raining massive amounts of magic down on him. She unleashed flame storms, ice cones, and acid rain, periodically lowering Makari's magic resistance and adding several curse spells. Magic was one tier below divine power, and many deities actually knew how to use it. Knowing how was one thing, using it well was another. Like the difference between an ordinary person throwing punches and a martial arts grandmaster doing so, the gap was enormous. Whether it was an illusion or not, Thea felt that many female deities excelled at magic. Among her acquaintances, current Greek acting god King Hera, Egyptian god Queen Isis, these goddesses were all renowned among the gods for their magic. Thea naturally followed this path now. The days of rolling up her sleeves to trade sword blows were long gone. Her understanding of magic far exceeded these new gods' conventional thinking. Makari wasn't simply being suppressed either. His judgment was precise, his combat instincts incredibly sharp. He truly hadn't seen many of these spells, but he could clearly distinguish which magic could be endured with his body and which required dodging. After another 20 minutes of fighting, with the combat zone expanding and spectators running out of standing room, Highfather finally spoke. "Enough. God of lightning and goddess of trade and wealth, you may cease." Chapter 544, Chapter 543, Official Appointment. This had been about demonstrating personal value all along. Thea didn't even know who Makari was before this. Hearing her new boss's command, she directly cancelled the spell she'd been preparing to cast. Makari shared similar thoughts and simultaneously withdrew his lightning spear. Only then did the gods look at the two combatants. Thea's golden hair had been electrified into tight curls, trending toward a frizzy halo. Her cape had two large holes blown through it. Makari's image wasn't as cool as before, either. His blue-black full-body armor was half flame, half frost. One horn of his bull helmet had been knocked off, and his left bracer and gauntlet showed severe damage, the result of directly blocking Thea's meteor spell. "Young lady, you're quite impressive." "Ha ha." Orion, Highfather's favorite, slapped Thea's shoulder familiarly to show encouragement. Facing this 2-meter-tall guy who looked like an oversized dwarven warrior, Thea immediately said that Commander Makari had held back, and she'd already given it everything she had. Her saying this made everyone feel comfortable. First, the newcomer's strength was undeniably solid. Second, the newcomer wasn't quite up to veteran standards, which encouraged them even more. Even Makari, who rarely chatted, spoke with her for a few sentences. This harmonious and united atmosphere pleased Highfather, the big boss. As the leader, he still needed to say a few words. Makari, your combat ability grows sharper. However, your response to ranged attacks remains inadequate, a point requiring further improvement. The goddess of trade and wealth has excellent judgment. Your only shortcoming is weak close combat, causing many missed opportunities. The big boss evaluated both of them, affirming their strengths while pointing out weaknesses. Both expressed humble acceptance of their leader's guidance. What Makari thought, Thea didn't know. However, she deliberately suppressed her close combat abilities, giving the gods the impression she specialized in ranged combat. Several years remained until Darkseid's descent to Earth. Joining New Genesis's camp meant inevitably fighting Apocalypse. The choice between charging forward in melee or hanging back with ranged attacks wasn't difficult. Originally, being an archer would have been a good choice, but that position was occupied by the tall and sturdy Becca. She could only make her case with magic instead. To avoid wasting this valuable combat resource, Highfather considered it and asked the gods, now that Goddess Thea joins our Council of 8, to be renamed the Council of 9 henceforth, does anyone object? Apart from Orion muttering about wanting to fight Thea himself, the other deities had no objections to adding another person to share the burden. Highfather surveyed the group. Good. Goddess Thea excels at magic, so you shall organize a magic squad for New Genesis. New Genesis's 3 great legions were the battlefield's main force. Makari's legion was pure melee, what Thea understood as a spear unit, troops facing the enemy's first wave of assault directly. Orion, Highfather's favorite, commanded the cavalry legion. Becca led the archer legion. The 3 great legions barely held against the endless parademons. Though the legions were all elite troops, wielding swords against enemies that could be described as a sea wasn't very efficient. Highfather had long wanted to establish a magic legion. Dealing with enemies covering mountains and plains, magic was most convenient and effective. He'd simply never found the right person. He couldn't personally lead and teach magic, he was Highfather. The remaining gods weren't exactly proficient. Selecting from the new gods would easily provoke the legion commander's dissatisfaction. Deities were incredibly proud, pulling an ordinary person to rank alongside them would definitely displease them. Moreover, on the battlefield, strength was everything. If the selected new god member got cut down by the enemy, chaos would ensue. So this long-held idea had been shelved. Thea's arrival made his eyes light up. First, her personal combat prowess was unquestionable, able to fight Vanguard Commander Makari to a draw. Highfather truly didn't believe someone like Steppenwolf or Kalibak could take her out in one blow. Second, she'd just arrived, building a magic force from nothing would demonstrate her capability. This was why Highfather asked her to establish a squad rather than a legion. Thea roughly understood her new boss's meaning. Establishing a magic legion was her goal too, it had authority without excessive danger. This was why she'd fought Makari in the first place. Otherwise, why would she bother with this match? As you wish, Lord Highfather. No appointment documents needed here, no leadership stamps required. The boss proposed an idea, she agreed, that was the final result. No one objected. The Council of Gods adjourned. Everyone went their separate ways. Thea declined Prince Orion's challenge and followed the god of forging, Hymen, to collect her benefits package, what she considered her new work uniform and access pass. This stocky, square-shaped fellow had absolutely no traditional concept of gender. Hymen was more like a robot. After a few simple exchanges, she discovered he cared about nothing beyond forging. Fortunately, Thea had hung around Diana long enough to pick up some forging basics through osmosis. She couldn't compare to Hymen, of course, but could manage casual conversation. Walking and chatting, they arrived at Hymen's forge. The imagined hammers, anvils, and bellows were completely absent. This place called a forge was actually more like a high-tech laboratory. New god technology had reached an extremely high level in Thea's assessment. Light armor, medium armor, or heavy armor. Hymen's voice was muffled, somewhat electronic sounding. Given the choice, heavy armor was obviously better. However, she'd told the big boss 3 minutes ago that she specialized in magic. Immediately picking heavy armor afterward would seem fake. Thea could only approach it from magical conductivity, choosing light armor. He said nothing more, picking up something like a pneumatic hammer and beginning to forge. Various rare materials appeared on the conveyor belt, being incorporated into the armor. In less than half an hour, a radiantly glowing robe was completed. Golden base, silver threading, patterns containing mysterious meanings. In Thea's eyes, this light armor looked more like a mage's robe. This was completely different from her goddess of wealth dress. That outfit just looked good, defense still came from herself. What Hyman crafted, thanks to countless rare materials invested without regard for quantity, could provide considerable defensive power and magical enhancement. This kind of garment could be made occasionally, but producing them daily would bankrupt even New Genesis's vast resources. Mother Box Tech product. What form do you want it in? Hyman handed her the robe. Before she could examine it closely, he asked again. Earring, please. 10 minutes later, Hyman handed her a water blue earring and offered a brief explanation. Mother Box technology can open boom tube channels. With this, you can freely travel between the third and fourth worlds. Hyman's muffled voice explained to her. Chapter 545, Chapter 544, Forming the Magic Squad. Hyman explained in detail how to use the Mother Box and the robe. Afterward, he politely asked if Thea had any other business. Having gotten very good at reading the room, she knew he was showing her the door. She immediately expressed her thanks and left his forge within 10 seconds. Clutching her new work uniform and access pass, Thea felt rather pleased. Judging by the benefits package, New Genesis far surpassed Apocalypse. If she'd applied to Apocalypse, they'd probably give her a square, primitive version of a Mother Box. Want a custom version? Dream on. What, you want a suit of armor too? Are you sick? We Apocalypse folks have no tradition of handing out armor. If you want it, go steal it yourself. Thea briefly studied this Mother Box. Its functions were actually quite powerful. Using New Genesis as the starting coordinate, it could transport between parallel universes. This boundary-breaking capability was excellent. If she wanted to visit those parallel timelines in the future, it was no longer a dream. For transportation within the same universe, this function wasn't very useful to Thea. The main issue was the commotion, always going boom, afraid people wouldn't notice. Her own teleportation spell was far more efficient than this tech device. Unlike the Mother Boxes that ordinary soldiers carried, the new God's Mother Boxes had completely different functions and unique characteristics. Like Orion's electric motorcycle was Mother Box tech, mainly enhancing his impact force. Lytre's knee guards enhanced his speed. Thea's Mother Box gave her something like a multicasting capability, roughly equivalent to casting 3 to 5 spells, while the Mother Box would technologically simulate one of them and automatically release it. The Mother Box's effects weren't too surprising. The robe from her benefits package, however, was a pleasant surprise, a high-tier divine artifact. Despite looking lightweight, its defensive power was genuinely formidable. Even with Thea's current strength, she couldn't tear it. Its magical conductivity was even more excellent. Wearing this robe, except for the highest-tier spells, all other magic could be cast instantly. If this garment had one flaw, it was too eye-catching. By Thea's nature, she disliked such high-profile attire. In the midst of thousands of troops, she'd prefer wearing a common soldier's uniform to blend in. However, she knew that wasn't realistic. The divine power of gods was like a sun in the night, deities of the same rank could spot her at a glance. Hiding underground wouldn't help. Donning the robe represented official employment. Earth had no major issues for now. Thea directly used divine power to create an avatar to handle Earth affairs. Completing the big boss's task and opening up opportunities on New Genesis was currently the top priority. Thea modestly called herself a newcomer, but that was only relative to the Council of Nine. To these ordinary new gods, she was thoroughly a big shot. The 3 Legion commanders quickly returned to their respective stations, whether for training or other matters, Thea didn't know. The remaining gods all busied themselves with their own affairs. Everyone was a deity, no one would hold her hand and guide her to recruit subordinates. She had to handle everything herself. If this had been a tender-faced new god, they really couldn't manage this. But Thea had a thick skin. She calmly stood in the central plaza, raised her banner, and began recruitment. Magic legions couldn't be organized on Earth because the ambient magical energy was too low. Here, that problem didn't exist at all. Even dragging a pig here, given billions of years, it could become a divine pig through sheer endurance. The new gods' ordinary members had very high quality, generally possessing elite-tier strength. This was the main reason they could resist Darkseid's endless parademons. Thea set up a large sign in the plaza, writing that by Highfather's command, she called upon aspiring individuals to join her magic squad and contribute to resisting the evil Darkseid. No appointment letter needed, no written authorization required. In this strength supremacist world, no one dared falsely transmit orders. Thea wasn't lying either, everyone believed without question. No one told her the squad's size limit. Thea referenced the 3 main battle legions' million-strong scale and decided to recruit 20,000 first. If she tested aptitude one by one, she'd be busy for 2 months. Thea didn't have that kind of time. Borrowing from stories she'd read, she set up a crystal ball as tall as a person in the plaza. 50 people at a time came up to test aptitude. Those with good results could serve Highfather and Justice with a sense of honor, staying behind. Those with poor results each received some money and were sent away, as in, lower the standards next time and you can try again. For a moment, crowds surged. Everyone generally felt testing wouldn't take much time. Pass and you could serve Highfather loyally, fail and you still got paid. Word spread rapidly, and the plaza was soon packed solid. Thea found several stronger, imposing-looking individuals to help maintain order, then transmitted all successful candidates to an empty training ground. Just from a brief look, New Genesis had over a dozen similar training grounds. Except for 3 with the marks of the 3 great legions at their entrances, the rest were vast and empty. She unceremoniously claimed one, hanging a symbol of coins and stars at the entrance. This was her territory from now on. When recruitment reached 25,000, she announced a halt. She had to say, these people's magical aptitude was truly excellent. In Thea's assessment, setting aside intelligence and wisdom factors, their magical affinity individually matched Mr. E's. She scattered money again on site, earning plenty of goodwill before leaving the plaza for her squad's base. You may or may not recognize me, it doesn't matter. I am Thea, goddess of trade and wealth, organizing a magic squad by Highfather's command. You are the elite I've selected. From now on, you'll fight Darkseid alongside me. Are you afraid? Thea first introduced herself and delivered a rousing speech. Having spent long periods in this positive energy-filled environment, these people didn't know the meaning of fear. Some were so excited about fighting for Highfather they couldn't contain themselves. Tears were common here. You are the elite of the elite. Long years have passed, and perhaps you know some small tricks. But I want you to forget those things starting today. I will teach you magic, a systematic discipline requiring you to prepare for hardship. Mere kindness wouldn't suffice. When authority was needed, Thea was very authoritative. Her divine power aura covered the entire field, no one dared say half a word in protest. Very good. Now I'll teach you the most basic magical energy application. Magic being a systematic discipline was correct, but Thea didn't plan to teach them theoretical knowledge. Teaching like she'd taught Damien, breaking it down piece by piece, wasn't realistic. Highfather's requirement for them was battlefield capability, using magical energy for large-scale parademon destruction. As long as they qualified for that, Thea understanding the profound theories herself was enough. They just needed to be fierce artillery platforms. Moreover, mages, at least Earth's mages, were all scattered individuals. This was because they knew too much and thought too much, which was extremely unsuitable for Legion warfare. Thea's goal was teaching them the simplest, fastest way to release magical energy. She screened out members of all 6 attributes. Light and fire were most numerous, earth, wind, and water roughly equal, darkness had none. Thea naturally couldn't teach like a traditional teacher with a textbook. She directly used divine power to create 5 stone pillars, categorically recording various large-scale destructive spells. Low-level ones were freely learnable, mid to high-level ones required certain battle achievements to unlock. Chapter 546, Chapter 545, The Magic Network. Watching these people begin studying with enthusiasm, Thea split off an avatar for on-site instruction while her main body contemplated how to increase the force's destructive power. She returned to Hymen's forge, requesting several parademon corpses to study. Highfather's requirement was extremely simple, just achieve area destruction of these cannon fodder, and that would be the greatest merit. He didn't expect Thea's trained soldiers to eliminate Steppenwolf or Granny Goodness with 1,000 fireballs, that was completely unrealistic. As her battle with Makari demonstrated, New God's magic resistance was frighteningly high, not enemies that could be defeated through sheer numbers. Besides, no one was stupid. If they couldn't win, they could run. Among the New Gods, the slow ones had probably died off in billions of years of warfare. The parademon corpses didn't yield anything useful. She then obtained from Metron a detailed report on parademons, complete records from creation to death maintained by the God of Knowledge. At your age, you're truly young, yet you possess scientific research talent. How do you balance development across so many directions? Metron asked about her purpose, somewhat surprised. He handed her a thick stack of materials recording all data from parademon's birth to death. Haha, we have people researching various fields back home, so I've dabbled in miscellaneous things. Thea deflected Metron while seriously reviewing the documents. Darkseid conquered countless planets, and after battles had numerous prisoners captured by his evil legions. Selecting the elite among them for biotechnological modification, these were parademons. Though their forms looked similar, their essences differed, ruling out the possibility of Highfather's side researching something that could wipe out billions of his troops in one go. Thea naturally couldn't research such an absolute kill technique either. However, with Kryptonian genetic manipulation knowledge as foundation, few in the biological sciences could surpass her, truly not many. She quickly discovered several minor issues and consulted the human computer, Metron. The god of knowledge was more about understanding and recording knowledge, which wasn't the same as scientific research. His difference from Thea was more like scholar versus scientist. Countless knowledge weighed on him, leaving him with virtually no creativity. Inventions by others he could immediately understand, but if others hadn't invented something, he remained completely unaware. For Thea's questions, he could answer immediately. Having obtained her answers, she returned to the base in high spirits. Her preliminary assessment hadn't been wrong, these cannon fodder stretching as far as the eye could see, their greatest enemy was magic. Sweep away a large area wasn't an exaggeration. Using magic appropriately would be far more efficient than Makari stabbing with spears or Orion smashing with hammers. But there was a key point: her magic squad must demonstrate value in the next battle to secure her own authority. Unfortunately, magic wasn't as easy to speedlearn as physical attacks. What to do? Thea directly approached it from Parademon body structure, taking a biological angle to compile a simpler, beginner's guide, textbook. After learning this curriculum, they wouldn't know anything else, just how to fight parademons. However, an hour later, she felt rather discouraged. She thought what she was teaching now was already very accessible, yet students still crowded the avatar with endless questions. Thea believed these people weren't stupid. Her beginner's guide textbook was refined enough. The key point was magic's entry threshold was too high. This ability, only one tier below divine power, was very, very difficult for most people. She'd made another trip to the smith for corpses, another to Metron for reports, running back and forth for half an hour. Then dissecting and researching for over an hour, compiling new curriculum for an hour, over 2 hours. Of 25,000 fanatical students, fewer than 300 could learn the fireball spell following her outline. These 300 were already the most talented batch. To have everyone learn several entry-level spells, Thea estimated at least half a year. To integrate them into Legion-level combat power would take at least 2 years at the current pace. With that much time, Darkseid would reach Earth. What magic training then? Thea propped her chin studying the textbook, reviewing it twice without deleting a single letter. It was simplified to the extreme. Simplify further and they might as well practice with spears and hammers. After thorough consideration, her eyes suddenly lit up. Since the textbook couldn't be simplified further, she could work on the student's end. Simplifying the caster's steps would definitely improve learning efficiency. Accomplishing this wasn't difficult. The best method was establishing a magic network. Thea had consciously been steering her divine position toward magic anyway. Neither Highfather's nor Darkseid's side had a goddess of magic. Establishing the magic network early would benefit everyone and herself. She'd do it immediately. Currently, she didn't need to establish a network covering the entire multiverse, just blanketing this base would suffice. After consulting Highfather, she retrieved from the material vault a star core that had once birthed consciousness to use as the source. Using the most complex methods, she input massive amounts of spells. Later users only needed to connect to this network, without understanding the specific operational principles, to use mental power to copy spells to their side. Spell principles, operational methods, operational trajectories, supporting magic arrays, all simplified. Users accepting Thea's magic network only needed to contribute mental power daily to cast spells, far simpler than their previous racking their brains. The stronger their mental power, the deeper their magic network access, the more powerful spells they could release. Simultaneously, this mental power fed back to the magic network for maintenance and expansion. Thea busied herself for 2 hours. An extremely crude magic network was constructed. Everyone in the base immediately connected. Many spells were still cast clumsily, but compared to their previous struggling progress, this was dozens of times better. Though several people felt there might be hidden risks, they were drowned out by the enthusiastic crowd. The results are excellent. Goddess Thea's achievement deserves recognition. Highfather appeared beside Thea. Watching those below already able to cast fireballs and ice cones, his heart surged with excitement. Possessing the divine position of compassion, Highfather didn't want his children constantly using spears and clubs to blood brawl with Darkseid's biological weapons. The enemy soldiers were endless. Darkseid's strategy was trading cannon fodder for his elites. When his side lost one, it took hundreds of years to recover. Trading blows this way, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Thank you for your praise. Currently, this magic network is very primitive. If it expands to the entire world in the future, we must absolutely add restrictions preventing Darkseid's legions from using it. Highfather coughed twice. Magic should be just and impartial, not play favorites. That's the power of the entire world. We're different from the evil apocalypse. Goddess Thea, this viewpoint is incorrect. Yes, your majesty speaks with great wisdom. Thea immediately humbly admitted her error. Her vision was too shallow, the leader was brilliant. Of course, these words were just talk. Seeing Highfather's cheerful expression, she knew he was saying one thing and meaning another. Not discriminate between them and Darkseid. Who are you kidding? Most likely the big boss had divine positions like justice and had to say this. If Thea took his words seriously, all her years in the business world would have been wasted. After leaving instructions to take whatever materials she needed from stores and have him forge whatever she required, Highfather flew away with calm composure. Chapter 547, Chapter 546, Joining the Fun, bonus chapter for 50 Power Stones. With the resources of the entire new Genesis at her disposal, Thea naturally wouldn't skimp on expenses. Darkseid had conquered countless planets, and Highfather had saved just as many. Their resource wealth far exceeded Thea's imagination. She showed no courtesy whatsoever to the old man. Rare materials flowed like water into her projects, and she'd even dragged the Forge God out of his workshop to labor for her. The premium version of the Magic Network was officially going online. Build a node here, bury a runestone there. She had this guy, who looked more like a robot than a person, running in circles at her command. With unlimited investment, in just 10 days she constructed a magic network blanketing the entire fourth world. Thea directly blocked Apocalypse's login permissions at the source, earning herself a cheerful scolding from Highfather. To punish her for this discriminatory treatment and disregard for fairness principles, Highfather gifted her another divine artifact, a short sword. His excuse? Her close combat skills were terrible and needed improvement. The short sword was indeed a melee weapon of exceptional quality. After wounding an evil enemy, it would continue burning them with righteous fire for 2 hours. Unless someone had higher authority in the justice domain than Highfather himself, they could only endure it. Accepting the divine artifact, Thea humbly received Highfather's criticism and promised to follow his teachings next time. As for this time, neither mentioned it, both pretending to forget. Her battle team expanded once again, recruiting 80,000 more soldiers and bringing the total force to 100,000. She now commanded what could properly be called a small legion. The magic network's completion didn't help high-level deities much, they drew power directly from the source and had no need to route it through her. But for the general populace and elite legion soldiers, it proved incredibly useful. The warriors of the 3 great legions represented the cream of the new god race. Many now gained spellcasting abilities through the magic network, increasing their combat effectiveness by 10 to 20%. This kept the 3 legion commanders busy beyond measure, drilling their troops daily to integrate magic into normal combat. Thea didn't restrict legion members from sharing her simplified magic learning manuals with ordinary citizens. However, she made one thing crystal clear: they could teach this knowledge, but there had to be a transaction involved, and it had to be the kind of fair, equivalent exchange that Highfather valued. Massive numbers of transactions began taking place. The simple, honest new gods had none of the duplicity of saying one thing and doing another. They followed Thea's rules scrupulously. While she harvested divine power from trade, the new god race's combat capability and morale began rapidly climbing. 6 days later, in Highfather's council chamber, the Council of 9 assembled once more. The meeting had been called by Orion, the second-generation god, who passionately argued that they should attack Apocalypse while morale ran high. If not Apocalypse itself, they should at least seize several forward positions. The 3 legion commanders and Thea, the quasi-commander, all remained silent, waiting for Highfather to make the decision. Highfather was equally pleased with the current morale, but after long consideration, he decided against deploying forces. Orion felt disappointed, yet he couldn't refuse Highfather's command and could only suppress his eagerness. One day later, perhaps sensing their surging morale, Darkseid struck first. Your Majesty, Anchor Kalia is under heavy attack. Please allow me to return for its defense. Uga, who resembled a dwarf, was first to request battle. He was one of Highfather's favored commanders. Having spent nearly a month here, Thea had learned quite a bit about personnel through various information exchanges. People traded intelligence for her simplified magic manuals. Anchor Kalia was Uga's home planet. His ascension to godhood resembled Thea's own situation, though it had happened eons ago. The planet wasn't in Thea's original universe but in another, a parallel universe. Comics might talk about Earth 1, Earth 2, all the way to Earth 52, but the new gods didn't use such classifications. Neither Highfather nor Darkseid cared which Earth it even was. They had their own method of distinguishing spacetime coordinates using mother boxes. Uga's home planet had always been traditional New Genesis territory. Now that the enemy had attacked his doorstep, Highfather's expression turned grim. Thea realized her new boss wanted to counterattack. These days, having power but not joining the action made you no different from dead weight. She immediately stepped forward to boost her reputation. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the Magic Legion to assist Commander Uga in battle. Uga nodded his thanks. Orion, who always charged into battle first, discovered he'd dropped to 3rd place and refused to be outdone. He pulled his best friend Lytre along. We also request to join the battle. Thea kept her head down and nearly laughed at the scene. Lytre was one of the rare peaceful personalities among the new gods, but he'd made the unfortunate choice of befriending Orion. Now he constantly got dragged to the front lines. Only his incredible speed kept him from getting killed. Seeing 4 volunteers, Highfather turned to Pallas, the assassination goddess responsible for intelligence gathering. Which of them has deployed? The fierce warrior woman answered respectfully, Darkseid's eldest son Calibac, and possibly the female Furies. Highfather calculated the situation. The enemy couldn't have only deployed Calibac, there were likely deities lying in ambush. But his side was sending 4 gods. Aside from Lytre being slightly weaker in combat, the others were all formidable. He made his decision. Ugga would lead, Thea would assist, and they'd take their respective legions to anchor Kalia. Orion and Lytre would serve as backup. Unlike the loner duo of Orion and Lytre, Thea and Ugga immediately left the council chamber to assemble their subordinates. Thea directly contacted all her mages through the magic network. Her legion had grown substantially, expanding to 300,000 members. Using teleportation spells, her troops assembled quickly. Ugga, as the #1 main combat legion, gathered his forces with equal speed. The two assembled their troops, grabbed the spectators Orion and Lytre, and opened a boom tube with great fanfare. Boom. With a deafening explosion, everyone emerged from the tunnel onto Ugga's home planet. Complete chaos greeted them. Within Thea's line of sight, winged parademons swarmed everywhere. Ugga's people resembled him, stocky builds, green beards, like oversized dwarves. Unfortunately, facing endless enemies, they could barely mount resistance. Charge. Leave none alive. Riding a lion-like beast and wielding a massive hammer, Ugga roared loudly. His legion rode similar beasts, many imitating his style. Everyone carried hammers and plunged into enemy ranks for brutal melee combat. We're going in too. Everyone, align targets with me. Using her supervision to scan the area, Thea found the magic network didn't reach here. However, she, Hyle, and Metron had pulled 3 all-nighters to create a portable magic network perfect for off-world combat. Today would test its effectiveness. Chapter 548, Chapter 547, First Contact with Darkseid's Elite. The portable magic network's downside was its inability to handle large-scale spells. However, Legion combat didn't require such advanced magic. When Fireball, Ice Spike, and Lightning spells accumulated in sufficient numbers, their lethality became devastating. Southeast, 8,000 meters. First Division, follow my targeting, Fireball. Due west, 12,100 meters. Second Division, cast Ice Spike. Third Division, help Ugga's Legion clear ground targets. Each division numbered 100,000. Watching 100,000 fireballs rain down on enemy heads created a spectacular sight. The minions hit by the barrage didn't even leave ash, they burned up midair. The remaining fireballs struck the ground, and the magic legion literally plowed the earth for 10,000 miles in every direction. Such concentrated magical energy accumulating in a small area caused catastrophic environmental damage to the local terrain. Parademons were manufactured from prisoners of various worlds combined with apocalypse biotechnology. In Thea's assessment, they had 0 magic resistance. 1 fireball could kill 3. If a battlefield damage tracker existed, it would show her forces dealing far more damage than Ugga's cavalry legion. None of the 4 deities engaged. They wouldn't waste their combat power on minions. They waited for true opponents. The magic legion's clearing speed was unmatched. The seemingly endless parademon swarm had their attack formation shattered under various magical bombardments. Some monsters charged too far forward, only to discover their support forces had been wiped out when they reached enemy lines. Thea's strategy was to cut off their Mercury-like offensive. Once their formation broke, what remained were just scattered minions fighting individually. Highfather's army could handle such enemies with virtually no losses. Orion, my dear brother. You've come all this way, ready to die. A rough voice echoed from the distance. Before the words finished, a 3-meter-tall, massively built warrior entered view. The newcomer's brown-black hair and beard merged into a single mass like a lion's mane. He wore black leather armor, exposing dark yellow muscles that seemed cast from iron. Thick murderous intent radiated from his entire body. Calibac, today's the day you die. Like an enraged warrior, Orion charged directly at him. Despite their size difference, their strength was nearly equal. As they clashed, soldiers from both sides tactfully chose to retreat. Thea watched with interest. This was her first time observing new god combat up close. Moreover, this was Darkseid's evil eldest son battling his righteous second son, making it entertaining from a dramatic standpoint. The other deities looked unsurprised, making it clear these two had fought many times before. After watching briefly, Thea noticed something odd. Orion was considerably stronger than she'd initially sensed. If she swapped places with Calibac, while she wouldn't lose, she couldn't take Orion down quickly either. Had he used some secret technique to temporarily boost his combat power? Is Orion really this strong? She asked Lytre beside her. The peaceable Lytre didn't hide it. Orion's divine position, violence, provides him tremendous divine power, but he doesn't like using it. Thea nodded in understanding. This was divine position enhancement. But violence as a divine position, the name alone made it clear it had nothing to do with justice. That's why Orion normally suppressed it deliberately. Thinking about it, Thea felt Darkseid had really screwed himself. Such an excellent son handed over to Highfather, now turned into an enemy. Even the Dark Lord must have felt some regret. She turned her attention to Kalibak, Darkseid's brutal enforcer who supposedly could go head-to-head with Superman. Honestly. Disappointing. Equal to Superman. Complete exaggeration. This guy wasn't Superman's match at all. Fighting a hesitant Superman who held back was nothing to brag about. In the Injustice timeline, an unleashed Superman could fight Darkseid one-on-one without falling behind. What was Kalibak compared to that? This lion-headed guy talked big, but after less than 30 exchanges, empowered Orion had him suppressed. His defeat wasn't hard to predict. Seeing the other deities all watching intensely without suggesting a gang-up, Thea realized they'd likely developed an unspoken rule through eons of warfare: duels were mandatory. No ganging up allowed. The outcome didn't matter in terms of wins or losses. Except for Highfather and Darkseid, none of the remaining deities, including Thea currently, possessed overwhelming superiority against any other deity. If they allowed gang-ups, the Council of Nine on this side and Darkseid's elite on the other wouldn't last eons. A century or two would see them all dead, leaving only the two bosses facing off alone. That image was too desolate. The deities, whether good or evil, consciously avoided such scenarios. Even with Orion gaining the upper hand now, he didn't call his best friend Lytre for assistance. Thea naturally welcomed this combat atmosphere. She had zero desire to throw herself into a meat-grinder battlefield for life-or-death struggles. She'd worked so hard ascending to divinity to reach this level, everyone valued their lives. Being able to live well, who wanted to lie barely alive off to the side. You could see this from how Darkseid always sent avatars to fight and never committed his true body. The Dark Lord might be evil, but when it came to valuing his life, he deserved an extra more compared to Thea. Understanding the logical connections, Thea felt much more at ease. Highfather wouldn't strike Darkseid's elite, and the opposing boss wouldn't kill the Council of Nine. They'd seemingly fought for eons, but in reality, they'd been consciously limiting battle scope. Just as she was thinking she might coast through this battle, another opponent jumped out. So this is New Genesis's new deity. It's been ages since I've seen such a young god. TSK. A 1.8-meter tall, somewhat plump old woman in golden scale armor and a crimson cape, with white hair and vicious eyes, stared at their group. It's Granny Goodness. She's the deception god, her close combat and mental control magic are both formidable. Be careful, Lytre quietly warned her, giving her an encouraging look. Huh? What did this mean? Thea felt confused. She hadn't said she'd accept the challenge, had she? Was there some unspoken rule here that challenges must be accepted? She looked at the opponent, this scam artist Granny. No, Granny Goodness. The woman's face perfectly embodied the phrase, hateful appearance. She resembled Thea's TV memories of a vicious period drama villainous, cruel, malicious, and mean-spirited with a touch of cunning. This one had a face born for taunting. It wasn't hard for Apocalypse to learn about Thea. New Genesis had spies on Apocalypse, and the reverse was surely true. They could investigate trivial details, so something major like gaining a new combat asset couldn't possibly escape notice. Chapter 549, Chapter 548, Thea vs. Granny Goodness. Thea handed Legion command to her deputy Becca. Becca was Orion's future wife and daughter of scientist Hymen. Hymen was the undercover agent New Genesis had sent to Apocalypse, a remarkable scientist and inventor of the Mother Box. From every angle, Becca could be considered one of Highfather's most trusted allies. In the initial phase, Thea's mental power had already been double that of normal people. Having ascended through the magic path and possessing multiple emotions, her mental power was her strongest attribute. She could brainwash others, there was zero chance of anyone brainwashing her. While others feared Granny Goodness's elusive mental manipulation, Thea didn't. With a thought, she donned her divine artifact robe and wielded her lightning whip, rising slowly to face the old woman directly. You monster. You deserve punishment for all the innocent people you've murdered. Thea actually had no idea what evil deeds the woman had committed, but the Justice faction's advantage of pinning labels on enemies couldn't be wasted. She didn't just talk, her hands stayed busy. A lightning beam rich with thunder magic shot straight at her opponent. As trainer of the female Furies, Granny Goodness's skills were battle-hardened. She showed no fear, punching through the lightning beam and charging forward to seize the initiative. Little girl, you're still too green. Come to me, my training will grant you tremendous power. Don't you remember? I'm your friend. Granny Goodness's voice carried a seductive quality. This shameless old hag was spouting nonsense to her face. How nauseating. Wasn't this just brainwashing? Who was afraid of whom? Thea suppressed the irritation the woman's words caused in her mental world and immediately fired back. You old woman, running out at your age to play the victim. You desperately need pity. Granny Goodness brainwashed people daily and had extremely high resistance to mental pressure. With a little effort, she shook off Thea's pity. Don't want pity. Then how about fear? Someone in the evil faction like you definitely has fear, right? Thea switched to her specialty, fear. As an apocalypse native who'd climbed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to her current position, Granny Goodness's will could fairly be described as iron. Did she have fear? A little, but truly not much. Theoretically, this attack shouldn't hurt her badly. Except Thea was shouting loud enough for everyone to hear, and that ruined everything. Darkseid was the Dark Lord, Destroyer God, Annihilator, and a pile of other titles. Such an evil boss parading before your eyes daily, and you claim you're not afraid. Did you still want to keep your job? It was like having to call Highfather benevolent to his face and Darkseid evil to his. This wasn't about combat power, it was a serious political issue. If Granny Goodness didn't want to get executed upon returning, she had to be afraid from a politically correct standpoint. Even if she wasn't afraid, she had to claim she was, terrified, even. The old woman's acting skills were truly impressive, not at all over the top. Within 1,000th of a second, she put on a dumbstruck expression, giving Thea the opportunity to slash a large gash in her arm. The short sword Highfather had given prevented Granny Goodness's wound from healing at all. Righteous fire continuously burned, causing her heart-piercing pain. She had extensive experience with righteous fire. Using some pitch-black bandages, she wrapped the wound. The righteous fire was temporarily suppressed, but rooting it out would require serious effort. Darkseid had no patience for treating subordinates' injuries, everything depended on solving it yourself. No longer daring to play mental games with Thea, Granny Goodness observed her wielding the soft whip and figured the girl probably wasn't skilled in close combat. She decided to use her strengths against her enemy's weaknesses to recover her disadvantage. Naturally, Thea wouldn't let her have her way. Rashly engaging in close combat without understanding the opponent's moves was dangerous. Deities had all survived countless years, their combat experience was exceptional. Trying to suppress them with Earth's few thousand years of martial arts was pure fantasy. Maintaining distance to probe the opponent's techniques was the smart choice. Thea didn't care about gains or losses in individual exchanges. She danced her whip into an impenetrable defense while constantly probing the opponent's various attributes with magic. Granny Goodness had high resistance to all types of magic. Her only weakness was slightly lower light attribute resistance. Thea immediately launched a fierce assault, Arrow of Light, Flash, a modified version of Six Rod's Prison of Light, all hurled at her opponent. Granny Goodness struggled to break free from the restraints, paying the price of getting a bloody gash whipped across her face by Thea's lightning whip. After losing 2 exchanges, she quickly calmed down. Her mouth released a piercing shriek that temporarily forced Thea back. Darkseid knew his eldest son Kalibak had no brains, nominally leading the troops, actual command rested entirely with Granny Goodness. Challenging Thea in the first place had served 2 purposes, testing the new deity's quality, and disrupting the devastating magic clearance. Unfortunately, prolonged combat had achieved nothing. Only now that she'd driven Thea back did she have leisure to survey the entire battlefield. The 2 female furies who'd come with her had already entered battle. Bernadette, wielding a spear sword, barely managed to fight Lytre to a draw. Stampa, wearing metal combat boots and possessing tremendous strength, had the misfortune of facing the even stronger Uga. Deeply hating these people for slaughtering his clansmen, Uga swung his hammer with tremendous vigor. Vaguely serving as first among Highfather's 3 legion commanders, Uga's personal combat power also ranked in the first tier. Him handling the bottom-ranked female fury. The result was self-evident. Stampa was currently struggling desperately against Uga's fury. On the other side, Orion and Kalibak's battle saw Orion afraid to over-extract violence, so both sides had fought to another stalemate. But Kalibak had been injured earlier, in the long run, his losses outweighed his wins. Retreat. Granny Goodness shouted harshly. Keep them here. Uga roared simultaneously. Handling the scam artist Granny, Thea had no great confidence in capturing her. Moreover, even if she could manage it, she didn't want to stand out that much. Just arriving and killing an opposing commander. From any angle, that wasn't a good thing. However, with Uga giving orders, she had to make some effort. She'd been preparing for this moment, immediately activating a spell she'd been quietly chanting. Stay here. A giant mouth capable of swallowing sky and sea appeared behind Granny Goodness, biting down viciously. This was Sobek the crocodile god's phantom form, extracted by Thea from the time stream. This Egyptian mythological animal god possessed tremendous bite force. Killing Granny outright, impossible. Not only was this just a phantom formed from Thea's divine and magical power, even the real Soba couldn't kill Granny Goodness. But trapping her temporarily? No problem. The scam artist Granny braced against the lower jaw with her feet and pushed against the upper jaw with her hands, struggling desperately against the crocodile god in an extremely awkward position. On the other side, Orion stopped worrying about mental damage and activated his violence divine position again. Endless power began crushing Kalibak. Like beating up a child, Uga let out an excited roar. Already completely outclassing his opponent across the board, his heightened emotions boosted his combat power another 10%. Stampa normally relied on overwhelming strength, but facing someone even stronger, she had no ability to fight back. Having trapped Granny Goodness, Thea naturally wouldn't just watch. She used the same magic-penetrating light-killing cannon she'd employed against Horus that day. Divine power stronger than before condensed between her fingers, firing relentlessly at the trapped scam artist Granny. Currently serving as a living target, Granny Goodness had to resist the crocodile god's bite while dodging lethal attacks. This left her in extreme distress. After clumsily dodging 2 shots, the bite grew increasingly tight. Her situation hadn't improved, it had worsened. Chapter 550, Chapter 549, Returning to Earth. Ah! A scream echoed from the distance as Stampa took Uga's hammer directly to the face. Uga didn't wait for her to rise, he ran over and delivered 2 more hammer blows, knocking her unconscious before finally stopping. The Legion commander's victory made his cavalry legion roar with excitement. The entire battlefield felt their exhilaration. Granny Goodness knew today's battle was lost. She immediately stopped dodging Thea's finger beams, escaping the crocodile god's jaws at the cost of having her entire right shoulder blasted through. She shouted something equivalent to "time to bail," and fled into the distance. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for themselves, that was their operating principle. Covering each other's orderly retreat was impossible. Bernadette, the female Fury fighting Lytre, activated some secret technique, instantly boosting her speed significantly as she escaped into the distance. Kalibak similarly escaped the battlefield at the cost of a broken arm. The 3 deities fled in bizarrely different directions, leaving Thea momentarily stunned. By the time she thought to pursue, boom tubes erupted from far away almost simultaneously. All 3 deities dove through them. Haha. These filthy maggots only know how to run. Goddess of trade and wealth, don't take it to heart. Seeing the awkward expression on Thea's face, Uga actually consoled her. While Thea hadn't planned to fight them to the death, she hadn't expected them to flee so quickly either. Hearing Uga's consolation, she expressed her firm stance on justice and congratulated him on the glorious achievement of capturing a female Fury. Haha, you all contributed. All of you. The dwarf warrior lookalike Uga grinned ear to ear, laughing with pure joy. With his combat power, defeating a pseudo-deity female Fury squad member who lacked a true divine position was utterly effortless, the credit was practically a freebie. 2 high-level combatants had been intercepted by Orion and Thea, allowing him, this side's highest combat power, to face the enemy's weakest. Achieving this opening victory, he should definitely share some credit. With Apocalypse's 3 deities retreating, the remaining minions stood no chance against New Genesis's grand army. After token resistance, they all scattered. New Genesis didn't pursue. These minions were assembly line products, all carrying mother boxes. The deities had no interest in such enemies. After reaffirming the principle that this planet fell under Highfather's protection, they restrained female Fury Stampa and opened a boom tube back to New Genesis. News had already spread to the rear, this was unquestionably a great victory. Uga received his colleagues' envy. Capturing an enemy deity was simply too significant, too worthy of celebration. He happily handed the prisoner to Highfather. Whether the boss would convert her, brainwash, or handle it otherwise, even as a trusted aide, he wouldn't presume to ask. All of New Genesis erupted into celebration. Many people sang and danced as if celebrating a festival. To reward Thea's achievements, Highfather officially appointed her to establish New Genesis's 4th Legion, the Magic Legion. Over the following days, with excellent combat results as foundation, the new legion's recruitment proceeded extremely smoothly. Large numbers of soldiers with magical talent who'd previously been eliminated for poor close combat skills entered her legion. Many had been reserve members of the 3 great legions with high individual quality. Now having the chance to join a main combat legion, they studied magic tirelessly, day and night. Thea spent another half a month on New Genesis. Her Earth avatar sent word that something major seemed to have occurred. She also missed Diana. After handling matters at hand and informing Highfather, she opened a boom tube back to Earth. Both being deities, Highfather only required them present during meetings and battles. Lytre constantly traveled between universes, while Metron ran all over creation seeking knowledge. Highfather couldn't really restrict them. The discipline here was essentially no discipline, as long as they could be contacted when it mattered. Boom. With an explosion, Thea returned to Earth. She'd opened her tunnel entrance in the Batcave. Earlier, Batman had contacted her avatar saying the situation was dire, but hadn't discussed specifics. The Batcave held more than just Batman. Zatanna, wearing a purple tailcoat and fishnet stockings, was also present. Both expressed surprise at her sudden appearance method. "This isn't a spell, is it?" Batman asked his childhood friend Zatanna. "No, there's no magical energy fluctuation." The current Zatanna didn't know they'd met before. She briefly examined the teleportation, confirming it wasn't any teleportation spell she recognized. Before she could think further about the teleportation method, Thea's appearance captivated her. Post-ascension, Thea's beauty had reached truly literal perfection. Even as a woman, Zatanna felt stunned. Trade didn't require cold aloofness, Thea's current aura gave people a subtle sense of approachability. Even before speaking, her arrival had warmed the cold Batcave by 2 degrees. "Oh. Miss Zatanna, I presume. I've heard so much about you." Thea greeted her first. Her warm manner gave Zatanna an illusion, as if meeting some national leader. She attributed it to the billionaire status creating this false impression. Their appearances weren't even on the same baseline. She felt not a trace of jealousy. "Likewise, I've heard much about Dr. Queen. You're even more beautiful than on television." As Zatanna spoke, she unconsciously bowed slightly. Thea laughed it off. "Ah, you two here. I didn't interrupt anything, did I?" She gestured at the two standing mere centimeters apart. Zatanna smiled awkwardly while Batman's facial muscles twitched slightly. The originally tense atmosphere relaxed. "So what's going on? Miss Zatanna's here too, is this a mystical matter?" Having visited the Batcave multiple times, Thea was quite familiar with it. She found a chair and sat, asking with calm expression. "No, I was just telling Bruce about this. It's not a mage's doing." Zatanna spoke up before Batman could. Thea looked at Batman with confusion. "Why did you call me here exactly?" "It started a month ago." Batman's voice was somewhat hoarse. After speaking, he activated multiple screens behind him, introducing each to Thea. First, Idaho. Many farmers discovered their crops withered overnight, though it didn't attract attention initially. Then Utah. These are hunters who wandered there. Batman pointed at 2 young men on screen holding hunting rifles. A third person had filmed them from behind, capturing very clear footage meant to preserve their heroic moment for impressing girls later. The 2 aimed at a wild deer. From the side, everything seemed normal. Just as they prepared to fire, the deer's full face turned toward them. Half the deer's face had completely rotted, massive diseased tissue densely packed on its body. Seeing the hunters, the deer attacked them like a rabid animal. The video ended there. And these. In Wyoming, black clouds of mosquitoes and flies are wreaking havoc. In California, people have seen large numbers of deformed humans staggering along highways. And Batman pointed at screen after screen of abnormalities. Such supernatural phenomena should be your professional domain. You can't expect Superman to handle this, can you? Batman stared at the 2 women questioningly. Zatanna's expression was terrible. The images were too disgusting, especially that mosquito-fly black cloud, making her extremely uncomfortable. Post-ascension, her obsessive cleanliness growing worse, Thea also felt nauseated. Most critically, she recognized this event. If she wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be the Rot World Crisis. Chapter 551, Chapter 550, The Rot World Crisis begins. The Rot World Crisis involved the green, the red, the rot, something about ecological balance. Thea just hadn't expected it to erupt this early. In her memory, Rot World should have happened after Brightest Day. Had it triggered prematurely or been accidentally activated? Further observation was needed. From your expression, you know something. Batman had been observing Thea's subtle expressions. I don't know if my guess is correct, but I'm certain this isn't evil mages doing. You mentioned wastelands and walking corpses. Theoretically, mages could accomplish that, but it's extremely labor-intensive. In this day and age, who has time to mess with farms? I think this is caused by Earth's natural balance breaking down. Miss Zatanna thinks the same, right? Exactly. Do you know the reason? Mage's curiosity always exceeded that of cats. Zatanna had only concluded from her own perspective that this wasn't Mage's work. She didn't know the internal details. Hearing Thea's implication that she had answers, Zatanna's eyes lit up. Probably. Do you know where Swamp Thing is? This should be his responsibility. Swamp Thing had spent a long time with Madame Xanadu, so Zatanna should know him. As the observing party, Batman wished he could record every word for later analysis, word for word. He deeply disliked not understanding things. His scrutinizing gaze constantly shifted between the 2 women. You mean Dr. Alec Holland? I heard he returned to normal 2 years ago and went back to living as an ordinary person. Zatanna's answer left Thea wide-eyed. What the hell? The avatar of the green retired. Had he been fired by those drama queens, no, tree spirits, in the Parliament of Trees, or had he quit himself? So many questions made Thea sigh. Seeing Batman's expression that said, "You better explain clearly or we're not done," Thea felt she had to clarify. Moreover, Zatanna seemed only half-informed. After thinking, she should start from the beginning. As far as I know, Swamp Thing is the avatar of the green. The green, the red, the rot, the gray, the divided, and the metal constitute our world's most fundamental balance. Zatanna looked dumbfounded. She only knew about the green, the rest of this jumble was completely new to her. Batman reacted quickly. You mentioned earlier, the balance is broken. Because of this Swamp Thing. Thea hesitated. Hard to say. It doesn't seem explainable by a simple push and pull. This is very complex. I haven't paid much attention to their affairs. Oh right, that giant zombie we fought outside Gotham represented the gray. These current events, Thea pointed at several screens, should be the rot. But in my understanding, the rot is also a foundation of the material world. Though they lack our concepts of good and evil, they shouldn't be doing this. This looks like it's out of control. Someone's manipulating from behind. Batman immediately thought of the key point. Thea couldn't analyze further either, she could only address specific problems specifically. The timeline didn't match up, so she dared not guarantee anything. Just as they prepared to discuss next steps, one of Batman's communicators activated. He glanced at it before telling Thea, "The President's calling." Thea knew Batman maintained contact with upper levels. Her true identity was known to more and more people, she had no intention of hiding it. She nodded calmly. Zatanna chose to step away. Soon the President's aged face appeared on the central screen. Batman. Oh. Dr. Queen is there too. Mr. President, you're looking well. Thea greeted cheerfully. Now at least a deity, while the rot was troublesome, it wasn't enough to make her panic. The President thought, my complexion is terrible. This cursed presidency ages you 2 years for every one served, 10 for a full term. There's just too much crap to deal with. After smiling bitterly through pleasantries, he got to the point. A horrific incident occurred in Louisiana, it's being broadcast now. I've deployed the National Guard to establish a cordon in that area, but terrifying disasters are happening worldwide. Birds in Metropolis are dying in massive flocks. The cattle ranch in Coast City seems to have some kind of plague, all the cows. You're both superheroes. I'm asking, what should I do? While he spoke, Thea had connected to Queen Industries satellite via her personal computer. Massive data streamed in. They mainly cared about America, but Thea saw the whole world. This was a worldwide natural disaster. The Brazilian rainforest, African savanna, every country suffered varying degrees of damage. If the rot ran rampant and turned into rot world, a world of dead, decaying silence, what trade or wealth would remain? This was literally destroying Thea's livelihood. She absolutely couldn't stand for this. Mr. President, rest assured. I'll handle this matter. Thea interrupted the President's complaints to Batman. For her taking such complete responsibility, the President praised her extensively before disconnecting. The situation is extremely serious. Where do we start investigating? Batman scanned the report the President mentioned. The highway was completely paralyzed. Tens of thousands of citizens covered in rotting flesh wandered cities and countryside like zombies from Resident Evil. Aerial footage showed some wandering to the cordon's edge, shot into Swiss cheese by guards. The entire social order could collapse at any moment. Thea pondered briefly. We must find the avatars of the green and the red. Among them, Dr. Alec Holland is the priority, put him first. Find him immediately. Finding someone with a name and identity was too easy. When Thea prepared to teleport there, Batman stopped her, expressing he had to participate. I don't know what happened to you, but I can sense you're growing further from humanity. This is humanity's business. I need to be involved. Thea had no objection. Batman, this cheat character, could always produce bizarre things. She might need his help later. Zatanna was also very interested, perfect for a 3-person party. She didn't use a boom tube, choosing direct teleportation instead. Zatanna also knew teleportation spells and immediately sensed something extraordinary about Thea's method. Many questions buried themselves in her mind, waiting for an opportunity to ask. They arrived at a remote Louisiana town. Dr. Alec Holland's cottage sat not far from town, and the massive zombie horde was less than 100 miles away. Clearly some inevitable connection existed between the two. Every townsperson had locked their doors tight. The three quickly found the distant cottage. Batman gently pushed the door open. Inside, only a middle-aged man was bent over some experiment. Chapter 552, Chapter 551, Swamp Thing loses his power. Dr. Holland, the world needs your help. Batman's voice was flat and hard. He had no patience for people who abandoned their responsibilities and let the world spiral into chaos. Though it wasn't a popular saying in this world, Batman had always embodied the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. Having power but refusing to use it, to him, that was pure cowardice. The middle-aged man turned around. His face was lined with exhaustion as he regarded the three uninvited strangers. He didn't recognize Zatanna. Swamp Thing's memories weren't fully integrated with his own, and after 2 years of self-imposed isolation since regaining his human form, he'd never met Thea either. The only one he recognized was the legendary Batman. "I knew you'd come eventually. You want Swamp Thing's help, but I can't do it anymore, I really can't. The Green has abandoned me. They're punishing me. All of this is my fault. I never wanted it to be this way." The middle-aged man was clearly in pain, his words tumbling out incoherently. He obviously understood the crisis facing the world. His good nature tormented him every second, and his heart yearned to stop this catastrophe. But without Swamp Thing's powers, he was just an ordinary middle-aged man. Swamp Thing had once helped Thea purify her bloodline, giving her crucial early assistance. Though the help had ultimately come from Xanadu's guidance, Thea still remembered that debt. She didn't want to pressure him too much. She grabbed Batman's arm before he could punch the man. "Doctor, you might not remember me, but I still need to say this, even if you can't transform into Swamp Thing right now, you can still help. We need the ecological restoration serum you developed. If we spray it globally, we can temporarily halt the spread of the rot. You're planning to solve this with technology?" Batman perked up immediately. Technology was good, that was his specialty. "It's only containment," Thea clarified. "I need time to find the real cause. And the dosage has to be precisely controlled. Letting the green spread unchecked across Earth would be just as bad. Bring the doctor to the Batcave, you don't mind, do you?" Batman wanted to object, but he didn't have much choice. Thea explained her plan to Dr. Holland. "You know about the rot too? Who are you?" Thea didn't have time for lengthy explanations. She teleported the three of them to the Batcave, where Batman immediately pulled Dr. Holland into research on how to standardize and mass-produce the serum. Handcrafting it one batch at a time would take forever, the flowers would wilt before they finished. Zatanna, who'd been expecting an epic magical battle, was thoroughly disappointed. Using technology to solve the problem. Not cool at all. Meanwhile, Thea began making calls to world leaders. All major biopharmaceutical companies around the globe would halt their current operations to focus on producing the serum. Logistics teams began coordinating raw material distribution, and several rocket centers started preparations. Once production was complete, they'd load the serum onto rockets and spray it from the air. Batman, that ridiculous overachiever, truly lived up to his reputation. By the time Thea finished coordinating everything, he'd already worked out the production process. Major biotech companies, including Wayne Enterprises and Queen Consolidated, immediately began mass production. This was an ecological war. There was no need to wait, they manufactured in batches and launched in batches. Green serum began raining down across the globe via rockets. Superman soon joined the effort, carrying several-ton containers of serum to drop over the worst-affected areas. The effect was immediate. Plant life exploded into rapid growth, automatically suppressing the spread of the rot. For 3 solid hours, not a single supernatural incident occurred anywhere in the world. World leaders celebrated. This plague-like phenomenon was terrifying, it could infect ordinary people, which meant it could infect them too. They were living comfortable lives, who wanted to become shambling corpses. While they celebrated, the group in the Batcave remained grim-faced. This was only the first step. They still hadn't found whoever was pulling the strings, and they couldn't guarantee the serum would maintain perfect balance with the rot. Without formulas or theories, how could Batman calculate the equilibrium point? It was impossible. Thea felt a bit guilty for putting such an unreasonable demand on Batman. She turned to Dr. Holland. "That Parliament of Trees thing, or whatever council it is, they should know the full details of this crisis, right? Or they could let you become Swamp Thing again. If you reconnect with the Green, you should be able to understand how everything developed." Dr. Holland's expression remained troubled. "I don't know where you heard about the Parliament of Trees, but I have to tell you, if they don't contact me, I can't enter that realm. And neither can you." Thea smirked inwardly. A few tree spirits weren't that impressive. It was just a pocket dimension. These things called the Green and the Red felt similar to the source in her perception. They were probably wild source energy from eons ago that had, over countless years, merged with part of Gaia's will and awakened their own consciousness, becoming something else entirely. Now they'd become part of the world's foundation and could no longer be absorbed. Thea could trace them back through the source to find the pocket dimension, but that would be troublesome. She had a better way. "If I give you some of the Green's power, you can reconnect with them, right?" Thea asked the middle-aged doctor. You still don't understand. They've rejected me. They've withdrawn my power. I want to help, but I can't. Thea raised her hand, cutting him off. The green was impressive, but not so impressive it could steamroll the entire universe. Besides, it's not like you're the only one who can do this. Dr. Holland looked like his whole family had died. He probably thought he was the only one who could commune with the green. Thea contacted Poison Ivy, who was in Gotham. She arrived at the Batcave quickly. This was her second visit. Poison Ivy still didn't dare look directly at Thea, but that didn't stop her from staring at Satana. The fishnet-wearing magician caught her attention, and their eyes met across the room, exchanging some unspoken meaning. Doctor, you see, she also has the green's power, doesn't she? Thea asked confidently. The middle-aged man's eyes went wide, not because of Ivy's appearance, but because of her essence. Though it was somewhat strange, Poison Ivy definitely possessed a genuine connection to the green. To his eyes, she shone like a beacon. He'd discovered Ivy's anomaly, and she'd noticed his unusual nature as well. Thea, why did you call me here? Ivy asked. This guy, see if you can transfer a small amount of energy to him, Thea said, pointing at the doctor. Poison Ivy had no idea about the green or any of this. In Thea's understanding, Dr. Holland was an official employee on the payroll, while Poison Ivy was like a hacker who'd swiped an access card. Now that Holland had been fired, he wanted to go back and apologize to his boss, but they wouldn't even let him through the door to explain. So the last resort was to use Poison Ivy's help. Though they'd obtained power through different means, the essence was identical. Ivy could transfer a bit of chlorophyll to Dr. Holland, and he could extract the usable green from it. This is enough. I've found the entrance to the green. The doctor's body suddenly sprouted vines, and ancient patterns appeared on his face. Remembering his mission, he didn't waste energy on physical transformation but immediately reached out to the green. With just a moment's concentration, he made contact with the other side. Using this small amount of green, he opened a gap. Let me see what this green really is. Thea had been tracking his mental signal the whole time. As soon as Holland opened the crack, she unleashed her divine power and forced her way in. Hey everyone, I'm back. Gotta admit, I really needed a break. Even though I didn't rest all that much, I did get to go out a bit, travel around, and do some shopping. And yeah. I may or may not have spent money every single day, my wallet is definitely crying right now. Crying face. Anyway, jokes aside, taking this break made me realize I need to set aside a little more time for myself outside of work and school. Because of that, I'll be adjusting my upload schedule. New updates will go live at 7 a.m. New York time, which is 12 p.m. UK and 10 p.m. Australia. I've also decided to take one day off every week on Sundays to rest and recharge. Thanks so much for reading and for all the support, I really appreciate it. Chapter 553, Chapter 552, The True Cause of the Crisis. Dr. Alec Holland stood there stunned, his eyes vacant. Outsiders can't enter the green. Thea scoffed. From an ordinary person's perspective, maybe not. But for a god, a pocket dimension was no obstacle at all. After testing the vastness of the space on the other side, she channeled her full power and squeezed through, body and spirit together. Not content to leave it at that, she grabbed Batman, Satana, and Poison Ivy and pulled them in two. At the last moment, she called back to the middle-aged doctor, Dr. Holland, get in here. Your old friends are waiting for you. Holland could only offer a wry smile. He had a feeling his old friends were about to have a bad day. With the attitude of someone settling in to watch a spectacle, he followed them in. Yes, Thea had used divine power to force open a massive entrance. While he normally had to squeeze through, this time he could simply walk in. Entering the familiar green world, though he'd made up his mind never to be Swamp Thing again, Dr. Holland still felt a wave of attachment and reluctance from the entire realm. The whole world seemed to rejoice at his return. This was his world. He was born to be part of it. But he didn't have time for sentimentality, trouble came knocking immediately. An emerald green humanoid roared at him, Alec Holland. How dare you bring outsiders here? Dr. Holland felt completely wronged. Like hell I brought them. Are you blind? Didn't you see I was walking in last? He immediately looked toward Thea, who was surveying her surroundings. Even the slowest person could see there was something unusual about this woman. Now that he'd regained a bit of the green, some of his memories from his time as Swamp Thing were returning. He just hadn't connected the Thea from years ago with the current version. Her appearance and bearing had changed too much. Back then, Thea had been maybe an 80 out of 100 in looks, now she was a perfect 100, and that was only because the scale stopped there. There was simply no way to link the two. Where is this place? It feels strange, like it's both repelling me and trying to pull me in, Poison Ivy whispered to Thea. Don't worry about it. This place doesn't really concern you, Thea replied. The space was vast, even her supervision couldn't see the boundaries. It was more like a mirror world built upon the main reality. She looked at the strangely shaped green humanoid plants nearby. These were former swamp things, previous avatars of the green. Using the green's power wasn't without cost. Every chosen avatar would, after death, enter this place and become part of the so-called Parliament of Trees. To Thea, this place was very similar to the Speed Force dimension. Once you gained its recognition, you got extraordinary power in life, but the price was spending your afterlife lying dormant here. Better for Poison Ivy to stay a happy, unauthorized user. Her gaze, which naturally carried a hint of pity, greatly annoyed the tree spirits. We're happy living in the green. What's with that look? Thea turned back to look at Batman. The green surroundings made his batsuit look oddly colored. Batman shook his head, indicating he had nothing to say. You should know what's happening in the outside world. I don't understand why you're doing nothing. If the rot wins, it won't just destroy Earth's life, you'll die too, Thea addressed the tree spirits. Human, you're too young. You don't understand the mysteries of nature's opera. The lead tree spirit's words cut off mid-sentence as an anomaly rippled through the space. Thea's cold laugh was extremely quiet, barely audible. Yet the entire space trembled with her laugh, filling with a murderous aura. The ground beneath them withered, grass dying instantly, trees collapsing and turning to dust, vines fleeing like living creatures. The once vibrant forest became a barren wasteland thousands of meters across, all from a single cold laugh. You dare attack us in the green itself? Two hot-headed tree spirits roared in fury. But the elder spirit held them back, asking uncertainly, you, which goddess are you? We've never had dealings with the divine realm. Don't worry about where I'm from. I'm here to talk sense, Thea said, feeling incredibly satisfied. These spirits, who didn't even have true souls, wouldn't listen unless you slapped them around first. I don't care about your past conflicts. Right now, the whole world needs Alec Holland's power. Humans outside have released massive amounts of environmental serum. The green should be benefiting most from that. I'm demanding you restore his power. Thea's tone was uncompromising as she pointed at Dr. Holland. Whether he was willing or not didn't concern her right now. Holland and the tree spirits were like a bickering married couple, both stubborn, neither willing to yield first, which was how things had deteriorated to this point. Thea planned to use force to suppress both sides, then they could sort out their relationship later. Both parties looked uncomfortable, but Dr. Holland was a good man. Concerned about the situation outside, he apologized first and finally regained the green's approval. Looking at the newly transformed green giant that was Swamp Thing, Thea felt nostalgic. Years ago, she'd seen him as godlike. Now he seemed ordinary. Just as she'd initially suspected, entering this space confirmed it. This place was indeed source energy, or used to be. Now it had changed beyond recognition and could no longer help anyone ascend to godhood. But over the long years, this mutated source had found a way to channel its power. It chose ordinary people as avatars to wield this strength. In Thea's assessment, Swamp Thing was fused with a false source. Technically speaking, he could be called a pseudo-god. From a broader perspective, he was similar to the Vengeance Goddess squad trained by dear old grandma, no true divine throne, flashy on the outside but hollow inside. Just as the group was about to leave, Thea suddenly asked, do you know why the rot is expanding so aggressively? She'd only asked casually, not expecting an answer. But surprisingly, they did know. The elder tree spirit said bitterly, humans have gone too far. These past 2 months, they've been mining minerals everywhere like madmen, smelting steel and iron. The living space for plants has been compressed to its limits. The balance was completely shattered. Of course the rot seized the opportunity. Oh. Thea thought the elder spirit made a good point. Then she noticed Batman and Poison Ivy looking at her strangely. She was confused. Why are you looking at me? Thoughts raced through her mind, colliding rapidly. From the spirit's mention of smelting steel and iron, she pieced together the most likely answer. Could it be my Pacific Rim project that drove humans to massively exploit and damage the environment? Her neck stiff with guilt, she glanced at Batman. He nodded subtly in confirmation. Thea could only facepalm. So the root of this entire crisis was her. Chapter 554, Chapter 553, Seeking the Red. Thea knew the brutal truth but showed no embarrassment. She left the green with an expressionless face. The environmental damage was already done, there was no point dwelling on it. Better to focus on the present. Back in the Batcave, Swamp Thing, having regained his power, could now sense the detailed state of the entire natural world. Using the information he provided, Batman could finally create rough dosage charts for the spray, suppressing the rot without letting the green run too rampant. The immediate crisis was basically resolved. Finding a way to make the rot back down became the new challenge. According to Swamp Thing's feedback, the rot kept counterattacking with varying intensity, making it hard to predict. Both Thea and Batman suspected someone was controlling it from behind the scenes. Analyzing the cause, finding the mastermind, then beating them into submission, this was Batman's tried-and-true method from over a decade of operating in Gotham. The approach might be crude, but this process could handle 90% of the world's toughest problems. Thea didn't have a better solution at the moment. The only trouble was, where was this enemy? Abby might be able to help me open a passage to the rot. Swamp Thing suggested tentatively. Absolutely not. The time differential between the rot and our world is too extreme. The green flows at the same rate as us because it's all plant life, but the rot is composed of the dead. I don't think they need time at all. Forget that idea, don't you dare go in there. Thea immediately shot down his suggestion. In the original timeline, this champion of the green and the red's chosen warrior, Animal Man, had both been hot-headed youths who'd charged into the rot yelling about counterattacks. The time ratio there was 1 minute to 1 year. Because they'd taken most of the green and red's power with them, by the time they emerged, they discovered that the balance had shattered. The entire world had been corrupted by the rot, becoming a rot world. Just 1 year had passed outside, but Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, all dead. Tragic didn't even begin to describe it. Thea absolutely would not allow such a brainless move. The Abby that Swamp Thing mentioned was another tragedy. She was Swamp Thing's lover but also the earthly avatar of the rot. The two had enacted nature's version of Romeo and Juliet, ultimately both abandoning their human identities to become part of the natural balance. Thea vaguely knew about this person. She didn't ask for details, but Batman would never let such information slip by. Who was Abby? Where was she? What was her full name? What did her ancestors do? He peppered Swamp Thing with questions until the creature was thoroughly confused. This person is important. She should be kept under protective watch, Batman concluded. His interrogation technique was skillful, easily extracting considerable information from Swamp Thing. He immediately recognized the implications. Thea supported the suggestion. Not going to the rot and protecting Abby weren't mutually exclusive. These female leads all had pathetically weak combat ability but loved courting death. If Abby died, it would mean the rot gained another powerful champion, making things even more difficult. Zatanna, who'd been idle the whole time, took a photo of Abby and volunteered to fetch her. Meanwhile, Thea began considering the red. In the original timeline, Animal Man represented the red. In this timeline, she didn't know if he was keeping a low profile or simply hadn't officially adopted the Animal Man identity yet. She couldn't find any relevant information online. Doctor, try contacting the red. We need its power, Thea said. We're not from the same power source. How am I supposed to contact them? Swamp Thing's voice was deep and rumbling. He thought Thea was joking. The red represents life force. Leaving humans aside for now, wild animals definitely eat plants. Maybe you can work something out from that angle. Otherwise, with the entire human population to search through, we'll never find the red, Thea explained. Seeing he still didn't understand, she broke it down further. Look, large animals eat small animals eat plants, that's our ecosystem, right? Swamp Thing nodded. Thea continued, if a small animal eats a plant but doesn't digest it before getting swallowed by a larger animal, theoretically you could sense the movement of life through those undigested plant materials. Through this biological network, you might find traces of the red. Thea had never tried this herself. She could only offer a rough approach. Swamp Thing, being a doctor, would need to figure out the specifics. His intelligence should be up to the task. Swamp Thing concentrated hard, like he was charging up an ultimate attack. After a long while, he said uncertainly, I'm getting faint responses, but I'm detecting 2 targets. Animal Man and his daughter. That was Thea's first thought, but she immediately realized she was wrong. Swamp Thing continued, one is in Southern California. The other seems to be in San Francisco. 2 targets appearing confused Thea, but when confused, she simply stopped thinking about it. Whoever they were, she'd bring them back first. Batman strongly objected to bringing so many unrelated people to the Batcave. What the hell, this is turning into a tourist attraction. Haven't you noticed Batgirl and the 3rd Robin don't even dare come in anymore? Thea realized he had a point. Constantly using the Batcave wasn't appropriate. Her identity wasn't secret, and she had plenty of facilities. They agreed to meet in Metropolis instead. 2 years ago, Queen Consolidated had purchased a massive complex in Metropolis with every type of entertainment and training facility. The original plan had been to recruit members and run it as a luxury club, but Metropolis had never been peaceful, so it had never officially opened. With her vast resources, Thea had initially forgotten about it. Later, driving past one day, she'd realized the building's location and architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the Justice League's Hall of Justice from the future. The place was still sitting vacant. She gave them this address, located in the western part of the city center, not far from the Daily Planet headquarters, with beautiful surroundings, convenient transportation, and comprehensive facilities. Thea told them to meet there, then she and Batman split up to search for their respective targets. Swamp Thing transformed his body into countless plants, able to provide both of them with rough directional guidance. Poison Ivy, noticing Zatanna hadn't returned yet, excused herself and flew off wearing her yellow ring to help. Thea headed to San Francisco while Batman took the Batplane to Southern California. Chapter 555, Chapter 554, Beast Boy. Swamp Thing's sensing was vague. Finding a specific person in a modern city was extremely difficult. Thea didn't rely entirely on him. Her AI continuously scanned San Francisco for any animal-related anomalies during this period. Unfortunately, it came up empty. This district wasn't wealthy, and the poor didn't have the habit of uploading their daily lives to the internet. Gideon expanded the search parameter several times, but the results remained the same. What doesn't exist can't be found, no matter how intelligent the AI. Which superhero lived here? Thea thought hard but drew a blank. There were simply too many superheroes, and this was a real world. Many wouldn't stick to one city like their lives depended on it. Swamp Thing's guidance ended at a massive slum district. Batman's search had also hit a dead end. Searching for someone without a name, gender unknown, even the super-intelligent Batman faced a challenge. Thea activated her invisibility and began wandering the area. The local police had no records of any superhero activity here, making her suspect her target probably wasn't Animalman. Whoever possessed the red had to be a mutant. She searched through records from nearby hospitals. Beyond lamenting that healthcare costs were highest where people were poorest, she found nothing. Out of desperation, she pulled out Clotho's compass. Unfortunately, with so few search parameters, no name, no gender, the compass spun uselessly and found nothing. By the end, Thea was completely lost. Who am I looking for? Where should I go? Her head full of philosophical questions, she wandered aimlessly through the district. Fortunately, Gideon's search capabilities pulled through. The police had nothing, the hospitals had nothing, but finally it found a clue on a forum. Rare tropical disease, unknown serum. This has to be him. Thea felt a small thrill of excitement. Gideon had found a photo of a somewhat handsome young boy with a distinctly green face that looked rather off. Thea recognized him. This was Beast Boy from the Teen Titans. Though he looked several years younger than she remembered. This kid was hard to find. Gideon, I found him. Instead of going to a proper hospital for his illness, he trusted some medical facilities' free treatment offer and gotten injected with even more questionable serums, finally turning completely green and escaping from the lab. With a face to work from, the search became much easier. The massive satellite network activated, running facial recognition through street cameras everywhere. Thea pulled out the compass to confirm the direction. 3 minutes later, she was standing outside a small house. She knocked gently. No answer. Activating her supervision to see inside, she smiled with amusement. Using a bit more force, she pushed the door open and walked in. The house had a strong lived-in feel. Bread was baking in the oven, and a plate of sausages sat on the living room table. Yet the house was completely silent. Anyone home? Thea decided to play along with his little game. The house remained utterly quiet. Only her footsteps could be heard. Come out, Garfield Logan. I don't mean any harm. World peace needs you. Little frog, I'm talking to you. I'm right, aren't I? Beast Boy had the ability to transform into any animal. After a few circuits around the small house, Thea reached his hiding spot. He'd turned into a frog and hidden in a pile of clothes. Unfortunately, under Thea's supervision, it was completely useless. Thea had to admire his transformation ability. Probably because he was young, the animals he became also had a certain youthful quality. Right now, she thought the frog he'd become looked quite adorable. Human and frog stared at each other for several seconds. Thea's smile was radiant as she extended a slender, jade-white finger and poked the frog's head. Natural frogs were never this clean, obviously fake. This kid still lacked experience. Beast Boy seemed to think he could still fool her. To demonstrate his ordinariness, he even croaked twice. Thea found it increasingly amusing, repeatedly pushing the frog's head down. He'd lift it back up, and she'd push it down again, utterly entertained. Beast Boy got annoyed at being toyed with. Abandoning his disguise, he transformed into a gorilla with a loud whoosh, roaring at this strange woman who'd invaded his home with what he hoped was a fierce expression. Wow. Thea's eyes lit up immediately. Unlike Grodd, that big, brutish, dirty gorilla, Beast Boy's small ape form perfectly matched her aesthetic. Most importantly, he was clean, and his green fur was nice and smooth. Like lightning, Thea whipped out her phone and took a selfie with herself and the little ape in the same frame. The camera flash startled Beast Boy for a moment. Then, realizing what had happened, he became even angrier. Despite being less than a meter tall, he jumped up, trying to slap Thea's face. Thea didn't take him seriously at all. She pushed him back down with one hand and snapped 2 more photos. If Beast Boy had been a few years older with some combat experience, he would have realized her strength far exceeded his limits, in other words, he should run. But right now, his mind wasn't mature. This was peak adolescent stubbornness. Can't beat her. Still gotta fight. Deciding the gorilla wasn't working, he transformed into a kangaroo, a rhinoceros, a hippo, and a wolf. But the result was the same each time. Thea pinned him down and took photos. What he thought were fierce, intimidating forms looked to Thea like a little kangaroo, little rhino, little hippo, and little wolf, all radiating an aura of adorable stupidity that shot straight to the heavens. Thea genuinely loved small animals. She was good friends with Aquaman's companion Yawara, who'd given her many exotic pets. Little tigers, little lions, her Star City estate and Metropolis villa were both full of them. Wonder Woman's assessment was that this was typical behavior for a spoiled rich girl from the big city. In short, boredom. In the Amazon's eyes, animals of any size were enemies. Thea felt incredibly fortunate right now. Thank goodness she came to San Francisco. Thank goodness she'd encountered an even younger Beast Boy. As he aged, the animals he transformed into would grow proportionally larger, and they wouldn't be cute anymore. Forget about the Rot World crisis, she'd deal with that later. To preserve this beautiful moment, she kept teasing Beast Boy, capturing his especially cute or human-like expressions on camera to enjoy later. Like right now, the kid had transformed into a bear. Of course, to Thea it looked more like a little bear. Practically boiling with rage, Beast Boy extended his 2 short, thick front paws in what he hoped was a threatening display. Too adorable. Thea immediately ran behind him, pinned his paws, rested her chin on his head, and used her mage hand to control the phone, frantically snapping dozens more photos. Seeing the floating phone, Beast Boy's reason finally returned somewhat. He realized this woman had supernatural abilities, and he broke out in a cold sweat. An almost human expression of fear on the little bear's face only made Thea more satisfied. She used psychic power to restrain him, crouched beside him, made a peace sign, and took another dozen photos. Retrieving her phone, she reviewed the results. Really quite excellent. Thea planned to show Wonder Woman next time, to foster the warrior goddess's love for small animals. Thea had always considered this her responsibility. Chapter 556, Chapter 555, Communicating with Beast Boy. The little bear's trembling finally caught Thea's attention. Did I overdo it? She quickly released the spell. Beast Boy's reaction was remarkably quick. The moment he sensed freedom, he transformed into a cheetah and charged at the window. In his mind, once he broke through the glass and got outside, he'd have escaped the lion's den. He was familiar with the surrounding environment, definitely enough to shake off this mysterious woman. The plan was good. Reality was cruel. With tremendous momentum, he crashed directly into his own window. The glass that could normally be broken with a tossed coin was suddenly as hard as rock today. Clang. A dull sound, and Beast Boy sat dumbly on the ground, staring at the window with despair written all over his face. Thea laughed until she was nearly breathless. She didn't dare hit the wall, her strength was too great. This simple house, which she'd sealed with basic magic, couldn't withstand her current power level. Just as Beast Boy wondered whether he'd live to see tomorrow's sun, a phone call temporarily spared him from her grasp. Thea glanced at the phone, Batman calling. She shouted at Beast Boy, transform back. Stay put and behave. You can't escape from me. Only then did she answer. Batman's voice came through unchanged. I've already found Buddy Baker and his family. What's your situation? Thea's supervision saw Beast Boy searching everywhere for an escape route. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the mysteries of magic. She replied calmly to Batman, I found someone, but it's a child. I still need to talk to his parents first. Garfield Logan was only 9 years old. Villains could just kidnap people, but heroes still had to maintain some image. Then hurry. Batman ended the call concisely. Hearing her phone conversation finish, and having failed to find any exit, Beast Boy had no choice but to release his transformation and shuffle out reluctantly. Green hair, green skin, green eyes, wearing a red tracksuit, Beast Boy saw Thea sitting on his family's sofa, her gaze constantly sizing him up. Frightened, he stood far away. I said it before, but you probably didn't hear. Let me say it again, the world has encountered a major problem, a huge crisis that needs your power. This time Thea was more serious, though amusement still lingered between her brows. A 9-year-old child couldn't detect it. Beast Boy was young and occasionally silly, but his brain was quite clever. To him, someone as powerful as Thea needing his help meant the trouble she mentioned must be incredibly dangerous. He immediately shook his head. I'm still small. I can't do anything. His voice was careful, and he looked like a child about to be abducted. Thea examined him carefully without speaking. Animalman was the legitimate chosen one of the Red. This kid was like Poison Ivy, someone who'd found a loophole and gained some of the Red's power. Either way, bringing him along couldn't hurt. Looking at his family's circumstances, they weren't exactly well off. Yet despite having such strong abilities, he hadn't done evil, clearly a natural-born superhero. Thea's skill at persuasion was nearly maxed out. She immediately began analyzing the severity of the current situation, pointing out how valuable his abilities were. From the height of all humanity, she elevated his importance to an unparalleled level. Even if this crisis passes, you still need training related to your abilities, plus basic social interaction, schooling, these are all things you need. At the mention of school, Beast Boy looked downcast. The students at school all avoid me. My skin. Thea suspected there was far more to it than he was saying. America had no shortage of bad kids. Meeting someone with green skin and not bullying them a bit. That would be ridiculous. Superman, Flash, pick any one, they were all bullied as children. With Beast Boy being this obviously green, facing some cold stares, harsh treatment, and beatings was perfectly normal. Those with poor character who later gained power became villains. Those with strong hearts became heroes. This was an important part of their life journey. She had no intention of interfering with others' growth processes. Instead, she sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for something. What are you waiting for? To save the world. In San Francisco. Beast Boy asked tentatively. I'm waiting for your parents. I'm not a bad person, many things need to be clearly explained to them. Also, you need to come with me to Metropolis. All the resistance forces are gathering there. Beast Boy's mind instantly filled with images of righteous heroes fighting monsters. His inherently good nature found that very appealing. But soon he realized something else. My parents get off work very late. They won't come home this early. Don't worry. 3 minutes ago, I purchased the shipping company your father works for in the supermarket where your mother is employed. They're on their way home now. Thea said it lightly. A few million, barely worth mentioning. Beast Boy's jaw dropped as he stared at her in shock. Still young, he didn't understand what all this implied. Thea closed her eyes to rest, waiting about 10 minutes before a middle-aged couple walked in. Mr. Logan had developed a large beer belly in middle age. His expression showed some worry, and his face bore no mutton chops, nor would adamantium claws emerge from his hand bones. Thea felt much more reassured. Unlike 9-year-old Beast Boy, the couple recognized Thea, at least they'd seen her on television. Now hearing her speak so seriously about the world crisis, about needing their son's help, left them dizzy and dreamlike. Thanks to Lois's fearless reporting, many citizens knew the world had experienced some strange occurrences. They just felt it was distant from themselves, treating it as casual conversation fodder. Now, with Thea, a heavyweight figure, personally meeting with them, even directly purchasing the companies they worked for and having company leaders urge them home to discuss this matter, the couple felt as if the survival of all humanity rested on their shoulders. Beast Boy's sense of justice was inseparable from his parents. The couple quickly made their decision, agreeing to let Thea take their son. I'll bring him back safely, don't worry. An adult is the main force, Garfield Logan's power is just insurance. Thea comforted the middle-aged couple. Her celebrity status was quite useful. Though still concerned, they let Thea take their son away. Teleporting in front of ordinary people was too unconventional, would increase the couple's psychological burden. They'd think their son was going to do something extremely dangerous. Thea pulled Beast Boy along, walking until they were completely out of the couple's sight before activating teleportation. Chapter 557, Chapter 556, Assembling the Team. The teleportation was unremarkable. Beast Boy, still caught up in the melancholy of leaving his parents behind, barely had time to process his emotions before the world blurred around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself somewhere completely unfamiliar. Welcome to Metropolis, kid. Thea grinned proudly as Beast Boy craned his neck, taking in his new surroundings. Wait, Metropolis. They'd traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Beast Boy wanted to question it, but the memory of Thea toying with him earlier kept him quiet. He bit back his doubts and said nothing. Inside what Thea had named the Hall of Justice, Poison Ivy and Zatanna had already returned with Abby, Swamp Thing's girlfriend. Even though Batman's jet had left before Thea, it was still en route. Beast Boy's eyes widened as he spotted Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy. A wave of relief washed over him, he wasn't the strangest-looking person here after all. His attention shifted to Abby. With her striking silver hair, youthful beauty, and trendy outfit, she was hard to miss. What made the scene bizarre was seeing this fashionable woman wrapped in the arms of Swamp Thing, a creature composed entirely of vines and vegetation, barely resembling anything human. The contrast was jarring. Thea told Beast Boy to stay put and turn to Poison Ivy. What took you so long? With your abilities and Zatanna's, what kind of monster could possibly hold you up? Poison Ivy looked frustrated. When I arrived, Zatanna was battling some massive thing made of rotting bones and flesh. It called itself Set, the Storm God. My plants were completely unresponsive there, I had to rely on my ring's power to fight our way out. Set, the Storm God. Thea searched her memory but came up blank. Earth had seen countless deities throughout history. Like the Hawaiian shark god she'd killed before, most were obscure, known only to scholars of local mythology, if at all. The Set that Poison Ivy mentioned likely fell into the same category, probably some minor tribal deity swept away during Ragnarok, now resurrected by the rod as a puppet. As a new god herself, Thea didn't consider such weak former gods a threat. After questioning Zatanna further, Thea learned more. As a descendant of Leonardo da Vinci and an accomplished sorceress with a strong magical lineage, Zatanna shouldn't have struggled against some undead god. The problem was the rot's unique properties, it granted everything a form of immortality. Zatanna had dismantled Set 3 times, only for him to regenerate fully each time. If Poison Ivy hadn't manifested a barrage of constructs with her ring, escaping would have been much harder. As they talked, everyone noticed Beast Boy. After staying still for exactly 3 minutes, the kid's restless energy kicked in. He wandered around, poking at equipment he'd never seen before, curiosity written all over his face. When he was absorbed in a computer game, the door opened. His eyes went wide, his voice full of shock and excitement. Batman. Thea bristled. This kid recognized Batman but not her. Fine. She'd remember that. But there was no time for petty revenge. Her attention shifted to the family of 3 behind Batman. Animalman stood with his wife and daughter. Unlike the resilient, tenacious life force of the Green, the Red's energy felt more primal, fierce and vibrant. In Thea's vision, the life flames of Animalman and his daughter burned bright and strong. Thea and Batman exchanged a glance and nodded. She called everyone together for a meeting. As a superhero who had protected Gotham for over a decade, Batman's reputation was unmatched. The fact that Beast Boy recognized him but not Thea proved that point. Naturally, the task of briefing everyone fell to Batman. Thea sat off to the side, sorting through photos she'd just taken. She was selecting the best angles and clearest shots to send to Diana. Maybe these adorable animal pictures would help cultivate her softer side. Earlier, she and Diana had talked on the phone for a while. Diana had asked if she needed to come back and help, but Thea declined. Physical attacks weren't particularly effective against the rot's corrosive energy. It was better for Diana to continue her search for the source. Beast Boy, whose sharp eyes had been watching Thea the whole time, noticed her scrolling through photos. But with Batman commanding the room, the hyperactive kid resisted the urge to snap at her, for now. Soon, Beast Boy's attention drifted to Animalman, Buddy Baker. Since Thea hadn't bothered explaining anything about the Red, the kid only felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with this stern-looking man. But it was Buddy's daughter, 8-year-old Maxine Baker, who really caught his interest. Despite his young age, a protective instinct surged within him. He had to keep this girl, a year younger than him, safe. I won't let anyone or anything hurt her, 9-year-old Gar Logan silently vowed. Lost in thought, he was jolted back by a loud bang. Buddy Baker, already serious, was now slamming his fist on the table in anger. You're spraying that serum all over the planet, and it's suppressing the Red's domain too. They're furious about it. The Green is the main force resisting the rot, Swamp Thing replied slowly, his tone far from polite. Every plant on this planet is fighting back. You should be grateful, not complaining. Then why did you even call me here? I can protect my wife and daughter on my own. Buddy's temper flared at Swamp Thing's blunt response. Batman coughed, signaling to Thea to put her phone away. It was her turn to speak. Since ascending to godhood, Thea's perception had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. She knew when someone said her name, when someone looked at her. She immediately pocketed her phone and put on a serious expression. Mr. Baker, I think you misunderstand. We didn't ask you here, you need us. Maintaining the balance of all life is your responsibility. The current crisis stems from the lack of communication and cooperation between the Green and the Red. If there were any other option, superheroes wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. We're heroes who ensure human civilization can develop peacefully. We're not here for plants, and we're not here for animals. Standing on the moral high ground felt good. Animalman, despite his frustration, couldn't come up with a counterargument. Instead, he shifted his focus to Abby, seated beside Swamp Thing. If I'm not mistaken, this woman is the avatar of the rot, isn't she? Why is she here? She's our enemy. Animalman pointed accusingly at Abby. Shut your mouth. Abby's not a bad person, she's never hurt anyone. Abby kept her head down, saying nothing, but Swamp Thing erupted in anger, roaring at Animalman. The two were locked in a standoff, tension rising visibly. Chapter 558, Chapter 557, Deliberations. The green of Swamp Thing's body deepened, vines along his arms writhing like venomous snakes waiting to strike. Animal Man wasn't backing down either. His body contained the peak abilities of every animal on Earth, a T-Rex's strength, a moth's sense of smell, a cheetah's speed, a worm's regenerative powers. With all these traits combined, he stared down Swamp Thing without an ounce of fear. Seeing her boyfriend standing up for her, the equally strong-willed Abby couldn't access the Rot's power yet, but that didn't stop her from pulling a handgun from behind her back and aiming it at Animal Man. This is getting ridiculous, Thea thought. Batman's wariness of superpowered individuals sometimes had merit. These people were volatile, quick to anger, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The sudden power had changed them so drastically that they'd forgotten who they used to be. And these were the good guys, heroes with strong moral character. If even they acted like this, it was easy to understand how ordinary people with weaker personalities could become villains at the first sign of trouble. Two pseudo-gods, Thea saw through them instantly. Like the Furies under Granny Goodness, they carried traces of primordial power but lacked true divine authority. The difference was that Apocalypse had Granny Goodness to brainwash and discipline their pseudo-gods, preventing them from losing control. Earth had no such expert. The sudden surge of power had thrown both men off balance. They hadn't even reached their full potential yet, they had the template of pseudo-gods but hadn't fully grown into it. To Thea, pseudo-gods were a joke, flashy but hollow. And these two, still incomplete, barely registered on her radar. Sit down. Her voice was soft and measured, almost casual. No one else in the room noticed anything unusual. But the two about to clash felt an overwhelming pressure, not physical, but emanating from deep within their souls. They had a strange, visceral sensation, if they didn't sit down immediately, their very souls would be crushed. Stunned, they slowly lowered themselves into their seats. Abby, still holding her gun, saw the conflict defuse and sat down as well, confused but compliant. Batman spoke up again. The Rot is only temporarily suppressed. Every second we talk, it's pushing back. I need to ask Abby, is there someone controlling all of this from behind the scenes? All eyes turned to the silver-haired woman. Even someone as tough as Abby felt awkward under the scrutiny, stammering, unable to form a coherent response. Even without reading her facial expressions, it was obvious she had no information. Batman looked at Thea. Asterisk now what? Are we just holding a town hall meeting with everyone involved, asterisk? Thea thought for a moment. Abby, can you still connect to the Rot? The silver-haired woman's shoulders trembled slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant. She hesitated. For years, I've stayed within the Green's domain specifically to suppress the Rot's call. As long as I'm alive, I should still be able to connect to it. Are you thinking of going in to investigate? Like you did with the Green? Batman asked cautiously. No. I'm not going. Thea firmly rejected the idea. Time flows differently between realms, and I'm not at the point where I can ignore time yet. Since merging with the Source, her lifespan had become an infinitely large number, but that didn't mean she could disregard the passage of time. New gods who had merged with the Source existed across the timeline, at both the beginning and the end. The Source was her, and she was the Source. At the start of time, there was the Source. At the end of time, there was her. This was why their lives were infinite. Even if a flashpoint event occurred, she, anchored at the Source, wouldn't be affected. Anyone directly connected to her would resist being rewritten by the timeline, and even if altered, they'd be automatically corrected. In the worst-case scenario, even if Moira were erased, the timeline would conjure a sister with Moira's exact bloodline, Moira 2.0, Moira 3.0, whatever, to fall in love with Malcolm and give birth to Thea, regardless of time or place. This illogical, unscientific ability was the passive trait granted by the Source. She was trade itself, wealth itself. Unless those concepts were erased, she would continue to exist. But even with such an incredible ability, time still affected her. The differing flow rates between realms still applied. She wasn't about to waste time vacationing in the Rot just to gain insight into some decay godhood. That didn't fit her style at all. I'm definitely not going, and I'd advise you not to either. However, Abby, if you want to permanently avoid the Rot's call, I have a solution. What solution? Both Swamp Thing and Abby perked up, staring at her intently. Split off a portion of your soul, cut away the part connected to the Rot completely. Create an entirely new person to inherit the Rot in your place. The cost is that you'll become a normal human from then on. Actually, making a clone would be easiest, but with Batman right there, it wasn't convenient. Using magic as a workaround was a bit more troublesome but still doable. Asterisk, is that even possible? Asterisk. Abby and Swamp Thing looked at each other, half believing, half doubting. For them, being normal was a blessing, being a monster was never their choice. That's amazing. What do I need to do? Whether it was Thea's reputation as a superhero or her credentials as a leading biomedical genius, Abby trusted her. The chance to sever the bloodline connection and become an ordinary person had always been her dream. She responded eagerly. First, your blood is the rot's primary identification marker. I'll need to extract a large quantity. As for the body, I can create one with magic. The body doesn't matter, your soul and blood are what's essential. When this substitute enters the rot, it can take your place and fulfill your role. At that point, you'll be able to use the soul connection to investigate what's actually happening inside the rot. Thea recalled that Abby's uncle had exploited a loophole to gain partial control of the rot's power, eventually causing things to spiral out of control and threaten the entire world's balance. But whether he was the one causing trouble several years ahead of schedule, she wasn't sure. Official records listed him as dead for years. Thea wanted to confirm the mastermind's identity first, then trace the problem back to its source. To gain their trust, Thea conjured matter from thin air. She claimed it was magic, but in reality, she'd infused it with divine power. Even Zatanna, who had been skeptical of Thea's boasting, stared wide-eyed. As Thea chanted and cast the spell, it didn't take long before a shadowy, featureless figure, like a censored silhouette, materialized before them. Chapter 559, Chapter 558, Soul Division. What the hell is this thing? Abby stared at the pitch-black figure. This was supposed to be her duplicate. Was Thea joking? The thing looked like someone had dumped a bucket of ink on it. If it closed its eyes and mouth, you couldn't even see its face. This thing looks weird. Beast Boy glanced at the shadowy figure's lower region. It didn't even have the necessary parts. Could this thing even function as a person? It's just a placeholder. It doesn't have a brain, don't look at me like that. I mean, it literally has no brain. No heart, spleen, stomach, or kidneys either. No circulatory system, no blood production. Your blood is essentially a passport, Abby. The rot doesn't need blood. What matters is your soul. Thea watched them circle around her 3-minute creation, examining it from every angle. Even Batman and Zatanna leaned in curiously. She hurried to explain, this wasn't a matter of skill. Those organs simply weren't necessary. For us, a human face is an identifying feature. But to the rot, it's all about blood and, more fundamentally, the soul. I'm right about that, aren't I? She turned to Swamp Thing and Animal Man for confirmation. Both felt like she was explaining something beyond their full understanding, but they nodded anyway, pretending to get it. Step 2, extracting blood. Abby, please lie down inside it. Thea produced her signature medical pod, a device now ubiquitous worldwide. Thanks to it, 70% of the world's medical professionals had been forced to change careers. But the upside was that everyone was used to seeing it. Abby didn't hesitate. She lay down without protest. In less than 10 minutes, 10% of her blood had been extracted. The pod didn't just draw blood, it simultaneously injected a serum that stimulated her body's blood production. Even after losing a tenth of her blood, Abby emerged looking perfectly healthy. Soul division wasn't something to perform publicly. Since this was Thea's base, she led Abby into a side room. Dealing with villains would be simple, just rip the soul out. Morgan Le Fay's grimoire had plenty of spells for that. But Thea's heroic image required a gentler approach. Fortunately, that wasn't a problem. She activated the hypnotic function of her wealth-based divine power, entering the deepest recesses of Abby's mind. This is nasty. Inside the mental plane, Thea observed Abby's soul. Her mortal-level mental strength had been corroded beyond recognition. Countless nightmare creatures roamed her mental world. Decay, rot, and the stench of death saturated everything. Even as a god, Thea nearly gagged at the putrid aura seeping from Abby's soul. This wasn't a matter of moral corruption, it was something fundamental. The essence was so vile that even her incorporeal spirit could smell it. The rot had penetrated deep. She synchronized their souls, then gently exerted her power, drawing Abby's soul out of her body. A smell a million times worse than rotting garbage or spoiled eggs began to permeate the room. Thea nearly stumbled from the assault on her senses. She quickly erected a barrier around Abby's soul. If this stench spread through Metropolis, at least a third of the population would die. Once the barrier was in place, she finally had a chance to examine the soul properly. Horrifying didn't begin to cover it. Normal human souls were colorless and transparent. Some mages' souls reflected the color of their magic, a result of their essence being partially saturated by magical energy. But Abby's soul was murky and foul, like sludge or some expired product left to rot in the sun. The only good news was that her head remained relatively clear, which meant the plan could still work. Using the Sword of Victory would purify her completely, and probably kill her in the process. God's lair would be equally fatal. Against something this tainted, the Father Box's righteous fire would incinerate her in seconds. Thea had to use the slowest method. Divine power could be applied to any situation, including this delicate surgery. She couldn't just cut randomly. Hacking away at the soul would destroy Abby completely. Even the High Father himself couldn't piece her back together. The better approach was to redirect the corruption rather than simply sever it. Mages were notorious for their reckless experiments, and Thea had just the right spell for this. It was a technique modern mages had developed based on the concept of tower spirits, constructs housed in wizard towers to serve as assistants or apprentices. The spell had nothing to do with combat, but it was perfect here. Thea created a massive soul construct outside Abby's body to hold the decayed portions. Once the two were connected, she could see the rot actively trying to infect the new soul. Without hesitation, Thea began using fine threads of divine power to push the corrupted parts out of Abby's soul and into the construct. Cut off from the rot itself, the tainted fragments in Abby's soul were like water without a source, no match for Thea's divine power. They began transferring into the new construct. Thea swept through 3 times, driving every last trace of corruption into the new soul vessel. The originally spherical construct, now bloated with filth, began warping into an irregular shape. Bolstered by the influx of decay, the fragments started clamoring again. If left unchecked, they'd soon counterattack and reclaim Abby's body. Concentrating 10% of her divine power, Thea made a clean cut at the connection point. She gently pushed Abby's purified soul back into her body, then focused entirely on stabilizing the corrupted mass. I feel dizzy. Was that really inside me? Less than 3 minutes later, Abby woke up. Years of burden lifted in an instant. Though her head still spun, her spirits were higher than they'd been in ages. Dazed, she looked around and finally noticed the grotesque, writhing mass Thea was manipulating. It radiated malice, horror, and hatred for the living. Instinctively, she knew that was her. Or at least, it had been part of her. I was really that evil. Abby covered her mouth in shock, as if afraid the thing would come back for her. She scrambled backward on her hands and feet, putting distance between herself and the abomination. Thea didn't bother explaining that white wasn't synonymous with justice, nor was black synonymous with evil. For someone like Abby, who only wanted to live as a normal person, a simple black and white worldview was best. Simplicity wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 560, Chapter 559, Creating the Soul Duplicate. Abby, could you bring me the dummy body I made earlier? And the blood from the medical pod, the access code is H65. Thea could have summoned both with a simple spell, but she figured giving Abby something to do might keep her from spiraling into overthinking. Abby, terrified by the increasingly grotesque monstrosity that had been extracted from her, didn't need to be told twice. She bolted from the room. When she saw the featureless black figure still standing in the main hall, a nagging thought crept into her mind. Is my true nature a black figure? A black body to match a black soul? Remembering the horrific mass Thea was working on, the idea that thing had been inside her for years made her want to scrub herself raw. But she knew this wasn't the time. Ignoring Swamp Thing and the others' questions, she retrieved a 500 milliliter storage container from the medical pod, hoisted the dummy onto her back, and hurried back. One thought dominated her mind: finish this. Let me be normal again. That was fast. Thea noticed Abby's pale face and assumed her soul had been damaged. She offered a few words of reassurance before beginning the final step. She forcibly shoved the monstrosity, now resembling a feral creature more than anything human, into the black figure's body. The dummy's formerly symmetrical frame swelled grotesquely before their eyes, expanding until it stood 3 meters tall and over 2 meters wide. Its already genderless form became even more nightmarish and grotesque. The rot-infused soul transformed the figure entirely. It dropped from an upright stance to all fours. 2 additional arms sprouted from its ribs. Its featureless head split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The creature roared at them in defiance. Thea didn't indulge it. She poured Abby's blood directly into its open mouth. Since it had no circulatory system, it didn't matter where the blood went. Now came the crucial part. Thea began manipulating the flow of time around the creature. Finding an entrance to the rot would take time, and this thing was already on the verge of going berserk. It needed to calm down first. She set up a temporal barrier at a 100-to-1 ratio, then knocked the creature unconscious. By the time it woke up, it would likely already be inside the rot. Abby, can you still sense a connection to this thing? Thea asked, gesturing at the monstrosity. Abby focused inward. It's faint, barely there. Thea nodded. That matched her expectations. Abby was destined to be the rot's avatar. Even though Thea had severed the connection, the cosmic link couldn't be completely erased. I know this is difficult, but you need to reconnect with it. Controlling it is the only way we can learn what's happening inside the rot. I can destroy it easily, but the hard part is communication. You and it were once one being. That faint connection makes you the only person who can control it. As long as it inherits your position in the rot and doesn't wreak havoc, this whole crisis can finally end. Calm it down. Make it accept your control. This is your destiny, Abby. You can't avoid it. Thea broke down the logic step by step, making sure Abby understood. Abby's tough personality finally kicked in. Better it than me. If all she had to do was talk to this thing, fine. She'd do it. Following Thea's instructions, Abby used the lingering connection to reach out to the creature's chaotic mind, trying to soothe it. The creature was part of her, after all. They shared the same origin. The unconscious body might have been still, but its soul was raging until it sensed Abby's presence. It was the same voice. The same essence. The fractured soul recognized its other half, and like an abandoned child, it began to weep in the soul realm. The violent thoughts gradually subsided. The nightmarish soul duplicate slowly calmed under Abby's influence. Thea kept the spell active. The 100:1 time dilation was perfect, the slow passage of time would grind down its rage. Over time, it would adapt, accept, and eventually become accustomed to its new state. That process would reshape its personality. Slow-tempered beings rarely made good villains, or so Thea believed, anyway. Abby's dark side wasn't something for public display. Thea quietly instructed her to keep soothing the creature, then stepped out of the room. The moment she emerged, she realized things outside had gotten lively. "Mister, stop chasing me. I didn't mean anything by it, I swear." A small cheetah, Beast Boy, was sprinting desperately ahead. Behind him, Animal Man, Buddy Baker, was charging after him with a clenched fist, too furious to speak. Though Buddy couldn't shapeshift, he had a cheetah's speed. The two maintained a constant distance, one fleeing, one pursuing. Thea looked baffled. She had no idea what was going on. Fortunately, this was her base. She pulled up the security footage and started watching. She nearly burst out laughing. While she'd been working with Abby, the adults had split into groups, chatting among themselves. That left the only two kids, 9-year-old Beast Boy and 8-year-old Maxine Baker, to entertain each other. Unlike Swamp Thing, the Red's true chosen avatar wasn't Buddy, it was his daughter, Maxine. The 8-year-old girl was their official representative. Buddy was just along for the ride. As the Red's actual agent, Maxine exerted an almost magnetic pull on Beast Boy. Already a goofball by nature, Beast Boy had pulled out every trick in the book to make the little girl laugh. Thea's earlier training had apparently unlocked a new skill set. He'd somehow become a natural at charming girls. He transformed into all kinds of cute animals, a tiny tiger, a little lion, making exaggerated expressions and movements in his small, comical forms. The girl, who already loved animals, was in stitches. By the time Buddy heard her laughter and turned around, he saw Beast Boy mid-transformation into a baby elephant, spraying water with his trunk. "This little punk is flirting with my daughter right in front of me." Buddy's rage exploded. What followed was the chase scene Thea had walked in on. Buddy's pursuit looked fierce, but there was no real danger. He was a superhero and a grown man, he wasn't going to seriously harm a kid. At most, Beast Boy would get a good scolding. No one took it too seriously. Batman approached Thea. "This place works well as a meeting hall. We should use it for future strategy sessions." "Ah, so you just don't want everyone cramming into the Batcave anymore and are looking for a replacement." Thea understood his thinking and nodded in agreement. Honestly, it was awkward holding meetings about world peace and humanity's future in a dank, gloomy cave. Having an official superhero headquarters was a good idea. Chapter 561, Chapter 560, Counterattack. The matter of the headquarters was trivial. They settled it in passing during casual conversation, which came as a relief to Batman. No more meetings in the Batcave. "So we can launch the counteroffensive now." Animal Man and Beast Boy were still playing their chase game, while Thea and Batman discussed serious matters. The contrast created an absurd scene. "Absolutely. We'll head to the initial outbreak sites. If I'm right, those are where the rot's tendrils first broke through. We'll eliminate the creatures, locate the mastermind, and then suppress the green's overgrowth. At the same time, we'll use Abby to find the passage to the rot and send her soul duplicate through." Thea counted off the steps on her fingers, explaining them to Batman. All of these had to happen simultaneously, which made their limited manpower a problem. Coordinating everything would be mentally taxing. Naturally, she delegated those logistics to Batman. As a veteran superhero, he was well suited for the job. Just his presence commanded respect. The moment he stood up with that imposing demeanor, Animal Man and Beast Boy immediately stopped their chase. Batman outlined the battle plan in a few concise sentences. Superman, who had been flying around spraying the plant serum, returned as well. His cape and suit were stained green after dumping 7 or 8 barrels of the stuff, but the hero dedicated to protecting humanity had no time to worry about his appearance. He immediately asked for the latest intel. When he heard they were starting the counteroffensive, Superman volunteered to fight. With Superman's power, that's more than enough. Batman, you should stay behind. Thea worried about him getting infected by the rot. Losing him would be a massive blow to humanity. I've studied it. The rot spreads through mosquitoes and flies, not through the air. I came prepared. Just wait. Batman left them standing there and went to change. Less than 3 minutes later, he emerged in his black batsuit, though the material looked oddly familiar to Thea. Now fully enclosed, with not an inch of skin exposed, Batman's voice sounded even more muffled. Recognize it. 2 years ago, when you, Diana, and that guy who jumped out of the ocean were fighting, one of the enemies you defeated was Black Manta. His suit had unique properties. I reverse engineered it a while back. This suit is completely sealed, even a nanometer-sized needle couldn't penetrate it. It'll handle those mosquitoes just fine. Thea could only admire his thoroughness. Of course. This was peak Batman, seeing someone else's cool tech and immediately making his own version. Very on brand. Still, his assessment was correct. Black Manta's suit could keep out even the atom, a few mosquitoes wouldn't be a problem. Thea had her divine body. The rot's corruption couldn't touch her. Superman's defenses went without saying, if mosquitoes could hurt him, he might as well retire and go back to farming in Kansas. Now that Batman had his protective suit, all three of them were covered. Swamp Thing and Animal Man also had their respective immunity systems, so they could tag along. That settled the main strike team, though their roles had shifted from the main fighters to supporting roles. The others weren't suited for combat. Poison Ivy didn't have full access to the Green's power, which meant the rot could still affect her. Zatanna's magic was formidable, but her body was still human, her defenses weren't strong enough. As for Beast Boy and the others, there was no way they'd send a 9-year-old to the front lines. Kid, listen to me. Protect my daughter. If she loses even a single hair, I'll kill you. Animal Man, now in his combat suit, growled threateningly at Beast Boy. Thea watched Beast Boy tremble in exaggerated fear and had to suppress a laugh. She interrupted their dramatic farewell. Everyone, we're heading to Wyoming first. The mosquitoes and flies there are mutating too fast, the government is barely holding them back. The team nodded, and Thea teleported all 4 of them to Wyoming. The situation on the ground was far worse than expected. Military forces, government agencies, and civilian groups were all scrambling to exterminate the swarms, but the mutated insects seemed endless. Despite everyone's best efforts, they couldn't even slow the spread. Worse, the mosquitoes were infecting more people, turning them into the living dead. Wyoming had been a priority zone for the plant growth serum. Thanks to the massive influx of vegetation, the area was currently locked in a stalemate with the swarms, neither side gaining ground. The sight of the black clouds of insects made Thea's stomach turn. She racked her brain but couldn't think of a single spell designed for large-scale mosquito extermination. Neither ancient nor modern mages had ever bothered developing one. Why would they? You guys handle this. Thea decided her role was to come up with strategies and play chauffeur. Dirty work like this. That was a job for the boys. None of them wasted time. Each deployed their abilities and began the bug hunt. Batman tossed out a device resembling a bug zapper. It emitted a brilliant blue glow, luring the insects to their deaths. Superman relied on his supervision and superhearing, using heat vision to sweep through the swarms in wide arcs. Both were amateurs compared to Swamp Thing and Animal Man, who had the backing of cosmic forces. Swamp Thing seized control of every plant in the area. Plants had their own methods of hunting insects, they just lacked coordination until now. Under Swamp Thing's command, the vegetation launched a ferocious counteroffensive. Pitcher plants sprouted en masse, secreting nectar that insects found irresistible. The moment the bugs landed, the plants snapped shut, gotcha. Slow digestion followed. Venus flytraps dominated the tally. These natural carnivores had stunningly beautiful, vibrant leaves. Empowered by the green, their lush, inviting foliage lured swarms of insects to land, only to be snapped up and dissolved into sludge. Other plants joined the fray, some secreted venom, others released paralyzing or hallucinogenic gases. They were everywhere. Animal Man was at a relative disadvantage. The green's overwhelming presence in the area made it hard for him to exert his full strength. Plus, he was just a temp worker for the red. His impact was far smaller than Swamp Thing's. Still, he didn't stand idle. Using his ability to communicate with animals, he summoned frogs, geckos, dragonflies, and other insect predators to help. Under the combined efforts of the 4 warriors, and Thea occasionally lobbing a fireball, the swarm's perimeter gradually shrank, compressing toward the outbreak center. As the insects retreated, the devastation they'd left behind came into full view. Stiff-limbed bodies covered in diseased growths, both human and animal, began stumbling out from blood-soaked towns, desolate wilderness, and abandoned cars. Chapter 562, Chapter 561, Attack on the Nest. Can these people still be saved? Superman asked Thea, his voice heavy with reluctance. They've been dead for a long time. Thea examined them closely. The moment the mosquitoes and flies bit them, they were already gone. These people weren't fighting some ordinary pathogen, they were facing the rot itself. Even the smallest trace of this source-twisted corruption was far beyond what ordinary humans could withstand. The superheroes all held to their no-kill principle, and though these people were already dead, none of them could bring themselves to strike. Thea didn't particularly care either way, but she found the scene rather stomach-turning and didn't want to dirty her hands. 2 phone calls to the White House and the Pentagon later, Thea, no longer concerned about exposing her identity, gained supreme command over all military forces in Wyoming. Using military satellites and her supervision, Thea began coordinating the troops to eliminate the walking corpses. All frontline units were equipped with thermal imaging. Many of the mosquitoes and flies had a habit of hiding inside the corpses' bodies. During lulls in combat, Batman developed a device that emitted infrasonic waves to kill the insects en masse. Using local manufacturing equipment, he produced 5 units in one go and distributed them to the troops. The heroes swept the skies and ground clear of the swarm while the army, under Thea's efficient command, slowly but steadily reclaimed the city. The entire state of Wyoming had suffered catastrophic damage. Conservative estimates put the death toll at 100,000 out of 500,000 residents. Economic losses were incalculable. Yellowstone National Park, a famous landmark, had been dealt a devastating blow. Several canyons and waterfalls were now occupied by rotting animals, and the hot springs, geysers, pools, and fumaroles were all clogged with plasma and unidentifiable black sludge. Seeing this made Thea feel a pang of regret. Yellowstone's scenery was beautiful, one of the few American attractions Diana actually liked. With another potential date spot gone, Miss Queen felt a twinge of disappointment. After a brief discussion, the heroes agreed they needed to completely eradicate the swarm. Even a single escaped mosquito could deal a devastating blow to human society. Superman locked onto the insect's sound signature and began using his superhearing to hunt down stragglers. Thea drew inspiration from Batman's infrasonic mosquito killer and unleashed 2 low-frequency canary cries, personally demonstrating what it meant to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Using such a high-level spell against insects was probably unprecedented. The 5 heroes continuously swept the perimeter while ground forces advanced steadily with methodical precision. After confirming no insects had escaped, they finally pushed toward the source of the outbreak, Campbell County. This county, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers with a population of 30,000 and named after Wyoming Territory's first governor, had been transformed into a heavily desertified wasteland. Thea called a halt to the ground forces. What lay ahead was beyond their capability to handle. A force of death swirled above the city, accompanied by faint ripples of divine power. From the initial discovery of the insect plague to their current counterattack, transforming a city into a ghost town in less than half a day wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in the terrain destruction. Yellow sand billowed, heat waves surged, and even the wind carried a scorching, deathly stillness. This place could pass for the Middle East. Who would believe that half a day ago, this was where the Rocky Mountains met the Wyoming plains? After all, Wyoming came from a Native American word. Mountains and valleys with a desert in between. Ancient Native Americans would never name it that unless they were blind. The power to transform seas into wastelands and cities into deserts in half a day could only belong to a deity. This must be the territory of Set, the storm god that Poison Ivy and Zatanna had mentioned, some god from who knows what pantheon. Thea remained cautious, though not afraid. She'd even dared to roll up her sleeves and fight Hades himself. This storm god, dead for countless years and now drafted by the rot, was nothing in comparison. Thea had originally wanted Batman to coordinate from the rear, but that resourceful bastard had somehow remotely piloted his Batwing all the way to Wyoming. Swamp Thing could weave vines into wings, and Animal Man could mimic birds. All 5 of them could fly, more or less, so they continued forward as a group. After flying for less than 10 minutes, the city of the dead at the desert's heart finally revealed itself. Black and brown dominated the entire vista. The ground was coated in thick plasma. The blood had lost all vitality, what should have been the vibrant red of life had turned deep black. Bone structures were everywhere, human and animal skeletons piled haphazardly together in a grotesque architectural style. Walking corpses still shambled through the city. Many mountain animals had also been infected. Under the rot's control, humans and beasts alike had abandoned their natural behaviors, mindlessly patrolling with no thought or purpose until their bodies completely decomposed. Several birds circled overhead on patrol. Without supervision, the heroes only realized when they drew closer that these weren't birds at all, they were human heads with spinal columns attached to rotting avian corpses. The rot birds spotted Thea and the others, screeching harshly before diving toward them in a frenzy. These things weren't fast flyers. Their ability to disgust far exceeded their lethality. A few shots from the Batwing brought them all down. The heroes weren't here for a friendly visit. Since they'd been discovered anyway, there was nothing more to discuss. Time to fight. Thea stopped holding back and opened with Meteor Storm. Combining earth and fire elements, ordinary mages could only summon one as a finishing move. She summoned 20 in one breath, raining them down into the rotting city. The meteors, carrying tremendous kinetic energy and flames, crashed into the most densely populated areas of walking corpses. Many rotting humans and animals were vaporized by the high temperatures. But the next moment, even more corrupted creatures surged out of the city. On the rot's home turf, Swamp Thing and Animal Man's powers were severely weakened. Both were barely maintaining their transformations. Fortunately, Batman the Hack had anticipated this and made preparations. Batman had modified a venom canister from his old enemy Bane and given it to Swamp Thing, who now fought while carrying a large tank on his back, looking rather odd. The tank was filled with Batman's plant formula, which when refined slightly could tap into the green. As long as he didn't disconnect the tube, Swamp Thing could still fight. Animal Man didn't have such an external boost, but his requirements weren't as strict as Swamp Thing's. He could still unleash about 40 or 50% of his power. Batman's aircraft wasn't very effective against the suicidally fearless rotting humans and animals, so he chose to provide perimeter support. The main assault was left to Thea and Superman. Heat vision can't bend around corners, so it was somewhat limited. Superman began using his freeze breath for large-scale crowd control. Chapter 563, Chapter 562, The Real Mastermind. Thea coordinated with Superman's freeze breath, switching from meteor storm to ice-based spells, sleet storm, hailstorm, and large-area spells like ice cloud, blizzard, and ice tornado. Their efficiency was remarkable. The small county spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, dominated by brown and black tones, was now painted with a touch of stark white. The frost caused the temperature in this rotting, death-filled city to plummet dozens of degrees. The walking corpses, already hindered in movement, now struggled even more without the rot support flowing through them. The entity lurking deep beneath the city could no longer restrain itself. It had to stop the destruction. Set, the storm god, now the self-proclaimed Rot King, its entire body composed of rotting flesh and white bones, its throat devoid of living tissue, could only speak through the damaged organs of countless corrupted humans, transmitting its voice. Who are you? Kneel before the Supreme Rot King. Offer up your bodies. I will grant you infinite power. Oh. You've even brought the avatars of the green and the red. It seems you have no intention of surrendering. All the rotting humans spoke in unison, their voices sounding like tearing cloth, utterly grating. The words made Thea want to laugh. A blind fool. This creature hadn't even recognized that she was a god. It probably couldn't even distinguish between new gods and old gods. Perhaps only such an idiot would be seduced by the rot, abandoning divine dignity to become a pawn. That's right, despite calling itself the Rot King, this thing was nothing within the rot's hierarchy. It wasn't much more important than the rotting humans. It had once been a deity, even just a local god, but look how far it had fallen. Thea felt sorry for it. More laughable still, it wanted to recruit them, but immediately abandoned the idea after seeing Swamp Thing and Animal Man. What a foolish, ridiculous creature. However, since it mentioned Swamp Thing, Thea naturally had to give others a chance to shine. She nodded slightly, signaling Swamp Thing and Animal Man to go extract information first. Maybe this fool would spill everything about the mastermind with a slip of the tongue. Never overestimate villains' intelligence. They loved to monologue, terrified that heroes wouldn't understand their schemes. They rarely started fighting until they'd explained everything. Set, today marks your doom. The Parliament of Trees has sentenced you to death. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. Swamp Thing proclaimed with righteous fervor. The Red's judgment is about to fall upon you, monster. You will repent in hell for the deaths of the living. Animal Man declared with equal conviction. The declarations drew only mocking laughter from the villain. You threaten me. Threaten a god. How long have you been avatars of the green and red? How could you understand the profound truths contained in those powers? I'll strip the flesh from your bones. As all the rotting humans spoke simultaneously, a throne built from various bones slowly rose from the city center. A 5-meter-tall skeletal giant sat upon it, draped in rotting flesh, human and animal both. Its head wasn't human-shaped but resembled some insect. 2 bloody sockets where I should be gazed at them with interest. This is my domain, the rot's territory. How foolish of you to challenge me here. The skeletal giant, Set, used the rotting crowd to transmit cold laughter. Speak. Why have you disregarded the balance of nature to wage this war? Who's pulling your strings? Swamp Thing asked, following the script Thea and Batman had prepared for him. I am the Rot King. If I wish it, I can conquer everything. Listen well, I speak to you through the winds of death. I am the Storm God, the Rot Lord. Whether frozen wastes or barren deserts, the dead lands I rule span the world. No one commands me. Do you understand, you green freak? This time, the storm god didn't use the rotting crowd to transmit its message but channeled its voice through the wind itself, speaking in ethereal tones. Thea sighed. This creature's delusions of grandeur were beyond saving. Clearly just a pawn, yet pretending to be the big boss. She held up 2 fingers, making a 2 gesture. Swamp Thing understood, time for the second script. You're that powerful. I can't feel my connection to the green. Their backup plan was to feign weakness and trick the enemy into revealing more details. Unfortunately, Dr. Holland's acting skills left much to be desired. Luckily, he was currently a plant collective without facial expressions, and his opponent was brainless, so Swamp Thing's wooden recitation satisfied the creature immensely. Haha. This is nothing, just an insignificant fraction of my power. But you're not bad. Your understanding of the green rivals my subordinate Anton Arcane's understanding of the rot. Though you're far beneath me, you can take pride in that. The skeletal giant spoke with smug satisfaction. As it continued, it finally noticed something wrong. These people showed no fear or panic whatsoever. Actually, Thea and the others were having a quiet conversation. Batman had questioned Abby about her family history and immediately recognized the name's significance. Anton Arcane is Abby's uncle. He's highly likely to be the mastermind. Thea's memory of the Rot World storyline was hazy. She vaguely recalled the final battle being against Abby's father or uncle. This was probably Anton Arcane. Kneel, you insignificant worms. You've survived this long only because your status is too lowly to warrant my personal attention. Now your arrogance has cost you your one chance at life. I am angry, and I will punish you. Their disregard thoroughly enraged the storm god. This brainless fool channeled divine power, and a heat-radiating sandstorm formed in its hands, growing larger by the moment. I shall punish you in an unprecedented manner. I will bury you here in this land of death, deep beneath, but not let you die immediately. Only this will satisfy me. The minor deity grew more excited as it spoke. The tornado it controlled gradually extended to dozens of meters in height. The heroes still weren't worried. The tornado only looked frightening, the actual wind speed wasn't that fast. Any of them could dodge it if they wanted. Batman and the other 2 couldn't contribute much combat power. Superman looked at Thea, as if to ask, you or me? I'll handle it. This idiot is an embarrassment to all gods. Thea stepped forward 2 paces, looking at this creature that talked big but had pathetically weak combat power yet remained completely oblivious. Chapter 564, Chapter 563, Aftermath. They'd already extracted all the information they needed. No point in further talk. Thea opened with raw violence. This place had already begun manifesting characteristics of the Rot World. Unlike Hades' death-saturated underworld, the fire, earth, and dark elements in the air here had reached a certain scale. Thea would defeat the enemy with its own specialty. She instantly cast a fire tornado to neutralize the ultimate move it had been charging for ages, then under its horrified gaze, she shaped a fire dragon from pure flame. The blazing dragon tore set apart in moments. Human mage, you cannot harm me. I am immortal. Shattered to pieces, the storm god couldn't use wind to transmit its voice this time. It reverted to its old method, using the damaged vocal cords of rotting humans. The skeleton reassembled quickly. Before it finished speaking, the scattered remains of the storm god reformed into a rough humanoid shape. However, this time the bones seemed randomly extracted from human and animal bodies, lacking the previous craftsmanship. Thea frowned slightly. If it couldn't be killed, that was annoying. Actually, it could be killed, it just had the rot backing it. Unless Thea erased the rot's influence entirely, Set could continuously resurrect. Erasing the rot would mean complete imbalance in nature. She definitely couldn't do that. Human mage. Is that what your eyeless head observes? You blind fool, I am a new god. Thea dropped her playful attitude, finally getting somewhat serious. So what if it couldn't be killed quickly? Big deal. Stories had provided a solution for heroes facing unkillable demon kings, seal it. Thea had prepared several sealing devices for doomsday. When Diana had used her ultimate to reduce that creature to near death, the seals never got used. Perfect for today. She and the fire dragon worked together, tearing the half-reformed storm god back into fragments. Useless, useless. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill me. You're just wasting energy. Ah. This trash-talking champion hadn't finished speaking when half its reformed head got stuffed into a cage. Then the woman claiming to be some new god activated a switch. Brilliant electrical light flashed, and Set lost consciousness completely. Enhanced quantum containment cell. How's it taste? What Thea pulled out was black tech from the ARGUS arsenal, seized when establishing the Alien Management Committee. The original was a prison designed to contain superpowered individuals, now enhanced by Thea with additional alien technology. She'd specifically tested it. Not only could it hold living beings with flesh and blood, but even Boston Brand, that deadman whose nature nobody could explain, could be trapped by the quantum cell. This nameless minor god was nothing in comparison. When scattered, Set's consciousness dispersed and the cage was ineffective. But when it reconsolidated, an energy core inevitably formed. Once Thea found that core and locked it in the cell, there was no coming back. Heroes could only bury demon kings deep underground. Thea found that approach far too unreliable. She directly opened a portal and without checking what was on the other side, chucked the cage a dozen light years away. Want to resurrect? Good luck with that. With the storm god, Set, thoroughly separated from his domain, the heroes worked together to sweep up the remaining debris. The city finally returned to peace, though the once lively town would never regain its former glory. The terrain was completely destroyed, the city layout obliterated, drinking water contaminated, and bacterial levels in the air far exceeding normal levels. This place was uninhabitable for the foreseeable future. 2 minutes after Thea reported the situation to the White House, she received some absurd news. The president had been so worried about affairs of state that he'd just slipped, and his head had an intimate encounter with his desk. He'd been rushed to the hospital. After discussion, his aides concluded, if you superheroes are capable, handle it yourselves. The White House is too busy to help right now. That old bastard was playing the injury card. Thea called around and discovered the vice president had left on a state visit 2 hours ago, while the secretary of state hadn't shown up for work at all today. Wyoming's governor had been straightforward, he'd submitted his resignation to the state legislature an hour after the disaster began. In short, all the politicians who could take charge were shirking responsibility. You couldn't really blame them either. From an ordinary person's perspective, at least 100,000 had died, and the entire state of Wyoming was devastated. This was too big a mess to take the fall for. If it were a biohazard, they could find a corporation to scapegoat. But this wasn't a biological attack, every single one of them chose to hide. Thea had no choice but to help with local disaster relief first. After floods and hurricanes, there's still rescue work to do. The route was simpler, everyone who made contact died, and those alive hadn't made contact. Very easy to determine. Batman and the others withdrew first to search for Anton Arcane. Thea, with her high profile and near household name recognition, began coordinating local relief efforts. Injured? There were virtually no injured people, only casualties. All the deceased were cremated at high temperatures. Campbell County's broken city built from piled bones, nobody had the aesthetic appreciation for that. Local forces deployed thermobaric bombs and completely destroyed it. Police and National Guard were all armed to maintain order and arrest anyone attempting to loot. These bastards completely ignored the principles of trade, which greatly displeased the goddess of trade and wealth. Several of the worst offenders were directly charged with treason. All essential supplies were provided by Queen Consolidated. Citizens whose homes were destroyed could receive 3 days' worth of supplies. Clearing highways, restoring power and water, re-establishing cell signals, gradually lifting network restrictions, Thea kept the remaining local agencies running at full tilt. It wasn't until evening, when the state legislature temporarily elected an acting governor to take over all operations, that she finally flew back to Metropolis. 2 minutes of combat, several hours dealing with tedious matters. After drinking some water, she finally asked Beast Boy, who'd stayed behind. Did they find that Anton Arcane guy? Facing the Demoness, Beast Boy was still somewhat uncomfortable. Ah. They found him. They all went to, what was that place called? Seeing Thea raise her fist to strike, the green kid panicked. Oh right, Batman left you a note. Thea took the note and read it. Carpathian Mountains. That's quite far. Beast Boy said ingratiatingly, Abby said that's where her family castle is. Her evil uncle must be there. They all followed, and Batman hid Lonnie Mackin somewhere. He only left me to watch the place. Boss lady, can you take me to see? Chapter 565, Chapter 564, Dispute. Watching Beast Boy plead pitifully like a puppy, Thea considered it. The danger ahead wasn't too great, and since she'd brought this kid along, taking him to see the action wasn't a big deal. After a moment's thought, she said, you can come with me, but no running off. Beast Boy nodded like a bobblehead. Thea glared at him hard and noticed his eyes flickering, clearly he'd already dismissed her instructions. As a grandmaster at handling unruly kids, Thea naturally had ways to make him obey. Strict, harsh education had proven ineffective. Bribery worked far better. She pulled the latest smartphone from her bag and beckoned to the brat. See this? Camera here, switch cameras here, video recording, music player, internet access. How about it? Like it? Beast Boy's bright eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Thea continued, record the entire battle and this phone is yours. Really? After getting Thea's confirmation, Beast Boy was overjoyed. He began examining all the phone's functions, completely abandoning his earlier plan to run around and spectate. The Carpathian Mountains stretched across several countries, including Ukraine, quite a distance from their location. Thea searched for a while before spotting the group. Their capabilities were impressive, even without Thea's participation, they were holding their own. The only complication was a new faction's involvement. A wave of Azure teleportation energy, and Thea arrived with Beast Boy. They crossed thousands of miles in an instant. When she arrived, both sides were engaged in heated battle. They were at an altitude of at least 1,000 meters. The temperature was low, yet the air still carried a lingering stench. Beast Boy faithfully executed his mission, pointing his phone at the battlefield and starting to record. Thea looked at both sides. On one side were 4 frontline superheroes, with Zatanna, Poison Ivy, Abby, and the Soul Fragment contained in an iron box providing rear support. Fighting alongside the superheroes was a group of villains, Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Killer Croc, led by Thea's old acquaintance, the mature Lila Michaels, and over a dozen ArrowVerse agents. The other side was even livelier, an endless sea of civilians, constantly roaring, wielding scythes and wooden clubs, desperately blocking their advance. Could these small fry stop Superman? Thea thought it impossible. Looking closer, she discovered these people differed from those in Wyoming. They hadn't been completely penetrated by the rot. They were still alive. This explained why Superman and Batman were holding back. Superman was mostly blocking bullets fired by ArrowVerse, while Batman was pummeling Harley Quinn and Deadshot. For a moment, it resembled a three-way battle. So what exactly are you all doing? Where's Anton Arcane? These ordinary people blocking the way, just knock them out, right? Thea was confused. The main target wasn't even here. Why bother with these nobodies? Lila had a decent relationship with her husband John Diggle worked under Thea, and ArrowVerse leadership knew Moira had aspirations for higher office with strong prospects. Lila could ignore Batman but not Thea. Amanda's orders are to eliminate all remnants here. These people's existence is too dangerous. They must all be eliminated, Lila stated matter-of-factly. They can still be saved. Superman objected before Batman could speak. Thea had a headache. This was essentially an ideological conflict. Amanda believed in sacrificing some to save the rest of humanity. Superman's nature was to save everyone he encountered. Their principles were fundamentally opposed. At this point, the flying heroes could have simply flown over the civilians' heads and taken down the mastermind in moments. Not difficult at all. The challenge was that the superheroes didn't trust ArrowVerse and feared they'd massacre the civilians once the heroes left. Of course, Thea suspected Lila was planning exactly that. You can't watch over them forever, the heroes leave today, and ArrowVerse sneaks back tomorrow for a massacre. Nothing you can do about it. With Superman and Batman's intelligence, realizing this was no challenge. This was the core of their dispute. Seeing both sides waiting for her to take a clear stance, Thea didn't speak immediately. Actually, she leaned toward eliminating threats completely. Many of these blocking civilians had lived here their entire lives. To claim they were all too oblivious to know about Anton Arcane's schemes was impossible. They weren't innocent. But she couldn't abandon the superhero position. Thea could only find a compromise. She directly grabbed one civilian and began a thorough examination. The person's brain and cardiopulmonary functions were fine. The only difference from ordinary people was their nervous system had been modified by the rot. Black lines ran throughout their body, quite horrifying at first glance. Light flickered between her fingers. She cast a healing spell on the civilian. The person seemed tossed into a steam room, their body releasing massive amounts of vapor mixed with a nauseating stench. But when the vapor dispersed, the black lines in the civilian's body remained unchanged, only slightly lighter in color. Not eradicated. How is it? ArrowVerse stopped attacking, and the superheroes naturally withdrew. Superman asked uncertainly. There are diseases little Thea can't cure, how pitiful. The only one shameless enough to speak like this was Harley Quinn in the late stages of her mental illness. This woman squeezed into the crowd center, and seeing Thea frowning, couldn't have been happier. Miss Queen naturally wouldn't argue with someone mentally ill. She rolled her eyes prettily and answered Superman's question. If I force the treatment, his nervous system will be destroyed. These people's bodies are bizarre. If you call them living, their bodies have already begun rotting. If you call them dead, their hearts and brains still function. Their thinking is somewhat chaotic, but self-awareness remains. Everyone, since the rot could cut Swamp Thing off from the green, I have a theory. Their corruption comes from the rot, so the rot can likewise withdraw the corruption. They have a good chance of recovering to normal. She looked at Lila. I'll explain to Director Waller. Let's concentrate our forces on eliminating the primary culprit first. Once we resolve this source, I believe we'll find solutions to the remaining problems. She spoke sincerely. Lila wasn't as aggressive as Amanda, who'd deploy missiles to destroy entire cities at the drop of a hat. After brief consideration, she silently nodded, temporarily agreeing to this plan. What? Not killing them again? Deadshot, having been thoroughly beaten by Batman, looked displeased. But with the Suicide Squad's neck bombs, he didn't dare disobey orders. He could only curse a few times under his breath. Chapter 566, Chapter 565, Anton Arcane. With everyone unified in purpose, the rest was simple. Just a bunch of ordinary people, after all. The hundreds of blocking civilians were quickly subdued one by one. Poison ivy produced numerous vines and bound them all. Only then did the main force advance deeper into the castle. Thea didn't intervene. As a proud new god, she wouldn't strike ordinary humans, that was divine pride. Her role was more about coordinating both sides' relationship. Along the way, she asked Batman about his investigation. Abby occasionally added details. Thea finally pieced together the general plot of this Rotworld incident. Abby's uncle, Anton Arcane, actually, by modern medical classification, this man was mentally ill too. He had severe necrophilic tendencies. When Abby was a child, this deranged uncle discovered the power in his niece's blood and began tireless research. His imagination ran wild. To fully experience that force of decay, he sewed dead people's skin onto his own body. He constantly fed Abby sleeping pills to facilitate blood extraction. Abby's current head of silver hair, beautiful and striking, was actually induced by her unscrupulous uncle force-feeding her sleeping pills. If the rot hadn't continuously granted her power, she would have died long ago from overdose. Wearing rotting human skin, drinking his niece's blood, this Anton Arcane somehow managed to gain a trace of the rot's power through sheer coincidence. Like Poison Ivy, an unauthorized user of the green, and Beast Boy, unauthorized in the red, he'd used inexplicable methods to become an unauthorized user of the rot. Hearing this, Thea felt these natural forces were far too lax. Each had loopholes. This wasn't some primordial system with one missing rule and loopholes everywhere. Couldn't you all patch your systems properly instead of leaving so many holes, seemingly by design, one for each force? This incident wasn't complicated at its core. Abby's uncle, seeking legitimacy, expended tremendous effort. First, he couldn't kill his niece. Killing Abby would automatically transfer the rot to its rightful avatar, wasting his decade-plus of work. Anton Arcane, this psychopath, was rather clever. He fed his niece a steady stream of motivational talk about how vast the world was and how she should go see it, successfully tricking the fated rot avatar into going far away. Even when Abby was initially awakened by constant nightmares, it was his idea that she leave the city and specifically head for remote wilderness areas. In his view, sending the rot's avatar into the Green's territory would get her eliminated immediately. The Green would surely have methods to trap her soul. He never expected Abby had known the lovesick Dr. Holland previously. The two reunited in the wilderness, sparks flew, and they became an item. The Parliament of Trees repeatedly ordered Dr. Holland to kill this woman, but he stubbornly refused, causing the Parliament to turn hostile and directly revoke his powers. The two sides had been in a cold war until Thea returned to Earth and resolved the matter. Having sent his niece away, Anton Arcane one day saw someone's Pacific Rim project on television. Secretly delighted, he waited for humanity to drive out the Green, then, as an opportunist, he'd trigger the rot to invade the human world. That was his entire plan. The storm god Set, who'd been torn apart earlier, had been sweet-talked by Anton and lured out from the rot to take the fall. The plan was crude and simplistic to the point of barely existing, yet this simple plan had caused devastating disaster to the world. Everyone fell silent, not delving too deeply into the implications. Those who could fly rushed toward the town's interior, while the rest charged in at a dead run. When Superman kicked open a wooden door, the ultimate mastermind finally revealed himself. Anton Arcane, or rather, what had once been Anton Arcane, now barely maintained a humanoid form, standing in place with a mocking smile as he watched the heroes. Thea couldn't describe this being's grotesqueness in words. Like the blocking civilians, from a biological standpoint he was still a living person. It's just that this bastard had made himself half a corpse. His body was draped in layer upon layer of human skin and animal hide, the skins crudely stitched together. Some had already fused with his body. Countless rotworms burrowed in and out. Behind him stood three massive monsters, bearing no human resemblance whatsoever, complete monsters. The left one resembled a skinned giant mantis. The center one appeared to be a giant worm. The right one was some unidentifiable object made of piled internal organs. EW. That's disgusting. Thea looked once and didn't want a second glance. This creature was definitely a natural enemy of anyone with a stomach. Not only did she feel sick, but as the other heroes and ArrowVerse female agents arrived, not one found the sight pleasant. Even Harley Quinn, mentally ill as she was, pursed her lips with an ugly expression, gripping her baseball bat tighter. Zatanna and Lila Michaels were even worse off. All the women, led by Goddess Thea, covered their noses and retreated to the second rank. At such a solemn moment, better let the male comrades take point. Anton Arcane, you madman. You must face justice today. Batman spoke first. You fundamentally don't understand the mysteries of cosmic operation. You're nothing but trash. Let me introduce you grandly to my new friends, the Hunters 3. With so much rotting flesh on his face, Anton's emotions were unreadable, but judging by his tone, he was definitely smug. The monsters behind him stepped forward simultaneously. We are the rot that invaded the red. We are flesh twisted by disease. We are the final enemy of all living things. We are the Hunters 3. The three monsters emitted dull sounds from organ-like apertures, declaring themselves with impressive gravitas as they blocked the path between the heroes and Anton Arcane. You are enemies of the red. Animal Man, who'd been largely ineffective until now, saw these enemies of the red and without another word, flew forward. Channeling dinosaur strength, he punched at the giant worm in the center. Several tons of force drove his fist directly into the worm's head. The punch was like striking water's surface. Unlike water splashing, this was rotting flesh splattering. Decayed animal flesh sprayed in all directions like rain. The female heroes, led by Goddess Thea, whooshed away to a safe distance. Even the male heroes who weren't afraid of hardship showed some alarm. Batman, with his unparalleled evasion skills, ducked behind the door without thinking. Superman used heat vision to vaporize all the rotting flesh flying toward him. Deadshot also found cover to hide. The only one who didn't dodge and actually seemed to enjoy it was Killer Croc. Chapter 567, Chapter 566, The Real Culprit Captured. Blood and flesh splattered through the air in a grotesque spray. The heroines kept their distance from the horrifying scene, and even the male heroes looked uncomfortable. With thoughts of getting back to Catwoman's bed, they unanimously chose ranged attacks. Batman hurled two batarangs that exploded against the massive mantis creature on the left, sending putrid fluids and pus everywhere. Deadshot followed with suppressing fire, though his legendary marksmanship proved useless. These things had no vital organs to target. Their group was the weakest, but fortunately Killer Croc served as their tank, absorbing the brunt of the damage. The three fought the mantis creature to a tense stalemate. In the center, Animal Man and Swamp Thing tag-teamed the worm creature. The rot's corruption was equally severe here. They could barely muster 30% of their full strength, making it a desperate fight. On the right, Superman dominated completely. Heat vision and freeze breath pummeled the entral creature mercilessly. But these abominations had somehow found a backdoor into the red. Whenever frozen or melted flesh fell away, fresh tissue regenerated. Their overwhelming healing factor kept Superman tied down. The remaining ArrowVerse male agents distributed their firepower across all three monsters. Let's go after Anton. The women had been standing back watching. After a while, they noticed Anton Arcane using the three massive creatures as cover while fleeing toward the rear. Thea felt partially responsible for this ecological disaster. She couldn't just watch the mastermind escape. After telling Lila, she cast a teleportation spell to bypass the three blocking monsters, leading the heroines, villainesses, and female agents in pursuit. They didn't even need supervision, just follow the stench. Anton Arcane, you monster. Miss Abby ran surprisingly fast. When she spotted Anton around a corner, she fired immediately. He didn't slow down, in fact, he ran faster. Watch for ambushes, Thea warned, slowing her pace. Anton knew this facility's layout and kept losing them at turns. Thea's magic had hit him several times with minimal effect. This psychopath had incredibly high resistance to abnormal status effects and was nearly immune to mind-affecting spells. He had who knows how many layers of skin providing substantial elemental resistance. The indoor environment wasn't good for flight either, which was why Thea hadn't caught him yet. Following his winding path, they reached the entrance to a basement area. Anton Arcane stopped. Without even looking at Thea and the others, he asked Miss Abby with apparent interest, "My dear niece, behind this door lies the rot itself. I spent 30 years establishing communication with that true realm. Do you, and all of you, dare to follow?" He laughed with typical villain flair, though his voice came out high and shrill, hardly pleasant. "Thank you for leading us here. I'd prepared several backup plans." Thea dropped her exhausted act. As Anton stared in confusion, she bound him with a rope of magical force. Thea's desperate pursuit had all been an act. Anton staying here confidently instead of hiding somewhere, eliminating the "villains are idiots" conclusion, left only one possibility: he still held a trump card. The three hunters had been mere muscle, nowhere near his final play. During the chase, Thea had pieced together the connections. Anton could use the rot to escape, even exploit the different time flows between realms to ambush pursuers. Not hard to predict. That's why she'd feigned helplessness all along. Anton's resistances were genuinely high, but that didn't mean he was immune to magic. Magic's infinite versatility meant even Thea couldn't claim complete mastery, let alone this lunatic. Thea turned to Miss Abby. Is the rot behind that door? She'd been acting, but Abby, an ordinary human, was genuinely winded from the intense chase. She took a while to catch her breath before answering, should be. You can't stop the rot. Only I or my niece can enter and resolve everything. Hee, if my niece won't go in, you'll have to release me. Let me enter. Bound by Thea's spell, Anton spoke smugly. These lines had obviously been rehearsed, his logic flowed perfectly. If Miss Abby refused to enter herself, releasing him would be the only option to stop the rot's spread. Thea gave the ArrowVerse agents a reassuring look, indicating she'd prepared for this. Miss Abby's expression showed relief. Using supervision to locate the boxed rot avatar outside, Thea channeled her earth displacement technique. A flash of green light, and she teleported the container directly over. When they opened the box revealing the rot avatar inside, the ArrowVerse personnel felt an inexplicable wrongness. Anton Arcane's face filled with shock. Thea ignored his muttered denials, endless variations of impossible and, how could this be? She blasted the door open with a fireball. Instead of a basement, a deep, dark void stretched before them. Miss Abby began communing with the avatar. It wobbled forward unsteadily, eventually vanishing into the void. Thea watched Miss Abby with some tension. She was confident in her plan, but you never know. If the rot rejected this counterfeit, she'd have no choice but to invade herself. Fortunately, after a tense 10 minutes, Miss Abby finally emerged from her daze. I'm free. It inherited the rot. I'm finally released from my destiny. Miss Abby spoke incoherently. Stop the rot spread immediately. Withdraw the power from those civilians outside, Thea commanded. Wasn't that the whole point of this elaborate scheme? Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Miss Abby reconnected, and her avatar apparently issued commands from the other side. Those present felt nothing. The clearest changes affected Poison Ivy and Anton Arcane. Ivy, who'd been stuck without plant control, suddenly summoned vegetation again. Anton, previously built like a strongman, visibly deflated. His towering frame shrank rapidly. Great masses of rotting flesh flowed from his body like melting butter. Anton Arcane quickly transformed from a 2-meter-tall giant into a withered, lifeless old man. What should we do with him? Lila asked. Drag him before an international tribunal and claim one man caused this global disaster with no organization behind it. Nobody would believe that. Plus, he looked ready to drop dead any second. Chapter 568, Chapter 567, Fall of the Rot concludes. He won't last much longer. Thea could see the old man had only a breath left. She had no good way to handle this for the moment. Let me in, let me in. With his body shrunken, the magical rope's binding effect vanished too. This wasn't some immortal binding rope that adjusted with the target, the old man slipped free and began crawling shakily toward the doorway. Harley Quinn cheerfully raised her bat to smack him through, but Lila quickly stopped her with a look. This man was extremely difficult to prosecute. What charge would they use? Environmental damage? Existing laws couldn't touch him. Execution or imprisonment both seemed inappropriate. Thea thought a layer deeper. This guy had been infected too deeply by the rot. Though Miss Abby had withdrawn the power, Anton Arcane's human soul was thoroughly corrupted. The moment he died, he'd report straight to the rot. Killing him would actually be doing him a favor. Though the rot had changed ownership, the avatar inside had no real mind. It was hard to say Anton wouldn't turn the tables somehow. This made her hesitate to decide. Unable to decide but unwilling to let him have his way, Thea summoned another magical rope to bind the old man completely to a tree. Worried he'd suddenly die, she gave him 2 nutrient injections, planning to wait until they'd discussed a final solution. With the rot's complete withdrawal, the 3 hunters, who'd relied on their tankiness to hold off the heroes, lost their reinforcements and were quickly beaten into puddles of gore. The male heroes made their way inside. How to handle this old man stumped Superman and Batman too. Finally, at Thea's suggestion, they threw Anton Arcane into the Parliament of Trees to let the Green deal with him properly. With that, the incident was finally resolved. Everyone went their separate ways. Thea sent Beast Boy back to San Francisco too, though the kid, having gotten friendly with Thea, actually wanted to transfer to California, claiming he needed a change of scenery. You've got your eye on Animal Man's daughter. Thea quickly saw through him. Heh, boss lady sees right through me. Beast Boy grinned sheepishly. It wasn't a big deal. Thea thought for a moment and picked up the phone to arrange his transfer. How far he got would be up to him. Afterward, she rushed to Louisiana where Swamp Thing and Miss Abby planned to live in seclusion. "Dr. Holland, are you certain about this?" Thea asked. Swamp Thing had been inspired by Abby's soul-splitting. If she could split her soul, so could he. A man and woman together made more sense than a monster and a woman. Honestly, he was tired of being Swamp Thing. If he could be free without affecting the bigger picture, that would be perfect. "I'm completely certain." Thea had always felt she owed him a favor. Letting him escape from trouble to live with his beloved seemed like repaying the old debt. More soul-splitting. After considerable effort, she created a Swamp Thing avatar. In the fading sunset, watching Swamp Thing slowly walk into the forest, the couple turned to thank Thea. She felt a real sense of accomplishment. She'd changed their destined tragic fate into happiness. In the process, she sensed a thread of causality, a hint of karma. Without Swamp Thing's help awakening her bloodline back then, there would be no Thea today helping him split his soul. Hard to say who helped whom. While they'd found happiness and fulfillment, the young Miss Queen's life had to go on. The rot had devastated the global economy. These days, a single gunshot on Wall Street could set the world economy back a month, let alone the civilization-ending disaster. Economic problems were actually minor. Earth's resources were finite, they used a little, lost a little. With this level of overexploitation, the next disaster might be even larger. From multiple angles, beginning preliminary interstellar travel and resource harvesting had become urgent. Thea called in her secretary and began reviewing materials Luthor had previously collected. Though Lex Luthor was now imprisoned, many of his experimental records and notes remained. This man called a ninth-level intellect by Brainiac truly had extraordinary vision. Without spacecraft or the ability to survive in space, relying only on satellite surveys, digital modeling, and environmental analysis, he'd roughly mapped the entire solar system's resource distribution and created detailed plans. Having inherited all of Luthor's high-tech enterprises and his secretary, Thea could naturally build on this foundation. After 2 days studying various materials, Thea had confirmed her next target, Mars. This celestial body, twice the diameter of the Moon, half that of Earth, had a surface covered in dunes with no stable liquid water. Essentially a desertified planet. Yet humanity hadn't randomly named it Mars. Countless hematite deposits rose and fell across the dunes. Various rare metals were all vital resources needed for the Pacific Rim program. This could become a resource collection point and forward base for humanity's space travel. What were resources? Even 3-year-olds in modern society knew resources meant money. With benefits involved, convincing nations to participate wouldn't be too difficult. The hard part was preliminary surveys. Was there life on Mars? This scientific debate had raged for 20 years. Thea didn't dare tell them Mars not only had life, but extremely formidable life. The strongest among them could wrestle Superman. Speaking of which, Earth humans were truly blessed. Just 55 million kilometers away lived a group of Martians whose abilities would fill 400 characters, Martians who didn't even need to sunbathe for terrifying powers. Yet somehow they'd all died, leaving only one seedling who came to Earth, and that seedling was the most loving and gentle of them all. If they hadn't died out, Thea figured Earth would have regressed to a slave society 800 years ago. She needed to scout Mars first before convincing nations later. Thea could go alone, but she remembered there was a native guide, best to bring him along. In the DEO director's office, the Martian manhunter disguised as an ordinary human had just taken a sip of water when Thea walked right through the wall. "Your psychic mastery seems even higher." "All right, what is it?" Martian manhunter didn't know about new gods, he just judged from his own perspective that Thea had an air of mystery now. "Haha, Uncle John, here's the situation." Thea explained her plan from start to finish, specifically emphasizing the enormous boost to human civilization. Martian manhunter's expression wasn't great. He asked hesitantly, "Could we pick a different planet?" Thea considered. Pluto could work, but it's too far from Earth and public opinion would be hard to rally. Mars doesn't have that problem, people online have been calling for Mars development for years. Thea knew developing Mars was like grave robbing. Even after several centuries, Martian manhunter's wife and daughter had been burned to ash, their remains likely still buried deep in the planet. Thea didn't want to force him, but Mars's resources were genuinely vital. Until humanity found alternatives, steel would remain the most important resource. For future interstellar trade, aliens wouldn't recognize dollars or euros. For Earth just entering interstellar civilization, material exchange was mainstream. Chapter 569, Chapter 568, Surveying Mars. The need for various metals would only increase in the future. Developing Mars was an essential step. Whether Martian manhunter was willing or not, unless he stood against all humanity, he'd have to face this eventually. If willing, he could move his relatives' remains to Earth. If not, Thea could help set up a seal. Unless someone dark side level showed up, ordinary people couldn't break her seals. Thea didn't voice these thoughts. Martian Manhunter's key issue was his heart. Earth was so close to Mars, if he wanted, he could return anytime to visit. Yet for centuries, he'd never gone back. Not once. Helping him rebuild confidence and overcome his pyrophobia would be difficult. Ordinary people could recover with counseling, but he was different. His powerful psychic abilities amplified the condition, making the fear of fire affect him from the mental plane to the physical. Thea had no cure for this. Martian Manhunter's resistance was too high, even magic wouldn't work. Everything depended on him. A full half-hour passed before Martian Manhunter, looking exhausted, said, "When do you plan to go?" Learning Thea intended to leave immediately, he hesitated but finally bit down and decided to make the trip. Without notifying anyone, they slipped away. Thea had suggestion spells, Martian Manhunter had psychically powered invisibility. They flew straight out of the atmosphere undetected. The 55 million kilometer distance took them no longer than traveling from New York to Philadelphia. Gazing at the familiar yet alien planet, Martian Manhunter felt indescribable grief. During flight, he'd already dropped his disguise. Aside from that one time clearing Heracles' mad consciousness when she'd seen his mental form, this was the first time Thea saw Martian Manhunter's true appearance on the physical plane. 2 meters tall, deep green skin, purple cloak, Martian Manhunter didn't fly but descended to the ground. In this desolate environment, Thea's office Gucci outfit looked oddly out of place. She had shares in several major global luxury conglomerates, so they sent batches of clothes, shoes, and bags monthly. Seeing Martian Manhunter so dejected, and dressed so formally herself, Thea felt she should show proper respect. With a thought, she changed into her new Genesis attire, the divine artifact robe she'd named God's Might. Unlike Zeus's crafted divine Aegis armor, Thea wore this robe primarily because it had both blocked sand and, covering half her face, gave her an air of mystery. Perfect for this solemn environment. They walked heavily across the ground. Martian Manhunter reminisced about the past, sometimes half talking to himself, half explaining. There was once a city there. The local residents were extremely kind. To the northwest, a space monster once attacked. 20 of us killed it. Its bones are still buried underground. This was my home. My father, mother, wife, and daughter all lived here. Thea walked with hands behind her back. Martian Manhunter occasionally shared memories. To Thea, it all looked like sand, yet somehow he could determine exact locations. They stopped at a stone crater. The towering Martian knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. This had been his home, his strongest spiritual anchor. Now it was shattered. Unlike Superman, Martian Manhunter had lived centuries, spending them alone on Earth. Though his lifespan stretched long ahead, his spirit had aged. Thea didn't know how to comfort him, she wasn't good at this. While waiting, she activated supervision to survey the planet's mineral deposits. As she scanned aimlessly, a gray-white metallic gleam caught her attention. When she tried to look closer, the metallic object emitted a special wavelength that blocked her deep probe. No way, this wasn't anomalous. Thea grabbed the still weeping Martian Manhunter. "Uncle John, 19,000 meters south, there's an anomaly. It doesn't look natural." Bewildered, Martian Manhunter saw her serious expression and collected himself. Unlike humans' 5 senses, Martians had 9 sensory systems. His scanning ability matched Superman's. Following Thea's direction, he looked carefully twice, then his face changed dramatically. He flew over instantly. Thea could only follow. Just as she was about to ask what it was, she saw Martian Manhunter unleash a massive psychic blast forward, using pure mental force to clear away the debris covering the gray-white object. Now Thea could see, it was a spacecraft. A small, single-pilot craft. Buried in rock and covered by time and sandstorms, it had looked unremarkable. "What is this?" Thea asked, though seeing Martian Manhunter's ghostly expression, she already had a guess. The answer was expected. "This is a Martian ship. From the traces, it's been here less than 20 years. This is impossible. I should be the last Martian." Martian Manhunter's expression was spectacular, fear, joy, disbelief, and a thread of hope, all mixed together. The ship was strange, as if psychic force blocked her probing. Thea couldn't understand how such an abstract mental power could be applied to technological spacecraft, it contradicted everything she knew. Seeing Martian Manhunter's complete disarray, she had to act. It wasn't like she was dismantling the ship, just opening the cockpit. Easy enough. Nobody inside. Looking at the cabin size, doesn't seem built for someone your height. Is this for your young people? The display still has power, check if there's any message left. Thea couldn't read Martian. The power ring had translation functions, but with a live Martian right here, she was too lazy to bother. Martian Manhunter took 2 deep breaths and began reviewing the display text, muttering aloud. "This ship returned to Mars 20 years ago. The recorder shows the pilot was investigating the true cause of the Martian extinction. The ship's owner is Mgan Moores. Watching Martian Manhunter's face shift between white and green, Thea almost expected him to transform into a white Martian. Curious, she asked, "Who's Mgan?" "She should be my niece." But the Moores family tree was huge, her generation had over 300 siblings and cousins combined. My head spinning, I'm not entirely sure if this is the relative I remember. Chapter 570, Chapter 569, Searching for Traces. Martian Manhunter spoke with uncertainty. Thea's eyes widened. So your reproduction method really is vastly different from humans. Over 300 siblings in one generation. No wonder he was dizzy keeping track as an elder. Does your niece say where she went? Thea had already met several Teen Titans members. Whether Damien, Raven, or Beast Boy from a few days ago, they'd all left good impressions. Martian Manhunter's niece should be the teen superhero codenamed Miss Martian. Martian Manhunter cared even more. He reviewed everything twice and shook his head. She only mentioned searching to the east, but there's no follow-up information recorded. This is too strange. She's young, her abilities aren't sufficient for space travel. Their task shifted from surveying mineral deposits to finding someone. Thea followed Martian Manhunter searching for 5 minutes without finding a trace. This planet was too desolate, the climate too harsh. Earth had the saying, sunrise in the east, rain in the west, but on Mars, a body 1/6 Earth size, they circled the planet 3 times. Global sandstorms everywhere. Too much time had passed. Martian Manhunter's 9 senses found nothing after searching extensively. He could only turn to Thea. Knowing her for years, this strange Earthling always had methods he didn't understand. "Send me your niece's image." Martian Manhunter didn't understand why but thought hard. After a while, he transmitted a photo through the psychic channel, somewhat embarrassed. "It's been too long. My memory's not clear." Thea closed her eyes to examine the photo carefully, almost laughing aloud. Martian Manhunter didn't really remember what his niece looked like. After several centuries, trying to match one niece from hundreds of that generation's descendants, the difficulty was considerable. Not knowing Thea's purpose, he anxiously transmitted 5 photos total. With a name and rough photos, finding her would be easy. Thea pulled out Croydon's compass, a perfect tool for tracking people and objects. She'd never used it to find an alien before, though, and wasn't entirely certain it would work. Facts proved magic's superiority. The compass ignored the Earth-alien distinction, it worked. The needle began turning slowly but surely after Thea input the target. Sometimes it swept past 5 degrees rapidly, sometimes it reversed 1 or 2 degrees. Finally, the needle locked firmly northward. "Your relative is still on this planet." Thea gave Martian Manhunter reassurance first. They began following the direction. They flew over 30,000 li to a very ordinary wasteland. The needle signaled Thea, "Here. This is the place." What was special about this spot? Thea looked around seeing nothing unusual. The ground beneath them was common terrain, no meteor craters, no hematite deposits. She couldn't spot any anomalies. But magical power didn't lie. The compass wouldn't err. There had to be something hidden here. What was this place before? Thea asked. What place was this? Martian Manhunter stared at the barren land, equally stumped. The previous areas had been part of his activity range and felt familiar. This area was quite remote. Fortunately, he loved his homeworld deeply. He activated his powerful psychic abilities, digging deep into his own memories, then, like computer modeling, he rebuilt the memories onto the planet's surface to determine their current position. When the final information confirmed, he couldn't help an eh. Before Thea could ask, he explained. If I'm not mistaken, this is, in Earth terms, this is the noble district. Mgan's family were nobles, while I was common-born. The nobles possessed naturally powerful psychic manipulation abilities, they were the strongest in our entire species. Thea's expression was odd. Are you kidding me? If your noble's mental control was stronger than yours, you Martians would have conquered the universe ages ago. Without his fatal fire weakness, Thea as a new god wouldn't dare claim she could beat Martian Manhunter easily. His racial talents were too powerful: physical immunity, magic immunity, psychic control, immense strength, unparalleled regeneration. He could regrow his head if it fell off. Flight, space survival, with 7 or 8 like him, they could steamroll the Green Lantern Corps and manhandle the Guardians. Martian Manhunter had just been staying on Earth. He didn't realize how powerful he truly was. No time to educate the old Martian hunter on proper worldview. Thea surveyed the area again, sending mental probes deeper. When her mental force reached 10,000 meters underground, a powerful barrier repelled it. Now Thea was truly surprised. She'd sensed something, though somewhat ambiguous, the underlying rhythm was unmistakable. What had bounced her mental probe back seemed to be divine power. She'd apparently discovered something quite bizarre. Martians had a god. When Thea shared her finding with Martian Manhunter, he was equally uncertain. You mean there's been a deity on our planet all along? Not imagined in artwork but a real, flesh and blood god. I'm not entirely sure about the life form, but there's definitely divine power down there. Are you surprised there's a deity? You've met Earth's deity Heracles. Diana is one. So am I. Thea felt this was a good flex, speaking as if discussing something irrelevant, her tone steady. Especially paired with her current radiant golden god's might robe, plus the hood covering most of her face, hands clasped behind her back, hovering in the air, whether appearance or aura, she projected powerful visual impact. The mystery within her stillness truly suited the term deity. Martian Manhunter found her words somewhat bewildering but didn't dwell on deific matters. We commoners never had contact with deity affairs. I always thought it was spiritual faith, never knowing Mars actually had a deity watching us. Let's go down. Your niece is likely below. Such a massive hidden threat needed investigation. If this deity popped out later when nations were surveying and excavating, that would be troublesome. 10,000 meters didn't challenge them. Martian Manhunter could enter a phased state, a current physics-defying ability. Thea could shift between tangible and intangible states. They descended rapidly. Upon reaching a colorless transparent barrier, they both stopped. Thea carefully examined this divine power. The other party wasn't a new god, that much was certain. Judging from the divine power's fluctuation, it should be stronger than Apollo and Hera. Martians had tens of thousands of years of civilization. With so few survivors now, faith deity probability was low. Chapter 571, Chapter 570, The God on Mars. Low faith deity probability meant high probability of a primordial god or nature god. These deities were born from the world itself. Like Zeus, from humanity's perspective, he was a philanderer and total scumbag. But from his own standpoint, he was part of nature, pursuing beauty was his nature. How could you impose human standards on him? Nature gods were generally stronger than faith gods. Though Zeus was an old god, he could go toe-to-toe with Highfather. That said everything. Facing this Mars god of unknown depth, she felt hesitant. Thea's DC knowledge was surface level at best, far from expert. She knew Animalman existed but not his name. This mysterious Mars god gave her pause. Not knowing the details, what if they had space, time, or death-related divine domains? That would be trouble. Just as she considered going back to gather reinforcements for a group run at this unknown entity, Martian Manhunter, unable to wait any longer to see his relative, shouted and used his powerful psychic abilities to forcibly tear a gap in the divine barrier. Martian Manhunter charged through first. Thea could only follow helplessly while calculating mentally. If she could win, she'd fight. If not, she'd open a boom tube back to New Genesis. She had backing, after all. Highfather wouldn't stand by and watch. Besides, apart from Batman-level freaks, nobody, no god, could single-handedly assault the fourth world. If the opponent was so overwhelmingly powerful even Highfather couldn't match them, well, Thea would have to accept fate. But that probability was infinitesimally small, nearly non-existent. This was the most pessimistic outcome. Right now, Thea felt quite confident. One or several unknown Mars gods should still be within her acceptable range. Good lord. I never knew there was this area underground. Martian Manhunter, who'd charged in first, quickly stopped, seemingly unable to believe what he saw. Bizarre architecture, a semi-illusory style, 10,000 meters underground hid a miniature city. But now it was quite ruined. Thea crouched and swept her hand across a fallen column's stone fragments. The material here was completely different from Earth's, as if constructed from mental force. Surrounding walls were covered in text. Thea pulled out a power ring, switched to language translation function, and read carefully. Malika Andra, the Martian name for their own planet, meaning Star of Hope, Harbor of the Mind. This miniature city had been secretly built by the nobles Martian Manhunter mentioned to worship a deity called Herenmir. The wall text was quite vague, only alluding several times to praising art. Was this an art god? Thea considered this good news. Her heart settled back into place. An art god couldn't be that dangerous by the sound of it. She hadn't forgotten the search mission. Pulling out the compass to reconfirm direction, they walked and stopped through the miniature city, finally reaching a palace front. A smaller figure lay flat on a mental force-constructed table surface. Mgan. Wake up. I'm your Uncle John. Martian Manhunter was so excited seeing one fellow Martian he could go 3 days without sleep, let alone a relative. Though their family was rather large, Thea figured the girl probably didn't remember having a commoner Uncle John. She seems to be in deep psychic sleep. Should I wake her? Thea examined the green-skinned girl. Very young-looking. No injuries, but she'd suppressed her mental force into the deepest mind realm. Waking her required preparation. No, she's using an advanced Martian psychic technique. I have a better way to wake her. Martian Manhunter's words cut off, interrupted by a bizarre voice. Bizarre because the sound didn't seem to come from vocal organs but resembled fire scorching wood, creating a sizzling sound. The sounds connected rhythmically like speech. The language was Martian, both present could understand. You can't just touch this collectible. Another surviving Martian. I only wanted to collect one Martian. Why did another pop up? So troublesome. With the voice came scorching heat. Air temperature rose rapidly. Both Thea and Martian Manhunter began sweating. Martian Manhunter sensed fire's shadow. He knew he shouldn't retreat now, but his body wouldn't cooperate. Forcibly maintaining his stance made sweat constantly seep from his green skin. Thea was literally sweating. What the hell was this? Was this Mars god actually a fire god? This left her depressed. Martian Manhunter could once again happily slack off. That freeloader. Slightly annoyed, she looked toward the voice's source. The other party hadn't given her an overwhelming feeling. After ascending to godhood, she increasingly trusted her instincts. Those weaker than her were obvious. Those stronger, but not Highfather level, she could roughly gauge. This unseen speaker hadn't triggered danger signals. Actual combat strength was hard to estimate, but presumably weaker than Zeus or Highfather. She relaxed somewhat. I'll go look. You guard here. Thea instructed. Martian Manhunter tried stepping forward several times, but pyrophobia made movement nearly impossible. Be careful. Retreat if you can't manage. Feeling the opponent was weaker, she dropped most of her caution. With the hood hiding most of her face and leaving only her smooth jade-like chin visible, a trace of pride crept in. Don't worry. I'm a deity too. Leaving Martian Manhunter to watch his niece, Thea followed the voice's direction. When she saw this Mars god in the lava, she almost laughed. In a spacious, massive lava cave, she immediately spotted this long-distance Mars deity. His form towered 100 meters tall. Compared to him, Thea looked like an insect. This lava pool near the planet's core was quite broad, but for his massive frame, it was like a small pond. Thea carefully examined the Mars god. He looked nothing like Martians, barely humanoid with a head, torso, and limbs. Unlike Thea's divine body, his form was mostly composed of flame, the remainder high-heat rock. Despite never encountering an elemental deity, Thea's perspective had long transcended mortal levels. This Mars god wasn't fully elementalized, the rock in his body proved it. Chapter 572, Chapter 571, Truth of the Genocide. If one couldn't juggle multiple roles like Highfather and Darkside, then pursuing purity was the only path for new gods and old gods alike. Thea had severed all extraneous energies, just as Apollo wielded only solar power in combat, proof enough of the principle. The Martian god before her was attempting to elementalize his body, a clever idea in theory. But the rock formations visible within him exposed critical flaws. He clearly wasn't pure. In a battle between equals, that was like writing your weaknesses on your forehead and handing your opponent an instruction manual on how to beat you. From this alone, Thea could tell he hadn't originally been a flame-related deity. He'd shifted toward fire later in his existence, and the transformation hadn't gone particularly well. You can't move freely, can you? Stuck in this pool of lava. How pathetic. Thea surveyed the cavern, probing with her question. The Martian god sensed her divine power as well, though new god energy differed vastly from old god power. He couldn't quite place her origins, so he dodged her question about the lava. I am the god of flame, art, and death. Don't presume to judge a supreme being with your limited perspective. You'd make a fine subordinate. I can teach you knowledge beyond your wildest dreams, power you've craved but could never reach. Thea scoffed at the mentions of art and flame. But when she heard death, her eyes narrowed. Death as a divine domain was simply too powerful, too overwhelming. Even Darkseid couldn't resist death's pull, let alone someone as relatively weak as her. Death came for everyone, mortals, gods, even the entire multiverse would one day reach its end. The eternal life of gods was tied to their current universe. When the universe died, they'd perish with it. Not just Thea, all divine beings held death in reverence and fear. Secretly researching death, or how to escape it, was something countless gods of both alignments pursued. Doomsday's so-called death was the death he delivered by his hand, death to all living things. Essentially, it was a form of murderous insanity. The candles she'd taken from Hades' head were gateways between the living and the dead, death existing in the liminal space between the two. During the Rot World crisis, true to her habit of squeezing value out of everything, she'd naturally intercepted some spoils. When helping Swamp Thing and Abby create soul fragments and duplicates, she'd secretly extracted portions of both the black of decay and the green's primordial power. She'd given the green to poison ivy to study, while personally experimenting with the black of decay. The black also contained death's power, though this death came through decay, merely a byproduct of rot. She'd collected other mundane items too, firebricks from a crematorium furnace that had been used for 30 years, a tree where numerous young people had hanged themselves together, weapons used by serial killers. She'd amassed quite a collection. And yet, she'd gotten nowhere with it. Maybe it was her personality, maybe her divine position, either way, she hadn't figured out a damn thing. Now hearing this oversized brute also possessed a death domain, she couldn't help but be cautious. Hades had studied death for tens of thousands of years and still didn't dare claim he'd mastered it. If she wasn't mistaken, this was Hranmir of Malika Andra, Mars, as praised on the stone walls outside, the god of flame, art, and death. 3 not entirely compatible domains for an alien deity who claimed to have penetrated life and death's mysteries. That demanded serious vigilance. You're the god of art the Martians praised on those walls, aren't you? I can understand the flame part, but how did you obtain the death domain? Thea asked. New gods merged with the source for their divine positions, while old gods comprehended cosmic rules to gain their domains. Different paths, but some overlap existed. Seemingly having touched on his proudest achievement, the Martian god Hranmir showed interest in sharing his insights with this strange deity. His voice still grated like a saw on wood. How did I obtain the death domain? Through mass death, of course. Annihilation. I witnessed the end of all things in death. Only by personally ending them could I grasp this intoxicating power. Thea had a terrible suspicion. Ending them? Who are them? The Martians. Exactly. Death revealed this to me, only by severing all attachments could I gain death's favor. I bestowed the Hranmir's curse, spreading it among the Martians through psychic contagion. In a single night, they all burned to death from their own mental fires. Ha. The concentrated psychic force of an entire race opened death's door for me. I obtained rebirth. Thea's expression darkened. You killed all the Martians. They were your worshippers, the source of your faith. Hranmir sneered dismissively. They were baggage. Only one's own power is eternal. Thea found herself speechless. She considered herself no saint, but she wasn't evil to this degree. To slaughter worshippers who'd revered him for millennia, all for a mere possibility. This creature didn't deserve to be called a god. Especially thinking of the Martian manhunter outside, orphaned and bereaved because of this monster, Thea felt anger rising. Her relationship with John wasn't as close as with Batman. That was mainly because the Martian manhunter had this overwhelming dad energy. Every young, attractive girl was his daughter. Thea's age fell awkwardly in that zone. To avoid complications, she deliberately needled him. The two bickered constantly. He didn't act like an elder, she didn't act like a peer. They'd gradually grown accustomed to this dynamic. Now, learning that this man she respected, someone everyone should respect, a thoroughly good person, had his entire life shadowed by this monster, Thea burned with fury. You deserve to die. You don't deserve the title of god, you bastard. Thea drew Excalibur and roared. The holy sword began gathering radiant energy in response to her rage. She would demand justice for all the Martians who died in vain. Avenging the wrong dead, that was her justice. Hranmir before her was pure evil. Thea's resolve had never been stronger. Her holy sword traced a graceful arc as she swung at Hranmir. Foolish. You dare raise your sword against a true god? Kneel now and I'll forgive you. Hranmir indeed couldn't move easily. He could only conjure a sphere of golden flames in his palm, deflecting the sword's strike to the side. Since battle had begun, Thea had no intention of talking further. This massive cavern was saturated with fire elementals, water magic was completely ineffective, and trading fire attacks with him would be idiotic. Thea used Excalibur as a staff, tapping the ground. A stone giant 100 meters tall emerged. Was it her imagination, or did this giant bear distinctly Martian features? To confirm her suspicion, she summoned another. Chapter 573, Chapter 572, versus Martian God, Part 1. The second summoned giant looked even more Martian. Thea felt she'd uncovered part of the truth. She commanded the two giants to attack Hranmir, then dropped to one knee and placed her hand on the ground, using her compassion to reach out. The ground first tested the waters, then quickly reached consensus with her. Thea rose silently to her feet. The Martians could be said to be dead, and yet not entirely gone. Their massive psychic power hadn't just helped Hranmir achieve rebirth and obtain the death domain. Concentrated together, their power had also replaced the original planetary consciousness. Hranmir must die. That was the planetary will's only demand. To achieve this goal, they'd interfered with his fusion with the fire element, leaving him stuck halfway, neither fully merged nor completely separated. Afraid they'd sabotage him further, he'd never dared enter the mental realm for deep fusion. 20 years ago, they'd also deeply hypnotized Mgan Moors, protecting this last Martian. Don't listen to Hranmir's bluster about her being a collectible, the fool couldn't even leave this cavern. Collect what? Now Thea's intrusion gave them an opportunity, a chance for revenge. Through her, the summoned stone giants unleashed triple their normal strength. Even knowing they were outmatched, they relentlessly hammered Hranmir. With such reliable allies, Thea didn't drop the ball. She began charging Excalibur's power, preparing for a decisive strike. This wasn't a video game where you dealt damage in increments until an HP bar emptied and your opponent simply fell over. That concept was absurd in divine combat. She had to inflict lethal damage in one strike to end the battle. Otherwise, it would be like her fight with Mok'Dran on New Genesis. They'd fought for ages without either sustaining real injuries. Now she was gathering the will of all beings through Excalibur. On Earth, this would require some effort, but here on Mars. Gather what? They'd already assembled, and they were completely forthright. As long as you can kill Hranmir, take all our psychic power, use it however you want. After centuries of erosion, tens of thousands of spirits still retained intense hatred and hadn't been assimilated. These were Mars' finest. Even if they weren't at the Martian manhunters level, they were the cream of their race. In terms of mental power, one Martian easily matched 10,000 humans. A single Martian psychic force could manifest physically, affecting the material world from the mental plane. Now the hatred of an entire race concentrated together, amplified 100-fold by Excalibur's power, such immense psychic energy made even Thea's divine form feel heavy. Not enough. Give me more. Her compassion emotion piloted the vengeful spirits of the genocide, a perfect match. Excalibur hungered for more, and Thea wanted to see how far her newly ascended godhood could push. She wanted more. The planetary will was overjoyed. It had protected Mgan Moors, hoping the girl would one day grow powerful enough to carry its conviction and exact revenge, though the odds seemed slim. At least it was hope. Now Thea had stepped up to help, and she was demanding more power. The planetary will began pouring energy even more frantically. An entire overpowered race's combined strength. Numbers couldn't capture it. Scum, out of my way. Hranmir wasn't an idiot. Watching Thea build power like that, if he did nothing, he'd truly be a fool. He retrieved a whip from the lava and wrapped it around one stone giant's head, yanking it directly into the molten pool. The other he blasted to fragments with golden flames. Insolent wretch. Having dealt with the stone golems, Hranmir raised his whip and cracked it toward Thea. The whip's tip carried massive flames, golden fire like countless tiny dragons clinging to the leather. These visibly high-temperature flames weren't something Thea dared block directly. She leaped upward, dodging the whip. But she'd miscalculated. The whip technique was crude, but the flames had their own unique properties. The silver flames detached from the whip, wrapping toward her. Haha. See that? These are my living flames. You should feel honored to die by this technique. To evade these unknown flames, Thea could only fly higher, but the fire seemed sentient, reversing direction to pursue her. Interesting. This flame was remarkably pure, something like a variant of mental fire. Most likely Hranmir had incorporated Martian psychic abilities into his flame domain, creating this unusual conflagration. Thea tested several spells. Firestorm was directly neutralized by the living flames. Her imprisonment spell, which could withstand several tons of impact, was simply burned through, barely any impediment. Wielding the increasingly heavy Excalibur, her mobility was severely restricted. Left with no choice, she used her ring to create a construct, completely encasing the flames. Then she opened a portal and hurled both construct and living flames to a remote planet, planning to study them after the battle. Trapped in lava and unable to relocate, Hranmir saw his ranged attacks fail. He grimly made his decision. He opened a portal from the void, ink-black darkness engulfed the surroundings, death miasma so thick it felt solid, permeating the underground cavity. Hranmir shed his flame giant form and merged with the darkness. His voice no longer crackled like burning wood, taking on an ethereal quality instead. Behold, this is death. I don't care what god you are. Today you're destined to fall here. In the impenetrable blackness, only one light remained, Excalibur in Thea's hand. She examined her surroundings with interest. The same thing looked different through different eyes, especially something as intangible as death. Thea hadn't encountered a single god who dared claim mastery over death, but viewing it from multiple angles had given her some insights. Hranmir seemed to have gained inspiration from the genocide. The dense ink around her represented his understanding, darkness equals death. That was probably his interpretation. But it wasn't just darkness. He'd also borrowed Martian psychic abilities, adding countless hazards within the blackness. Using Excalibur's extended perception, Thea saw innumerable shadow beasts prowling in the dark, creatures she'd never seen before, abstract and bizarre in form. These were probably enemies the Martians had eliminated over their long history. Many beasts showed characteristics of space flight, reinforcing her theory. Thea found herself at a crossroads. Should she immediately release the light accumulating in Excalibur to break this barrier, or skirmish with the shadow beasts to build up even more power in the sword? Chapter 574, Chapter 573, versus Martian God, Part 2. At the critical moment, someone made the decision for her. The Martian manhunter emerged from the void, grief and hatred written across his face as he stared into a particular spot in the darkness. Thea suspected that was where Ronmir hid. Releasing this dark death barrier was an absolutely terrible move. By abandoning his torch-like form, Ronmir had accidentally set John free to fight at full strength. John's psychic abilities had extreme range and area coverage. He could establish mental links from Earth to the Moon. Thea and Ronmir's earlier conversation had been less than 800 meters away in a straight line. He'd heard every word about the genocide's truth, crystal clear. Learning what had destroyed his wife, child, and entire race, he was consumed by hatred, rage, and murderous intent. But the raging flames had previously blocked his path. He could only watch helplessly as Thea avenged his people while he couldn't move an inch. His heart filled with frustration and powerlessness. Just as anxiety peaked and he didn't know what to do, the scorching heat in the air suddenly vanished. Without thinking, he flew straight in. I am John Johns. I am the son of Myrnn and Shashin. Today I claim justice for all Martians. The Martian manhunter's shout seemed to resonate with the entire planet. The massive cavern vibrated in harmony with his voice, tremors extending all the way to the surface. 50 million kilometers away on Earth, several observation satellites detected violent fluctuations in Mars' magnetic field. Compared to Thea, John was a legitimate Martian. He simply lacked a weapon to channel psychic force. Many Martians who'd retained self-awareness could only manifest as phantoms, offering him encouragement, spiritual support in the truest sense. Father, Mother, Myraya, Khm. Numerous spectral images appeared around him. The Martian manhunter, whose power already relied heavily on psychic force, received his people's encouragement, and his mental power surged dramatically beyond its normal levels. He had no divine power and understood nothing of death domains, but with psychic abilities among the best in the universe, he carved out a small territory within the darkness by sheer force. The light of his mind, brilliant and mysterious, intertwined with Excalibur's radiance, each illuminating the other. John Johns. I remember you. Your name means, light to the light, in Malika Andron. When you were born, your mental light blanketed the entire planet. Ronmir's sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Your race was too powerful. The world needs gods, not mighty mortals. Your extinction was inevitable. I don't know how you escaped annihilation, but today you will definitely die here, contributing your unique mental light to my death authority. Having shed his flame body, Ronmir had apparently freed himself from the lava's constraints. He could now move freely within the space. Under his command, countless shadow beasts launched a frenzied assault on the two. Thea needed to maintain Excalibur's charge, so she stayed defensive. The Martian manhunter handled the offense. Honestly, this was her first time seeing John fight at full power. Ronmir's concern that Martians threatened his divine position and his genocidal decision actually had some merit. The Martian manhunter was terrifying. He had no divine power, no godhood or divine position, but his psychic abilities combined with a Superman-level body created energy on par with a new god. Shadow beasts, theoretically immune to all abilities except magic and divine power, got absolutely pummeled by him. That's how psychic power worked. If I believe you can be hurt, you will be. If I believe this punch kills you, you die. Psychic power was all about belief. What Thea mastered was barely scratching the surface compared to John's combat-ready application. As the Martian manhunter violently cleared the field, the previously uncountable shadow beasts gradually became quantifiable. Fighting these minions couldn't quench his fury. The weight of an entire race's vengeance pressed on his shoulders. After briefly warning Thea, he charged straight at Ronmir. Ronmir didn't know about John's fire phobia. If Ronmir switched forms, this Martian who could rival a Super Scion would immediately crumble. Facing the aggressive Martian manhunter, Ronmir had no choice but to engage. The two quickly exchanged blows. Unable to use his flame whip or living flames, Ronmir was beaten into retreat by the Martian manhunter's psychic-enhanced punches. Even when he tried hiding, the planetary consciousness, manifested as Martian spirits, would point out his location. He was trapped. John pressed his advantage mercilessly. The 100-meter Ronmir was driven back step by step. One arm was severed by John's psychic blade. Though it quickly regenerated, the deity still felt humiliated. Uncle John, move. The energy Thea had accumulated was 3 times what she'd used against Doomsday. The quantity seemed modest, but that was because each additional portion of power increased Excalibur's weight exponentially. Power didn't add, it multiplied. Thea didn't know exactly how many Martians' hopes she'd gathered. She only knew one thing with absolute certainty: with this strike, her opponent couldn't block or dodge. The concentrated force seemed to carry a hint of causality. Hranmir had treated mortals like insects. Past cause determined present effect. Gods might be mighty, but mortals couldn't be ignored. For all Martians. Thea gripped the sword in reverse and shot forward. As they rapidly closed distance, Excalibur's radiance illuminated Hranmir's despairing face. He had no time to block. Some mysterious rule locked down his ability to dodge, forcing him to watch helplessly as the sacred light-infused blade pierced his left eye. Brilliant radiance flooded the world. The cavern previously choked with ink-black darkness was engulfed in light. The 100-meter Hranmir crashed to the ground. Excalibur, carrying the concentrated mental light of all Martians, not only dispelled the cavern's darkness but directly shattered Hranmir's death domain. Hranmir had originally been just a god of art. He'd been possessed by madness when pursuing the death domain. Ironically, he couldn't even properly wield such power, only managing to suppress the death domain with his flame authority in a toxic cycle. Now with his death domain shattered, the balance within him collapsed. He ignited like a torch, burning furiously. Divine power and authority turned against him. His life was reaching its end. Whether self-immolating or in normal form, Hranmir, as a giant candle, severely disrupted the Martian manhunter. Unfortunately, Hranmir would never see this. John, who'd been dominating moments ago, wilted the instant he saw the torch. But he still remembered countless kinsmen's blood debt, forcing himself to continue. "My son, you must be strong. John, my husband, we're forever with you. Daddy, KHYM wants you to promise to live well, okay?" Thea saw 3 adults and 1 child, 4 Martians surrounding John. Their voices drifted past like a gentle breeze, and the Martian manhunter's expression shifted from agony to sorrow. Excalibur's radiance continued working. The entire underground cavern was saturated with Martian mental light, allowing more and more Martian phantoms to emerge. Chapter 575, Chapter 574, versus Martian God, Part 3. John's neighbors appeared, his relatives, even a few who'd been his adversaries in life. Through encouragement, goading, or outright cursing, they used every method to help John pull himself together. Uncle John. The one who approached him was the girl previously lying on the stone steps, the only Martian survivor besides John himself, Gan Moores. The girl also possessed powerful psychic abilities. After communicating with the assembled consciousness, she quickly grasped the situation. She walked to John's side as he knelt on the ground, gently placing her hand on his back, silently offering support. "Uncle John, he's almost finished. You should deliver the final blow." Thea appeared at the right moment. A man several hundred years old didn't need encouragement from someone in her 20s. He'd find his resolve. Superman had overcome Kryptonite's effects to kill Doomsday. Did he rely on physical strength? No, he relied on sheer willpower. Thea believed John had that same strength. Taking this step would eliminate most of his fire phobia. The Martian manhunter finally stood, trembling, under everyone's expectant gaze. He staggered forward. Whether Thea, Gan, or his family, all silently cheered him on. The mere 100 meters took him 5 minutes to cover. As he drew closer to Hranmir, his confidence slowly recovered. "I can do this. I won't fear fire anymore. I can't let KHYM down." His daughter's name erupted from John's throat. He began stumbling forward. The psychic abilities that automatically shut down at the sight of flames rekindled in his mind, weak, as if a single breath could extinguish them. But his loved one's expectations overcame his physical defect. His mind was healing his body through sheer, incomprehensible willpower. The Martian manhunter felt strange. His psychic power, which ran on belief more than anything, transmitted an intuition. Maybe, possibly, perhaps, probably, he wasn't quite so afraid of fire anymore. As one of the universe's best hypnotists, John didn't know if he'd self-hypnotized or genuinely conquered his fear. He didn't care. First, he had to kill the enemy. "Hranmir of Malika Andra, your day of reckoning has come." When he reached Hranmir's head, though still somewhat weakened, his psychic power had recovered to 30%, more than enough to handle an opponent with no ability to resist. Hranmir had lost more than half his body. Divine power continued devouring him relentlessly. One eye blinded by Excalibur, his remaining eye struggled open. Johns, you can't kill me. I'm your god. When your abilities hadn't bloomed, I protected all of you. It was me." His plea was pathetically unconvincing. Thea felt contempt, but she trusted John wouldn't fall for it. Sure enough, the Martian manhunter acted as if he hadn't heard. He began reciting names in a low voice. After each segment, he stabbed Hranmir with his psychic blade. His godhood shattered, divine power and authority gone, and half his body consumed by backlashing energy, Hranmir's power level had plummeted. He was now just an exceptionally resilient mortal. Facing John, the strongest among Martians, stripped of divine protection and with half his body gone, Ronmir had nothing left but pitiful begging. As John mechanically recited names and stabbed repeatedly, even the most tenacious life force couldn't withstand such depletion. Myrnn Johns, Shashin Johns, Myraya Johns. Khym Johns. I've avenged you all. The Martian manhunter unleashed all his remaining power. A blade of radiant energy pierced through Ronmir's skull. The deity who'd coveted death's domain and annihilated an entire Martian civilization reached the end of his long existence. Having exhausted all his strength, John collapsed backward. Relief, remembrance, liberation, regret, countless emotions flooded his heart. Temporarily without purpose, he simply wanted to lie still for a while. Thea felt mildly annoyed. Hey, weren't they originally here to survey mineral deposits? Surveying turned into a search and rescue, which turned into uncovering truth, which turned into exposing the culprit, and finally achieving great vengeance. This chaotic mess could only be described as bizarre. Uncle, don't just lie there. About your relatives. Thea dangled the bait, and John took it immediately, scrambling upright. Knowing she wouldn't speak idly, that bringing this up now meant something important, he asked with disbelief, can you resurrect them? That's beyond me. The rules of life and death are too vast. Thea's honest answer. Maybe when she mastered the life equation she could try. Not now. She continued, there's a place on Earth called Nanda Parbat. I once discovered a city from an ancient Earth civilization in its deepest reaches, a city constructed from psychic force. Speaking this plainly, John would have to be an idiot not to understand after centuries of existence. You mean my wife and daughter can continue living? Thea nodded, then switched to mental communication. That world is small. I estimate it can only sustain a few dozen people. Your people's psychic power is too strong, it would burden the small realm greatly. Yes, Thea meant taking a few connected individuals. The rest. Gradually assimilate with the planet. She'd help them achieve revenge, they could rest in peace. Selection criteria naturally prioritized acquaintances. Some random Martian noble. She didn't give a damn, she didn't even know them. Thea borrowed residual divine power lingering in the air to construct a massive time barrier, with a 50-to-1 flow rate. The assembled spirits immediately froze. Since she was using Ronmir's scattered power anyway, she felt no guilt whatsoever. The Martian manhunter's motivation surged instantly. He wasn't some selfless saint either. First, he extracted his parents, wife, and daughter. Learning of this, Ngan was equally surprised, selecting her own parents and 2 siblings. To their 300-plus extended relatives, sorry. The 2 picked and chose until they'd assembled 20 people. Thea teleported to Nanda Parbat. Practice made perfect, she was a familiar face now. She shifted into spirit form and led everyone into the psychic space. Worth mentioning, John and his niece could enter the incorporeal state. They could squeeze into this psychic space as well. The space's residents hadn't changed much, though the small psychic animals Thea had left them had added some vitality. Settling the new residents went remarkably smoothly. Chapter 576, Chapter 575, Guardian. Everyone chatted in the psychic space for quite a while. John, reunited with his wife and daughter, was grinning ear to ear. Thea checked the time and pulled the 2 living ones out. After becoming a new god, her power had grown too strong. Her mere presence for a few moments threatened the space's stability. Combined with John and his niece's considerable strength, which also burdened the realm heavily, the 3 returned outside. Settling these centuries dead people was manageable, but Ngan Moors, very much alive, presented complications. Martian reproduction was peculiar. Despite the genocide occurring centuries ago, her actual age was barely 40, still a child by Martian standards. The Martian manhunter went into full dad mode, lecturing the young Martian girl who wanted to explore the cosmos. She should settle down on Earth first, then consider cosmic adventures. Thea told him to handle the kid while she went back to loot Ronmir's corpse. Actually, she was eyeing his whip, though sized for a 100-meter giant, it was too large for her. She planned to have Diana reforge it later. Additionally, Ronmir's special technique, the living flames, she carefully packaged away. This unique fire required careful study back home. She spent the next 3 days surveying all of Mars' mineral deposits and establishing basic communication with the planetary will. Mars was already a desert wasteland, there were no environmental concerns. After simply negotiating Earth's resource extraction rights, she returned to Metropolis. Through several channels, she met with the actual leaders of various nations. Anyone with basic intelligence could see resources were a critical issue. Thea not only provided partial Mars survey results but included a simple design for personal combat mechs. Want to get stronger? Come on, resource extraction is your only path forward. And interstellar mining was unavoidable. The nations were semi-reluctantly pulled onto her bandwagon, beginning preliminary preparations. Launch centers across multiple countries started intensive arrangements, with aerospace talent being drafted by governments left and right. Thea didn't leave them to figure things out alone. She provided several upgraded versions of existing technology for reference: rockets, airships, spacecraft, plus massive satellites similar to the Justice League's Watchtower space station. The major powers unanimously chose the aircraft carrier-to-space carrier conversion plan. Thea had drawn inspiration from the SHIELD helicarrier from the neighboring Marvel universe. Her enhanced version could not only fly but conduct short-range space travel. Of course, short-range for her meant something vastly different for humans. This was genuinely revolutionary tech. Numerous human scientists began working tirelessly to integrate alien technology with human science. Thea couldn't help much there. She did have expertise, but modern society's disciplines were too specialized, divisions too refined. At best she could offer broad guidelines. Many details she only half understood. Actual implementation required human research. Otherwise, if the space carrier fell out of the sky mid-flight, that would be tragic. After mingling with scientists for barely a month, she had to leave the laboratory. Diana had returned. "You've gotten more beautiful." The warrior goddess's first words upon meeting. This delighted Thea immensely. Her current stats were peculiar: strength and agility were weakest, intelligence and perception merely decent, but charisma, which she'd never particularly focused on, was highest. Maybe that was wealth's inherent perk. In different people's eyes, she presented different beauty. Regardless of gender or species, even silicon-based lifeforms found her extraordinarily attractive, despite having completely incompatible aesthetics. "Did you find your source?" Thea examined Diana carefully. Her aura felt different from before, but also unlike Thea's own transformation. It didn't look like source fusion. "Source?" Diana asked. Thea realized, worried about influencing Diana's choice, she'd never mentioned these things. With those concerns gone, she recounted her entire ascension process, including Highfather and that whole crowd. "I see. Mine probably isn't fusion. If I had to name it, I'd call it cultivation." The warrior goddess considered carefully. Diana's concepts were vague. Thea had to question her for answers, and together they gradually pieced together the basic framework. Unlike Thea directly harvesting a mature source, Diana had obtained a wild source too immature, requiring patient cultivation, or perhaps symbiosis. Unlike the original timeline where she'd obtained the failed Ares war godhood, Diana was now walking the new god path. Her source was named Guardian. The name obviously indicated combat capability, fundamentally different from Thea's. But that was future business. The gap between newborn and mature sources was vast. For the first time in a century, Thea comprehensively outmatched Diana. She couldn't have been happier. Using the excuse that clothing impeded source-to-source communication, the goddess of wealth gleefully dragged the proto-guardian goddess into bed. Golden hair and black hair intertwined, two equally smooth and flawless pairs of legs entangled. The night ended with the goddess of wealth's complete victory. After 2 weeks of intimacy, they finally remembered actual business. Diana needed to gradually comprehend Guardian's meaning. Thea's suggestion: start simple, like guarding love, guarding family, then progressively expand to entire peoples, worlds, etc. "You still need me to guard you." The warrior goddess, recently defeated in sparring, was rather grumpy. Seeing this rare expression, Thea felt light as air for days. But she didn't slack off. Temporary advantage didn't mean permanent superiority. Diana was grinding away in pursuit, she had to maintain her edge. Still, she prepared a surprise for Diana. They traveled to the eastern Mediterranean. Paradise Island had been returned to its original position by Thea, who'd quasi-legitimately siphoned power from New Genesis's magical network. The network now served far more than just the sorcery core, the entire new god race benefited. She'd extracted a tiny fraction from millions of spellcasters' daily accumulated magical energy to rebuild Paradise Island's barriers. Watching her 1,000-year home return to the mortal world, Diana was both excited and moved, further clarifying her mission. She wanted to stay here a while and seriously contemplate her future. Thea handed her Hranmires whip for modification. Paradise Island had all necessary forging equipment. Reforging one whip, Diana hammered away, converting the 100-meter length into 3 meters. The internal flame storage function remained, though Thea couldn't use the psychic-derived living flames. She substituted magic instead. Referencing the living flame's properties, she created pure, unadulterated magical fire she named Silver Flame. Thea stayed with her for 2 weeks before Diana kicked her out. On the deserted island with just the two of them, they'd been exchanging notes constantly, leaving Diana dizzy and exhausted. Though psychologically and physiologically extremely pleasurable, they even had divine-level communion beyond words. This was genuinely delightful from every angle. But continuing like this meant neither would accomplish anything in 1,000 years. both needed to keep advancing. Thea's divine position required deeper exploration, Diana's source needed slow growth. They had no time to waste. Chapter 577, Chapter 576, Oliver's Son. Shortly after returning from Themyscira to the city, Thea was summoned back to Star City by Moira. When she met her mother, Moira mysteriously dismissed her secretary and closed the door. Thea had no idea what was happening. Oliver has a son, Moira announced, dropping the bombshell without preamble. Thea's first thought was that Shadow was pregnant. Her second, even more bizarre notion, had Oliver gotten back together with Laurel and put Tommy in an awkward position? Within a second, she realized her mind had wandered off track from spending too much time at Themyscira. She was overthinking things. After all, she'd just passed by the Arrow Cave and hadn't noticed any of the women showing signs of pregnancy. Moira must be talking about something from the past. Moira didn't keep her guessing. She handed over a photograph showing a boy around 7 or 8 years old, thin and small, with a few freckles on his face. This child is 8 years old. His name is William. Back then, I gave his mother a sum of money to send them away. Do you think we should acknowledge this child? Moira's words were cryptic, but Thea understood the subtext. Back when the Queen family was a wealthy household, Moira had wanted to prevent outsiders from claiming the family fortune. Plus, Oliver had truly been a mess back then, sleeping around carelessly and fathering a child. As a mother, Moira had paid the woman off. It was hard to say whether she'd been right or wrong. But with the election approaching, Moira wasn't sure whether this incident might trigger a domino effect. Thea said nothing at first, examining the photograph. The eyes and chin resembled Oliver somewhat, but she couldn't make out much else. She thought Moira was overthinking things. A child like this was already one step removed from Moira herself and wouldn't directly affect her campaign. Thea had a vague memory of this William kid. He should be a child Oliver had fathered before the shipwreck, back in her old life. She vaguely remembered that this poor kid would keep getting kidnapped by villains. Every time, Oliver claimed to have hidden him somewhere even he didn't know about, yet somehow every villain moonlighted as a detective and managed to grab his son to use as leverage. It was ridiculous. Now, there were basically two options: maintain the status quo or bring him under protection. Maintain the status quo. I'll arrange for his protection, Thea said, her gaze clear and direct. She could only manage preventive measures. This was Oliver's biological child, there were many methods she couldn't employ. What about Oliver? Don't tell him. Thea's answer was decisive. It wasn't because she had any ill intent, but rather because of her divine premonition. If this William kid didn't get dragged into Oliver's life, his future would be happy and fulfilling. Not everyone wanted to be a superhero or a superhero's son. Just look at Professor Alec Holland and Abby, who'd both gone into hiding, or Damien, who'd returned to Gotham to continue his harsh training. Not everyone had an iron will. Being a superhero was definitely not a good career choice for ordinary people. William had lived 8 peaceful, healthy years so far. Thea was confident that once the Queen family acknowledged this child, his previously safe life trajectory would plunge into some unknown abyss. Complex cause and effect relationships were at play here, things Thea didn't want to discuss with Moira in mystical terms. As an excellent politician, Moira didn't want to acknowledge the child either, though she couldn't consider the karmic implications. She could only think in terms of herself, politics, and family. Hearing Thea's words now, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Little William, living thousands of miles away from Star City in a small town, had no idea that his evil grandmother and goddess Aunt had decided his future fate in just a few sentences. He continued enjoying his childhood in peace. After leaving Moira's mayoral office, Thea made some arrangements. She doctored the child's various birth certificates and, through roundabout connections, gave William's mother a small promotion, 2 levels up, ensuring stable income and a worry-free life. It was a decent outcome. She'd initially considered assigning 2 security personnel but decided against it. You couldn't be on guard forever, having security would only invite suspicion. The risk outweighed the benefit. Beyond this child, Thea didn't implement any other concealment measures. As a presidential candidate, Moira would be fine as long as she herself didn't make major mistakes. Even if political enemies tore open a gap via Oliver, the damage to Moira would be minimal. The key point was that Oliver's past private life had been too wild. He'd been with at least 800 women, if not 1,000. With such a massive sample size, anyone determined to dig would find something. Thea's eye of annihilation, powerful as it was, couldn't eliminate all 800 women, she simply couldn't cover it all up. If Oliver himself were running for office, a dozen children of different ethnicities would definitely jump out at some public event calling him daddy. But with 1 degree of separation, the impact on Moira was minimal. America, heavily influenced by Britain, still maintained somewhat serious standards for leaders. Europe, on the other hand, had young presidents with much older wives, presidents dining with mistresses, such things were commonplace. Private life issues didn't matter much, let alone their children's private lives. Even if problems arose, a little PR and media control could turn it into a populist talking point. Putting Oliver out front as the target, that was the unspoken understanding between mother and daughter. His thick skin meant he didn't care about such trivial matters anyway. The intense presidential race had already begun its battles on certain levels. Several candidates had started their campaigns. The current president, thanks to the devastation from the rot, had earned the crown for the lowest approval rating in history. He was pelted with rotten eggs when going out and had shoes thrown at him during speeches. Rumor had it he was flipping through his calendar counting down the days, he didn't want to spend one more day in that wretched White House. But as the saying goes, even if you keep your head down, trouble finds you. He wanted to peacefully ride out his term, but others had different plans. The usually stable Central City had encountered trouble. The military's enthusiasm for converting aircraft carriers into flying carriers was beyond words. These days, Thea spent 10 days a month at New Genesis doing nothing much, 10 days handling various matters and occasionally communicating with Diana, and spent the remaining 10 days basically at the Pentagon's secret experimental facility. Thea, Barry Allen is awake. At noon, just as she was leaving the Pentagon, she received secret intelligence from Caitlin Snow, actually Killer Frost, but still pretending to be sweet and innocent. Ha! The Flash was about to debut. Central City's peaceful days were numbered. She instructed Killer Frost to maintain her current rhythm and just pass along information. Superheroes were multiplying in this world, and with them came an explosive increase in villains. A mysterious cause and effect relationship existed here. Saying, without heroes, there'd be no villains, wasn't quite right, but from a macro perspective, there was some truth to it. Chapter 578, Chapter 577, Pep Talk for the Flash. Like opening a floodgate, on the very day the Flash awakened, Central City Bank was robbed by a metahuman who could control the weather. The police were helpless. Eyewitnesses flooded social media with their opinions, fiercely criticizing the government's inaction. Thea held nothing but contempt for people who robbed banks the moment they got a little power. Ignorance was terrifying. How much money could you even steal that way? The next day, on her way home from work, Thea sensed something unusual. Her secretary, Miss Mercy, immediately assumed a defensive stance. Don't let the secretary's delicate appearance fool you. She wore high heels and pencil skirts every day, walked with a cat-like grace, but her combat skills matched Deathstroke's from back in the day. Don't worry, it's not an enemy. Someone's probably looking for me. You head back first. Thea gazed into the distance before flying toward a nearby high-rise. Miss Mercy felt reassured. Thea and Luther shared one trait, neither needed her protection. She'd honed her skills primarily to protect herself from getting caught in the crossfire of chaotic battles. Hearing Thea say everything was fine, she calmly headed to the parking garage. Thea flew to the rooftop and waited 2 seconds. A yellow streak of lightning flashed past, and a young man approached her. Barry, long time no see. You look fully recovered. What brings you here? Thea asked the still green Flash. Shouldn't this guy be looking for Oliver? Why had he come to her? Actually, Barry was a bit helpless too. Among the public-facing superheroes right now, there were Superman, Batman, and Thea. The first two were like dragons, rarely seen. He couldn't find them, and more importantly, he didn't have that kind of relationship with them. He'd gone to Green Arrow's place but had witnessed Oliver in bed with Shadow. Calling someone out mid-passion to listen to his problems. That wasn't something a sane person would do. So he'd made a detour from Star City to Metropolis, hoping to hear the insights of this renowned female superhero. I've spent my whole life searching for miracles, never expecting I'd become one myself. I want to help people, but unfortunately, I messed up on my very first try today. What if Professor Wells is right? What if I'm not a hero? What if I'm just someone who happened to get struck by lightning? Barry had clearly been holding this in for a while. He started from the beginning, well, not quite from the dawn of time, but from his origin story. Thea wanted to remind him that they'd discussed this before, and theoretically she knew some of what had happened. But seeing how desperately he needed to vent, she decided to let him explain in detail. After a long stream of complaints, it basically came down to this: young Barry Allen hadn't found his proper positioning. With superpowers, he thought he should be a savior who bore all responsibility. This was the complete opposite of those who got powers and ran wild. Thea couldn't quite recall the details, but she had her own methods. With a gesture, she cast a water mirror spell. The water rippled, quickly displaying an elderly man's image. Knowing Barry didn't recognize him, Thea explained, Dr. Savannah. He spent his whole life searching for miracles. 6 months ago, he finally received fate's blessing and gained extraordinary powers. Grateful for this divine gift, he donated a third of his fortune and regularly helps the poor. He's still donating books and rare manuscripts to various institutions. He's 60 years old and still contributing everything he can. Thea felt a bit guilty saying this. Normally, Dr. Savannah would have been a major villain. Now that he'd received 20% of Black Adam's divine power, he'd been going overboard trying to earn Thea's favor. He hadn't just donated his fortune, he'd built bridges, paved roads, planted trees, supported education, helped widows and orphans. He'd done quite a lot of good deeds. Thea hadn't shortchanged him either. Instead of giving him the dumbed-down new Genesis textbooks, she'd given him a copy of the teaching notes she'd originally prepared for Damien. He could use remote teaching or leave messages if he had questions. Seeing Barry looking thoughtful, she gave another example. The image changed to show a green-skinned little boy. This boy is Gar Logan, codename Beast Boy. Due to a lab accident, he underwent genetic mutation and can transform into any animal. He just turned 9. This is yesterday's footage of him rescuing a traffic accident victim. The image showed Beast Boy transforming into a small horse and ramming the victim out from in front of a car with failed brakes to the other side of the road. Thea covered her face. It was hard to say which would hurt more, getting hit by the car or getting rammed by the small horse. Seeing the same scene, Barry also felt embarrassed. This kid was way more hardcore than him. Thea coughed. See. Whether it's a 60-year-old man or a 9-year-old child, even though they're both clumsy at it, they're both doing it. Doing something is better than doing nothing. Everyone needs to grow, heroes included. If you can't do it well today, there's always tomorrow. Heroes aren't built in a day, right? Do what you're meant to do. The lightning didn't strike you by chance, it chose you. Thea looked at this favored child of the Speed Force, her tone solemn and dignified. With some encouragement and perspective, Barry Allen regained his vitality and returned to Central City singing. The Flash's debut battle. Thea thought about it for a moment and decided to go observe. Relative to intelligence and charisma, Thea wasn't particularly good with speed. But for someone of her caliber, no matter how slow, she could still outpace this rookie Flash. Run back like a mule. Thea pursed her lips. Maybe in the future she could race him, but right now she wasn't in the mood. After orienting herself, she teleported directly to Central City. Cloaked in invisibility, she entered STAR Labs. Besides Caitlin detecting her visit, Cisco and Reverse Flash remained completely oblivious. Thea waited silently. What followed was like watching a movie. The Flash ran back. Cisco, like showing off a treasure, displayed the friction-resistant suit he designed with cutting-edge tech. Then the weather-controlling meta showed up right on cue. The Flash's initial battle went poorly. Reverse Flash, relying on his well-practiced pep talk, started pouring on the encouragement. What left the deepest impression on Thea was him tearing his heart out screaming, "Run, Barry! Run! Run!" Not bothering to watch the old man's heartfelt performance anymore, she headed to the scene, preparing to observe the Speed Force. The meta was still shouting, even declaring himself God. Thea nearly fainted. Talk about ignorance being bliss, you conjure up one little tornado and think you're God. She looked toward the Flash running counter to the tornado. More precisely, she was looking at the Speed Force. One glance told her she'd guessed correctly. This too was a source, it embodied the concept of speed, the origin of velocity itself. Compared to the rod and the green, the Speed Force was even more elusive. In Thea's view, Barry was much like Swamp Thing, just a worker. Without fundamentally changing his life essence, his fate was to end up lying in the Speed Force space. Rumor had it that the Speed Force only came into existence the moment lightning struck Barry Allen, instantly extending in both temporal directions to cover the entire timeline and parallel universes. But no matter how she looked, Thea couldn't see what made Barry special. Thea released several wind-based acceleration spells, trying to help the rookie Flash speed up. Unfortunately, the Speed Force immunized against them all. She tried extracting a portion, this time it simply vanished into the air. Chapter 579, Chapter 578, Reverse Flash Advances. After trying several methods with no results, Thea had to give up. While invisible, she couldn't employ many of her other techniques. She had plenty of time, she could study this slowly in the future. Unaware that someone was spying nearby, the thug was quickly defeated by the powered-up Flash, who earned his first real hero experience. The fledgling Barry Allen ran back to STAR Labs to celebrate with his little team. The Speed Force research having reached a dead end, Thea returned home. She had far too many things on her plate. Reverse Flash, destined to die in this world, didn't warrant excessive attention. Over the following days, the Flash's exploits began to spread. Media outlets everywhere started discussing this lightning-fast figure. Without question, this was a superhero, numerous rescued citizens could testify to that. However, whether they were male or female, old or young, even whether they were human or alien, nobody knew. In just 2 weeks, he, or she, had defeated a metahuman who could duplicate himself and another who emitted poison gas. Online discussion exploded. What was happening to this world? Did ordinary people still have a chance? Not just ordinary citizens were asking, those controlling the nation's vital interests were asking too. Thea's assessment of them, a bunch of confused idiots. She claimed no knowledge about anything Flash-related, which only amplified their anxiety. They had to enter the space age immediately. Earth's technological level left them feeling very insecure. You know this person, right? In what Thea had named the Hall of Justice, Batman asked, showing her several photographs. This was quite something. Batman's advanced tech had captured Barry Allen's face, despite the friction-resistant suit and mask. In the image, the Flash had been rescuing a woman trapped in a house fire, running up the wall from bottom to top. His technique wasn't quite polished yet, his speed just a hair too slow, and in that gap, Batman had snapped him perfectly. Image comparison, facial recognition, facial reconstruction, Batman had forcibly extracted Barry's appearance. All right, I do know him. Barry Allen. He's a very kind person. One of the rare truly good people. Thea's answer was definitive. Why can he run so fast? Is it a mutation? Batman asked. According to him, he was struck by lightning and became this way. Thea shrugged. Among superheroes, she understood Batman fairly well. This guy would definitely go home, pull out a little notebook, write this down, and rack his brains devising countermeasures. Catwoman said he only slept 1 hour a day, spending all his mental energy studying other people. Still, she had some expectations for his research. After all, the Fenrir armor's high-speed targeting system could eventually hit the Flash at his peak. Who knew how high-speed this targeting could go? All she could say about such unreasonable tech was, respect. If this yellow lightning is a friend, then what about this red lightning? Batman tossed out a stack of photos: Gotham, Metropolis, Star City, Coast City, numerous major cities. The one common element, a red streak of lightning in each photo. Reverse Flash. Thea's face remained impassive while countless thoughts collided rapidly in her mind. The Speed Force's origins had many theories. Even the speedsters themselves couldn't figure out where their power came from, let alone outsiders. However, from Reverse Flash's 14 years of painstaking effort cultivating the Flash, she could deduce some conclusions. In short, with Flash comes Speed Force. When Reverse Flash came to this world, the absence of the Flash meant his Speed Force simply disappeared. He could only cultivate Barry Allen himself. Theoretically, 9 months ago when lightning struck Barry Allen, the Speed Force had already awakened in this world. Reverse Flash's own Speed Force should have recovered considerably. Yet he'd been dormant for 9 months, only now coming out to run. Did this mean his previous Speed Force had been insufficient? Could he only have enough Speed Force to spend when Barry was running for his life? She wasn't a speedster and couldn't understand these cause and effect relationships. Thea only knew that Reverse Flash was getting anxious. This world differed too greatly from what he knew. He had to look around to confirm his next plan. I'll handle him. Thea took the red lightning photos and said goodbye to Batman before leaving Metropolis. That night, Thea flew high into the air, overlooking the Earth, quietly waiting. She waited until late into the night when a red streak of lightning appeared abruptly at the edge of her vision. The figure kept moving through streets and alleys, occasionally stopping to search for something. Thea's supervision could see Reverse Flash's increasingly confused expression. This time traveler from the 25th century definitely wasn't in a good mood right now. Thea generally felt happier when others were unhappy. Watching Reverse Flash leave Coast City and race along the highway, she very casually strung up a magical rope across the road. The rope was colorless and invisible, blending with the surroundings. To test the Speed Force's magical resistance, she added several trigger-type spells to the rope. In the blink of an eye, she'd just finished setting up when the red lightning arrived. The magical rope snapped from the sudden tremendous force. Reverse Flash's rapid run was interrupted. Like a rag doll, he rolled 17 or 18 somersaults on the ground. What the hell? Reverse Flash looked around in confusion. He could have sworn he hadn't seen anything. Thea was laughing so hard she could barely stand. These speedsters had Speed Force protection, defying physics by ignoring inertia and acceleration. Otherwise, taking those tumbles at that speed would kill someone outright. She still remembered her mission: give Reverse Flash a warning. Make him behave and stay in Central City, playing with Little Flash. Why was he wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Wearing her divine artifact robe without the hood, she revealed herself from the air, her tone cold. Who are you, and what are you looking for? Thea Queen. Reverse Flash's eyes narrowed. He wasn't out practicing his running in the middle of the night, naturally. This world just differed too much from his memories. He'd had some expectations but was unwilling to accept it, still searching for evidence to comfort himself. His original world had no Superman or Batman. The rot from a few months ago had scared him badly. Back then his Speed Force had just started recovering. Ordinary mosquitoes definitely couldn't bite him, but if the whole world turned into a swarm of mosquitoes, he'd just have to wait for death. Honestly, he'd been terrified. He'd arrived at the Wyoming site earlier than Thea's group. The scene could only be described as horrifying. Chapter 580, Chapter 579, Toying with Him. Fortunately, the rot invasion was quelled by superheroes shortly after it began. Only then did he breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Now Barry Allen had officially taken his place. While Barry ran around every day, Reverse Flash kept shouting run, 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 supposedly to train the new Flash. As Barry raced at high speed, his speed force recovered rapidly. This led to his recent days of reconnaissance. He tried to secretly observe Superman and Batman, but unfortunately couldn't find either. Thea had been his next reconnaissance target, he just hadn't expected her to come looking for him directly. His eyes hardened as he transformed into a red streak and charged forward. Watching the red lightning rush toward her, Thea simultaneously increased her own speed and chose evasion. The two quickly engaged in a chase across the wilderness. Reverse Flash was definitely running through gritted teeth. Thea, not so much. Sure, anyone with 2 long legs could run, and originally she'd wanted to compete with Reverse Flash. But after 2 steps she'd discovered a problem. Reverse Flash wore a friction-resistant bodysuit with a fully sealed hood, an outfit designed specifically for racing. What was she wearing? The Divine Punishment robe. When Heather had designed it, she'd considered Thea a goddess and created a female-style long robe, fitted at the waist, elegant from a distance, truly beautiful. But this garment's applicable range definitely didn't include racing. She'd stopped after 2 steps. The visual was too bizarre. The long robe combined with her golden hair, and since she lacked speed force protection to face air resistance directly, running made her look like a lunatic. Thea really wasn't good with speed. However, for someone at her level of power, there were no weaknesses. If she ran with everything she had, she could run extremely fast. But for the sake of her image, she couldn't do that. With some regret, she abandoned the idea of racing Reverse Flash, though she still wanted to see how fast this guy was. Relying on her unparalleled mastery of teleportation, she began using short-range teleportation to create distance, looking from afar like rapid blinking, whoosh, whoosh, advancing forward. Reverse Flash had never seen such a peculiar method of movement. He had great confidence in his speed force. He didn't care where she ran, he'd just chase her down. For a moment, a sky-blue phantom led in front while a red streak of lightning followed behind as the two competed in speed. They went from Coast City eastward, finally entering Texas. Neither went to major cities, instead racing wildly on the highways. Of course, this wild racing was relative to Reverse Flash. Thea herself didn't expend much magical power. During the chase, she observed many things. Reverse Flash, as the Flash's counterpart, couldn't deviate too far from Flash himself at the speed force rule level. In other words, whatever speed the Flash had, Reverse Flash had roughly the same. Thea felt like a veteran fighting a rookie. Was he fast? Definitely fast, and as time passed, Reverse Flash's speed kept explosively increasing. But it wasn't to the point of despair. By her rough estimate, initially he'd been around 1,000 kilometers per hour, now increased to about 1,500. The highway had no obstacles on either side. Despite his best efforts, Reverse Flash couldn't catch Thea. By this point, he already knew he couldn't catch this woman, at least not with this much speed force inside him. Panting heavily and silently gritting his teeth, Reverse Flash figured that once he recovered his full power, he'd definitely teach her a lesson. Suddenly he realized something. Why was he so exhausted? He could run around the Earth hundreds of times without stopping. This was just a few minutes of chasing, how could he possibly be tired? You noticed. Let me see the true nature of your power. Reverse Flash's exhaustion was naturally the work of magic. Energy drain, this extremely advanced necromantic spell came straight from Morgan Le Fay's grimoire. She'd set it up early on that magical rope, triggering directly when it tripped Reverse Flash. Thea had drained not just his life force but also mental energy, willpower, and a whole bunch of other things. This naturally included the speed force. She couldn't act freely while invisible in Central City that day, but today she had no such concerns. She gestured with her hand, and a large mass of red arcs, wrapped in divine power, was extracted from his body. Holy crap! Seeing this, Reverse Flash's eyes went wide. He'd always been the one stealing other people's speed force, today someone had turned the tables on him. You're supposed to be a righteous hero. I'm filing a complaint. The red arcs were extremely unruly, constantly slamming against the divine power barrier, trying to return to Reverse Flash's body. What is this thing? She asked, knowing full well. No idea. Reverse Flash answered just as curtly. What are you looking for? Thea didn't bother playing games with him. Her body floated in midair, looking down at Reverse Flash. She could fly, he couldn't. Reverse Flash was indeed speechless. He had no flight ability. Seeing he didn't answer, Thea dropped another bombshell. Is that yellow lightning in Central City connected to you? What exactly are you people? Hearing this, Reverse Flash's eyes definitely flickered evasively. Right, two people with such similar abilities, any idiot would know they were connected. If she found the flash, it would definitely alert him and trigger a chain of consequences. Reverse Flash was truly afraid of this world now. If the flash beside him changed again, he didn't know what he'd do. His eyes rolled as he decided to lie. We're together. We're looking for a way home. This was half-truth, half-lie. It explained his purpose while borrowing the Flash's good reputation to bind them together, disguising them as a do-gooding duo. In his impression, superheroes were incredibly easy to fool. Strong, yes, but each one too naive. As he'd expected, the Flash's good name helped him. The superhero across from him took the bait. Thea laughed inwardly but didn't expose him. Her attitude became more cordial. A way home. You're not from this world. Parallel universe or different time period. Reverse Flash was a bit surprised by her perceptiveness, but Thea's reputation as a great scientist was quite intimidating. He wouldn't underestimate her knowledge, after all, they'd chatted in person. Coughing twice, he pondered, was he in a parallel universe or a different time period? Why did it feel like combining these two options was the real answer? The miserable Reverse Flash could only skip the parallel universe option and say somewhat bitterly, we're from the future. Seeing him constantly dragging the Flash into it, Thea wanted to laugh. This guy really understood the importance of disguise. People from the future. ArrowVerse previously captured a woman from the 31st century called the Emerald Empress, and there's an escaped abracadabra from the 64th century on the run. What year are you from? Holy shit. Really? Reverse Flash felt like he'd been struck by lightning again. Thea's words made his jaw drop. This really wasn't the world he knew. The 31st century was terrifying enough, what era was the 64th century? Would Earth still exist then? Somewhat embarrassed, he said, we're from the 25th century. Thea nodded silently, starting to show off her own acting skills. Do you need our help? No need. Reverse Flash hastily rejected this proposal. He didn't dare let Barry Allen appear before these superheroes. If the two sides compared notes, even an idiot would know someone was lying. Chapter 581, Chapter 580, Visiting. Thea showed appropriate regret at not being able to help, then kindly introduced him to Earth's superhero population. Look, we've got 3 Kryptonians alone, 2 Martians, all incredibly powerful fighters. The remaining badass Earthlings are countless, too many to enumerate. Knowing Reverse Flash had never been to outer space, she pulled out the same speech she'd used to fool General Zod, introducing the cosmic situation. Earth was in Sector 2814, with 7,200 Green Lanterns across the universe. In short, our world is full of righteous people. Hearing this, aren't you especially happy? As a fellow, righteous person, Reverse Flash hypnotized himself into feeling happy and uplifted. We're just looking for a way home, doing small good deeds on the side. We won't take up your time. After speaking, the two cheerfully waved goodbye. Reverse Flash ran back to Central City with a bitter expression. Thea headed straight home. Reverse Flash would probably behave for a few days. These speedsters, so unconventional and anti-scientific, should just play slowly with each other. Returning to her lab, she didn't rest but instead took out the small mass of speed force she'd extracted from Reverse Flash. After turning it over and examining it for an hour, she could only helplessly seal it away. Just as she could never fully understand death, she couldn't comprehend this ultimate speed either. Perhaps it conflicted with her divine domain. Trade and speed god. Wealth and speed god. They didn't match at all. Whether in origin or compatibility, they were too different. Thea could only console herself this way. Having been scared badly by Thea, Reverse Flash didn't dare wander around at night anymore. Instead, he poured all his energy into training Barry Allen, forcing Cisco and Caitlin to work overtime with them. The two complained loudly about being unable to keep up. Reverse Flash ignored their complaints, single-mindedly leveling up Barry Allen so he could use his power to return to his own timeline. He didn't want to spend one more minute in this cursed world. Late that month, the Explorer spacecraft, jointly built by Queen Industries, Palmer Technologies, and Lord Technologies, successfully reached Mars. Over 100 technicians and workers used mature nanotech equipment to directly construct simple living quarters on the Martian surface. News reached home, and the media everywhere went into a frenzy. Humanity had never been this close to the space age. Thea continued working hard to build reputation. Ray Palmer and Maxwell Lord of Lord Technologies didn't miss the opportunity either. The three used every chance to promote the conveniences of the space age. Naturally, their 3 company stock soared. Major world powers couldn't contain their eagerness either. For a full month, launch centers didn't rest. Mars' population quickly exceeded 5,000. The aircraft carrier conversion to space battleship plan had reached its final stages. In just one more month, it could directly ascend into space. Throughout this process, the Red Room scientists' contributions were unparalleled. Although Dr. Silas Stone was extremely reluctant to weaponize alien technology, he had to compromise under the broader circumstances. He contributed many practical single-soldier weapons to prevent the possibly impending interstellar war. Thea thought he had a pretty severe persecution complex, but she didn't interfere too much. She couldn't exactly tell the doctor that Eben International Trade, this neutral interstellar commercial alliance, was already under her secret control. They'd just need to wave flags and cheer when the time came. Creating pressure for them, turning pressure into motivation, that was the proper approach. Some sense of crisis should still be instilled. Hey, Thea. Shortly after arriving at work, the ever-negligent Oliver came looking for her. The two agreed to visit Barry Allen together. Theoretically, because of Oliver and Shadow's friendly match, he still didn't know Barry had become the Flash. Oliver was stubborn, but he treated friends extremely well. Learning that Barry had been unconscious for 9 months and had just awakened, Oliver prepared to bring his sister, with her amazing medical skills, along to visit. Thea sorted through the sequence of events and felt this didn't violate any principles. She'd check on whether Reverse Flash was behaving too. The siblings drove directly to Central City. Thea was still slowly adjusting her mentality. She didn't want to become like Hronmir one day, treating everyone as burdens. According to the Martian Manhunter, Hronmir had once been a very kind, very caring deity. Only the erosion of time corrupted his thinking. Countless years of life made him forget his original intentions, leading to his tragic end. Both Batman and the Martian Manhunter had said on different occasions that she was becoming increasingly ethereal, increasingly hard to read. These two wise men's words had set off alarm bells for Thea. She'd stopped using magic in daily life, deliberately maintaining an active and enthusiastic attitude toward life, trying to alleviate the psychological discomfort. Oliver drove fast. In less than 2 hours, they entered Central City's urban area. Speaking of cars, Thea had equipped the Arrow team with new gear. In the original timeline, perhaps due to financial constraints, Oliver's transportation had been a small motorcycle. How pathetically low budget was that? Compare Batman's equipment to yours. Thea had directly thrown his little motorcycle into outer space and loaded them up with various cutting-edge vehicles, high-polymer combat suits, fighter jets, gliders, combat vehicles, mechanical arms, plus a speed-type powered armor. The armor's main material came from the Cheetah God's body, obtained when she arrested Cheetah. Even if it couldn't match the Batcave, it shouldn't be too shabby. After 2 years of accumulation, Oliver's driving skills were now exceptional. Even if you dropped him onto a mountain pass, he could make a name for himself. Barry's health was excellent now. He definitely wasn't like the two idle rich who wandered around during work hours or took impromptu road trips. He was still dutifully working at the Central City Police Department. Thanks to Thea's high reputation now, plus her sponsorship of the National Police System, everyone recognized her. Learning she wanted to find Barry, everyone showed envy as they led her into Barry's evidence collection office. The two siblings waited there for him. Oliver idly flipped through a newspaper. Thea looked up at the skylight. Right here, lightning had struck Barry Allen that day, creating the Flash. Why the Speed Force had chosen Barry among countless parallel timelines, countless universes, countless planets, whether it was fate or chance, nobody could say. It could only be attributed to destiny's wonder. After waiting briefly, footsteps sounded. The model student-looking Barry Allen pushed open the door. Oliver, Thea. The handsome young man greeted them with a sunny smile. You could tell he'd regained his confidence. Thea was just a bit speechless. What was with that look? When he'd entered, his first glance had been at Oliver, only then noticing her. This was an absurd scene. Thea's charisma was off the charts, while Oliver was just a handsome guy among ordinary people. Chapter 582, Chapter 581, Central City's Hero, Reverse Flash. Let me introduce you, Iris West. Barry introduced the young black woman beside him to the siblings. Iris was quite something. She'd grown up with Barry, yet somehow had no idea he liked her. Everyone around them knew Barry was into her, but she was so oblivious she remained completely clueless. When the Flash finally worked up the courage to confess, she hit him with the ultimate finishing move, I've always seen you as a brother. Poor Flash practically coughed up blood, staining his suit red. The four of them were already acquainted, just hadn't talked much before. After some casual conversation, they headed out to grab food. Barry tried several times to show Oliver his abilities, but with Iris right there beside him, he kept holding back. Thea noticed his hesitant expression and found it amusing. Even more entertaining was when she deliberately glanced at Reverse Flash back at STAR Labs. He was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. He had good reason to be anxious. If Barry displayed his speed force, his entire story would fall apart. The time travel stuff was real enough, but his relationship with Barry? Complete fiction. Reverse Flash was internally clawing at the walls in frustration, yet he still had to maintain a calm demeanor in front of Cisco and Caitlin. Fortunately, Iris stayed with them the entire time, so Barry never got a chance to demonstrate his speed to his friends. Just when Reverse Flash thought he'd dodged a bullet and the day would pass without incident, something unexpected happened. As the siblings were about to drive back, gunshots and screaming erupted from another street. Barry was torn. Should he transform into the Flash in front of Iris, or let Thea and the others handle it? The dilemma paralyzed him. Luckily, he didn't have to deliberate long. A sharp, piercing pain pulled him out of his predicament. My leg. It hurts. Barry suddenly clutched his leg and sat down on the ground. Iris, Oliver, and Thea all froze. He'd just been running and jumping around, and now he's suddenly sick. Let me take a look. The medical expert wasn't just for show. Thea had the credentials to back it up. She activated her multifunctional wristwatch and began examining Barry's leg. She initially thought he was trying to send Iris away so he could go be the Flash, but that wasn't it at all. His leg was genuinely seriously injured. The injury was strange. Even with the speed force augmenting his healing, it wouldn't recover quickly. No need to guess who was responsible. Reverse Flash, the speed force expert, had obviously sabotaged him. Someone who could research speed force on his own had profound scientific knowledge. Barry had no idea he'd been sabotaged. His only concern was the street over there. He grabbed Thea's hand. Don't worry about me first, save the people over there. His eyes were firm and resolute. Thea could only follow his wishes. After all, Reverse Flash just wanted to keep him from running today, not kill him. She exchanged a glance with Oliver. Green Arrow wasn't appropriate for this situation, but Thea had no such concerns. She flew over while Iris watched in shock. Just one short block away, she arrived in an instant. Just as she was about to take action, a red streak of lightning came racing in. The two of them arrived almost simultaneously, and the red lightning even gave her a friendly wave. What the hell? Thea was momentarily confused. Her mind raced through possibilities before she finally understood. Reverse Flash was trying to maintain his hero lie. First, he took down the Flash with one move, then came out here to play superhero himself. Coming to a conclusion that even shocked herself, Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was really committed. To return to his original timeline as quickly as possible, he could only use this patch-on-patch method, one lie covering another, all to avoid Thea's mention of the supposedly powerful superhero coalition. He really had it rough. When Thea saw who was battling the police, that sense of déjà vu grew even stronger. Who did she see? Captain Cold, dressed in a heavy parka, currently leading the charge with sunglasses and a futuristic-looking weapon. The gun sprayed massive amounts of freezing air, scattering Central City police officers everywhere. And at this critical moment, one half of our Justice duo, Reverse Flash, charged forward. How utterly ridiculous was this? Reverse Flash versus Captain Cold. And this Captain Cold wasn't the one from the Wave Rider yet, but from the original timeline, right after he'd just obtained the Cold Gun. His Cold Gun was still primitive. No surprises there, Cisco had developed it based on theory he got from Thea, and then Captain Cold had stolen it. The gun's power was stronger than in the original timeline but weaker than the final version. Captain Cold fired several times, but Reverse Flash dodged easily. His movements looked slow as a snail to a speedster. However, this guy was clever and wickedly aimed at the bystanders around them. Reverse Flash internally cursed up a storm. Whether these people lived or died was none of his damn business, but with Thea watching from outside, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and save them. Seeing this, Captain Cold became even more convinced that this guy was a genuine hero. Two muffled thuds rang out. Captain Cold played a trick, first attacking a distant target, then quickly pivoting his gun to strike a nearby officer. Reverse Flash was thoroughly annoyed. He couldn't think of a good solution and could only react as situations arose. Unfortunately, he miscalculated his own speed. Combined with the subtle effects of the speed force Thea had previously absorbed from him, he managed to save two people consecutively but barely failed to dodge the freezing ray himself. The freezing air swept past his calf. Absolute Zero was no joke. Reverse Flash's combat experience was 100 times richer than Barry Allen's at this point. He immediately mobilized speed force to his leg, attempting to accelerate cellular healing. Unfortunately, Captain Cold had anticipated this. His gun was already aimed at Reverse Flash, finger about to pull the trigger. At the critical moment, Thea knew she couldn't keep watching from the sidelines. She descended like a divine soldier, blocking Reverse Flash's front. Under Captain Cold's surprised gaze, she waved her hand and sent out a wall of wind. Captain Cold, an ordinary human, was blown away by the strong wind and plastered against the wall like a painting. He passed out directly. You all right? Thea asked Reverse Flash, barely suppressing her laughter. This guy was a real trooper, forcing himself to act like nothing was wrong. Thanks for the help. Without waiting for Thea's response, he vanished in a flash. He had no choice but to run. He'd used the bathroom excuse to sneak out, and rescuing people had already eaten up several minutes. Cisco and Caitlin were both brilliant. If they discovered even a hint of inconsistency, he'd be in trouble. He had to get back immediately. Mobilizing massive amounts of speed force to wrap around his wound, he raced back to STAR Labs like the wind, quickly changed clothes, switched back to his Dr. Wells persona, and slowly wheeled himself inside in his wheelchair. The frustration in his heart was indescribable. His leg had already been injured by the cold gun, and after that frantic run, it was injury upon injury. Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to have Dr. Wells permanently in a wheelchair, otherwise, he really couldn't explain how a bathroom trip could leave him limping. Chapter 583, Chapter 582, Test Flight, Bonus Chapter for 50 Power Stones. Reverse Flash hadn't forgotten about Barry Allen's situation either. He needed to treat his own wound as well. He sent Cisco and Caitlin to pick Barry up. The excuse was ready-made. Their good friend Barry is injured, weren't they going to bring him back? Once the two left, he finally had time to treat his wound. It was horrifying. A palm-sized area on his calf was completely frostbitten, with cellular regeneration severely suppressed. Fortunately, Reverse Flash's knowledge was exceptional. He immediately mixed a large batch of medicinal ointment and applied it to the affected area. Still, it would take at least 10 days to fully recover. He'd barely finished covering his tracks when the main group returned almost simultaneously. Thea, Oliver, Barry, and his companions all came back. Iris was extremely worried. Don't worry, leave him to us. We're very familiar with his condition. Reverse Flash calmly reassured Iris, while he constantly observed Thea out of the corner of his eye. Why isn't she leaving? You have so many things to do, staying in Central City really interferes with the great cause of human interstellar travel. Please, just go. His prayer actually came true. A few minutes later, both Thea and Oliver received phone calls. Oliver's team had found Vertigo's new hideout, while Thea received a call from her company about an urgent matter. Thea was deeply disappointed. She'd been holding back a head full of mischief, ready to watch Reverse Flash squirm with his lies. Still, she didn't waste time and flew off with Oliver to their separate destinations. After handling the urgent business, Thea turned her attention back to Reverse Flash's situation. Reverse Flash gave Barry an excuse about muscle strain, then went on and on about how unscientific and irregular his running movements were. The implication was clear: this injury resulted from accumulated damage from poor running habits. Then he sent Barry off to the underground tunnel to practice running properly. Lies could be maintained temporarily but not forever. Reverse Flash just wanted to accumulate enough power to return to his own world as quickly as possible. He was sick of these superheroes. Unfortunately, while he was clever, others weren't fools either. After lying in bed for a day, Barry discovered the problem. With Reverse Flash running back and forth in plain sight like that, how could it go unnoticed? Especially since Barry had been searching for the red lightning for over 20 years, and now it seemed to be surfacing. He couldn't hold back anymore. He ran directly to Metropolis to question Thea, who had seen the red lightning that day. Thea neither concealed nor embellished. She repeated Reverse Flash's entire spiel. "Are you from the future, Barry?" she asked with feigned curiosity. "Future my ass. How would I not know if I were a time traveler?" Barry immediately rejected this conclusion. "I'm definitely not. My birth records, family history, everything is documented. How could I be from the future? That's ridiculous. If I'm not, then that means the red lightning is from the future. Did he kill my mother? Why would he do that?" Thea naturally wouldn't tell him he was replicating history and creating the Flash. She shook her head, claiming not to know. Barry hadn't expected an outsider to know such inside information anyway. He could only return home and rack his brains thinking. Even with his head about to explode, he couldn't figure it out. Naturally, he turned to his companions at STAR Labs for help. Reverse Flash pretended to be utterly shocked, helping Barry strategize against himself. The absurdity of the situation was beyond words. This was his helplessness, really. He could have ignored Captain Cold's disturbance, but this hero identity served a purpose for him. It was a choice he made before deliberately exposing his trail: draw the attention of a bunch of superheroes, or just have Barry investigate him alone. He chose the latter. Barry was just one person, right under his nose every day, not too hard to deceive. His battle with Captain Cold was his proof of loyalty to the superhero community. Whether it worked or not, he needed to stabilize external forces first. If those heroes from outside didn't investigate him, he'd have enough time to travel back. Reverse Flash was betting that Barry wouldn't let outsiders get involved in his mother's murder case. And he won that bet. Barry only asked about the red lightning and never once mentioned getting help. He was determined to investigate the truth himself. Time slowly passed. Everyone seemed busy. Green Arrow was studying under the Demon's head and fighting crime. The Flash was pursuing the real culprit. Superman was living his domestic life since Lois was pregnant. A child potentially carrying both Earth and Kryptonian bloodlines would soon be born. Martian Manhunter was also busy training his grandniece. His grandniece was quite the troublemaker. After getting familiar with Earth for a few days, she saw Starfire's livestream and announced she wanted to become a celebrity. It worried Martian Manhunter sick. Batman was even busier. With the interstellar travel plan advancing, he was relocating his experimental base. His scope was massive. While Thea simply built an underground lab and called it done, this guy was building his laboratory on the moon. With humanity developing Mars faster and faster, his lunar base could be discovered at any moment. He had to move farther away. After multiple site surveys, he ultimately relocated all the way to Tethys, one of Saturn's moons. The whole operation took half a month to complete. Thea herself was also incredibly busy. The space carrier modification had reached a critical stage. The military had poured enormous effort into it, materials, labor, technology, all invested without counting the cost. Nearly every scientist they could gather had assembled, conducting final adjustments. The military had committed the Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, which had yet to enter active service, for complete renovation. Their determination was undeniable. On this day, under bright sunshine, numerous political dignitaries, business magnates, and scientists gathered at the Guam U.S. military base. Among them were many scientists from Queen Industries, Dr. Silas Stone from the Red Room, and many generals from the military. The president, who hadn't appeared publicly in a while, was there, along with a host of government officials. Also present were Thea, Ray Palmer, Maxwell Lord, and a large group of financial consortium representatives who provided funding support to the military. They would observe the entire ignition and launch sequence of the space carrier from the command center. The carrier's commander was Major General Alice, a relatively young female general. When Thea first heard the name, she'd given her a couple of looks before realizing she had nothing to do with Resident Evil and moved on. This test flight was semi-classified. Nobody was confident that such a massive ship could actually fly. Even Thea couldn't guarantee it. That's why she'd come in person. If something went wrong mid-process and the whole thing started falling, she'd be there to catch it. Nobody dared call in reporters. All the stakeholders silently watched as the warship underwent pre-flight inspections. This warship's hull alone cost over $200 billion, and subsequent modifications doubled that again. This was the main reason the military couldn't handle the pressure and absorbed consortium funding. As for what benefits the consortiums extracted from the government in return, that wasn't their concern. The young Major General Alice was issuing commands in an orderly fashion. The nuclear reactor started up. 4 propellers positioned in pairs began generating power. The propellers combined with jet engines created hybrid force, slowly pushing this aircraft carrier, originally weighing 80,000 tons but reduced to 50,000 tons after Lord Technologies replaced tungsten alloy with large amounts of hafnium metal, into the air. Not only were the command room personnel tense, but Major General Alice aboard the Ford was equally nervous. If this massive hunk of metal fell, she'd be finished. This wasn't like a plane with ejection seats and parachutes. With something this big, if it dropped, few would survive. Chapter 584, Chapter 583, Seeking Help from Firestorm. Major General Alice understood the dangers perfectly well, but she had no choice. The military's glass ceiling for women was set in stone. No matter how hard she fought, she'd cap out at Major General in this lifetime. If that was the case, she might as well take a gamble. So when selecting a commander, under the dumbfounded stares of numerous male generals, she secured this somewhat life-threatening assignment. Now her heart was all over the place, though to outsiders she appeared to stand alone on the bridge with remarkable composure. In reality, her mind kept racing, her palms slick with sweat. Watching the carrier gradually ascend, her fear didn't diminish, it intensified. Falling from half a meter might leave you alive. Falling from 100 meters? You'd better pray to God. The Ford's standard crew was 1,100, with an air wing of 600. This being just a test flight, carrier weapons and aircraft weren't installed. Combined with everyone's general fear of death in this new century, the carrier currently had barely over 300 people, elite volunteers the Pentagon had painstakingly selected from 500,000 Navy personnel after wearing down their hesitation. Major General Alice now led these 300 brave souls, anxiously ascending. In the blink of an eye, flight altitude passed 1,000 meters. Nuclear power operated normally. All 4 propellers matched theoretical test data. Still, the ground command personnel remained anxious. "I'm going outside to check." After informing them, Thea flew out. Her current situation was very similar to Iron Man next door. Almost everyone knew she had superpowers. Aside from not shouting, "I am Iron Man," to reporters like Tony, her treatment was basically identical. People were initially somewhat fearful of her, but over time, finding themselves unaffected, they gradually adapted. The senior officials breathed a sigh of relief seeing her go out. At least there was a safety measure. While they claimed there were no reporters, military satellites from various countries were actually watching Guam. If 300+ people suddenly died, it would be difficult to explain. 1,500 meters. Reporting to ground command, carrier ascent is stable. Beginning acceleration. Major General Alice naturally saw Thea as well and felt somewhat reassured. She issued the command at the appropriate moment. The propellers began operating at full capacity. The carrier's altitude rapidly climbed. 5,000 meters. Temperature dropping. Activating broadband active field thermal regulator. 15,000 meters. Reporting to ground, we're about to exit the troposphere. 28,000 meters. Carrier operating normally in the stratosphere. The clouds here are beautiful. Breaking through the troposphere, suddenly discovering the clouds were now below her, Major General Alice's heart surged with emotion. She couldn't help expressing her feelings of having survived the ordeal. The ground command center responded with enthusiastic applause. Though the cost made them wince, at least this experiment was successful. With the biggest difficulty of ascent solved, the rest would be easier. Ground command directed the carrier to fly east back to Andrews Air Force Base. Yes, this thing launched from a naval base and returned to an Air Force base. Ownership of the carrier couldn't be decided, Navy or Air Force. Several generals from different branches had beaten each other's brains out over this and still hadn't reached a conclusion. The carrier's propulsion system was pure plagiarism. Red Room scientists had directly dismantled Aubin Sur's original spacecraft and, through computer scanning, forcibly installed 5 high-power propulsion devices on the carrier. The original aircraft carrier only managed a few dozen knots at sea. Now it was boosted to Mach 3. The carrier activated the new protective shield that Queen Industries had developed based on LexCorp's foundation, and thundered its way back to Washington, D.C. Thea escorted it the entire way. No accidents occurred before the carrier landed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She waited several hours before the various dignitaries flew back to Washington on special planes, offering belated congratulations to Major General Alice for completing this magnificent feat. The first few sentences were normal enough, but then the conversation derailed. The Navy insisted the carrier's flight units should still use knots, the Air Force insisted it must be Mach. The two groups then argued over a whole pile of issues: personnel organization, uniforms, military ranks, and more. These seemed like small issues, but underneath lay the question of who would be boss. The flying carrier's successful test flight meant the Navy would gradually exit the historical stage and merge with the Air Force. That was the view of many insightful people. So the question arose, would the currently numerous Navy seize leadership positions and take over the Air Force like a cuckoo in the nest, or would they be led by the Air Force? This was what the military heads cared about most. Thea had no time to watch them bicker. She instructed the vice president to report any problems and returned to Star City alone. While she was in the air earlier, she'd received a call from Felicity. The explanation was vague, and Thea, worried the carrier might drop, didn't have time to deal with it. Now that things had wrapped up, she had time to handle it. Thea teleported directly to Felicity's villa. After years as Queen Industries vice president, this woman's wallet was bulging. She'd purchased a mansion in Star City without hesitation. What happened? Caitlin's here too. Oh, isn't this Ronnie? Didn't you die? There were 2 women in the room, plus a disheveled man. When he turned around and Thea saw his face, she was slightly startled. The man was indeed Caitlin's former fiancé, who had supposedly died in the underground pipeline explosion during Central City's particle accelerator disaster. Caitlin had since become Killer Frost, though she hadn't forgotten her old feelings. That's why she'd rushed over immediately after Felicity contacted her. Dr. Queen, I'm not that young man Ronnie Raymond. I'm Martin Stein. Do you remember me? The man asked somewhat nervously. Of course I remember. The chubby old man from the Wave Rider, right? Though Thea wasn't deeply familiar with many characters, she did know about this first-generation firestorm. She happened to know both people who comprised him, Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein. Knowing was one thing, but she couldn't immediately act like she knew everything. After thinking briefly, she asked, Professor Martin Stein from the University of Chicago. Yes. We've spoken before. This young man Ronnie also says he knows you, so we came to you. The man was incredibly excited. You could tell that being fused with 2 people was driving him crazy. Forgive my bluntness, Professor, but how did you end up like this? Occupying Ronnie's body was the chubby old professor, who proceeded to explain everything about the explosion that day. Biological selection. At the moment of reconstitution, biology chose the optimal configuration, meaning Ronnie's young body and your excellent mind, Professor. So now you're controlling the body. Is that what you mean, Professor? After hearing the whole story, Thea made her assessment. Yes, yes. Dr. Queen truly is an expert in biomedicine. You're absolutely right. The men practically wanted to hug her leg and cry. Finally, someone who understood. Chapter 585, Chapter 584, Separating Firestorm. The professor wants me to help separate you two, right? Thea asked again. Yes, exactly right. Stein practically wanted to chant her praises. Thea ignored Stein's desperate expression and sent out a thread of mental power to scan them. After examining them for 2 minutes and combining it with her existing scientific knowledge, she sighed. Professor, due to the nuclear reaction, your molecular structures have completely fused together. This is your area of expertise in nuclear physics. You should know that even if you separate, you won't be normal humans anymore. Your immune systems and hematopoietic functions will both be severely compromised. Stein looked dejected. I know we've missed the optimal treatment window. But at the time, our two consciousnesses were tangled together in confusion. We only gradually regained clear awareness recently. Thea also began thinking hard. In the original timeline, Reverse Flash had played the Good Samaritan, using black technology from his suit to decompose the nuclear energy that formed the basis of their fusion. Did she have anything like that? Off the top of her head, she didn't have anything quite right. She had a few tech products that were close, but they'd need major modifications. Technology was a bit troublesome, but she had magic. Like separating Miss Abby and Dr. Holland, she could split different souls apart, then find a corpse and perform soul transference. Problem solved. Unfortunately, she was a hero of justice and couldn't do that. The chubby old professor was too rigid to agree anyway. Basically, methods involving soul transference, cloning, and other morally questionable options were all off the table. Thea could only think of alternatives. Separation from the original body was the only route. Professor, do you believe in magic? The chubby old professor didn't believe one bit, but lacking better options, as long as it could separate them, never mind magic, he'd try witchcraft or alchemy too. Nodding reluctantly, Thea snapped her fingers. That makes it easier. I'll suppress your body, then use illusion to simulate the explosion that day. Your body will think it's experiencing another fission, and you'll separate again. Hypnosis, mobilizing my own subconscious. Stein went on using scientific methods to forcibly explain Thea's treatment approach, leaving Thea quite helpless. Believing he understood the treatment steps, Professor Stein breathed a sigh of relief. He thought blood sacrifice totems and such would be involved. Thea's treatment method didn't deviate too far from his understanding. Will my body explode from the stimulation? Stein worried about triggering a nuclear explosion. This location was Star City, with a population comparable to Gotham and Metropolis. Don't worry about that. Caitlin, show the professor. Thea gestured to Caitlin, who began emitting cold air from her palms. The room's temperature visibly started dropping. Energy absorption. Having dealt with various energies his entire life, Stein quickly analyzed that Caitlin's ability wasn't superficial freezing but heat absorption, the polar opposite of his nuclear energy. He glanced at Caitlin with some surprise and finally relaxed. His self-destruction wasn't instantaneous, the chain reaction needed time. As long as that initial bit of explosive energy was absorbed, it couldn't detonate. Thea didn't relax her vigilance either. This was Star City, after all. She set up several more barriers, some trigger-based, some energy-absorbing. Professor, I'm starting. What you need to do is remember in your mind that you're two separate people. Stein pressed his lips together, calmed his emotions slightly, and signaled Thea to begin. Before he could see what happened, he found himself outdoors. Dark night, pouring rain, a crowd surging around him. This scene was vivid in his memory. This was the time point of the particle accelerator explosion. Citizens around him were all running out. People shouted various things, but only he stood frozen in place. The particle explosion didn't retreat because people were fleeing. It arrived as scheduled. A golden beam of energy struck Professor Stein directly, and within that energy was Ronnie Raymond's soul. Their memories merged together again through the nuclear reaction and the dark matter produced in the explosion. However, they firmly remembered their mission. Outside, Thea also used mental power to suggest they weren't the same person. This technique was far below Martian Manhunter's level, but she could handle simple operations. Not one person. Two different lives became entangled. Thea's suggestion formed like a membrane creating a barrier between them, while their willpower also began to play a role. I'm not him. He's not me. Both simultaneously rejected each other on the conscious level. Their bodies, which had been trending toward fusion, were deliberately guided apart. The external manifestation was an energy fluctuation that exploded violently. After the bright light disappeared, two slightly charred people lay on the ground on either side. My floor. Felicity looked at the blackened floor with some heartache. Thea could only laugh awkwardly. She'd only focused on protecting their bodies and hadn't noticed the energy under their feet. Even though no fission actually occurred and it was just a trace of leakage from the initial reaction, it still burned a huge hole in Felicity's villa. Miss Smoke, I'll compensate. The chubby old man Martin Stein shakily stood up. Seeing himself return to normal, his joy was evident. As a major figure in international physics, he could afford to pay for a floor. On the other side, Ronnie Raymond also slowly stood up, holding Caitlin's hand, momentarily unsure what to say. Things had changed, people had changed. On the surface, neither had changed, but in essence, they were no longer the couple about to enter marriage. Thea examined them both again. Professor, Ronnie, your situation is really very peculiar. I don't know much about nuclear physics, but both your bodies are weaker than normal people now. After all, you split from one strong individual. And also. Seeing both their faces looking grim, she still had to say what needed saying. Actually, during that day's particle accelerator explosion, from a physiological standpoint, your lives had already ended. It was the subsequent nuclear energy that reconstructed new bodies. Nuclear energy is the foundation of your life. This is something that can never be rewritten. You must periodically. Thea was still considering her word choice when the chubby old professor urgently interrupted her. I can figure out a solution. Thank you for your help. I'm leaving first. The old professor huffily pulled open the door and left. What nonsense. How could a human body be composed of nuclear energy? The old professor absolutely refused to believe he'd become a freak. Even if he had become what Thea described, he felt confident his knowledge could solve the problem. It was just nuclear energy, wasn't it? The old man had been researching it for over 50 years and had won every award available in the field. He was confident he could solve any nuclear physics problem. Chapter 586, Chapter 585, Initial Ideas for a Female Justice League. Thea felt no anger at the old professor storming out. After all, he was slamming Felicity's door, not hers, nothing to do with her. She just gained new appreciation for how stubborn these old folks could be. Was it really necessary to react so strongly to some changes in life form? Ronnie Raymond's expression was equally grim. Though he wasn't as outstanding as Cisco and Caitlin, he'd been selected by Reverse Flash back then because he had genuine talent. The things Thea left unsaid weren't hard to guess by connecting the context. Making excuses about his chaotic thoughts, Ronnie also quickly left. Both patients had run off. Good thing this wasn't a hospital, or they'd really deserve a beating. They didn't even pay their medical bills before running. With no more patients, the three women had nothing to do. Thea had just finished with the flying carrier and planned to rest a couple days. Felicity had made a habit of playing hooky. Caitlin didn't want to return to Central City. Reverse Flash, estimating he could be exposed at any moment, was frantically training Barry like a madman. Apparently, the stronger Barry's abilities became, the faster his own speed force recovered. With Thea as a major intelligence source, Caitlin basically understood the whole story. On the other side, Cisco was completely confused, not knowing what medication the usually easygoing Dr. Wells was on to push Barry so hard. Barry also wore a confused expression. He was high IQ among superheroes but lacked key clues. Unless he connected Reverse Flash with the Dr. Wells persona, he'd never find the truth. Currently, three ladies with nothing to do could only agree to go shopping. Thanks to Star City's years of social stability, numerous large shopping centers and commercial streets had set up shop here. Star City's economic output had surpassed the battered metropolis and Gotham, making it a veritable commercial capital. Thea pulled along Felicity and Caitlin, then dragged out Raven, who was on break from high school and staying home. Then somehow she discovered several women from Green Arrow's team spacing out. Perfect, not one missing. She dragged them all together for a shopping spree. Green Arrow's Shadow, the Black Canary, Laurel Lance, the White Canary, Sarah Lance, and finally even the Demon's Head's younger daughter, Nissa, were forcibly pulled out. 8 women, they bought everything they saw. None of them were truly poor. Sarah and Nissa were both trained assassins, money was just numbers to them. Though Laurel and Shadow were ordinary public employees with moderate incomes, their boyfriends Oliver and Tommy were loaded. They wielded their boyfriends' credit cards like weapons. Various spring and summer clothes, handbags, accessories, they bought piles of everything. Laurel particularly loved black fishnet stockings, so they all accompanied her shopping for half the day. Initially thinking this was just Laurel's personal interest, flirtatiousness, unexpectedly all the women were quite enthusiastic. Felicity, the wild child, needless to say. The remaining Caitlin and Raven chose black stockings. Sarah Lance chose white stockings. Nissa, who had a complicated relationship with Sarah, also half-reluctantly selected a few pairs. Thea originally had no interest in stockings, but seeing the women enthusiastically trying them on, she selected several colors too. Perhaps she should encourage Diana to try them when she got back. Both she and the long-legged goddess never wore stockings. Maybe Diana in stockings and heels would be more conducive to mental pleasure during comprehensive sparring sessions. The goddess of trade and wealth thought somewhat wickedly. All merchants offered home delivery service. Swipe the card, package it up, and someone would naturally deliver to the address, no need for the women to carry bags after buying. After a frenzy of shopping, they then went to work out and soak in hot springs. Lying in the comfortable hot spring, Thea couldn't help thinking, should she form a female Justice League in the future? Actually, this world had quite a few female heroes, but they basically existed as appendages to male heroes, suffering hardships first and enjoying benefits last. People only knew to praise Batman while completely ignoring Batgirl, Huntress, and Batwoman behind him. The Green Arrow team had the same problem. More women than men, and while men shouldered heavy responsibilities, the hero world's neglect of female heroes was somewhat disheartening. If Thea didn't rise up, the future Justice League would only have Diana as a female founding member. Even a high schooler like Cyborg could become a founding member, yet the capable and experienced Barbara could only play supporting roles in the Bat team. This reflected the current state of male and female heroes. The framework for a female Justice League gradually took shape in Thea's mind. First important metric, combat power. Thea herself and Diana were currently world-class top-tier fighters. Supergirl and Farah could be absorbed. Also, Raven's true strength was incredibly fierce, she just didn't like using it. There was also plenty of intermediate strength. For example, the women present, several women from Batman's team, Aquaman's wife, and her companions. Actually, the numbers were quite substantial. Thea lay beautifully in the pool, fantasizing about the evil deed of splitting the Justice League. At this moment, a female assistant approached and whispered, "A Mr. Barry Allen wishes to see you." Why was Barry looking for her? Thea thought briefly and immediately realized, it must be about the old professor and Ronnie. She gave Caitlin a look, letting them continue playing while she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and came to the rest area. "Ah, hi." Seeing her in just a bathrobe with her legs on full display, Barry was momentarily dazzled and nearly bit his own tongue. After quite a while, he remembered his purpose and coughed. "About Professor Stein's situation, Miss Thea, do you know how to handle it?" As expected. Thea understood. The old professor wasn't unaware of his physical condition, he just clung to a thread of hope. Now, as a human nuclear bomb, he was accumulating energy every minute. If he lost control for even a moment, there'd be a nuclear explosion. Can't say how large, but leveling Central City 6 million people would be no problem. Barry, who could feel sad all night seeing a child trip, now had a nuclear bomb beside him. No way he could feel at ease. Unfortunately, Professor Stein wasn't a bad person but rather an old professor full of justice. This left Rookie Flash completely lost on what to do. His only solution was to seek help. Professor Stein's emotions are very unstable. I kept him at STAR Labs. Do you have any way to resolve this? Barry looked at her with some hope. Thea nearly laughed aloud. He's really something, leaving a human nuclear bomb next to Reverse Flash. Did he even consider Reverse Flash's true inner feelings? Reverse Flash must be internally cursing up a storm right now. Secretly making a move to kill the old professor and eliminate future trouble would feel great temporarily, but there was a 90% chance the old professor would explode directly. With Reverse Flash already injured by the cold gun and his speed force not recovered to its peak, he couldn't outrun a nuclear blast radius. His chance of dying was higher than his chance of breaking through the time barrier to return to his original timeline. Chapter 587, Chapter 586, The Cannon Fodder Who Came Knocking. Professor Stein's problem is actually the same as Ronnie's. To maintain the balance of nuclear energy in their bodies, they must merge periodically. Only after the energy stabilizes can they separate again. The issue is that merging will inevitably expose personal privacy to each other. That's why both the professor and Ronnie are so resistant to it. Thea sat on a lounge chair, her pale legs gleaming in the light. The goddess remained completely oblivious as she crossed her legs and spoke matter-of-factly. Barry felt his mouth go dry. He struggled to push the distracting thoughts aside, repeatedly reminding himself that he should prioritize the 6 million residents of Central City. He forced himself to think about his mother's murder and his father's wrongful imprisonment several times before finally suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Thea had no idea of the trouble she was causing. Come on, let's go convince the professor again. Barry hesitated. Normally in this situation, he would just scoop someone up and race back on 2 legs. But right now, Thea's charm was too overwhelming. He was afraid that while running, he might lose focus and crash into a ditch, that would be mortifying. Fortunately, Thea didn't make things difficult for him. Her pale hand patted his shoulder lightly. Let's make it quick. Let's go. Sky blue light flashed. When Barry could see his surroundings clearly again, he found himself back at STAR Labs. Thea had also changed out of her bathrobe into her artifact robes, looking every bit the goddess. Faster than me. Barry grimaced. Dr. Wells, long time no see. Thea greeted the reverse flash first. The old man forced himself to stay calm, though internally he was cursing up a storm. Was there anyone more unlucky than him these days? Sitting peacefully at home, a human-shaped nuclear bomb just shows up at his door asking for help, and he still has to put on a welcoming face. Now, faced with Thea's greeting, he could only maintain his facade and claim he was doing great, never better. After exchanging greetings with Cisco, she went to the lab area to check on the two patients. Ronnie Raymond sat on the floor looking miserable, while the portly professor continued desperately calculating, trying to solve all their problems with science. Doctor, do you have any solutions? Thea asked the reverse flash. Sorry, I'm out of options. The reverse flash spoke with absolute sincerity. If they'd come to him from the start, he might have had a solution. But now that Thea had interfered with her highly idealistic methods to separate them, his black tech gadgets were no longer applicable to the current situation. The reverse flash was genuinely anxious. After all, nobody wants a nuclear bomb wandering around in front of them. But he truly had no solution. Nuclear energy wasn't cutting-edge technology. In the 25th century, humanity used clean energy exclusively. Dangerous, highly polluting energy sources like nuclear power had long been abandoned. The reverse flash was a scientist, yes, but not an omniscient one. In his era, nobody studied nuclear energy. From a pure nuclear physics perspective, his expertise was actually inferior to the portly Professor Stein's. Professor, Ronnie, you're running out of time. You must merge immediately, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Thea's tone was stern. If they refused to cooperate, she would have to resort to forceful measures. Though her motives differed from Barry and the other heroes, she wouldn't gamble with 6 million lives either. The professor had spent all day calculating, going through everything he knew, only to discover he really couldn't solve his own problem. Somewhat dejected, he asked, "What happens after we merge?" Thea thought for a moment, then whispered something to Barry. The flash whooshed away and back in an instant, handing her a very sci-fi-looking square device. "Professor, Ronnie, this is a portable nuclear power device I developed. Just 4 of these units can keep something as massive as a Ford-class carrier flying non-stop for a week. Now I'm using its principle in reverse. It can absorb the excess nuclear energy from your bodies. There's also a regulator valve here. When the valve is open to maximum, it will instantly drain your energy, which means you'll separate immediately. When your internal energy builds up again, you merge. Then you use this device to separate. This is the only solution I can think of." She briefly explained the principle to the old professor. The current device wouldn't work as is. It was designed for aircraft carriers, over a meter in diameter. It needed to be miniaturized and made portable. Thea would have to make some modifications, but fortunately this was a laboratory. Whether it was the reverse flash or the flash's companions, they were all tech-savvy. More importantly, there was the portly professor, a nuclear physics heavyweight. Streamlining the work wouldn't be difficult for this group. If we reverse this rotor, we can. Thea was in the middle of rewiring when suddenly everything went dark. Her supervision automatically switched to night vision mode, and she realized what had happened. STAR Labs had lost power. "Don't tell me you guys forgot to pay the electric bill." Thea looked at them with amusement. Everyone unconsciously turned to the reverse flash. Disguised as Dr. Wells, the reverse flash felt a bit uneasy but quickly identified the problem. The entire city has lost power. A citywide blackout was beyond Thea's ability to fix. She had night vision, but without electricity, the modification work couldn't proceed. She had no choice but to set down her tools and wait for power to be restored. "Cisco, go start the backup generator." The reverse flash just wanted to get these 2 human-shaped nuclear bombs away from him as quickly as possible. He didn't want to wait even 1 more minute. However, before Cisco could leave the room, someone outside started shouting at the top of their lungs. "Dr. Harrison Wells. I want to see you. I know you're in there. Come out." The voice was extremely loud, like a human loudspeaker. Thea focused her gaze outward and saw a young man in a leather jacket standing at the door, shouting. The man had dark circles around his eyes, and electric arcs flickered in his palms. From his appearance alone, he didn't look like someone who'd come for a friendly chat. Knowing they lacked supervision, Thea cast a minor light spell and a water mirror spell, projecting the outside scene. She pointed at the leather jacket man in the image, silently asking if anyone recognized him. Everyone shook their heads. Without power or internet, they had no way of knowing who this was. Seeing the men still shouting outside, Barry naturally couldn't let the wheelchair-bound Dr. Wells go out and face danger. With a whoosh, he changed into his suit and rushed out. Thea considered it and didn't stop him. At least she couldn't see anything particularly formidable about this leather jacket guy. With the Flash's combat ability, dealing with such small fry should be easy. Unfortunately, the water mirror could only show images without sound. The group inside watched like it was a silent film as Barry exchanged a few words with the opponent, then immediately started fighting. What she'd assumed would be a minor incident, Thea initially watched with casual interest. Perhaps the Flash thought the same, approaching it playfully, watching the opponent randomly fling electric arcs around like it was a circus act. However, the battle took a dramatic turn after 10 seconds. Realizing the Flash was toying with him, the leather jacketman pulled a trick. He deliberately slowed his attack speed, making the Flash think he was running out of steam. Then suddenly, he unleashed full power, a barrel-thick electric arc struck the Flash squarely in the chest. Similar to Plastique's ability. Thea had just thought this when she realized something was wrong. The electric arc didn't disappear after hitting, instead, it became a bridge connecting the two. Initially it was silver-white energy, but then the energy suddenly changed nature. A massive amount of golden-yellow energy surged out from Barry's body, drawn by the suction force toward the other side. Speed force. Thea was shocked. The Reverse Flash nearly stood up. The speed force kept accumulating, and not only was Barry stunned, the leather jacketman absorbing his energy was also panicking. He didn't know what this energy was, but instinctively sensed it was far more massive and difficult to control than the energy he'd previously absorbed from the city's power grid. Stop him quickly. Even the Reverse Flash was getting desperate. Thea knew this was critical and immediately teleported outside. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. The leather jacketman's ability had a fatal flaw, he only knew how to absorb, not how to stop. Usually he would absorb until there was no more energy. He'd always thought his body could store unlimited energy, but today the speed force taught him a harsh lesson. Massive amounts of speed force accumulated in his body, but he wasn't the speed force's chosen one, he couldn't control this energy at all. Just as Thea was still figuring out what spell to use to interrupt this, the men exploded from the inside out. Holy crap. Faced with the violent energy shockwave, Thea could only retreat into subspace temporarily. When she emerged, she found the jacketman looking like he'd been possessed by a xenomorph, his chest and abdomen had a gaping hole. With a look of terror frozen on his face and half his heart blown away, he lay dead in a pool of blood. Barry on the other side didn't have the ability to retreat into subspace, but fortunately he was the Speed Force's chosen one. Since this energy had been drawn from his own body, it didn't cause him significant harm. A no-name thug who wouldn't last 2 chapters had taken down the Flash, the Justice League's speedster. Who would believe that? Seeing the pitch-black surroundings, Thea directly retrieved the jacketman's corpse. His body had immense research value. This guy's ability was basically a DC-style energy-draining power. Though the hidden dangers were enormous, if used well, it could produce miraculous results. If she could clone tens of thousands while preserving the ability and point them at Darkseid for a massive drain, the thought alone was satisfying. She arranged the scene, scattering some clothing fragments and bloodstains to prove the men had been blown to smithereens. If the Reverse Flash suspected he'd been absorbed into the Speed Force dimension, even better. When she brought Barry back to the lab, everyone quickly activated the backup power. After another chaotic flurry of activity, with the Firestorm duo helping out, followed by blood tests and analysis, everyone was dumbstruck. Barry's speed force had been drained. He'd become an ordinary person. Everyone was dejected. Thea glanced sidelong at the Reverse Flash. She saw him remove his glasses and rest his forehead in his hand, radiating pure despair. Well, yes, the threat of 2 human-shaped nuclear bombs hadn't been resolved, and the Flash he'd worked so hard to cultivate was now dead a word. That the Reverse Flash could still sit calmly in his wheelchair was a testament to his exceptional composure. Thea wasn't too worried. Barry had a protagonist's halo no weaker than Batman's. As the Speed Force's chosen one, he'd be dejected for a while at most, but the Speed Force would definitely grant him abilities again. At the very least, Thea knew that recreating the moment he was struck by lightning would restore his Speed Force. Anyone else hit by lightning would become charcoal, but when he got hit, he gained the Speed Force. The world was just that unscientific. However, Thea didn't share this method. The Reverse Flash would be 10,000 times more anxious than her, let him figure it out. Soon after, Barry woke up. Seeing everyone's grim faces and the bruises on his own body, he seemed to understand something. At the crucial moment, the veteran had to step up. The Reverse Flash was actually dying inside, but he still had to put on a brave front like nothing was wrong, and even turn around to comfort Barry. The Life Mentor force-fed the Flash another round of chicken soup for the soul. Compared to his words, Cisco's conversational skills were terrible. What did he mean by, "You're still Barry without powers"? What about, "You'll always be our friend"? Those words sounded utterly depressing. Having superpowers versus not having them, how could it be the same? Thea saw the reverse flash was about to beat up Cisco and quickly pulled the guy away. Everyone fell silent, with only the rustle of papers as the reverse flash reviewed Barry's body data. Barry's situation was urgent, but the two human-shaped nuclear bombs were more urgent. The equipment being developed for them was only half finished when interrupted by the blackout and the leather jacket cannon fodder. Now the work couldn't stop just because Barry had lost his speed force, it had to continue. However, the previously enthusiastic atmosphere had cooled considerably. The group was no longer as energetic in their discussions. Thea could only try to lighten the mood, using the explanation of principles as an opportunity to distract everyone. The principle was actually quite interesting. It was originally a parting gift from the portly professor when she was on the Wave Rider. She just hadn't found a use for it since her power kept growing. Now, utilizing its energy absorption and discharge characteristics, it functioned like a switch, helping the Firestorm duo merge and separate anytime, anywhere. Hearing it was nuclear physics research rather than magic or witchcraft, the portly professor's interest immediately surged. He pestered Thea with questions about how it worked. She went through it all with him, and the old man understood most of it, with a rough grasp of the rest. His spirits lifted considerably. Thea felt a bit sheepish. Using the professor's future research to bluff his present self really tested the thickness of one's skin. Once the device was finally calibrated and their worries were resolved, the two no longer hesitated. Neither would do something as evil as dragging 6 million people down with them if they died. The two clasped hands. With a muffled boom and a shower of sparks, Firestorm, with Ronnie as the primary body and the portly professor as support, once again entered everyone's view. Thea placed the device on their chest and made minor adjustments. With both of them highly educated, they quickly understood how to operate it. Professor, Ronnie, even when separated, you can't be too far apart. One in Chicago and one in Central City definitely won't work. If you have nowhere to go, come to my Alien Affairs Committee. It's located in the Nevada desert. Even if something happens to you, the losses won't be too great. Thea's meaning was clear: bring this guy to the committee. Relying solely on the black director to handle everything was becoming untenable. As chairman, she couldn't keep intervening for the sake of her image, so recruiting someone particularly combat-capable was top priority. Firestorm's strength was a step below the absolute top tier, but he was still among the first-rate elite. This guy could transmute all inorganic matter, he could even create kryptonite from thin air. Physically powerful, highly intelligent, capable of flight and energy attacks, he was a rare all-rounder. What if we explode there? Firestorm still hesitated. He was even considering finding some desolate wasteland to end his life. Everyone there is an alien. Thea said it casually. Everyone immediately understood. Were aliens people? Definitely. But when choosing between sacrificing 6 million aliens and 6 million humans, nobody would hesitate. Even Barry, with his bleeding heart, said nothing in objection. Professor, don't worry. My tech level won't produce the scenario you're imagining. Moreover, 2 alien species still use nuclear energy. You could go take a look, you might gain new insights. Without much consideration, the duo decided to go to Nevada. Ronnie didn't bring up his marriage to Caitlin again. Having a telepathic link with the portly professor made pursuing a wife too awkward. When one individual got excited, the other would have strong mental sensations. For a long time, Ronnie wouldn't be able to enjoy conjugal relations happily. The portly professor had the same problem. He was older, yes, but he had a wife too. Nuclear fission had transformed his body, he looked old but was physically like a young man. He didn't want Ronnie to know about his passionate exchanges with his wife either. The two reached a tacit understanding and left Central City, flying toward Nevada. Seeing the human-shaped nuclear bombs fly away on their own, the Reverse Flash breathed a huge sigh of relief. What remained was the Flash's situation. Honestly, the Reverse Flash had broken his back over Barry. The irony was that this good Samaritan couldn't even take credit. The frustration was indescribable. While Thea was resolving Firestorm's issue, he'd racked his brain and finally found a solution that wasn't really a solution. Similar to what Thea had envisioned, just get electrocuted again. However, Barry hesitated. Facing 20 million amperes of current, he didn't dare claim he could survive. Thea knew he was the Speed Force's chosen one, but he didn't know that himself. The Reverse Flash waited anxiously for a decision. Barry shook his head. Let me think about it. He grabbed his jacket and left the lab without looking back. Thea also bid farewell to everyone. Having convinced them to come, she should at least make some preliminary preparations. She didn't dare use teleportation to bring Firestorm directly, mainly because their condition was too unstable. If they exploded during transit, she'd really be in deep trouble. Though nuclear weapons weren't high-tech, she wasn't willing to face a nuclear blast directly. Fortunately, Firestorm could fly on his own, let him take his time getting there. Thea arrived at the committee first, briefing her subordinates on Firestorm's upcoming employment before returning to Star City. After all, she'd been pulled out while soaking in the hot spring, the whole thing hadn't even taken a few minutes. She could still soak a bit longer. The women were still chatting mindlessly, completely unaware that a city's crisis had been resolved invisibly. The idea of a female Justice League gradually took shape in her mind. Venue, mission statement, everything needed careful consideration. They were still some distance from official establishment. It wasn't until that evening when everyone went their separate ways that she learned Barry had returned to the lab after she left. Because Iris was in danger, Barry had no choice but to accept the Reverse Flash's loving electric shock. Fortunately, the result was good. The Speed Force mother hadn't abandoned her chosen son. The spirited Flash once again played the hero, saving Iris. Firestorm's matter was perfectly resolved, and Barry Allen's abilities were restored. Only the mystery of his mother's murder remained unresolved, a hazy fog still shrouded him. He had a premonition that he was close to his mother's killer, but the key clue continued to elude him. Thea didn't have much time to focus on the conflict between the Flash and Reverse Flash. She was super busy now. She didn't even have time to study the leather jacket man's corpse, she was busy being a mascot. Moira had won the party primary by a landslide. This first step had been extremely solid. The next step was a national speaking tour, publicity stunt, to let ordinary people know her policy positions and character. As a family member, Thea could only help build momentum. Originally Oliver would have been a good choice, but compared to Thea's explosively good reputation, his reputation was too scandalous. The campaign staff collectively vetoed the proposal for Oliver to tour the country, only requiring him to appear in a few key cities. The task of accompanying their mother on tour fell to Thea. She had no problem with stage fright, she just had to appear gentle and approachable while not stealing her mother's spotlight. That was genuinely difficult. Mother of a superhero, this was the biggest card the campaign staff had prepared for Moira. Truly unprecedented and likely never to be replicated. American superhero complex was extraordinarily strong. Many people were inspired by Moira, as if Thea's strength came not from magic or divine power, but from the democratic system that created her. For a long period, Thea became everyone else's perfect kid. Large numbers of middle-class citizens expressed confidence in Moira's governing ability. Actually, there weren't many fools these days. The reason the current government appeared powerless in many emergencies was precisely because they lacked significant military force. If Moira became president, this problem wouldn't exist at all, one phone call and a superhero would fly over. Thea brazenly contributed a photo of herself with Superman and Batman. The two titans owed her quite a few favors. Though extremely reluctant, they still took the photo like they were going to the gallows. The campaign team then promoted it, leveraging the fame of three superheroes to endorse Moira. For a time, Moira's poll numbers exceeded her opposing party's candidate by 20%. Tying the campaign to superheroes brought enormous benefits, but naturally there were troubles too. Numerous medical workers who'd lost their jobs because of Thea's healing pods would occasionally show up at rallies with protest signs, expressing dissatisfaction. Aliens dealt with by the Alien Affairs Committee also launched occasional attacks. Even Bane, Batman's old enemy, was hired to disrupt a venue. Yes, Thea thought this guy was just there to cause chaos. The 2-meter-tall muscleman with a green canister on his back was kicked flying over 10 meters by her in high heels. Beyond spilling some green liquid on the ground, he accomplished nothing. Moira's staff went from initial panic to gradual numbness. They truly experienced Thea's exceptional martial prowess firsthand. Seeing it on TV before was nothing compared to the live thrill. Rocket launchers deflected back to their origin with a snap of her fingers. Armed thugs scared into wetting themselves by a single glare. Aliens of various colors and appearances tossed around like bowling pins. Chapter 588, Chapter 587, Dejected Barry. Every day it was the same tired rhetoric. The campaign staff racked their brains crafting speeches for Moira. If Thea didn't have eternal life, she'd really think this was a waste of time. The major candidates were still running around securing territory. Even those at a disadvantage refused to concede defeat, and Moira, maintaining her lead, certainly wouldn't relax either. She dragged the whole team from city to city, working the crowds. Central City, this was already Thea's third visit in the past 6 months. Learning today's itinerary included Central City, Oliver had come along to make a cameo appearance. At this moment, Moira was on stage delivering an impassioned speech about her policy platform. Thea was quietly discussing company matters with her secretary, while Oliver comforted his good brother Barry not far away. Thea caught a few snippets and felt genuinely sympathetic toward the guy. Unlike the promiscuous Oliver, Barry's love was truly irreproachable, he loved only Iris West. And just this morning, the love of his life had moved out of her family home to live with her boyfriend. That boyfriend was not him. When Barry finally mustered the courage to make a final confession with the air of a defeated man, Iris flatly rejected him, probably throwing in lines like, "We're friends," and, "You're a good guy." The blow to Barry was no less severe than losing the Speed Force. He grabbed Oliver and poured out his troubles. Thea felt a bit guilty for finding this amusing. It was wrong, but seeing Barry just made her want to laugh. Barry would never know that in places he couldn't see, there was actually someone suffering even more than him. That person was the Reverse Flash. Because Miss Iris's taste in boyfriends was remarkably peculiar, from among the vast sea of humanity, she'd chosen at a glance a police officer named Eddie Thawne. This handsome, dashing officer was the Reverse Flash's 48th generation ancestor. His direct ancestor in the 21st century. His own direct ancestor getting involved with the Flash's future wife, would the child they produced still be his 47th generation ancestor? This was source-level assassination of the Reverse Flash. The problem was he couldn't use force against either of them. Iris was too crucial. In the original timeline, her descendants with Barry included a whole string of speedsters. The Reverse Flash was wary, not daring to act. He certainly couldn't act against his own ancestor either. Silver Age Superman could ignore causality and kill his own mother, but the Reverse Flash lacked that ability. Whenever he saw his ancestor going out to sleep with Iris, he felt his heart threatening to stop. If they had a child, his probability of continued existence approached zero. The Reverse Flash felt like an insect caught in a spider's web. Whichever direction he moved led to a dead end, and the web kept tightening around him. Anxious and hysterical, yet all of it had to stay bottled up inside. He could advise Barry on Speed Force applications, but on picking up girls, he was powerless to help, especially when his own ancestor was already with Iris. Pitying his misfortune, angered by his failure to rise to the occasion, that was his attitude toward Barry. Thea's supervision caught sight of the Reverse Flash alone in a dark room, pacing in circles like a caged animal, trying to figure out a solution. Unfortunately, even the smartest brain and the most abundant knowledge were useless against matters of the heart. Actually, Thea couldn't see what was so charming about Iris. Barry's obsession was genuinely a waste. Good girls were everywhere, why fixate on Iris West? While idly pondering this, she heard a commotion in the distance. The bodyguard beside her also reported in a low voice, many citizens seem possessed, charging the outer security line. Speaking of which, being Thea's bodyguard was truly a stroke of luck in the bodyguard world. This employer was 1,000 times more capable than her bodyguards. She didn't need their protection at all. Most of the time they just served as human backgrounds. Sometimes when danger appeared, she'd even protect them instead. Plus, with her off-the-charts attractiveness and safety rating, the position of Queen Consolidated Director's bodyguard had practically become a cushy job. Thea shifted her gaze into the distance. Indeed, just as the bodyguard described, 30 to 40 citizens were charging their position like they were possessed, and farther away, 70 to 80 people were beating each other up. Somewhat like a magical effect, Thea examined carefully but detected no magical elemental presence. Instead, there was a faint trace of emotional energy. She automatically looked toward Barry in the distance. He nodded lightly, left the crowd, and transformed into a streak of lightning rushing over. Superheroes dealing with criminals in their own jurisdiction, it was almost an unspoken rule. If there were no local heroes, Thea handling it wouldn't be a big deal. But if there were, it was best to let the locals handle it. For example, previously in Detroit, when someone planted explosives during a speech, it was defeated by the local superhero Vixen. The riot was quickly quelled. The scene was too chaotic for Thea to see who was causing trouble, but many citizens had absolutely no memory of what they'd done after regaining consciousness. This kind of bizarre incident happened every day. If she investigated every single one to the bottom, there'd be no time for anything else. Thea confidently left the follow-up to the Flash. He was in a foul mood anyway, this could help him clear his head. That evening, Thea had just finished bathing when she heard urgent knocking at the window. Opening it, she felt a bit dizzy. Oliver stood at the window fully armed. "Barry's in trouble. You protect Mother, I'll go check it out." He shot several arrows in succession and swung away like Tarzan toward the distance. Thea's forehead creased with dark lines. Could this kid Barry have a peaceful life? What trouble now? She activated her supervision and searched for quite a while before finally finding Barry in a small alley. Good grief, even with his mask on, Barry radiated intense hostility. His usual warmth and sunshine had completely vanished, replaced only by rage and bloodlust. The direct target of his fury was Iris's new boyfriend, the Reverse Flash's 48th generation ancestor, Eddie Thawne. The handsome detective was being beaten rather brutally by the Flash. As an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand the Flash, much less a darkened Flash. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just waltz in here and take whatever you want? Who gave you that right, you stupid piece of shit?" What were once gentle lips now showed only savagery. In the dim evening light, his gaze resembled a beast that fed on flesh and blood. Eddie Thawne was completely bewildered, his head full of question marks. "Dude, you've got the wrong guy, right? Did I do what you're accusing me of?" At least he was a well-trained young detective with decent combat skills. He executed a roll, drew his gun, and fired a full magazine at Barry. Already consumed by rage, the Flash gave him a live demonstration of Matrix bullet dodging, then launched into another verbal barrage. Eddie Thawne stopped trying to figure out the logic and tossed aside his empty gun, preparing to match fists with the darkened Flash. Thea deliberately glanced at the Reverse Flash far away in his lab. She saw the old man so tense that veins bulged on his palms, his nostrils flaring. Several times he nearly transformed to save his ancestor, but each time he forcibly restrained himself. This old man had remarkable composure, Thea had to admit. Refocusing her vision, the Flash and Eddie Thawne were now trading blows. Honestly, their hand-to-hand skills were pathetic in front of Thea, this contemporary martial arts master. Better than ordinary people, but only marginally. The Flash relied more on high-speed overwhelming of enemies, while Officer Thawne's moves were even less impressive. In less than 2 exchanges, Thawne was lifted single-handedly by Barry. Iris in the distance was terrified, she had no idea why the Flash she admired harbored such deep hatred for her boyfriend. She tried using words to stop the Flash, but her persuasion level was insufficient. The more she cared about Officer Thawne, the fiercer the Flash's rage burned. What had originally been just a plan to teach him a lesson was now completely abandoned. He was going to snap Thawne's neck. Thea didn't care about the Reverse Flash's life or death, but if the Flash killed someone, killed Iris's boyfriend no less, he'd be completely darkened, never to return. Would the future Justice League recruit the Reverse Flash as a founding member? She immediately acted. From over 10 kilometers away, she sent a psychic blade that sliced Barry's wrist. The Flash flinched in pain, and Officer Thawne naturally fell to the ground. Just as Thea intervened to save him and the Reverse Flash was about to throw caution to the wind to save his ancestor, Green Arrow finally arrived. The web arrow Thea had used before proved effective once more. This enhanced web had higher adhesion and greater density. Even the Flash was directly ensnared, unable to break free momentarily. Run! Oliver didn't know what had gotten into Barry, but he had to save Iris and Officer Thawne. The couple found tonight baffling but still retained their survival instincts. They helped each other up and fled into the distance. Oliver launched into another persuasive speech, but Barry had already been heavily stimulated by the news of Iris moving out to cohabit. Now influenced by external forces, with multiple factors combining, what little rationality he had went out the window. He began vibrating frantically, directly shattering the remarkably adhesive webbing. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Green Arrow. If the old Green Arrow had faced a Flash gone off the rails, things would be genuinely dicey. However, having received over 6 months of training from Ra's al Ghul, plus his sister providing a whole arsenal of equipment, he didn't think he'd lose. He lightly pressed a switch on his bow. With continuous clicking sounds, feather-light armor with a sleek texture began deploying from his wrists up his arms, then torso, head, and thighs. The armor's raw material was still from Thea and Diana's capture of Cheetah, the body of the Cheetah God, which Thea had crafted into speed-type armor with her advanced mechanical processing abilities. Oliver had painted the originally silver-white shell green and white. The armor was powered by Queen Consolidated's latest new energy reactor. Theoretically, the maximum speed could exceed 2,000 kilometers per hour, and the reactor could support the wearer running at top speed for 1 hour. The internal skeleton was constructed from the Cheetah God's body, with the exterior covered in titanium alloy and joints made of reinforced fiberglass. The operating interface was simplified to near foolproof levels: flight system, status system, navigation system, weapons system, and an autopilot module specifically to prevent him from getting knocked out, the go-home system, all integrated together. Oliver's weapon was naturally still the bow and arrow, but he'd long since upgraded. Diana, loving the house and all that came with it, had scrounged quite a bit of divine metal from Olympus and used modern craftsmanship to forge him a longbow. It couldn't quite be called a divine weapon, but Thea felt it qualified as a pseudo-divine weapon. When fully drawn, arrows could fly faster than sound. However, without divine power or magical power, drawing the bow initially required consuming Oliver's life force. That changed with the armor's advent. Thea modified the power supply, now the pseudo-divine longbow consumed the armor's energy. The Flash hesitated briefly. Green Arrow had already finished suiting up. His combat experience far exceeded the rookie Flash's. He immediately drew and fired an arrow at Barry's calf. Having slightly underestimated Green Arrow's speed, by the time the Flash tried to dodge, it was too late. With a thunk, the arrow pierced a clean hole through his calf. Blood gushed out. The Flash yanked out the arrow. The wound cells rapidly healed under the Speed Force's influence. Barry glared viciously at Oliver, rage completely overwhelming his reason. Good friend, good brother, all thrown aside. He just wanted to kill. A rapidly running figure trailing yellow lightning, Barry charged furiously at Oliver. Oliver's normal speed was faster than ordinary people but incomparable to speedsters. With the powered armor, things were vastly different. Remote AI took over partial functions, allowing him to focus on the enemy. Limited by physical fitness, neural reflexes, and other conditions, the armor's maximum speed couldn't be reached. Going all out, Oliver could only maintain 900 kilometers per hour. Rage really did make him stronger. The Flash, who'd already exceeded the speed of sound in normal condition, had now jumped to an even higher level. In pure speed, Green Arrow was mercilessly crushed. However, the battle-hardened veteran wasn't flustered, trading blows with the Flash back and forth. Calling it trading blows was being polite. To outsiders, it looked more like one-sided pummeling. The armor's energy reserves continuously dropped. Oliver had roughly figured out the Flash's patterns. His technique was no technique at all. Relying on his speed, he'd spot an opening and rush in with wild haymakers. When his opponent reacted, he'd run away and look for another chance. Oliver tried twice to create distance but was caught both times and beaten savagely. He had no choice but to play a trump card. His wrist flicked, and smoke bombs installed in the armor fired 3 in succession. Not knowing what these were, the Flash didn't catch them, giving Oliver an opportunity. Thick, impenetrable white fog blanketed half the street. Oliver activated the armor's optical camouflage and disappeared like an invisible man into the dense fog. You think you can hide like that? The Flash searched everywhere without finding Oliver's trail. He showed a cruel smile and began running rapidly in place. The air churned by his speed gradually dispersed even Batman's high-tech smoke bombs, despite their quality. Oliver remained calm. He knew Barry's recovery was amazing and that his abilities were all in his legs. He mainly aimed at the legs. With injured legs, no matter how capable Barry was, he couldn't run. Twang, twang, he rapidly drew and knocked arrows. The bowstring produced a crisp humming like bees. Because his movements were so fast, the sounds traveling through air connected into a continuous stream with a unique rhythm. Chapter 589, Chapter 588, The Campaign, Part 1. Firestorm's strength was a step below the absolute top tier, but among the first-rate elites, he was outstanding. This guy could transmute all inorganic matter, he could even create kryptonite from thin air. Physically powerful, highly intelligent, capable of flight and energy attacks, he was a rare all-rounder. What if we explode there? Firestorm still hesitated. He was even considering finding some desolate wasteland to end his life. Everyone there is an alien. Thea said it casually. Everyone immediately understood. Were aliens people? Definitely. But when choosing between sacrificing 6 million aliens and 6 million humans, nobody would hesitate. Even Barry, with his bleeding heart, said nothing in objection. Professor, don't worry. My tech level won't produce the scenario you're imagining. Moreover, 2 alien species still use nuclear energy. You could go take a look, you might gain new insights. Without much consideration, the duo decided to go to Nevada. Ronnie didn't bring up his marriage to Caitlin again. Having a telepathic link with the portly professor made pursuing a wife too awkward. When one individual got excited, the other would have strong mental sensations. For a long time, Ronnie wouldn't be able to enjoy conjugal relations happily. The portly professor had the same problem. He was older, yes, but he had a wife too. Nuclear fission had transformed his body, he looked old but was physically like a young man. He didn't want Ronnie to know about his passionate exchanges with his wife either. The two reached a tacit understanding and left Central City, flying toward Nevada. Seeing the human-shaped nuclear bombs fly away on their own, the Reverse Flash breathed a huge sigh of relief. What remained was the Flash's situation. Honestly, the Reverse Flash had bent over backward for Barry. The irony was that this good Samaritan couldn't even take credit. The frustration was indescribable. While Thea was resolving Firestorm's issue, he'd racked his brain and finally found a solution that wasn't really a solution. Similar to what Thea had envisioned, just get electrocuted again. However, Barry hesitated. Facing 20 million amperes of current, he didn't dare claim he could survive. Thea knew he was the Speed Force's chosen one, but he didn't know that himself. The Reverse Flash waited anxiously for a decision. Barry shook his head. Let me think about it. He grabbed his jacket and left the lab without looking back. Thea also bid farewell to everyone. Having convinced them to come, she should at least make some preliminary preparations. She didn't dare use teleportation to bring Firestorm directly, mainly because their condition was too unstable. If they exploded during transit, she'd really be in deep trouble. Though nuclear weapons weren't high-tech, she wasn't willing to face a nuclear blast directly. Fortunately, Firestorm could fly on his own, let him take his time getting there. Thea arrived at the committee first, briefing her subordinates on Firestorm's upcoming employment before returning to Star City. After all, she'd been pulled out while soaking in the hot spring, the whole thing hadn't even taken a few minutes. She could still soak a bit longer. The women were still chatting mindlessly, completely unaware that a city's crisis had been resolved invisibly. The idea of a female Justice League gradually took shape in her mind. Venue, mission statement, everything needed careful consideration. They were still some distance from official establishment. It wasn't until that evening when everyone went their separate ways that she learned Barry had returned to the lab after she left. Because Iris was in danger, Barry had no choice but to accept the Reverse Flash's loving electric shock. Fortunately, the result was good. The Speed Force hadn't abandoned its chosen son. The spirited Flash once again played the hero, saving Iris. Firestorm's matter was perfectly resolved, and Barry Allen's abilities were restored. Only the mystery of his mother's murder remained unresolved. A hazy fog still shrouded him. He had a premonition that he was close to his mother's killer, but the key clue continued to elude him. Thea didn't have much time to focus on the conflict between the Flash and Reverse Flash. She was super busy now. She didn't even have time to study the leather jacket man's corpse. She was busy being a mascot. Moira had won the party primary by a landslide. This first step had been extremely solid. The next step was a national speaking tour, publicity stunt, to let ordinary people know her policy positions and character. As a family member, Thea could only help build momentum. Originally Oliver would have been a good choice, but compared to Thea's sky-high reputation, his reputation was too scandalous. The campaign staff collectively vetoed the proposal for Oliver to tour the country, only requiring him to appear in a few key cities. The task of accompanying their mother on tour fell to Thea. She had no problem with stage fright, she just had to appear gentle and approachable while not stealing her mother's spotlight. That was genuinely difficult. Mother of a superhero, this was the biggest card the campaign staff had prepared for Moira. Truly unprecedented and likely never to be replicated. American superhero complex was extraordinarily strong. Many people were inspired by Moira, as if Thea's strength came not from magic or divine power, but from the democratic system that created her. For a long period, the young miss became everyone else's perfect kid. Large numbers of middle-class citizens expressed confidence in Moira's governing ability. Actually, there weren't many fools these days. The reason the current government appeared powerless in many emergencies was precisely because they lacked significant military force. If Moira became president, this problem wouldn't exist at all. One phone call and a superhero would fly over. Thea brazenly contributed a photo of herself with Superman and Batman. The two titans owed her quite a few favors. Though extremely reluctant, they still took the photo like they were going to the gallows. The campaign team then promoted it, leveraging the fame of three superheroes to endorse Moira. For a time, Moira's poll numbers exceeded her opposing party's candidate by 20%. Tying the campaign to superheroes brought enormous benefits, but naturally there were troubles too. Numerous medical workers who'd lost their jobs because of Thea's healing pods would occasionally show up at rallies with protest signs, expressing dissatisfaction. Aliens dealt with by the Alien Affairs Committee also launched occasional attacks. Even Bane, Batman's old enemy, was hired to disrupt the venue. Yes, Thea thought this guy was just there to cause chaos. The 2-meter-tall muscleman with a green canister on his back was kicked flying over 10 meters by her in high heels. Beyond spilling some green liquid on the ground, he accomplished nothing. Moira's staff went from initial panic to gradual numbness. They truly experienced Thea's exceptional martial prowess firsthand. Seeing it on TV before was nothing compared to the live thrill. Rocket launchers deflected back to their origin with a snap of her fingers. Armed thugs scared into wetting themselves by a single glare. Aliens of various colors and appearances tossed around like bowling pins. Chapter 590, Chapter 589, The Campaign, Part 2. Every day it was the same tired rhetoric. The campaign staff racked their brains crafting speeches for Moira. If Thea didn't have eternal life, she'd really think this was a waste of time. The major candidates were still running around securing territory. Even those at a disadvantage refused to concede defeat, and Moira, maintaining her lead, certainly wouldn't relax either. She dragged the whole team from city to city, working the crowds. Central City, this was already Thea's third visit in the past 6 months. Learning today's itinerary included Central City, Oliver had come along to make a cameo appearance. At this moment, Moira was on stage delivering an impassioned speech about her policy platform. Thea was quietly discussing company matters with her secretary, while Oliver comforted his good brother Barry not far away. Thea caught a few snippets and felt genuinely sympathetic toward the guy. Unlike the promiscuous Oliver, Barry's love was truly irreproachable. He loved only Iris West. And just this morning, the love of his life had moved out of her family home to live with her boyfriend. That boyfriend was not him. When Barry finally mustered the courage to make a final confession with the air of a defeated man, Iris flatly rejected him, probably throwing in lines like, "We're friends," and, "You're a good guy." The blow to Barry was no less severe than losing the Speed Force. He grabbed Oliver and poured out his troubles. Thea felt a bit guilty for finding this amusing. It was wrong, but seeing Barry just made her want to laugh. Barry would never know that in places he couldn't see, there was actually someone suffering even more than him. That person was the Reverse Flash. Because Miss Iris's taste in boyfriends was remarkably peculiar, from among the vast sea of humanity, she'd chosen at a glance a police officer named Eddie Thawne. This handsome, dashing officer was the Reverse Flash's 48th generation ancestor. His direct ancestor in the 21st century. His own direct ancestor getting involved with the Flash's future wife, would the child they produced still be his 47th generation ancestor? This was source-level assassination of the Reverse Flash. The problem was he couldn't use force against either of them. Iris was too crucial. In the original timeline, her descendants with Barry included a whole string of speedsters. The Reverse Flash was wary, not daring to act. He certainly couldn't act against his own ancestor either. Silver Age Superman could ignore causality and kill his own mother, but the Reverse Flash lacked that ability. Whenever he saw his ancestor going out to sleep with Iris, he felt his heart threatening to stop. If they had a child, his probability of continued existence infinitely approached zero. The Reverse Flash felt like an insect caught in a spider's web. Whichever direction he moved led to a dead end, and the web kept tightening around him. Anxious and hysterical, yet all of it had to stay bottled up inside. He could advise Barry on Speed Force applications, but on picking up girls, he was powerless to help, especially when his own ancestor was already with Iris. Pitying his misfortune, angered by his failure to rise to the occasion, that was his attitude toward Barry. Thea's supervision caught sight of the Reverse Flash alone in a dark room, pacing in circles like a donkey grinding grain, trying to figure out a solution. Unfortunately, even the smartest brain and the most abundant knowledge were useless against matters of the heart. Actually, Thea couldn't see what was so charming about the black girl. Barry's obsession was genuinely a waste. Good girls were everywhere, why hang himself on the tree that was Iris West? While idly pondering this, she heard a commotion in the distance. The bodyguard beside her also reported in a low voice, "Many citizens seem possessed, charging the outer security line." Speaking of which, being Thea's bodyguard was truly a stroke of luck in the bodyguard world. This employer was 1,000 times more capable than her bodyguards. She didn't need their protection at all. Most of the time they just served as human backgrounds. Sometimes when danger appeared, she'd even protect them instead. Plus, with her explosively high attractiveness and safety rating, the position of Queen Consolidated Director's bodyguard had practically become a welfare job. Thea shifted her gaze into the distance. Indeed, just as the bodyguard described, 30 to 40 citizens were charging their position like they were possessed, and farther away, 70 to 80 people were beating each other up. Somewhat like a magical effect, Thea examined carefully but detected no magical elemental presence. Instead, there was a faint trace of emotional energy. She automatically looked toward Barry in the distance. He nodded lightly, left the crowd, and transformed into a streak of lightning rushing over. Superheroes dealing with criminals in their own jurisdiction, it was almost an unspoken rule. If there were no local heroes, Thea handling it wouldn't be a big deal. But if there were, it was best to let the locals handle it. For example, previously in Detroit, when someone planted explosives during a speech, it was defeated by the local superhero Vixen. The riot was quickly quelled. The scene was too chaotic for Thea to see who was causing trouble, but many citizens had absolutely no memory of what they'd done after regaining consciousness. This kind of bizarre incident happened every day. If she investigated every single one to the bottom, there'd be no time for anything else. Thea confidently left the follow-up to the Flash. He was in a foul mood anyway, this could help him clear his head. That evening, Thea had just finished bathing when she heard urgent knocking at the window. Opening it, she felt a bit dizzy. Oliver stood at the window fully armed. "Barry's in trouble. You protect Mother, I'll go check it out." He shot several arrows in succession and swung away like Tarzan toward the distance. Thea's forehead creased with dark lines. Could this kid Barry have a peaceful life? What trouble now? She activated her supervision and searched for quite a while before finally finding Barry in a small alley. Good grief, even with his mask on, Barry radiated intense hostility. His usual warmth and sunshine had completely vanished, replaced only by rage and bloodlust. The direct target of his fury was Iris's new boyfriend, the Reverse Flash's 48th generation ancestor, Eddie Thawne. The handsome detective was being beaten rather brutally by the Flash. As an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand the Flash, much less a darkened Flash. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can just waltz in here and take whatever you want? Who gave you that right, you stupid piece of shit?" What were once gentle lips now showed only savagery. In the dim evening light, his gaze resembled a beast that fed on flesh and blood. Eddie Thawne was completely bewildered, his head full of question marks. "Dude, you've got the wrong guy, right? Did I do what you're accusing me of?" At least he was a well-trained young detective with decent combat skills. He executed a roll, drew his gun, and fired a full magazine at Barry. Already consumed by rage, the Flash gave him a live demonstration of Matrix bullet dodging, then launched into another verbal barrage. Eddie Thawne stopped trying to figure out the logic and tossed aside his empty gun, preparing to match fists with the darkened flash. Thea deliberately glanced at the reverse flash far away in his lab. She saw the old man so tense that veins bulged on his palms, his nostrils flaring. Several times he nearly transformed to save his ancestor, but each time he forcibly restrained himself. Chapter 591, Chapter 590, Green Arrow vs. Flash. This old man had remarkable composure, Thea had to admit. Refocusing her vision, the Flash and Eddie Thawne were now trading blows. Honestly, their hand-to-hand skills were pathetic in front of Thea, this contemporary martial arts master. Better than ordinary people, but only marginally. The Flash relied more on high-speed overwhelming of enemies, while Officer Thawne's moves were even less impressive. In less than 2 exchanges, Thawne was lifted one-handed by Barry. Iris in the distance was terrified, she had no idea why the Flash she admired harbored such deep hatred for her boyfriend. She tried using words to stop the Flash, but her persuasion level was insufficient. The more she cared about Officer Thawne, the fiercer the Flash's rage burned. What had originally been just a plan to teach him a lesson was now completely abandoned. He was going to snap Thawne's neck. Thea didn't care about the Reverse Flash's life or death, but if the Flash killed someone, killed Iris's boyfriend no less, he'd be completely darkened, never to return. Would the future Justice League recruit the Reverse Flash as a founding member? She immediately acted. From over 10 kilometers away, she sent a psychic blade that sliced Barry's wrist. The Flash flinched in pain, and Officer Thawne naturally fell to the ground. Just as Thea intervened to save him and the Reverse Flash was about to throw caution to the wind to save his ancestor, Green Arrow finally arrived. The web arrow Thea had used before proved effective once more. This enhanced web had higher adhesion and greater density. Even the Flash was directly ensnared, unable to break free momentarily. Run! Oliver didn't know what had gotten into Barry, but he had to save Iris and Officer Thawne. The couple found tonight baffling but still retained their survival instincts. They helped each other up and fled into the distance. Oliver launched into another persuasive speech, but Barry had already been heavily stimulated by the news of Iris moving out to cohabit. Now influenced by external forces, with multiple factors combining, what little rationality he had went out the window. He began vibrating frantically, directly shattering the remarkably adhesive webbing. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Green Arrow. If the previous Green Arrow had faced a rationality-lost darkened Flash, things would be genuinely dicey. However, having received over 6 months of training from Ra's al Ghul, plus his sister providing a whole arsenal of equipment, he didn't think he'd lose. He lightly pressed a switch on his bow. With continuous clicking sounds, armor light as cicada wings with an amazing texture began arming from his wrists up his arms, then torso, head, and thighs. The armor's raw material was still from Thea and Diana's capture of Cheetah, the body of the Cheetah God, which Thea had crafted into speed-type armor with her advanced mechanical processing abilities. Oliver had painted the originally silver-white shell green and white. The armor was powered by Queen Consolidated's latest new energy reactor. Theoretically, the maximum speed could exceed 2,000 km per hour, and the reactor could support the wearer running at top speed for 1 hour. The internal skeleton was constructed from the Cheetah God's body, with the exterior covered in titanium alloy and joints made of reinforced fiberglass. To accommodate Oliver, this semi-literate, the operating interface was nearly foolproof simplified: flight system, status system, navigation system, weapon system, and an autopilot module specifically to prevent him from getting knocked out, the go-home system, all integrated together. Oliver's weapon was naturally still the bow and arrow, but he'd long since upgraded. Diana, loving the house and all that came with it, had scrounged quite a bit of divine metal from Olympus and used modern craftsmanship to forge him a longbow. It couldn't quite be called a divine weapon, but Thea felt it qualified as a pseudo-divine weapon. When fully drawn, arrows could fly faster than sound. However, without divine power or magical power, drawing the bow initially required consuming Oliver's life force. That changed with the armor's advent. Thea modified the power supply, now the pseudo-divine longbow consumed the armor's energy. The Flash hesitated briefly. Green Arrow had already finished suiting up. His combat experience far exceeded the rookie Flash's. He immediately drew and fired an arrow at Barry's calf. Having slightly underestimated Green Arrow's speed, by the time the Flash tried to dodge, it was too late. With a thunk, the arrow pierced a clean hole through his calf. Blood gushed out. The Flash yanked out the arrow. The wound cells rapidly healed under the Speed Force's influence. Barry glared viciously at Oliver, rage having completely occupied his rationality. Good friend, good brother, all thrown aside. He just wanted to kill. A rapidly running figure trailing yellow lightning, Barry charged furiously at Oliver. Oliver's normal speed was faster than ordinary people but incomparable to speedsters. With the powered armor, things were vastly different. Remote AI took over partial functions, allowing him to focus on the enemy. Limited by physical fitness, neural reflexes, and other conditions, the armor's maximum speed couldn't be fully utilized. Going all out, Oliver could only maintain 900 kilometers per hour. Darkening multiplies strength fivefold, redemption weakens threefold. This saying was absolutely true. The Flash, who'd already exceeded the speed of sound in normal condition, had now jumped to an even higher level. In pure speed, Green Arrow was mercilessly crushed. However, the battle-hardened veteran wasn't flustered, trading blows with the Flash back and forth. Calling it trading blows was being polite. To outsiders, it looked more like one-sided pummeling. The armor's energy reserves continuously dropped. Oliver had roughly figured out the Flash's patterns. His technique was no technique at all. Relying on his speed, he'd spot an opening and rush in with wild haymakers. When his opponent reacted, he'd run away and look for another chance. Oliver tried twice to create distance but was caught both times and beaten savagely. He had no choice but to play a trump card. His wrist flicked, and smoke bombs installed in the armor fired 3 in succession. Not knowing what these were, the Flash didn't catch them, giving Oliver an opportunity. Thick, impenetrable white fog blanketed half the street. Oliver activated the armor's optical camouflage and disappeared like an invisible man into the dense fog. You think you can hide like that? The Flash searched everywhere without finding Oliver's trail. He showed a cruel smile and began running rapidly in place. The air churned by his speed gradually dispersed even the black-tech smoke bombs from Batman, despite their quality. Oliver remained calm. He knew Barry's recovery was amazing and that his abilities were all in his legs. He mainly aimed at the legs. With injured legs, no matter how capable Barry was, he couldn't run. Twang, twang, he rapidly drew and knocked arrows. The bowstring produced a crisp humming like bees. Because his movements were so fast, the sounds traveling through air connected into a continuous stream with a unique rhythm. Chapter 592, Chapter 591, Doubts and Shadows. In less than 10 seconds, Oliver had loosed over 100 arrows. While shooting, he continuously repositioned himself to avoid giving the Flash any opening to exploit. 100 arrows flew from different angles and heights, each one aimed at Barry. Whether it was precision, positioning, or seizing the perfect moment to strike, Oliver could be called the world's greatest master of archery, bar none. In terms of pure archery skill, forget the original Yao Fei or even the current Thea. Even Batman and Ra's al Ghul couldn't match Oliver's technique with a bow. If other people's ranged attacks maxed out at level 10, Oliver's ceiling was level 12. That was his gift. Now, after half a year of training under Ra's al Ghul and with the assistance of his high-tech armor, his natural talent had been amplified many times over, more than a dozen times, even. Hitting the Flash mid-sprint was no easy feat. It required prediction, anticipation, and accounting for the wind resistance generated by his frantic running, all factors a bowman had to carefully consider. Oliver excelled in all these areas. Despite more than half the arrows missing their mark, the remaining ones still found their target. The Flash, realizing the danger he was in, pushed his already impressive speed even higher, visibly faster than his usual limits. Unfortunately, a few of Oliver's arrows were simply unavoidable. The instant they struck, Barry saw through Oliver's optical camouflage and, without any training, instinctively learned to throw lightning. The golden lightning, born from his running and infused with traces of the speed force, was incredibly fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Though fired later than Oliver's attacks, the bolt struck first. The lightning was too quick, exceeding Oliver's reaction time. Even though his suit's auxiliary system detected the energy signature, he couldn't dodge. The system defaulted to its backup plan, activating the energy shield to take the hit head-on. Boom. The lightning struck the shield, rapidly draining the suit's power reserves. The clash between golden electricity and armor energy ended with the armor victorious, but barely. What had been nearly full power dropped to minimum operational levels, with total energy below 30%. That single strike had drained more than half the suit's capacity. The Flash, however, had it worse. At least Oliver had armor to protect him. Barry was facing arrows forged from Olympian metal with nothing but his flesh and blood. Oliver's attack angles had been calculated by the suit's onboard computer, accounting for every possible evasion route. Despite Barry's best efforts, 6 arrows found their mark. The Flash looked absolutely miserable, with 6 arrows from different angles embedded in his body, trembling as he half-knelt on the ground. Blood flowed freely from multiple wounds. To any observer, he looked like he could drop dead at any moment. As Oliver took aim once more, the Flash, weakened by blood loss, finally collapsed face-first onto the pavement. "You bastard," someone roared from a distance. Seeing Oliver maintain his drawn bow stance, the men threw caution to the wind and fired 2 shots. Glock 18, the armor's AI announced helpfully, highlighting the attacker on Oliver's HUD. How advanced? When fighting drug dealers back in Star City, this suit's capabilities had never really shown themselves. But now, after this intense battle with Barry, Oliver finally understood many of its functions. Ordinary pistol rounds weren't even worth dodging, they didn't require the energy shield. The armor's base defense could handle them easily. Besides, he recognized the anxious middle-aged black man. Joe West, Barry Allen's adoptive father and a Central City detective. Also Iris West's dad. His daughter might not know the Flash's true identity, but Joe certainly did. Watching Oliver turn Barry into a human pincushion had driven him past his professional restraint, now he just wanted revenge for his foster son. "Barry's fine," Oliver said through his voice modulator, keeping his tone low. He seemed to be under some kind of influence earlier. Before Joe could respond, several people from STAR Labs arrived at the scene in their van. The disguised Reverse Flash, seeing that Barry wasn't seriously hurt, let out a relieved breath. This kid really had a talent for getting himself killed. The group wanted to get Barry back for treatment. After a moment's thought, Oliver followed them. On one hand, he was concerned for his friend. On the other, he worried that when Barry woke up, he might still be in the same state. If he was still out of control and flew into a rage, killing everyone at the lab, that would be a disaster. Having Oliver along provided some insurance. Unlike the original timeline, where Oliver had been surrounded by civilians and had to hide his identity to protect his family, things were different now. Thanks to Thea's interference, even the natives of some South Pacific island probably knew the Queen family name by now. Whether he hid his identity or not hardly mattered anymore. Besides, these people were all Barry's friends. Oliver felt he could trust them. Shortly after getting in the vehicle, he removed his helmet. Learning his true identity naturally sparked a round of amazement, though with Thea having set the precedent, Oliver's reveal wasn't quite as shocking. Not long after returning to the lab, Barry finally regained consciousness, though he was weak as hell. Even though Oliver had avoided hitting vital areas, 6 supersonic arrows piercing his body would take time to heal, even with Speed Force-enhanced cellular regeneration. And he'd lost a lot of blood. "Is this the armor designed by Dr. Queen?" "Remarkable work," the Reverse Flash said, examining Oliver's discarded suit with obvious admiration. As a devoted sister-obsessed brother, Oliver felt more pleased hearing someone praise his sister than being praised himself. He chatted casually with the Reverse Flash for a bit before finally getting to the point. "What exactly happened to Barry?" "This man's name is Roy Bigelow," Cisco said, pulling up images on the large screen. One showed an ordinary middle-aged man, the other, from a crime scene, showed him with glowing crimson eyes. His ability is bizarre. Anyone who looks into his eyes becomes overwhelmingly angry. He's already caused several riots that the Flash had to stop. We thought Barry could resist Bigelow's power, but apparently. We should catch him as soon as possible. "This guy's dangerous," Oliver said, ready to move. Cisco pulled up another video, looking somewhat embarrassed. "While you and the Flash were fighting, he was taken by a group of unknown individuals." "Huh?" Oliver set down his bow and watched the video. The footage showed more than a dozen fully armed operatives, all wearing specialized goggles. "Probably some kind of light filtering equipment," Cisco explained, though no one was really paying attention. The unknown operatives were clearly well-trained, working in perfect coordination, some breaching doors, others providing cover, still others handling the capture. The entire operation took less than 10 seconds. The middle-aged man named Bigelow was subdued and dragged away, his bags of stolen cash left behind. The team worked with practiced efficiency, extracting their target cleanly. Chapter 593, Chapter 592, Stealing the Prize. The unknown operatives moved with exceptional speed. After extracting their target, they demolished the room entirely, leaving not a single clue at the scene. Oliver reviewed the footage twice but came up empty. The operatives had revealed too little, there simply wasn't enough to work with. When Barry Allen woke up later, he used his forensic expertise to examine the crime scene personally. The result? Nothing. The weapons and explosives used were all black market items. Tracing them would require global police information sharing, an obviously impossible prerequisite. The STAR Labs team tried everything, cycling through various technologies, but ultimately had to give up. The ones who'd intercepted Bigelow were, naturally, operatives working for Miss Thea Queen. She'd watched Oliver and Barry's fight like it was dinner theater, and inspiration had struck. Bigelow's ability had potential value. She'd immediately ordered her Central City assets to grab him. While Oliver and Barry were collecting evidence, Thea left a duplicate to protect Moira and traveled to Central City herself, arriving at an underground facility. Deathstroke's reputation in the underworld was formidable. With her massive financial backing, he'd already controlled numerous industries. After Thea gained her divine status, the entire underworld became practically defenseless against her. The underworld's purpose wasn't advancing civilization, it existed for trade. Intelligence trading, weapons trading, mercenary contracts, these were the underworld's lifeblood. Every transaction took place under Thea's watchful eye. Government officials, Middle Eastern royalty, African warlords, every day brought countless deals that couldn't bear the light of day, all conducted in shadowy corners. Heaven offers opportunities, refusing them invites calamity. With detailed intelligence on every transaction, Thea naturally wouldn't be polite to these people. Leveraging her omniscient information advantage, Deathstroke had personally intervened, employing terrifyingly effective methods to nearly unify the underworld. Finding someone like Bigelow, a small-timer who'd gained some power and only knew how to rob banks, really wasn't difficult at all. Thea arrived at a villa district in Central City's outskirts. The owner was a city councilman whose family history supposedly traced back to the Mayflower. Unfortunately, the master was stubborn, clinging to tradition with an iron grip. Terms like old fogey and old bastard could all describe this particular homeowner. Everyone in Central City gave this cantankerous hardass a wide berth. To outsiders and to the master himself, this was still his residence. In reality, everyone in the sprawling estate, from the butler to the groundskeepers, had been bought off. Aside from the few rooms the master frequented, the rest of the buildings had been converted into bases for Deathstroke's operations. The unfortunate Bigelow was currently imprisoned in the basement here. Thea studied the middle-aged men, then glanced at the dossier her subordinates had prepared. Sure enough, Bigelow was an alias. His real name was Roy G. Bigelow, which, at a glance, Thea almost misread as another, far more sinister acronym. She didn't dwell on the name issue. This guy had committed multiple crimes and barely qualified as a B-list villain. In the future, he'd earn the nickname Rainbow Raider. If Thea hadn't intervened today, he would have continued his games with the Flash. Now that seemed unlikely. She examined the men with the ominous name more carefully. The sedatives were still working, the target's eyes were tightly closed, his wrists bound in chains hanging from a beam in the basement. If this were an ordinary kidnapping victim, even while unconscious, their subconscious would signal distress, an involuntary frown, perhaps, or fingers trembling with tension. None of these signs appeared in the middle-aged man. He was thoroughly unconscious. He felt no concern for his predicament. Not because he had an iron will or firm convictions, but because this man lacked the emotion of fear entirely. His perceptual functions were completely filled with another emotion, rage. In Thea's vision, his body brimmed with deep crimson emotional spectrum energy. Red, the color of anger. Truly remarkable, Thea thought to herself, uncertain whether his luck was good or hers was. Mastering all 7 colors of the emotional spectrum had always been her goal. So far, she'd only acquired fear and compassion. The 7 emotional lights, red rage, orange greed, yellow fear, green willpower, blue hope, indigo compassion, and violet love. Green willpower, positioned at the center, was the most balanced and easiest to control. From green as the center point, the left side represented negative emotions and the right side positive ones, at least according to universal values. The farther from green, the more extreme the emotion, whether red rage or violet love. Thea had always been hesitant about engaging with these two extremes. She strongly disliked going to extremes. Now this minor character had given her a chance to contact the emotional spectrum outside the traditional ring constructs. Unlike the complete emotional essence contained in a ring, an individual's anger had limits. If Thea faced anger itself directly, she'd definitely be affected. But facing a metahuman while possessing divine status, a god confronting a human, the chance of mental imbalance dropped to near zero. Come then. Let me see your mental world. Thea's finger traced lightly through the air, carving a mysterious rune onto the middle-aged man's forehead. The basement chains rattled loudly from spiritual winds bleeding into the physical realm. The man's expression turned contemplative as scene after scene, like slides, was projected throughout the room. A childhood spent dropping out of school, a youth spent stealing cars and running with gangs, these life experiences were meaningless. Thea skipped the first 30 years entirely, focusing on the more recent events. The middle-aged man's face went deathly pale as she read his memories with near-brutal directness. Thea continued flipping through his recollections, gradually piecing together this man's life story. He'd loved painting but had become colorblind after an accident involving head trauma. Only dark pigments registered in his brain. Among all colors, he favored red exclusively. In his desperate circumstances, he'd had a strange encounter. The particle accelerator explosion's aftershocks had struck him. His memories immediately after were extremely hazy. He vaguely recalled spilling a can of red paint into his eyes just before losing consciousness. His subsequent memories were even more chaotic. Thea had to search online to fill in the gaps. After waking, the emotional spectrum's impact had been too severe, he babbled incoherently and, after several examinations, had been committed to a psychiatric facility. He'd only recently regained enough lucidity to be released. The guy had nerves of steel. His first action after getting out? Robbing a bank. Then he'd brazenly hit a convenience store, somehow managing to send the Flash into a rage during his morning jog. That was his entire first day of freedom. What a rich and colorful life, Thea thought sarcastically, reviewing the complete timeline like watching a movie in reverse. She replayed the moment he'd gained his ability several times over. Chapter 594, Chapter 593, The Campaign, Part 3. Compared to Thea, who'd already mastered 2 colors of the emotional spectrum, the anger in this guy's body was trivial. Interestingly, what granted him power wasn't the emotional spectrum itself but dark matter that had seeped into this world through spatial rifts during the particle accelerator explosion. The dark matter had somehow combined with the red paint in a delicate fusion, giving the middle-aged man his abilities. Thea attempted to communicate with the anger emotion. The connection wasn't smooth. On one hand, she didn't possess this emotion herself. On the other, the amount of emotional energy in this guy's body was pitifully small. As an ordinary person, one without special training, his capacity for emotional energy was extremely limited. This so-called Rainbow Raider could control normal people for 5 minutes at most. Against someone with strong willpower, his effectiveness dropped even further. Sending the Flash into a rage had been the peak of his ability, and that only worked because Barry had just been dumped by Iris and was already in a dark emotional state. Compared to Thea, the middle-aged man's emotional reserves were like a single drop of water versus an entire ocean. She'd tried twice and failed both times. She feared that applying even slightly too much force would drain what little emotion he had completely. What to do? Using an individual as a vessel for anger, ordinary human minds were far too fragile in the face of such power. Thea lowered her head in thought, taking quite a while before devising a makeshift solution. Enhance this guy's abilities. Increase his absorption rate for emotional energy. She sealed the middle-aged man's consciousness and teleported back to her underground laboratory in Metropolis. She instructed her subordinates to collect various red materials, paints, blood, minerals, anything remotely connected to the color red. Thea tested each substance one by one, ultimately discovering that red paint still produced the best absorption and conversion effects for him. She ordered her people to submerge him in a paint vat daily, on a fixed schedule. As for the possibility of him breaking out once his power increased dramatically, Thea had considered that too. Theoretically, the magical seal could suppress his consciousness for 10 years. To prevent accidents, like him suddenly developing a new personality or something equally absurd, she also set up triggered alarms throughout the chamber. Any irregularity would alert her immediately. At peak capacity, the middle-aged man's anger emotion would reach Red Lantern Corps levels at best. That tier of power was beneath her notice now. Returning once more to Central City, Oliver still hadn't come back. Thea chatted with Moira for a while before heading to bed. The entire campaign team spent 3 days in Central City, visiting the city council, police department, and schools. Aside from hospitals, which still weren't welcoming to the young Miss Queen, everything else went smoothly. The team didn't linger, moving on to various major cities. With several power brokers backing her behind the scenes, Moira's approval ratings began climbing steadily. The enthusiastic atmosphere reached its explosive peak when they arrived in Star City. Whether genuine or not, at least the citizens put on a show of gratitude. Moira excitedly shook hands with every supporter, and the campaign team felt they'd gained tremendous prestige. The young Miss Queen was equally thrilled by the honor her mother received. To say all these citizens were completely spontaneous, acting from the depths of their hearts, nobody would believe that. Still, Thea hadn't mobilized this many people. Star City's largest central plaza and 2 neighboring blocks were packed solid, conservatively estimated at 100,000 citizens actually present. Remove those who'd been compensated, and you still had 70 or 80,000. Those were die-hard supporters, proving that Moira's 8-year administration in Star City had earned genuine public approval. Thea felt immensely proud of her mother. Star City was Moira's base. The other candidates didn't dare hold rallies here. Moira basked gloriously in her home territory, harvesting countless accolades before continuing her journey. 10 days later, Gotham. Moira's tour had passed the halfway point. Multiple polling agencies viewed her victory optimistically. Barring explosive revelations, her chances looked strong. Facing the future occupant of the White House, Gotham's business and political elite had to show respect. For instance, Batman appeared at the campaign event in his Bruce Wayne persona. He'd always maintained a relationship of limited cooperation with the U.S. government, military, and even ARGUS. Now, with Moira about to enter the White House, this created an awkwardness he couldn't quite articulate. With previous presidents, he'd operated primarily through intimidation, cutting their power, standing mysteriously at windows, slipping important intelligence into batarangs and tossing them onto the president's desk or chair. That wouldn't work now. This was Thea and Oliver's mother. Behind these 2 siblings stood a whole roster of heroes: Wonder Woman, The Flash, Black Canary, and more. Unless Batman wanted to split the hero community in 2, he had to show respect. His usual aloof methods needed tempering. Honestly, this role reversal made Batman uncomfortable. He advocated cooperating with the government, but Thea and her circle's connection with the government seemed overly intimate. It didn't align with his principles. Still, he had no choice. His tech couldn't stop an election. He could only watch silently as events slid toward an outcome he disliked. You've looked tense for 3 minutes now. What's wrong? Bruce stood beside Thea, lips barely moving as he spoke quietly. Thea was equally puzzled. 3 minutes ago, she'd felt an indescribable oppression. It didn't feel like a crisis warning, more like her divine status or the source itself was alerting her to something. Something feels like it's about to happen. This is the first time I've had this kind of premonition. Is it about your mother? Thea concentrated carefully, then shook her head definitively. No. Diana, then. This time Thea focused even more intently before shaking her head again. Absolutely not. That's strange. What exactly are you sensing? Batman was thoroughly confused. He hated things beyond his control. Unfortunately, those were usually the big problems. Thea rubbed her temples, her golden hair becoming thoroughly disheveled, though with her explosive charisma, she somehow gained an additional air of disheveled beauty, drawing sidelong glances from several nearby people. But she was too irritated to consider her appearance. Facing Batman's question, she couldn't answer. Suddenly, she just felt tremendous psychological pressure weighing on her heart. For one instant, she even thought Darkseid was attacking, but quickly realized that was nonsense. The boom tube portals weren't opening. No matter how powerful the old tyrant was, he couldn't reach across dimensions. What could it be? If not Darkseid causing trouble, was it something cosmic? Thea didn't think so. Apart from ultra-exceptional beings like the First Lantern and Necron of the Black Lantern Corps, she was confident she could handle anything else. That left only one answer: the problem was on Earth. Leaving a duplicate at the event for cover, Thea flew directly out of the atmosphere. Using supervision combined with artificial intelligence, she scanned Earth for sudden incidents. Metropolis, Gotham, Central City, Star City, she checked the cities most prone to trouble, finding nothing. She even looked toward deep Africa and Brazil's rainforests, guarding against suicidal cultists. Still nothing. All Earth's inhabitants seemed to be living their lives in an orderly fashion. Occasional bank robbers appeared, but she couldn't see how they'd threaten the planet. As she prepared to scan a second time, Gideon's message came through: Central City waterfront, South Pier, witnesses report a tsunami forming. Central City again. Thea was speechless. Could they even live normal lives anymore? Chapter 595, Chapter 594, Stopping the Flash. Before the Flash came along, Central City had been utterly peaceful. Citizens went about their business, everyone diligently attending to their duties. Now. Constant incidents. Major incidents. A bolt from the blue that described them perfectly. Following Gideon's directions, Thea finally located the source of her unease: Barry Allen. The waters around Central City were surging violently, forming waves dozens of meters high that roared toward the city. Barry was running around the city's perimeter at insane speeds, apparently trying to create wind resistance to block the tsunami. He ran faster and faster. In places he couldn't see, Thea observed the time barrier showing signs of imminent breakthrough. No question about it. This idiot was going to punch through time and create a temporal paradox. Whether he went back one day or two, Thea couldn't quite remember. She only knew that this crude method of time travel would cause damage to all intelligent life thousands of times greater than the harm from the potential deaths of Central City's 6 million residents. Her peripheral vision caught the actual culprit standing at the pier's center, a throwaway villain similar to the one the Flash had defeated in his first battle. This guy also controlled weather, but was stronger because he had an actual name: Weather Wizard. Wizard was obviously complete nonsense. He was just a metahuman who could manipulate local weather patterns. The Flash was an idiot too. Why not just take this guy down directly? The moment the culprit was neutralized, the tsunami would lose its controller. At worst, some buildings would flood, casualty numbers might not even reach double digits. If he time-traveled, though, the harm was incalculable. The entire universe would be affected. Maybe an accident that never happened would cause 2 planets to go to war. Maybe some office worker would get in a fatal traffic accident because they were late. Maybe some mad scientist would have a sudden inspiration and create something world-ending. All sorts of accidents could happen. Time's variability exceeded even the ability of the most powerful computers and the greatest gods to predict or measure. It was simply too heavy a burden. Thea herself wouldn't be affected. Diana, having merged with the source, still slowly growing, presumably wouldn't be disrupted either. Everyone else? Uncertain. Would Lois Lane in Metropolis have a miscarriage from some minor accident, ultimately dying along with her unborn child, leading to Superman going down a darker path? The probability existed. Would Batman, Damian, even Moira and Oliver encounter accidents? All unknown. Thea absolutely wouldn't allow it. Barry's current speed was too fast, already exceeding Thea's maximum speed. She could only draw energy from the magic network, establishing 1,000 to 1 time dilation field ahead of him. Time stop, that's what mages called this spell, though it was somewhat arrogant. The principle was actually altering the time flow rate in a target area, a far cry from genuine time stopping. Thea modified the spell slightly. Borrowing immense magical and divine power, her version's effect exceeded ancient mages by several dozen times. Barry, head down and sprinting mindlessly, charged straight into her time field. The drastic shift between normal flow and field flow snapped him out of his unconscious running. He watched as the external seawater hung suspended midair, citizens' faces frozen in panic while their bodies remained nearly motionless. The entire world seemed to have stopped turning. Before he could figure out what he'd encountered, Thea appeared before him, face deadly serious. "Mr. Barry Allen, do you know what you're doing?" Honestly, in all the time they'd known each other, this was the first time Barry had seen Thea speak with such a stern expression. As they say, when good-natured people get angry, it's terrifying. The young miss was currently in approximately that state. Still, the Flash had his own convictions and wouldn't back down over a casual comment. "I'm saving Central City." Hearing his unwavering response almost made Thea laugh bitterly. Perhaps her slight smirk made Barry uncomfortable, his tone grew more serious too. "Is this funny? You don't want to help, I don't blame you. Central City is my home. I have to protect it." He glanced around, noticing the seawater seemed to have risen slightly, citizens' bodies showing minute movement. "What is this place? Let me out." "This is a relative time stasis buffer zone. If you use that ability that lets you read 800 pages in an instant, you could achieve similar effects." In Thea's memory, Superman had chatted with the Flash in a world where everyone else was relatively frozen. Different paths to the same destination, when any force reached its extreme, they'd all develop similar capabilities. "You keep claiming you're protecting the city. Why not just take down that metahuman directly?" Thea asked, genuinely puzzled. Barry looked left and right, unable to perceive anything special about this area. Time stop, relative time stop, these concepts were still beyond his reach. Hearing Thea's question now, he countered, "What about the tsunami? What kind of impact will hit the entire city? Have you thought about how many people will die?" Thea fell silent. This was the difference between her and proper superheroes. They'd save every single life. While Thea would save people too, she lacked the conviction to save absolutely everyone. In a situation requiring one sacrifice to save 100, assuming her family wasn't the one person, she'd choose to sacrifice that individual. If her family was that one person, she'd eliminate those 100 and save her own. Superman, the Flash, and Captain America over in the other universe would choose to save everyone, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. This moral quality could be called great. When watching it in movies or comics, it felt incredibly noble. But actually working alongside these people in reality created serious ideological conflicts. Standing in the future, looking back at the Flash's actions, Thea found them extremely unwise. But from Barry's own perspective, this was his only choice. "Mr. Barry Allen, I need to remind you, you probably don't realize what you're doing. If you continue running at your previous speed, you'll punch a hole in the time barrier. The kinetic energy involved is incalculable by human measurement units. Do you know what consequences that will cause? A hole in the time barrier." What was that? He had vague suspicions but wasn't certain. After all, he'd only wanted to create a wind wall, not punch holes in time. Still, seeing Thea rush over in such a hurry that she hadn't even changed clothes, he couldn't help asking, "What consequences?" "You'll travel through time. Central City will definitely be saved, because that man over there," Thea pointed toward the distant figure in a long coat with a full beard, "the weather wizard, will be caught by you. Which means the tsunami won't exist at the time point you travel to." Chapter 596, Chapter 595, Reverse Flash finally exposed. Being able to eliminate the disaster should be good, right? Barry thought to himself. But unless it involved Iris, his intelligence generally stayed online. Since Thea had charged over here so aggressively to stop him, there had to be more to the story. He immediately settled down, waiting for her to continue. "But what's the price, Barry? Can you bear the consequences this will trigger?" "As long as I can save people, I won't regret it." Barry's response was decisive. He assumed the price involved personal harm to himself. Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know anything and already claimed no regrets. "I haven't even finished talking yet." Might as well change your name to Barry No Regrets, Thea thought. She raised one finger, pointing at the nearly frozen external world. "You'll change everything you see here, plus everything you don't see, even everyone and everything in the entire universe. Can you bear that price?" Seeing Barry's confused expression made it clear he didn't understand. Thea continued with examples. "Each and every one of us, actually, forget universal intelligent life for now, let's just talk about Earth. Mr. Barry, billions of people make choices every single moment. If you reset the timeline, whether it's 1 day, 1 year, or even just 1 minute, they'll have countless new choices to make again. When they stand at life's crossroads again, those choices might be better, or they might be worse than today's outcome. Can you bear that price? Barry desperately wanted to say he could, but he genuinely couldn't. He had no right to make choices for others. To deepen his understanding of the situation's severity, Thea waved her hand, producing another image. In it, a black woman was locked in a passionate kiss with Barry. Thea put on an expression of sudden realization. Oh my, you finally won over Iris just 10 seconds ago. Looks like you two finally saw your true feelings in a life-or-death moment. Congratulations. Have you considered that if you reset the timeline, Iris will go back to Officer Eddie Thawne? Can you bear that price too? Iris loves me. I'm absolutely certain of that, Barry said, unable to interfere with others' lives but feeling quite confident about his own situation. People have subconscious minds. I acknowledge that Miss Iris deeply loves you, and you certainly love her. But your romance 10 seconds ago erupted during a crisis moment. If this crisis never happened, a mountain of moral concepts, human factors, environmental pressures, and workplace dynamics will influence her final judgment. Based on my assessment of Iris, she'll continue maintaining her cohabitation with Officer Thawne while ignoring her subconscious warnings. Mr. Barry, this is just one small example. You might have a spirit of self-sacrifice, but what about others? What about Earth's billions of humans? If they make countless choices again, will the outcomes be better or worse than today? Have you thought about that? Thea felt this was a rare opportunity, she had to make this absolutely clear. Otherwise, if he created another Flashpoint event, that would be too depressing. Things like Dr. Manhattan using Flashpoint to steal 10 years, she'd heard about that but never witnessed it. In Thea's view, those higher beings' affairs were beyond her jurisdiction. But the immediate situation definitely needed to be nipped in the bud. She couldn't let the timeline get riddled with holes like Swiss cheese. How would anyone live like that? To strengthen Barry's resolve, she made another promise. I'll handle this tsunami. You grab the culprit. Deal. Now Barry felt reassured. Thea directly dismissed the time field, and he shot toward the weather wizard like lightning. Facing the dozens of meters high tsunami, Thea showed no fear. The thing looked terrifying but didn't actually contain that much energy. The Superman vs. Zod battle, the fight between the three women and Doomsday, any random punch or kick in those conflicts caused more destruction than this surging tsunami. This weather-induced tsunami's impact on the ground wasn't particularly strong. Thea drew out the trident of the dead king. This artifact forged by Atlantis' first king possessed water control abilities just like Aquaman's trident. She also called the Aquaman couple, and together they applied force. The originally sky-obscuring tsunami was completely suppressed, the water's surface smooth as a mirror. As for the weather wizard's tornado, in the eyes of a true mage, it was a cheap imitation versus the real deal. Thea casually extinguished it. After resolving the disaster, she finally had leisure to look toward Barry's side. She hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now she noticed Barry's speed had increased again. After having all his speed force drained by the rival and forced to restart from scratch, then losing control once more, current Barry seemed to have grown stronger twice in succession. His top speed had now reached 5,000 kilometers per hour, surpassing both Thea and Diana. In her assessment, he was roughly equal to Supergirl and still slightly behind Superman and Martian Manhunter. She'd spent 7 or 8 years struggling to reach her current level, only to have someone else surpass her in speed in 2 months. Thea felt somewhat deflated, though fortunately speed had never been her strong suit. The uncomfortable feeling quickly faded. Barry's movements grew increasingly swift. The weather wizard, who'd been standing at the pier's center trying to look imposing, hadn't even registered what was happening before being hogtied. Seeing Thea had also stopped the disaster weather, Barry excitedly rescued both his adoptive father and future father-in-law, Joe West. Thinking that Iris could finally be with him, he felt filled with energy. As for Officer Eddie Thawne, he could only say sorry. Just as Barry thought he was on top of the world, the communication in his earpiece plunged him into an abyss. The truth came out. Dr. Wells was the Reverse Flash. He tried to kill Cisco after his investigation uncovered the truth, but his actions had been exposed and Caitlin had intervened just in time. The Reverse Flash had no idea Caitlin was this formidable. Going full power, or rather, full ice power, Killer Frost had saved Cisco at the critical moment. Caitlin couldn't match Reverse Flash's speed, but she specialized in pure defense, waiting for reinforcements. Using her massive area of effect abilities with herself as the epicenter, she continuously absorbed surrounding heat. No matter which angle Reverse Flash attacked from, he couldn't bypass this 360-degree defense. As long as he entered Caitlin's effective range, his body heat began draining rapidly. It was like trying to bite through a turtle shell, no way to get a bite in. After 2 attempts at throwing lightning bolts failed, Caitlin, who'd become Thea's subordinate, occasionally received combat training from Deathstroke and Fiora. She couldn't compare to battle-hardened mercenaries, but she was definitely no rookie who'd collapse at the sight of violence. Thrown lightning bolts had high initial velocity, but lightning also generated heat and was affected by Caitlin's heat absorption, leading to velocity reduction. With proper preparation, dodging wasn't particularly difficult. "Caitlin, I underestimated you," Reverse Flash said, removing his mask to reveal Dr. Wells's scholarly, intelligent face. Having spent so much time around Thea, Caitlin's acting skills had reached an exceptional level. "Doctor, why did you want to kill Cisco? And that outfit? Was it you who killed Barry's mother? Why? Why would you do this?" Chapter 597, Chapter 596, Thea's Theory. Cisco looked just as confused as he stared at his mentor. Caitlin had known the truth for a while, but he hadn't. Just 2 minutes ago, he treated Dr. Wells like a teacher, like a father figure. Now that same father wanted him dead. His heart felt cold, aching with a complicated mix of emotions. He looked urgently at the Reverse Flash, waiting for an explanation. "Why did I do this?" "Good question. You're both my finest students, Caitlin, Cisco. Cisco, you know what? When I look at you, it's like looking at my own son." The Reverse Flash gazed around with a touch of nostalgia. Though Caitlin had frozen the place into an ice cave, the original structure was still recognizable. "This has been my home. You, and Barry, you've all been like family to me. The time I've spent with you has been the happiest of my life." "Then why? Why did you do this?" Cisco shouted furiously, blood at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't understand why Dr. Wells, whom he respected so much, would kill Barry's mother. The two had no connection whatsoever. A subtle flicker crossed the Reverse Flash's gaunt face, so brief that anyone not watching carefully would think it an illusion. He was about to speak when he sensed something and switched back to his mocking smile. "Barry's coming back. He should be able to answer your questions. I'm looking forward to our next meeting." With that, he vanished in a streak of red lightning. The moment he left, Barry returned to the lab in a flash of yellow lightning. Seeing his two friends unharmed, he didn't bother explaining and immediately gave chase. The two speedsters began an intense pursuit through Central City. Barry had just leveled up twice, but the Reverse Flash had benefited as well. His speed was even faster and more agile. Unlike Barry, he had unmatched experience and intimate knowledge of the terrain. This chase felt like he'd rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Thea didn't join the race. Barry was still too green at this stage, a setback would do him good. Besides, she genuinely couldn't catch up. Of course, she had plenty of excuses. The grass was too soft, the grass was too hard, it was too cold, it was too hot, she didn't have proper running gear. After giving Cisco some basic treatment, the guy with the slightly goofy personality was seriously hurt, physically and emotionally. Thea asked him what had happened. His expression was wooden as Cisco recounted the events. The situation wasn't complicated. The Reverse Flash had been genuinely spooked by all the random metahumans running around Central City. He himself had nothing to fear, but he worried that Barry might not survive someday, and then it would be too late for regrets. The problem was Barry had the kind of personality where he'd literally die if he didn't help people. His whole body would ache from not assisting others. The exasperated Reverse Flash had to apply pressure from another angle. He deliberately exposed himself, personally engaging Barry in a chase through Central City. The result was inevitable. Barry lost completely. Realizing he had countless deficiencies, Barry sought help from Dr. Wells, tearfully declaring that he wanted to train. The Reverse Flash naturally obliged, and Barry reduced his crime-fighting activities to focus on long-distance running with his coach. To remove himself from the suspect list, the Reverse Flash staged an elaborate deception. The effect had been excellent at the time. Barry gritted his teeth and settled down for a few days. But cracks always showed eventually. Today, Cisco discovered the flaw. One tiny crack brought down the whole dam. A single error collapsed his scheme. Hearing this, Thea felt a pang of sympathy. Setting aside the fact that the Reverse Flash had killed Barry's mother, he'd been incredibly good to Barry and Cisco. Taught them everything wasn't an exaggeration to say about him. Now the three had turned against each other, and the once united cutting-edge tech lab could never return to its former glory. It was truly regrettable. Before long, a disheveled Barry ran back. Anyone could tell he'd lost his target. There was a wall. I watched him phase straight through it, but by the time I went around to find him, he was gone. The rookie speedster looked thoroughly dejected. Just when he'd thought his speed had peaked, the Reverse Flash had taught him another lesson. Phasing through walls, he couldn't do that. Once his emotions stabilized, they began exchanging information. Cisco learned that the Reverse Flash was a time traveler. Barry learned why his mentor had been exposed. Both fell into silence. So he's from the future, and he's training you to return to his own timeline. And Barry, you had a chance to time travel tonight, but Thea stopped you. Cisco sorted through the relationships and finally felt the fog clearing. But why did he kill my mother? The Reverse Flash's various abnormal behaviors now made sense, but Barry still couldn't understand the murder. Cisco was equally puzzled. Thea didn't participate in their discussion. Her gaze had grown increasingly distant, and she couldn't help wondering sometimes. Did Barry's mother actually exist? Could she be an avatar of the Speed Force itself, coming to Earth specifically to give birth to Barry? Creating an avatar or simply possessing an ordinary person? Otherwise, there was no explaining Barry's incredibly close connection to the Speed Force. He was too special. If he was literally the Speed Force's biological son, everything made sense. As she'd theorized before, it wasn't coincidence that lightning struck him, the lightning chose him. This was destined. Reproductive barriers weren't even an issue. Kryptonians could have children with humans. Trigon could have children with humans. Darkseid could have children with ancient Earth humans, the modern-day Amazons. Why shouldn't the Speed Force manage the same? Human genes might be weak, but their compatibility was virtually infinite. Thea thought this was the most reasonable explanation. Barry's mother hadn't died at all. She'd simply used the Reverse Flash to complete her mission. But she kept this absurd theory to herself. Barry was still far from understanding the Speed Force. Let him discover the truth on his own. What are your plans moving forward? Thea felt there was nothing more for her here. She still needed to get back to her role as campaign mascot. I'm going to catch him and ask why he killed my mother. And find evidence to clear my father's name. Barry had always been the team's vice captain. With the captain gone, he had to make the decisions. Your father's case, do you need my help? Thea wasn't boasting. Without using magic or any special means, with her current influence, the justice system was just a matter of one sentence. Directly releasing him might be difficult to arrange, but medical parole? No problem. One simple sentence stumped Barry. He wasn't deaf or blind, he understood exactly what Thea meant. But that was the main source of his hesitation. Chapter 598, Chapter 597, The Campaign, Part 4. With his speed, breaking his father out of prison wouldn't be much harder than ordering pizza. He just didn't want to free his father using such dishonorable methods. Now Thea was offering an alternative. Though he could tell it wouldn't exactly be fair either, at least his father could walk openly in public instead of hiding every day. Should he uphold judicial justice or reunite with his father? The emotionally driven Barry struggled between the two choices. The kid actually had principles. Thea nodded approvingly. When the time came, she'd make a couple of phone calls and get him out. Controlling the criminal underworld's pipeline, extracting one person from prison was incredibly easy. It would be done without a trace, with no connection to Thea. The Flash couldn't very well send his own dad back to prison after seeing him free, could he? He'd probably accept the fait accompli with some token resistance. Dealing with these prideful heroes, the young lady had plenty of experience with that. Setting aside Barry's father, Thea still wanted to ask about their attitude toward the Reverse Flash. What do you plan to do about him? Caitlin continued playing the wallflower. Cisco and Barry both looked conflicted. First, kill him. Impossible. Forget their long time together, their feelings still existed. If the Reverse Flash couldn't bring himself to truly hurt them, Barry and Cisco were even more reluctant. Add an extra to that reluctance. Let him go. Also impossible. Barry felt this was his responsibility. He had to capture the Reverse Flash. All right, I'll give you a hand. Thea pulled out Chloe Turgeon's compass and tossed it to Barry. This is Turgeon's compass, a magical artifact. As long as you think of someone, the compass will automatically point to their location. Safe, non-toxic, usable by ordinary people. Thea explained how to use it. The two scientifically minded men treated it like a new toy. Cisco circled around Barry while Barry calibrated the compass. The result was perfectly accurate. What's the principle? Is it magnetism? Cisco, whose spirits had been flagging, became visibly more energetic as his curiosity was piqued by the compass's mechanics. Thea could only smile wryly. How should she know the principle? These science-oriented people tried to explain everything scientifically. Professor Stein from Firestorm was like this, and so were Cisco and Barry. Though she'd lent them the compass, Thea wasn't optimistic about Barry finding the Reverse Flash. Mainly because the Reverse Flash understood him too well. Silently observing someone for 15 years, the Reverse Flash probably knew how many times Barry talked in his sleep each night and how many bathroom trips he made. The intelligence gap was completely one-sided. Pursuing someone under these circumstances could only end in failure. Actually, the best way to deal with the Reverse Flash would be to have Madame Xanadu divine his location, then have several heroes swarm him together. Find him, throw down a bunch of speed-limiting magic, have the heroes unleash their abilities, and the Reverse Flash would definitely go down. But from Barry's attitude, he still wanted to investigate on his own. Thea wasn't particularly eager to see Madame Xanadu anyway, mainly because their relationship had become too awkward. Before, it was just a simple senior-junior relationship. Ever since Xanadu and Malcolm got together, they'd become affectionate elder and junior. Illegitimate daughter and stepmother. Two people with no connection, now linked by Malcolm's involvement in this bizarre situation. How could one word, awkward, possibly describe this mess? After saying goodbye to the three, Thea returned to Gotham to resume her role as Moira's campaign backdrop. Along the way, she instructed her people to use roundabout connections to get Barry's father released. Over the next few days, Barry remained perpetually excited. The breakthrough with Iris hadn't been undone by the timeline reset, and his dad had been freed too. Barry felt his life was overflowing with happiness. Of course, the process wasn't entirely smooth. Officer Eddie Thawne, whose girlfriend had been stolen, was consumed with jealous rage and chased down Barry Allen for a beating. Knowing he was in the wrong, Barry didn't fight back and took a solid thrashing. Feeling everyone's strange looks, Officer Eddie Thawne left the Central City Police Department and disappeared from everyone's sight. The young black woman finally confirmed her true love and spent every day glued to Barry's side. If not for still having to hunt the Reverse Flash, Barry felt he might forget his own name. He must have left Central City. A few days later, Barry told Thea over the phone. Thea could only maintain limited attention. To be honest, the Reverse Flash wasn't a bad guy in the traditional sense. He definitely killed people, Barry's mother, the original Dr. Wells, but to call him utterly evil and irredeemable. Not quite. From a certain angle, by accelerating the Flash's emergence, he'd advanced human technological progress by several years. Cisco, who'd learned from him through osmosis for years, had absorbed plenty of cutting-edge future knowledge. His perspective and problem-solving approach had vastly improved. In short, the Reverse Flash had certainly committed wrongs, but his contributions shouldn't be ignored either. Thea's attitude toward him was basically, let him go. Earth had countless people worse than him. One more or less didn't matter. She was just the goddess of trade and wealth, not the goddess of law and justice. Let Barry worry about the Reverse Flash situation. Moira's nationwide tour earned widespread praise. Some media outlets genuinely admired her, others had been paid off. There were supporters and detractors. Thea deliberately allowed some media to smear them. Under the current democratic system, forget Moira, even if they brought down Jehovah himself to be president, some would criticize while others praised. Some praise, some criticism, that was the real mainstream. Very American. Universal acclaim and reverential worship were impossible under this system. Some bold outlets attacked Thea and the other superheroes. The more timid ones seized on Oliver's tabloid scandals and milked them for all they were worth. Various media pundits went to work, writing like novelists. They chronicled Oliver's pre-shipwreck life, churning out 10,000 words daily for over half a month. In Oliver's legendary story, his female leads had already exceeded the 30 mark. Every day, attractive young women contacted newspapers and websites to share their untold stories with Oliver. Some were desperate for fame, others were genuine. At least Thea's investigation showed that of 30 women, Oliver had slept with at least 22. Many women described their experiences with Oliver in vivid detail, length, depth, positions, favorite phrases, and so on. This information was brazenly published by numerous unscrupulous media outlets. The direct consequence was that Shadow requested annual leave and went back to Lienyu to be with her father. If even someone as gentle as her couldn't tolerate Oliver's past misdeeds, you could imagine how much dirt the media had dug up. Chapter 599, Chapter 598, Holding the Fort. Oliver, now fully reformed, couldn't just sit back while his girlfriend went home to her family. It was also a good chance to avoid the media frenzy. He decided to head to Lienyu to lay low. The tabloid scandal festered and spread. Soon someone dug up the story of the Lance sisters, Laurel Lance and Sarah Lance, fighting over one man. If they'd all gone their separate ways never to meet again, that would be one thing. But they literally ran into each other constantly. So awkward. Seeing Oliver about to leave for Lienyu to fish, Laurel and Tommy decided they could use a few days off too. Malcolm had left Tommy all his overseas assets and properties except for Merlin Global Group, making him a stealth billionaire. He even owned several small islands. The couple found an island to vacation on, conveniently escaping America's gossip mill. The group held an awkward meeting and immediately decided, Green Arrow team on hiatus for 1 month. Before leaving, Oliver entrusted Star City's safety to his little sister. Moira's campaign had reached a pause point. The remaining matters didn't need Thea's involvement, so she treated it as a vacation and planned to spend a few days in Star City. Returning to her home turf, the young lady felt quite refreshed. With the Green Arrow team's 4 main fighters collectively traveling abroad, the remaining Sarah Lance and Shadow Al Ghul were more like refugees from Talia's tyranny than actual team members, external allies at best. That left only one rookie, Roy Harper, currently codenamed Arsenal. Facing the current version of Thea, Roy, the original timeline's Thea 1.0's boyfriend, was nervous as hell. Thea simply gave them all vacation time. With her personally holding the fort, Star City wouldn't have problems. This period was a rare buffer. The leather jacket man and angry middle-aged man she'd recently acquired entered her new research program. The first could absorb Barry's energy, actually, any kind of energy. The second possessed anger from the emotional spectrum. Cloning was a complete failure. The angry middle-aged man could be cloned, but not the emotional spectrum. His clones had no emotional power whatsoever. Whether she used scientific means to recreate the day's scenario or used psychic powers to trigger anger, nothing worked. With no choice, Thea could only slowly absorb from the original. Unlike fear and compassion, she didn't need to spiritually experience anger. As a deity, she could forcibly control it with divine power. The obvious downside, anger became rootless for Thea. Once used, it was gone. To use it again, she'd have to draw more from the middle-aged man. Absorbing him every few days, watching the anger in her mental realm grow from hair-thin to finger-width, the process was incredibly slow. But accumulation added up. When her controlled anger reached the size of a lantern ring, she'd have fully mastered the anger emotion. Research on the leather jacket man hit a dead end. His clones had no issues, but his absorption limit was fixed. This was genetically determined. Unless Thea resurrected the leather jacket man and let him grow stronger, the clones would forever remain at his pre-death level. Was this ability powerful? Thea would say yes, very. But the leather jacket man's innate limitations prevented a powerful ability from emerging. Thea had tried many methods but couldn't increase the clone's limit even a fraction. The idea of creating hundreds or thousands of clone soldiers flashed through Thea's mind before she rejected it. 1 or 2 clones could have their brain functions removed at the embryonic stage, but not large quantities. Moral factors needed consideration, and those mysterious karmic threads required attention too. Mortals fear consequences, bodhisattvas fear causes. The more Thea knew, the more careful she became. She sealed away the leather jacket man's corpse and was about to leave the lab when her secretary walked in. Faced with the lab's numerous blood-stained unknown objects, Miss Mercy wasn't surprised at all. She'd seen identical scenes too frequently working for Luther. Though this new boss had questionable interests, her former boss Luther had his own issues. Late at night, the secretary couldn't help thinking, did all these geniuses have problems? What is it, Miss Mercy? Yes, boss. 3 minutes ago, someone took control of Star City's television station and is currently broadcasting live. The secretary handed Thea a tablet. Summoning a ball of water to wash her hands, Thea took a drink before accepting the tablet. On screen was a young woman with terrible fashion sense. Her hair was already pale yellow, yet she wore a bright orange jacket. Combined with those huge black-framed round glasses, she looked completely ridiculous. Unaware she'd been judged ridiculous, the woman was currently dancing excitedly. She shouted at the camera, "Queen Consolidated morons. You rejected the world's greatest invention. You and that superhero boss of yours are complete idiots." Puffed. Thea, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. Not because of the insult, but because judging from the woman's words, she had some connection to Thea's company. She'd thought this was just Star City trouble, but apparently the target was herself. Ignoring the madwoman on screen, Thea asked her secretary, "Who is this person?" The secretary, having been recruited by Luther, was genuinely capable. Plus, with her blue lantern ring now, investigating anything was easy. She'd already compiled the information. Hearing Thea's question, she answered directly, "This woman is Brie Larvin. She graduated from the University of Chicago with a degree in biomechanical engineering and joined Queen Consolidated 3 years ago. She's a very intelligent robotics expert with innovative ideas. She developed agricultural microrobotic bees, but her pace accelerated too quickly. Just before weaponizing the bees, Dr. Hoffman deemed her research extremely dangerous and terminated her employment." The secretary recounted this with a calm expression. Thea frowned slightly. She vaguely remembered this person, a decent scientist, apparently. But why was she Thea's employee? Shouldn't she be from Central City? She recalled that the Flash had nearly been stung to death by this woman's mechanical bees. Thea was too lazy to think further. It wasn't a big deal. Just handle it. Bringing the secretary along, she teleported to the television station. Police and Queen Consolidated security had already arrived, but the studio was firmly controlled by the bees. Unable to use heavy weapons, the situation was at an impasse. Everyone was used to her suddenly appearing like this. "Dr. Queen, about this situation." The station owner's face was full of bitterness. "Please don't worry, Mr. Pearl. I'll handle it. Queen Consolidated will cover all the station's losses. Send the damage list to my secretary later." Chapter 600, Chapter 599, Girls' Trip. After dismissing the station owner, Thea turned to face the dense swarm of bees, feeling a bit creeped out. Not that the bees were terrifying, it was pure instinct telling her to keep her distance. Looking at the broadcast room covered in bees, on the ground, ceiling, wiring, every surface piled with them, the constant buzzing, even the secretary, who could take down a dozen American soldiers barehanded, paled slightly. She carefully studied Thea's expression, reading her intentions after some observation. With a wave of her hand, dozens of Queen Consolidated security personnel began clearing the area. Use electromagnetic weapons. Thea's gaze swept over the bees as she calmly gave orders. The security team didn't know these were mechanical constructs and felt confused, but they switched weapons anyway. A captain-looking officer threw an electromagnetic pulse grenade at the dense swarm. An invisible wave rippled outward. Bees fell everywhere. Thea fought back her disgust and ordered the assault. The subsequent battle was unremarkable. Without the bees, the woman was just an ordinary person, quickly handed over to the Star City Police by security. Thea had Gideon download all of Larvin's experimental data. Combining the bees with the leather jacket man's cells seemed quite feasible. Covering the mechanical bee's surfaces with bioskin containing the jacket man's cells solved both the limited single-unit absorption problem and the moral issues. Imagine unleashing a swarm of bees on an enemy who immediately runs out of energy. What a magnificent sight. The only problem was Thea was slightly allergic to bees and didn't want to use this technique herself. She instructed Gideon to work on combining the two and decided to ask around for a tough woman who wasn't afraid of bees. She'd teach her the technique. Holding the fort in Star City for a week, taking down 2 gang factions, the young lady's current strength made dealing with these people like using an atomic bomb on a chicken. Watching Oliver fish, Tommy paddle around, Superman home with his wife, Flash constantly flirting with Iris, since they'd all taken time off, Thea felt she shouldn't shortchange herself either. She felt zero guilt about it. Leaving a duplicate in Star City for appearances, she took Diana on a girls' trip, dignifying it as cultivation to expand her mental horizons. Diana heartily agreed. Travel was good, but they made 3 rules: no magic, no magic, no magic. Over the past few years, they'd both been constantly busy with rarely any proper relaxation time. Thea needed to gradually adapt to her new identity, and Diana's source needed to grow. After telling the secretary not to call unless it was urgent, Thea grabbed Diana and headed out to wander. Like ordinary people, they wore large backpacks, water bottles, sun hats, outdoor gear, and hiking boots as they began their pleasant journey. Initially, Thea thought bringing all this stuff was completely unnecessary, but Diana insisted, so she agreed. It's easy at home, everything's harder on the road. These words weren't wrong. Thea couldn't say she lacked wilderness survival skills, but her abilities were all built on magic's convenience and speed. Now that Diana demanded no magic to better understand ordinary people's hardships, she was immediately exhausted. Have we actually made it out of the mountains? Thea asked, covered in dirt. They were hiking across the Rocky Mountains. Initially traveling with a group, both women wore scarves and sunglasses so no one recognized them. Shortly after entering the mountain region, the hiking group said their goodbyes, leaving just the 2 women to climb. Diana's wilderness survival skills were exceptional, whether from her century of solitary living or her recent journey seeking the source, she was worthy of being a powerful warrior. With Diana repeatedly emphasizing no magic, Thea could only trudge along honestly. Even with a divine body as foundation, hiking like ordinary people. They'd die from exhaustion. They'd already had the misfortune of encountering a black bear. Diana had stopped Thea's plan to roast it with lightning, forcing them to flee through the forest like ordinary people. This foolish bear didn't know how lucky it was, chasing the 2 women for nearly a full day. Eventually, whether puzzled by their inexhaustible stamina or simply too tired itself, it disappeared. When Thea and Diana realized it was gone, they both breathed sighs of relief. That bear was too persistent. Ha. Diana, seeing Thea's face like a dirty cat's, clutched her stomach laughing. What are you laughing at? You're not much better. Thea looked at Diana with exasperation. The female warrior had also suppressed her strength, otherwise, 1,000 bears that level wouldn't be enough to kill. During the bear chase, the long-legged goddess had stepped into a ditch and fallen in. Thea had pulled her out. Looking at each other, both women couldn't help laughing. Thea's fingers gently traced Diana's face. The warrior's face had quite a bit of dust, but her skin had incredible elasticity with a silken texture. Diana Prince, has anyone ever told you you're too beautiful? Meeting you has been an honor. Why so serious suddenly? Diana seemed momentarily stunned, then seeing Thea's sincere eyes, she was infected by them. You're the truly beautiful one. Even Aphrodite can't compare to you. My lover is the world's most beautiful goddess. In that moment, language lost its power. Everything was expressed through action. The 2 women's lips pressed tightly together. Diana's lips were fuller and darker, while Thea's were thinner and lighter. As their lips and teeth met, their tongues gently intertwined. Thea hadn't expected Diana to be so passionate and was slightly unprepared, involuntarily swallowing. Diana caught this subtle movement and her tongue immediately pushed into Thea's mouth, freely enjoying the goddess of trade and wealth's tongue tip. Thea was annoyed. This Diana had such a dominant personality, constantly fighting for control. She wanted to show her she wasn't to be trifled with either. Taking advantage of Diana's distraction, she opened a second front. Her hand, originally at Diana's head, now slid downward, brushing past that slender neck. Hot breath brushed her nose and cheek. Simultaneously, Thea's gaze was electric. Her liquid eyes dissolved Diana's resistance. Thea pressed her advantage, lips still connected, grabbing Diana's hands and pinning them behind her back. Just as Diana sensed something wrong, Thea freed one hand and pushed her down. Their indescribable parts pressed tightly together, the goddess of wealth on top, the guardian goddess to be beneath. Their eyes met. Thea lightly sucked Diana's trembling lower lip, then the upper, before her tongue finally slipped inside. Brief, deep, and thorough, this kiss. Chapter 601, Chapter 600, Hippolyta's Summons. Neither kiss could compare in length, but they both understood each other's depths well. Thea appeared delicate on the outside but possessed strength in her inner world that others never knew. Diana was the opposite. Beneath her martial exterior, she actually lacked affection. Through their physical, spiritual, and divine communion, their dependence on each other was growing deeper. Diana was grateful to have a lover who could accompany her forever. Thea likewise cherished how the warrior filled her inner world. The road ahead was too difficult and bitter to walk alone. Just as Batman noted in his report to the DEO, their weakness was each other. Deep in the night, with wild beasts roaring in the mountain forest, neither woman paid any attention. Diana's mood was excellent, and she was too lazy to care about the no-magic agreement. Thea toppled a dense forest to build a wooden cabin. The two enjoyed a relaxing soak in a hot spring pool. "You seem bigger here. And softer. Is it because of your divine position?" Diana teased, touching the area below Thea's neck. The young lady didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she had to admit Diana's observation was meticulous, even such small differences were noticed. She couldn't explain why, only classifying it as charm self-development. Truly perfect. Diana, steeped in Greek aesthetics, had zero resistance to this beauty. She played with it like a toy for quite a while. Daring to tease me. Thea wasn't to be outdone either. Her palms began caressing Diana's long legs, traveling upward. This battle was even more intense than before. Midway through, Thea had a sudden inspiration and found several pairs of stockings for Diana to wear. Long legs with black stockings, truly a unique flavor. Diana didn't let her off either. Thea tried them and found coffee-colored ones suited her best. Two pairs of long legs tangled together, the cabin's spring atmosphere thick enough to be impenetrable. Thunder and lightning, passion igniting, they battled through the night. Diana sat up early the next morning. "My source seems to have taken a major step forward." The warrior pulled up the still pretending to sleep Thea. That was possible. Thea's mind contained only this thought. She carefully felt her own changes. They weren't as obvious as Diana's, but she vaguely sensed her connection with the entire universe had grown tighter. This naturally wasn't because of a night's activities but some change in mental state. They immediately packed up and continued their journey. Heading south from the United States, they passed through Mexico into South America. Though all part of the Americas, this region was worlds apart from the north. Thea felt trade here was chaotic and disorderly, with wealth distribution even more unreasonable. Money concentrated in a few hands. Naturally, ordinary people below didn't need trade. She even saw barter systems in some regions, which displeased her greatly. Diana also disliked it here. Who should she protect? The privileged elite or the equally cunning common people? Their journey lasted over half a month until Diana received a message from Hippolyta asking her to return to Mount Olympus. Worried about accidents, Thea decided to go along. They teleported to Mount Olympus. 9 months had passed since Thea's last departure. The originally solemn, majestic mountain was now shrouded in killing intent. Many Amazons rushed about making preparations. The prophesied moment has arrived. Zeus's eldest son will kill his brothers and sisters and ascend to his father's throne. Hera explained the situation, gesturing toward the preparing crowd. She could no longer fathom Thea's depths now, so her attitude had changed again, from approval to equality, despite being a god queen herself. This was the difference strength made. Try to avoid fighting now, especially god battles. The old god's divine positions will affect your source. Thea warned Diana. This eldest son was hyped up incredibly by prophecy. She worried Diana might charge in recklessly. Though the gods were extremely reluctant, facing the god king's summons, except for the defiant Apollo and Hermes, who'd sided with Hades, the few still breathing all arrived. Old acquaintance Ares grew increasingly aged, standing there trembling. Many Amazons couldn't understand how this former villain had become someone who seemed ready to collapse with one breath. Thea understood perfectly. Though the war god's weakness had no direct connection to her, the indirect influence was enormous. Humanity had no more wars. Ironically, several major powers had been forcibly dragged onto her Starship program's fast track, desperately building mechs and mother ships. Several powder kegs, the Middle East, Afghanistan, without the great powers' covert maneuvering, why would locals keep fighting when they were well fed? All warfare ceased a month after the mother ships launched. Major nations had no energy for games, all mining their potential depths to secure future leadership positions. War's end naturally affected Ares. 100 years ago, he'd faked being crippled in front of Thea, Diana, and Steve. Now he didn't need to fake it, he actually was. Like a candle in the wind, described him perfectly. Over the following days, the gods waited on Olympus for the enemy's attack. The wine god had no combat value, but his wine was world-class. Thea got along well with him and obtained quite a bit, planning to let Moira and Oliver try some later. The fire god kept forging weapons for the gods. After 2 discussions, he agreed to create a weapon for Diana. The god-killing sword from Paradise Island, Thea jokingly called it the Ares Must Die sword, had completed its historic mission. Ares didn't need anyone's help, he was practically dead already. They could use it now, combining it with Diana's fire god sword for reforging. Both swords were originally forged by the fire god. Having them returned to him brought some nostalgia. After asking about Diana's combat habits, he reforged both swords. 3 days later, a pair of brilliantly blue glowing swords was delivered to Diana. Twin swords, this would be her future fighting style. The sword and shield combination no longer suited Diana's increasing power. Low-level enemies couldn't break her defense, making the shield unnecessary. High-level enemies couldn't be blocked by the shield anyway. Rather than the awkward middle ground, better to abandon the shield and strengthen offense. Golden armor, crimson cape, wielding 2 long swords, Diana looked increasingly martial. Thea went a different route. Wearing old god equipment in the new god's territory was inappropriate, but wearing new god equipment in old god territory was fine. At least Hera and the others couldn't discern the origin of Thea's divine robe, they only found it mysterious. Chapter 602, Chapter 601, War arrives. Diana exuded the aura of a divinely courageous warrior, while Thea embodied the mystique of a spellcaster. Her hood obscured most of her face, revealing only her delicate chin, slightly parted lips, and the occasional golden strand escaping from beneath the fabric, all radiating an air of serene tranquility. The gods had waited 10 days. The enemy foretold in prophecy finally appeared. Mount Olympus, adorned with starlight, shuddered as if struck by something massive. A deep crater appeared suddenly on the barren ground. Countless evil creatures descended upon the realm of the gods, led by a tall, muscular man. His fierce features and bare chest were covered in crisscrossing scars. His hair and beard grew wild like weeds, and his equipment was crude, what looked like an entire animal hide crudely stitched together and draped over his body. Yet no one would underestimate that hide armor. It was dragon skin, the hide of a mature black dragon. Savage, brutal, and violent. Even from far away, one could feel the bone-deep hatred radiating from him. He hated this place and everyone in it. He was the nameless god, the firstborn son of Zeus and Hera. Born under a prophecy that he would claim the throne of the god king, he was abandoned by his own parents and left to die in the wilderness. Fighting wolves in the wild, that was his childhood. As an adult, he tried to prove his worth to Olympus by slaying evil dragons and fighting countless battles. Unfortunately, his martial prowess wasn't valued but feared instead. Zeus personally intervened, sealing him deep within the earth's core. Fueled by his hatred for Olympus and the entire world, he clawed his way up with his bare hands for 6,000 years, enduring endless tribulations until he finally saw daylight again. Now he was here for revenge, to reclaim what was rightfully his. He was the firstborn. The appearance of these evil creatures naturally drew the gods' attention. Thea was currently chatting with her new friend. Arachne, the woman with a human upper body and spider lower body, had originally escaped from the underworld when Thea caused chaos there alongside Hera. She possessed power on par with a demigod and was one of Hera's few important assets. Earlier, Thea had passed by and noticed her weaving cloth while spinning silk, which piqued her interest. They struck up a casual conversation, and the more they talked, the more shocking it became. Even though Thea now stood with the Greek gods, she still found these deities utterly infuriating. When Arachne was mortal, she had been a king's wife whose hobby was weaving, a completely harmless interest that others admired. Men farmed and fought wars, women wove cloth. What a harmonious, wholesome scene. By all accounts, it should have been a good thing. But her reputation for exceptional weaving reached the ears of Athena. Having nothing better to do, Athena personally descended from Olympus to compete with her. Ordinary mortals naturally couldn't compete with cheating gods. In her despair, Arachne committed suicide. If the story had ended there, it would already have been outrageous. But it got worse. For some unfathomable reason, Athena captured her soul and reincarnated her as half-human, half-spider. How could such vile behavior be described as merely infuriating? This was the epitome of divine tyranny, doing whatever they pleased, rewarding those who obeyed and destroying those who didn't. Even in death, one had to bear humiliation. That was the mindset of the gods back then. After hearing this appalling story, Thea couldn't help but grimace. Others might fear Athena, but she didn't need to worry. Athena wasn't going to send an army to take her down. What was there to fear? Taking Arachne's side, she thoroughly criticized Athena, which earned her some goodwill from the Spider-Woman. She wanted Arachne to use her divine silk to weave stockings, various colors, all of them, for future sparring sessions with the long-legged goddess. Ordinary human stockings wore out far too easily. Only quasi-divine artifacts would be worthy of them. Unaware of Thea's wicked intentions, the Spider-Woman looked utterly confused. Stockings made from silk as thin as gossamer, what was the point? Did they provide defensive capabilities or enhance speed? Though she didn't understand the purpose, Arachne could produce silk and possessed master-level tailoring skills. Even transformed into a spider, she still loved weaving. Following Thea's specifications, she crafted several pairs. Thrilled with her treasure, Thea reciprocated by examining the Spider-Woman's condition. Athena's methods weren't particularly sophisticated. Originally, Thea could have restored her to human form, but unfortunately, during her journey from the underworld back to the world of the living, Arachne's spider form had become permanently fixed. Even with Thea's abilities, she couldn't reverse this. She settled for the next best option, permanently enchanting Arachne with a human transformation spell that allowed her to maintain human form for 4 hours each day. This simple gesture earned her tremendous goodwill from the Spider-Woman. The result was that Thea obtained a large supply of silk products, with promises of more if needed. When the firstborn arrived, she was discussing with the Spider-Woman how to create new types of lingerie. Since they were already upgrading stockings, they might as well upgrade undergarments too. Having their research interrupted left both of them quite displeased. Thea had provided Arachne with extensive materials on contemporary Earth's clothing and fashion development, which the Spider-Woman treasured like precious artifacts. Although ancient Greek aesthetics differed from modern ones, there was still much to learn. Thea had also described her favorite clothing styles for Arachne to replicate. Unfortunately, with a powerful enemy at their doorstep, they had to abandon their research and handle the tedious business of fighting. Outside, they saw the enemy army already forming battle lines. The main force consisted of the wolves that had raised the firstborn. Having absorbed much of his divine essence, some wolves showed signs of walking upright. Most of the rest were spectral wolves, creatures whose lives had long since ended but remained at the boundary between life and death due to the firstborn's divine influence. He had summoned them all to fight. There were also many other spectral creatures of various shapes, humans, beasts, and many bizarre beings that were neither fully human nor fully beast. The gods estimated these were cannon fodder the firstborn had recruited. Their purpose was to drain the gods' divine power. Compared to Olympus, which only had the Amazons as organized troops, the firstborn's army was truly vast and boundless. These expendable forces would have value as long as they could tie down even one deity. Dark and oppressive as storm clouds, the evil army began its silent advance toward Mount Olympus. "What do you think?" Diana whispered to Thea. She was naturally referring to the firstborn. Like the High Father dealing with Darkseid, in this level of divine warfare, battles between small fries wouldn't affect the outcome. As long as they could defeat the firstborn, no matter how many spectral creatures there were, it wouldn't matter. Thea's expression was somewhat grave. The firstborn's power was no joke. Just looking at his muscular physique and overwhelming killing intent, she wasn't entirely confident. Chapter 603, Chapter 602, The Battle of Olympus, Part 1. This was his battle of vengeance, a desperate fight with no retreat. Setting aside their actual divine powers, Thea couldn't match his momentum alone. Remember, he had been nursing his rage for 10,000 years. Just climbing from the Earth's core back to the surface had taken 6,000 years. Meanwhile, a minute ago, Thea had been discussing stockings and lingerie. Even if he didn't burst into a rage-fueled power-up, she'd be lucky to win. They simply weren't operating on the same wavelength. Moreover, she was the goddess of trade and wealth, hardly combat-oriented. This firstborn, like Heracles before him, was an old god who had survived Ragnarok and remained relatively intact. No one knew his exact divine portfolio, but to Thea, it clearly involved combat and vengeance. When Diana didn't receive an immediate response, she asked again. Seeing Diana's eager expression, Thea inwardly groaned. She'd need to actually fight the firstborn to determine who was stronger. Diana definitely fell short, and this was a critical moment in her source integration. Fighting should be avoided if possible. For the sake of her girlfriend, the goddess of trade and wealth would have to shoulder the burden of facing Zeus's firstborn. He's far beneath me, Thea whispered to Diana, affecting an air of arrogant disdain toward their enemy. Really? I think he looks pretty strong, Diana replied. Apart from their passionate activities, she hadn't sparred seriously with Thea in a while and genuinely didn't know her current strength after ascending to godhood. Seeing Thea's absolute certainty, she gradually relaxed. The massive spectral army, appearing slow but moving swiftly, advanced toward Mount Olympus. Invisible pressure began bearing down on everyone. Antiope, having taken over from Hippolyta, directed the Amazons in establishing defensive lines. Bundles of enchanted arrows and numerous enchanted swords, shields, and armor were distributed to each warrior. The Amazons were the most elite warriors of this era. Hera hadn't been stingy with them, opening Olympus's treasury and retrieving many precious artifacts from ancient times. Unlike Hippolyta with her endless schemes, Antiope was a pure warrior. Knowing the Amazons were outnumbered, she established 3 defensive perimeters and prepared a cavalry unit as a mobile reserve. The firstborn's advantage was numbers, endless spectral creatures and beasts outnumbering the Amazons nearly 100 to 1. Using quantity against quality was his strategy. His massive army combined with his personal martial prowess, this was his confidence in challenging Olympus. The Greek gods' advantage was their numbers of deities. Even the most useless god was more formidable than those monsters and beasts, capable of toppling masses with a wave of their hand. Their only weakness was that Hera had forcibly conscripted them. They could fight when winning, but expecting them to risk their lives against the firstborn was impossible. The oppressive atmosphere lasted an hour. The gods gathered on the mountain peak to observe, exchanging meaningful glances. The prophecy was clear: Zeus's firstborn would kill his brothers and ultimately claim the throne. Several present fit the category of brothers in the prophecy. Each harbored their own calculations. The firstborn came bearing 10,000 years of hatred, his formidable presence impossible to ignore. No one wanted to stick their neck out. Zeus. Hera. According to prophecy, I've come to reclaim what's mine. The 10-foot-tall firstborn, wearing his dragon-hide cloak, strode forward and roared at all of Olympus. Following his words, the specters and beasts howled toward the heavens, their hatred causing even the gods to step back involuntarily. Hera's face showed bitter pain. Fighting her own son brought her no pleasure, but seeing both sides awaiting her response, she reluctantly stepped forward. Child, I am your mother. I never wanted this. Abandoning you was Zeus's decision. At the sight of his birth mother, the firstborn fell momentarily silent. Hera continued, the prophecy is a farce. I'm willing to correct this mistake. We're still family. Child, will you give me this chance? Before the firstborn could respond, a woman emerged from behind his towering form. Brother, don't listen to Hera's lies. She fears you'll take her throne as God King. Laughable, a female God King. What a foolish woman. The woman's features were delicate, a mocking smile playing at her lips. She wore a silk robe and walked barefoot, her voice extremely light and soft, yet every deity on the battlefield, every Amazon warrior, every monster and beast heard it crystal clear, as if someone whispered directly in their ears. The invisible energy soothed the firstborn's heartstrings. His gaze filled once more with hatred. Who's that? Thea asked. She was purely here as Diana's +1 and didn't recognize the woman beside the firstborn. Honestly, during their early romance, she'd spent time studying Greek mythology to find common ground with Diana, but eventually abandoned it after discovering too many absurd stories. She knew the famous ones, but the obscure ones? Sorry, no idea. A Trojan princess, Zeus's daughter. Cassandra, answered Ares, the old acquaintance standing beside the two women. Watching the elderly god wheeze after every sentence, Thea feared he might drop dead at her feet. She smiled awkwardly, acknowledging she'd heard him. Inciting everyone to fight was Ares's domain. Cassandra's voice powers overlapped with her divine portfolio, which was why she resented the princess. Queen Hera, if you don't want Olympus to run with blood, stand aside. Today the prophecy comes true. Your firstborn will claim the throne of God King. Cassandra continued her verbal manipulation. Her demigod power came entirely from herself. At her peak, she couldn't match the gods, but times had changed. Now, burdened by their own portfolios, the gods were actually weaker than this demigod. Her words weren't quite reality warping, but their influence stirred everyone's hearts. Except for a few deities and those like Hippolyta wearing mental resistance artifacts, the thought inevitably surfaced: the firstborn would win, Hera would lose. The Amazons' morale visibly declined. Hera raised her scepter toward the sky. Lightning stretching thousands of miles split the heavens, its tremendous thunder suppressing the voice magic. But to Thea, this was overkill. The scepter couldn't be used repeatedly, yet Cassandra's mouth was right there on her face, she could keep talking. After serving as God Queen too long, Hera's combat experience was sorely lacking. Before battle even began, she'd revealed one of their trump cards. Perhaps she meant to demonstrate her authority, but it really wasn't wise. Chapter 604, Chapter 603, The Battle of Olympus, Part 2. Lightning burst forth across the sky, its unmatched power sweeping the surroundings with the majesty of divine thunder. The scene fell into an awkward silence. But lightning isn't a cloud, it can't linger indefinitely. What comes quickly goes quickly. In less than 10 seconds, it dissipated into nothing. Aside from making Hera look imposing, it accomplished precisely nothing. Thea could see the mockery in Cassandra's smile. This woman's voice magic was devastatingly effective against ordinary people. If allowed to run her mouth freely, the Amazons, save for a few with iron wills, wouldn't withstand it. Your Majesty, I have a subordinate who should be able to counter the voice magic, Thea whispered to Hera. Reading the gleam in her eyes, Hera understood immediately. Without wasting words, she simply held up one finger, indicating Thea could choose one item from Zeus's treasury. With such wealth at her disposal, Hera hardly cared about the treasury. The treasures belonged to Zeus anyway, the throne of God King was hers. Her calculations were crystal clear. Thea gave her a look that said, "You can count on me," then teleported directly back to Earth. None of her Earth-based subordinates were suitable for dealing with rule-based abilities. She summoned Sister Blue and the Indigo tribe. Having revised the tribe's mandate, membership had grown from just over 100 to more than 300. Thea didn't summon everyone, just Sister Blue leading 100 members. The Indigo tribe's teleportation was unrivaled. They arrived almost instantly. After Thea briefly explained the situation, she brought them back to Mount Olympus. The Indigo tribe members' unusual appearances drew astonished exclamations from the gods. Thea felt their worldview remained stuck in the flat Earth era, there was simply no way to explain what aliens were. Sister Blue, wielder of the Book of Nu, immediately revealed the massive tome. Compassion transformed into subtle energy, flowing into the heart of every wavering Amazon. The fearful received encouragement, the hesitant reclaimed their courage, the reckless found reason, and the timid stood tall. The remaining Indigo tribe members used their constructs to establish a new defensive line, a barrier of the mind. Compassion possessed unparalleled inclusiveness, accepting both good words and absorbing evil ones. This was precisely why Thea had summoned them. That man desperately needs compassion, Sister Blue observed, her tone detached as she gazed at the firstborn. Brainwash a deity. Thea studied Sister Blue, who now radiated an increasingly otherworldly presence, her mind racing. Honestly, it wasn't a bad idea. The firstborn's power matched hers. If they could recruit him into the Indigo tribe, it would qualitatively boost their weak combat capabilities. It would also allow the firstborn to release his hatred and reunite with Hera as mother and son, truly a wonderful outcome. The only problem was subduing him first. Force-feed him emotional light beams and brainwash him. Thea lacked that ability. Divine resistance was too high. Actual implementation would require a clever plan. As Thea pondered the feasibility of brainwashing the firstborn, Cassandra down below kept rambling. After talking herself hoarse without any reaction from above, she glanced sheepishly at the firstborn. Useless. The vicious firstborn shoved Cassandra aside like a feral beast. His eyes glowed with amber killing intent. Seeing Hera's figure crushed what little rationality he had left. He pulled a dragon-toothed javelin from his back and hurled it at Hera. Diana grabbed her shield, ready to intercept. Thea stopped her, secretly holding up 3 fingers to Hera, raising her compensation to 3 treasures. Seeing Hera nod readily, she drew the whip from her waist. This divine weapon, once belonging to Hera-Nimel, the god of Mars, had been repurposed and reintroduced to the divine realm. Crack! The whip snapped with a crisp sound. Thea flicked a flourish, then jerked her wrist powerfully. The whip extended tens of thousands of meters through the air, intercepting the dragon-toothed javelin. The crimson whip deflected slightly, its tip coiling around the black javelin like a red serpent. The javelin's momentum broken, Thea sent it flying. Instantly, she became the focus of all the gods. The Greek stragglers wondered why she was interfering, this was Olympus's war, and she wasn't one of them. The firstborn was equally puzzled. Who was this figure in a golden robe with a hood obscuring her face? You are. Which deity? The firstborn asked bluntly. Thea desperately wanted to say she was just passing by, but she couldn't. If she didn't step up, Diana would have to. She could only steel herself and take the spotlight. She didn't answer his question, it was genuinely difficult to answer. The firstborn was here for revenge and, incidentally, to claim the divine throne. From both legal and moral standpoints, his cause was justified. For Thea to intervene, she couldn't invoke the Greek god's cause. To avoid being seen as unjustified, she needed to devise her own reason. Her mind spun twice. I heard you're Zeus's firstborn. I challenge you. The firstborn was initially confused but quickly understood her intention. A challenge. His scarred face broke into a grin. Fine. Let's see what you're capable of. He pulled a sword from the void, a blade 10 meters long. Relative to his 10-foot height, it looked almost comical when wielded. The blade had no edge, it was dull gray, more like a stone pillar. Only the waves of killing intent emanating from it revealed this was a deadly weapon. This sword was forged from the spine of the black dragon I slew, hammered for 6,000 years in the earth's core. Today it shall drink the blood of the gods. The firstborn continued applying psychological pressure. Humph. Thea snorted coldly. Outdated fool. Black dragons were impressive. Mages and warriors had slaughtered so many dragons they were practically an endangered species. If these giant lizards hadn't fled into dimensional spaces, they'd be on the protected species list by now. In a world you know nothing about, Thea said, raising her whip, this was a god's weapon. Wasn't this just bragging about past achievements? Who was afraid of whom? You killed a dragon, so what? She'd killed a god. The firstborn stopped talking and charged forward, wielding his 10-meter-long sword. Brute force, Thea muttered. Fighting two deities on the mountain would inevitably harm innocence. She immediately shifted the battlefield to the sky, swinging her whip. Magic surged through it as silver-white flames ignited at the tip. Silver fire. This was the technique Thea had mastered from Heronimel's living flame. Unlike him extracting it from vast mental power, she could only simulate it with pure, attribute-neutral magic. The living flame's idealistic nature disappeared, replaced by magic's versatility. Caught off guard, the firstborn found his ankle ensnared by the whip tip. He quickly swung his sword to cut the whip. Thea withdrew it immediately. The whip returned, but the silver fire clung to the firstborn, his dragonhide boots sizzling and smoking despite their impressive magic resistance. Not bad. The firstborn extended his massive palm and grabbed the silver fire directly, crushing it between his hands until it shattered. I've got plenty more tricks. Thea danced the whip continuously, silver fire blooming everywhere. Chapter 605, Chapter 604, Diana's Love. You can catch one or two by hand, but try dealing with 100, 1,000. Thea's magic transformed rapidly. The whip danced like a living serpent, continuously conjuring silver fire. The divine realm, already resplendent with starlight, seemed to gain many times more stars as countless silver flames filled the sky with their deadly radiance. Try my silver fire prison. The numerous flames followed Thea's commands, advancing and retreating with discipline like a well-trained army. The firstborn swung his long sword with all his might, hacking at the flames. The dragon sword, forged in the earth's core, feared no silver fire. These flames born from the purest magic shattered under his blows, their remnants falling to the ground and still incinerating the spectral creatures to ash. Cassandra, commanding the army, hurriedly led the troops away from the combat zone. The firstborn's efforts weren't ineffective, but while he destroyed them quickly, Thea created them faster. Transparent silver fire gradually filled the sky. Seeing the flames multiply, the firstborn stopped attacking and pushed his speed to the limit, planning to engage Thea in close combat. He ignored the searing flames entirely. The dragon hide with its astounding magic resistance smoked heavily, and large patches of his bare chest were scorched black. Still, the distance between them closed rapidly. Your old man's the god of thunder. Wonder how you handle lightning. Thea kept the whip dancing, wrapping it around the firstborn's sword hand while her left hand gathered tremendous electrical energy and released it at his face. Sparks flew. The brilliant yet lethal lightning struck the firstborn with overwhelming force. This deity who could make Zeus himself wary didn't hesitate. His arm muscles bulged as he gathered his full strength and punched the lightning directly. Boom. A dull explosion rang out. Thea's lightning burst apart from sheer physical force, no divine power, no technique, just overwhelming might. The worst kind of opponent, no finesse whatsoever. Thea cursed inwardly. Though her attack failed, at least she understood his reliance, that incredibly powerful body. The firstborn's physical strength was extraordinary. They rapidly closed the distance. He swung the 10-meter sword in a horizontal slash toward Thea's waist, the blade shrieking through the air. Facing this sonic boom-inducing strike, she could only dodge temporarily. She drew her holy sword, unleashing 10,000 rays of light aimed at his head. The silver fire raging across the sky also surged toward him under her command. He ignored the searing flames, ignored the blinding light, single-mindedly determined to trade blows with Thea. After 3 exchanges, though the firstborn looked like he'd crawled from an oven, Thea found herself forced into continuous retreat. Both simultaneously chose to descend and fight on the ground. Thea abandoned her whip, gripping the holy sword with both hands, no fancy moves, just a straight overhead chop. Naturally, the firstborn wouldn't test her blade's edge with his skull. His wrist twisted, the massive sword arcing to deflect her attack using his superior strength. Unfortunately, he underestimated both Thea's power and the holy sword's sharpness. In pure strength, Thea definitely fell short of him, even Diana, a pure warrior, couldn't match him. But Thea had infused this strike with mental power. Mental power could be as vast or as focused as needed. The Martian manhunter could use this force to slay gods. She hadn't reached that level, but amplifying herself to match the firstborn temporarily was entirely possible. Having miscalculated, the firstborn found his opponent far stronger than her slender frame suggested. He didn't deflect her attack, instead, he left himself wide open. The holy sword, carrying crushing momentum, was about to split his skull. His weapon was too long to defend in time. He could only raise his left arm to block. The firstborn wore guards on the outside of both arms. Thea hadn't looked closely before, but now she realized they weren't guards at all, they were massive dragon fangs. The dragon fang rose to block the holy sword. Gleaming white like jade and radiating dragon might, it was still a dead object. Against Thea, never mind one fang, even the black dragon itself would be doomed. Crack! The brilliant holy sword sliced into the dragon fang. Initially slowed, it quickly cut through, splitting the meter-long fang down the middle. The sword's momentum continued, cleaving through the firstborn's dragonhide armor. Just as it was about to wound his body, the less than 1/10 of a second gained by sacrificing his equipment allowed the firstborn to redirect his massive sword toward Thea. His reliance was his body. Trading injuries was second nature to someone who'd fought for survival since birth. He'd suffered countless wounds. His greatest weapon wasn't that sword but his tempered body. If Thea continued her strike, she might sever his arm, but she'd be injured herself. Since she was only helping, she naturally wouldn't risk her life. Her feet touched ground, and she retreated beyond his attack range. Skulking coward. You're worthy of being my opponent, the firstborn declared, his battle lust fully ignited. It had been ages since he'd faced a deity of equal strength. He'd stopped caring who his opponent was. Humph, acting like you're so impressive. You're nothing special. Thea's voice, altered by divine power, was indistinct and gender-ambiguous. The firstborn's combat experience was vast. He wouldn't underestimate weaker opponents or rage at insults. Realizing his opponent matched his caliber, his fighting style became more measured. The gods watching from Mount Olympus naturally had various thoughts. Some were astonished, others felt envious. She laughed coldly. Get lost, Eris, you tongue-wagging bitch. With that, Diana ignored her completely. Diana's love was pure and devoted. Once she confirmed her beloved, she would reciprocate with everything she had. In the injustice world, she'd committed countless atrocities alongside Superman, driven purely by her love for him. Her love transcended her own values, even bordered on blind devotion. Thea had always known this but never intended to correct it. If Thea turned evil, Batman and Martian Manhunter would immediately oppose her. Oliver would try to stop her. Only Diana would remain by her side, even if it meant fighting friends, alienating her people, or facing the entire world. For the love in her heart, she would walk that path without regret. So Eris's self-satisfied manipulation seemed laughable and boring to the warrior goddess. She had no interest in explaining. The higher her beloved's achievements, the happier she was. Jealousy. Impossible. Chapter 606, Chapter 605, Thea vs. The Firstborn. She's not using some secret technique to boost her combat power, is she? Hera's question was more practical. She had to be concerned. Her side had no one capable of opposing the Firstborn. If Thea and Diana left, she could only swallow her pride as God Queen, seal the mountain, and turtle up defensively. For someone as image-conscious as Hera, that would be worse than death. Facing Hera and Antiope, Diana maintained appropriate respect. She answered readily, this is her true combat power. She hasn't even deployed many of her techniques yet. Mentioning her beloved filled Diana's heart with joy. She wasn't exaggerating. Seeing Thea match the Firstborn in close combat, his specialty, she was confident her love would win. After all, close combat wasn't Thea's strength. She was using her weakness against his strength primarily to gather intelligence. Facts proved Diana's assessment was spot on. Thea was indeed collecting data. The Firstborn showed little divine power, relying mainly on physical strength to contend with Thea's mix of divine power, magic, and mental energy. His strength was undeniable. A powerful body brought comprehensive enhancement, tremendous strength, incredible speed, practically infinite stamina. However, his weakness was equally obvious, his power depended entirely on his body. Weaker opponents would only feel crushing despair, they simply couldn't kill him. But against an equal, a subtle flaw emerged, the Firstborn lacked a decisive finishing move. Her confidence soaring, Thea began pressing her advantage aggressively. Her surging self-assurance elevated her mental power to new heights. The Firstborn possessed a quality of growing stronger through battle, frantically extracting his body's full potential in fierce combat. As his injuries accumulated, his physical attacks became increasingly ferocious. The holy sword and massive blade clashed repeatedly. The holy sword, forged from the faith of countless beings, still shone brilliantly, while the firstborn's sword began showing signs of strain. So what if it was a black dragon's spine? Who cared if it was buried in the Earth's core for 6,000 years? Thea still hacked it into a serrated mess. Their battle range expanded continuously. Initially, the firstborn tried avoiding his own troops, but as battle fever took over and his mind heated up, he simply couldn't spare the attention. Many spectral creatures and beasts caught in the shockwaves either shattered from the massive sword's crushing force or disintegrated into ash under the holy sword's radiance, as if they'd never existed. Cassandra could only order the army to retreat, but that was easier said than done. An army of nearly 100,000 couldn't evade quickly enough. With wicked intent, Thea deliberately dragged the firstborn through his own forces. The spectral creatures suffered terribly. Everywhere they passed was left in utter devastation. The battle continued for an hour. The firstborn remained vigorous, but Thea was growing tired. Mixing multiple power sources consumed considerable mental energy. Having fully assessed the firstborn's capabilities, she began fighting with everything she had. Spotting an opening, she channeled massive mental power along with divine power and magic into the holy sword, bringing it down on the dodging firstborn. Not understanding why his opponent suddenly surged with power, the firstborn chose cautious defense, shifting his massive blade to block the strike. What happened next left him dumbfounded. Thea never intended to wound him, she meant to destroy his sword. The firstborn blocked empty air. Without his strength reinforcing it, the massive blade could only rely on its material properties to withstand the onslaught. Clang! A sharp crack rang out. The blade shattered at the 1/3 mark under the holy sword's assault. Was she trying to destroy his weapon? The firstborn felt heartbroken, convinced he understood Thea's malicious intent. But this was all misdirection. Against someone who won through brute force, you had to use dirty tricks. Exploiting his mental vulnerability over his weapon's loss, as they crossed paths, Thea finally deployed her wealth-based divine power. She removed her hood, revealing her stunning features. Look into my eyes. Her mesmerizing gaze infused with massive compassion struck directly at the firstborn's spiritual world. Anger wasn't fully mastered yet, and besides, his rage was already maxed out, no need to add fuel to that fire. Fear was also impractical, hatred strongly counteracted fear. Thea ultimately chose compassion, with its strongest inclusiveness. I magnanimously pity you. This bizarre attack method struck precisely at the firstborn's vulnerability. Raised in the wilderness with no deity to teach him divine power usage, lacking guidance, he knew only to endlessly temper his body. He had no experience defending against emotional attacks. Despite the hatred filling his chest, Thea's deceptive divine power still pried open a crack, flooding his heart with compassion. He hated the world, but wasn't that also self-protection born from lacking love and affection from family? Compassion flooded in like a torrent. The direct consequence was his vicious eyes calming, the killing intent shrouding his body visibly receding. Unlike mortals, the firstborn was still a deity, Zeus and Hera's first son. He knew he was being manipulated and struggled desperately to suppress this inner peace, trying to reclaim himself. After 2 attempts with little effect, his hatred, however great, couldn't match the compassion contained within all intelligent life across the universe. Left with no choice, he could only force himself to continue pursuing Thea. His combat instinct told him that killing this woman would restore his true self. Using compassion to brainwash a deity was equally taxing for Thea. Compassion flowed through her body as a conduit into the firstborn's heart. She had to maintain constant vigilance to avoid being affected herself. Her advantage over the firstborn was her far superior mental power. Though compassion was somewhat indiscriminate between friend and foe, as its controller, she held some advantage. Trading 1,000 enemy casualties for 800 of her own, she was one of the 800, but still had better odds. The seed had been planted in his mind. Now it was just continuously absorbing emotion, relaying it through herself into his heart. Thea stopped engaging the firstborn directly, using blink teleportation to stall for time. No matter how powerful, a deity was still an individual. Fighting the accumulated emotions of universal consciousness alone in one spiritual world. Such beings might exist, but the firstborn definitely wasn't one of them. Their chase gradually slowed to a halt. They were both exhausted. Sweat drenched Thea's forehead, beads of perspiration rolling down her smooth chin to the ground. The firstborn was in worse shape. He barely stood upright, leaning on his long sword, drenched in sweat. His spiritual world was collapsing faster, manifested externally by half his face showing peaceful serenity while the other half displayed tension and resentment. Thea hadn't expected his resistance to be this strong. Using her strength against his weakness, she still struggled this much. But seeing victory within reach, she unilaterally increased the emotional output, determined to convert him right here on the battlefield. Chapter 607, Chapter 606, Chaotic Battle. The gods watched from above. Some didn't understand what Thea and the firstborn were doing, warrior-type deities like Ares and Dionysus couldn't make sense of it. Hera felt conflicted about her son being brainwashed. Still, better that than fighting him directly. Diana, who knew Thea best, could only watch with mounting anxiety. Battles in the mental realm were incredibly dangerous, and all she could do was worry for her lover. Most of the gods remained optimistic as they spectated. The firstborn was clearly losing while Thea held the upper hand, anyone could see that. Cassandra, commander of the firstborn's army, watched helplessly. Limited by her mortal constraints, she could do nothing but fret. As she wavered in uncertainty, a faint, almost imperceptible voice drifted into her ear. After a moment's hesitation, she made her decision. Firstborn, remember your past. Your vengeance remains unfinished. Remember being exiled at birth, remember 6,000 years of unbroken resolve. Remember your mission. Remember how fate wronged you. Remember. Cassandra's voice rang out, loud enough to echo across the entire battlefield. The firstborn, growing increasingly confused, finally managed to suppress the erosion of compassion with the help of her words of power. However, Cassandra's intervention came at a terrible price. Words of power had their limits, and the massive reservoir of emotional energy that had been building suddenly detonated. The firstborn ranked among the strongest of the old gods, surpassed only by the three brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. Thea stood as one of the new gods' finest. The gods, including Diana, had maintained their positions as observers partly because divine combat traditionally occurred one-on-one. That was the rule. But more importantly, they lacked the power to intervene. Without reaching the level of Zeus or High Father, joining such a battle would be suicide. Cassandra understood this truth perfectly. Yet she also burned with a desire for vengeance against the gods. Without the firstborn's help, she could accomplish nothing. If the enemy turned him against her, it would mean total disaster. So when she received that hidden warning, even knowing the cost, she charged into the battle between gods. She bore the full brunt of both the firstborn's fierce resistance and Thea's relentless assault. A mere demigod couldn't withstand the combined strike of two true gods who'd been building power. Asterisk boom. Asterisk blood sprayed in a violent gush. Unlike normal people who cough blood from their mouths, Cassandra's throat exploded outward. The violent emotional energy detonated directly in her windpipe, obliterating her vocal cords, trachea, and throat completely. Her innate gift for words of power was destroyed in an instant. Her neck became a mangled mess of flesh as she collapsed to the ground, her fate uncertain. The two true gods fared little better. The firstborn barely retained his sense of self, escaping brainwashing, but looked utterly exhausted. His normally bronze-dark skin had turned paper white. When the emotions exploded, he and Cassandra both coughed up blood simultaneously. His hand gripping the greatsword trembled uncontrollably. Blood trickled from the corner of Thea's mouth as well. The backlash of emotions hit her hard, though her mental resistance far exceeded the firstborn's. Being the attacker, she'd sustained less damage. Her gaze swept across the battlefield and locked onto an apparently empty spot. Her silver fire whip lashed out, and a figure stumbled into view from the flames, wearing ragged clothes, holding a staff, with bird talons where feet should be. The conversion attempt had ultimately failed. Thea's expression darkened as she glared at the newcomer. Hermes, you sneaky bastard. Dropping his false benevolence, Hermes regarded both Cassandra and the firstborn with cold indifference, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk. His eyes raked over Thea appraisingly. Your strength is truly remarkable, able to suppress Zeus's eldest son. Quite the impressive display. But how much power do you have left now? He stroked his staff and drew out an impossibly thin blade from within. Thea wiped the blood from her mouth. The firstborn did drain much of my divine power, but I have allies. What do you have? Diana materialized at her side, the warrior goddess regarding Hermes with cold eyes, this wretch who'd deceived her before. Tell us where Zola and her child are, and we might spare your life, Diana demanded, twin swords in hand. Hermes' silent laughter dripped with contempt. Thea found his arrogance nauseating. Fighting back her revulsion, she erected a time-stop barrier, preparing to capture this loudmouth pest alongside Diana. But something unexpected happened. Hermes transformed into a streak of light and instantly escaped beyond her barrier's range. What? That speed rivaled Barry's. Thea frowned. Hermes had never been this fast before. Between the twilight of the gods and the rise of the Speed Force, a deity whose domain was speed should be languishing in a retirement home like Ares, not suddenly displaying such velocity. Surprised. This is only half my peak speed, Hermes said with a sinister smile, clearly anticipating their confusion. He pointed toward the gods on the mountaintop. For the sake of brotherhood, I'll warn you, Lord Hades' army will soon crush Olympus. Choose your sides wisely. He pulled a jet-black whistle from his robes. An ominous soundwave washed over the firstborn's army, and every spectral creature went berserk, charging the Amazon defenses like maniacs. As Thea and Diana watched in fury, Hermes teleported away with the firstborn. He didn't even glance at Cassandra lying in her pool of blood. Nearly 100,000 spectral soldiers attacked indiscriminately. The firstborn's werewolf followers and all Amazons fell within their assault range. Chaos consumed the battlefield. The gods reeled from the news of Hades' impending arrival. Antiope fought desperately at the front lines, but warriors still fell injured around her. "I'm fine. Go help them." Thea wouldn't hold Diana back. This low-intensity combat wouldn't threaten her, and fighting alongside her people would help Diana further embrace the meaning of protection. As for Thea herself, her body ached all over, she had little fight left in her right now. Teleporting back to the mountaintop, the gods seemed to realize they'd let a single sentence scare them senseless. They began clearing the spectral army. The lanterns helped Thea calm her mental realm and shared the burden of that compassion. With the gods' assistance, the Amazon lines quickly stabilized. Javelins, crossbow bolts, and countless enchanted weapons joined the battle. The spectral creatures fell like wheat before the scythe, dissolving into foul-smelling black ash. Chapter 608, Chapter 607, Three Treasures. Diana didn't charge into the fray but instead moved to support wherever needed. She swiftly evacuated injured warriors to the rear, where the Book of Eternity's healing would restore them quickly. The chaotic battle raged for an entire day. The gods finally cleared the massive spectral horde. The firstborn's werewolf loyalists had fled early in the fighting. Cassandra, one of the battle's key figures, was captured by Amazons searching the battlefield. The Trojan princess clung to life, though her injuries kept her unconscious. Diana recovered the broken section of the firstborn's greatsword, even just a third of it measured nearly 3 meters long. Forged from black dragon spine and tempered in Earth's core, Diana, skilled in metallurgy herself, recognized an excellent crafting material when she saw it. With help from the lanterns, Thea finally eased her discomfort. Diana then entered her mental realm to help stabilize everything. The ordeal exhausted the warrior goddess. Combat suited her far better than mental manipulation, but her high-level abilities meant her weaknesses weren't too glaring. She could manage psychic work when needed. 3 full days passed before both goddesses, primarily Thea, recovered. Occasional headaches persisted, but nothing that would affect the bigger picture. Thea's mental power stood at barely half strength. She couldn't attempt brainwashing the firstborn again anytime soon, and now that he'd be on guard, he wouldn't fall for it twice. Missing this golden opportunity genuinely frustrated Thea. The firstborn's combat prowess would make him a devastating enforcer for the Lantern Corps. Yes, she'd worked so hard on the brainwashing not for Hera's sake. Thea had never planned to return him. A brief ceasefire would suffice. Hera didn't want her own son, never raised him, then suddenly wanted to mend fences when he'd reached max level. No such luck. Unfortunately, all her schemes had crumbled. One insignificant player had wrecked her plans. Irritated, Thea heard Cassandra had been captured and decided to visit with Diana. Miserable. Truly miserable. Cassandra lay alone in bed with no one tending her. Fortunately, as another daughter of Zeus, at least no one abused her. Her once alluring features were now twisted in pain. The gaping, mangled wound on her neck testified to her reckless action. Thea extended her hand, releasing magical energy to examine the injury. After a long moment, she snorted coldly. This troublemaker was completely ruined. Her vocal organs had literally vaporized. Even when the flesh regrew, her gift had departed with her vocal cords forever. This woman's dedication to vengeance against the gods was impressive. To preserve her power to challenge them, she'd sacrificed herself. Just like that spider-woman Arachne from before, undoubtedly another tragic backstory. Thea could only reflect that the Greek gods had committed too many vile deeds, and here she was, taking the blame for yet another one. Outside the recovery room, the Amazons continued their enthusiastic war preparations, though the gods looked rather deflated. The pressure from Hades weighed heavily. War god Ares remained, barely alive. The old god sat with eyes half closed, barely breathing. Thea almost thought he'd died already. The other 2 attendees were Dionysus and Hephaestus. Hephaestus got along well enough with Diana and Thea, but unfortunately, despite his excellent divine domain, his misguided interests had warped his talent tree. He'd transformed from fire god into blacksmith god, and a faith-based one at that. Where would you find blacksmiths in the 21st century? Originally destined to be a combat powerhouse, he'd become pure logistics personnel, weak as hell. Dionysus possessed some combat ability. People who brewed or loved wine existed in every era, his faith never ceased, though it remained modest. He maintained the best condition of any deity present. But still, the god of wine. The name alone screamed weakness. Expecting him to defeat Hades was pure fantasy. Hera regarded her assembled forces with profound frustration. Old, weak, useless, every last one. This explained why she'd urgently summoned Thea and Diana the moment they recovered. Your Majesty, what's going on with Hermes' speed? Thea asked her most pressing question first. Unlike Barry or Reverse Flash, mortals possessed far different magical resistance than gods. If her slowing spells failed, dealing with an enemy this fast would put Thea at a severe disadvantage. Hades likely gave him something from the underworld. If I'm not mistaken, Hermes' form of existence has been rewritten. He no longer seems alive, Hera analyzed coolly. Having spent so many years with Zeus, her insight was unmatched, even without her jealous nature. Undead transformation. Lich. Zombie. Those were the concepts flooding Thea's mind. Sacrificing life to become a higher form of undead being. Hermes' sacrifice was enormous, abandoning divine dignity to become Hades' lackey couldn't have been an easy decision. Still, his recovered power troubled Thea greatly. Speed really wasn't her forte. Hera bowed her head in thought. The underworld's forces were endless. Even when Zeus ruled, he couldn't dismiss them. Bound by cosmic rules, Hades couldn't deploy every soul, but even a tenth of his army represented a terrifying number. Hermes' control over those spectral creatures suggested backdoor deals between the Firstborn and Hades. The dire situation gave Hera a splitting headache. She looked at Thea. When the Firstborn returns, can you stop him? Thea considered carefully. She wasn't ready to abandon the Firstborn as a potential enforcer. Oliver was stubborn, but she had that same quality in her character, she just called hers persistence. He'll definitely be prepared. I can't guarantee anything. Our overall power is comparable, he excels at close combat, I excel at range. Hard to predict who'd win. Thea naturally wouldn't make promises. She privately calculated that if the next attack came before full recovery, perhaps summoning all the lanterns for a group assault would work better. The meeting ended inconclusively. No one had constructive suggestions. To encourage, or perhaps console, Thea, Hera opened Zeus's treasure vault and allowed her to select 3 items. This suited Thea perfectly. She and Hera weren't close enough for her to risk everything for free. Taking payment for services rendered aligned with her role as goddess of wealth and trade. Facing the open treasury, Thea didn't hesitate. She pulled Diana inside. As a powerful and restless god-king, Zeus's treasury could claim the title of the world's finest. Unlike Highfather, who preferred staying home, Zeus remained young at heart despite his age. He'd traveled the world extensively, pursuing young women but also collecting treasures. Already immensely powerful and possessed of impeccable taste, Zeus had amassed countless treasures. The goddess of wealth possessed innate appraisal abilities. Even without knowing many items' names, Thea understood their general purposes, sufficient for selection. The sheer number of treasures made even Thea's heart race. The dazzling brilliance set her pulse pounding. Never exactly law-abiding, she couldn't help thinking how wonderful it would be if all these treasures were hers. Chapter 609, Chapter 608, what is this thing? Still, she knew better than to fantasize. Zeus lived, after all. Making a fair trade with Hera for a few treasures left no room for complaints. But sneaking in during the dead of night to loot everything? That would bring serious trouble. The happiness of too many choices became her delightful burden. Back when she'd taken a fake god-killer sword from Themyscira, Thea had celebrated for days. She'd thought divine artifacts were rare and precious. Only today did Thea realize artifacts weren't scarce, Zeus had already scavenged them all. Thanks to his head start, the old king had apparently stripped the world bare, leaving the outside clean as a whistle. People treated artifact scraps as treasures while his vault overflowed with them. This perfectly illustrated taking everything and leaving everyone else with scraps. What should she choose? Thea stroked her chin thoughtfully. Diana came purely to broaden her horizons and offered no constructive opinions. Thea glanced at Hera standing outside the vault. That cunning woman made it seem generous, letting Thea choose freely, but the items obviously varied in quality. Pick well and profit, pick poorly and eat the loss. Hera wasn't offering explanations. Everything depended on Thea's own judgment. Focusing divine power into her eyes, Thea relied on her wealth domain to identify the vault's most valuable items. Dazzling radiance filled her vision. She couldn't name many treasures but could judge based on their wealth auras. Some nameless gauntlet, 1 meter of golden light. Thea picked it up, examined it, set it down. A black iron arrow next, 1.2 meters of gold. That's the arrow said to have killed Achilles, Diana explained. Thea hefted the arrow, found she disliked such treacherous weapons, and returned it. Walking further, she discovered an excellent item, a gleaming golden cup. This chalice registered as extraordinarily valuable in her wealth vision. The chalice Leto forged for her son Apollo from Aegean sunlight, shining bright even in darkness. Legend says it can even dispel negative emotions and darkness, Diana said after long consideration, comparing it to her memories. Thea found this quite useful, especially its ability to dispel negative emotions, perfect for controlling anger. She mentally checked this chalice for final consideration. She examined many more treasures afterward. She didn't lack weapons or armor currently, focusing instead on items with special properties. Evil artifacts fell outside consideration. Her attention centered on legendary items, like Odysseus's ruby, given by his wife Penelope before he sailed for Troy, containing a wife's love. Thea also spotted the infamous golden apple. Carrying it would enhance the bearer's charisma. Her charisma already topped out, Hera could keep this one for herself. While strolling leisurely, something in a corner caught her attention. The golden fleece. A fluffy pile of wool sat casually discarded. Compared to the numerous artifacts and sub-artifacts, this wool seemed utterly unremarkable. Yet Thea's wealth-sensing divine power told her this item's value was immeasurable. Impossible. Thea touched the fleece. Besides softness, nothing seemed unusual. What use did she have for this? Make a scarf. Shaking her head at the absurd thought, she stood to continue browsing. But after just one step, a powerful psychic premonition warned that leaving meant missing something crucial. The premonition made no logical sense. She turned back. No mistake, this wool pile radiated the brightest aura in the entire treasury. Perhaps it served some unknown purpose. Or contained hidden secrets. Trust her instincts. Without hesitation, Thea gathered the fleece. After extensive deliberation, she finally selected Odysseus's love ruby, Leto's golden chalice, and the mysterious golden fleece. Hera remained noncommittal about her choices. The transaction was complete. The selection belonged to Thea, profit or loss was her own concern. The love ruby would provide abundant love-based emotions, though she'd absorb those after anger. The golden chalice worked passively when kept nearby, eliminating negative emotions, an invaluable artifact for someone constantly dealing with various emotions. Thea carried the golden fleece to her quarters to study with Diana behind closed doors. They examined everything from mythology to dietary habits and genetic mutations. Nothing. Had she chosen wrong? Thea's confidence wavered. What else could this thing do? Make thermal underwear for her long-legged goddess? As her thoughts wandered aimlessly, her peripheral vision caught something unusual. Within the golden wool, a small thread drew her attention. Though both were yellow, the fleece shone golden while this thread glowed pale yellow. The instant she noticed the thread, Thea felt sand slipping through her fingers, time racing forward, sun and moon cycling endlessly. An indescribable sense of antiquity washed through her heart. What was this thing? It was supposed to be fleece, was this a joke? Thea found it utterly absurd. Despite just a glimpse, the thread's power exceeded even her current capabilities. Among everyone she'd met, perhaps only Highfather could resist it. If this was the golden fleece, wouldn't the original ram be completely overpowered? She called Diana over. Something miraculous happened. Diana looked exactly where Thea pointed but saw no mysterious thread. Thea was completely baffled. Only she could see it. Her heart pounded wildly. She had Diana stand guard while she investigated carefully. Directly touching it seemed reckless. She extended a wisp of mental power to communicate with the thread. At minimum, she needed to know what this was. Her mental tendril shattered the instant it made contact, before any information could transfer. Thea assumed this was an offensive weapon and prepared defensive spells, ready for anything. But the thread simply remained in the wool pile, making no further moves. Thoroughly confused, Thea calmed herself and considered worst-case scenarios. To prevent accidents, she prepared several instant-cast spells and locked onto her own coordinates. Without power far exceeding hers, no one could forcibly teleport her away. Only then did she attempt a second contact. Chapter 610, Chapter 609, Finding a Bargain. The second attempt failed the same way. The golden thread stubbornly severed their connection without any response. Diana couldn't help with these mystical matters. After carefully reviewing mythological accounts, she found nothing particularly special about this ram. This thread probably isn't part of the golden fleece itself. It seems more like something mixed in that you accidentally pulled out, Diana analyzed after careful consideration. Thea had reached that conclusion herself. But how could a random background ram be this powerful? One strand was enough to tell her everything. If a single hair from the golden ram possessed such might, Hera wouldn't need to worry about the firstborn in Hades. When enemies attacked, just unleash the ram. Thea persisted stubbornly in her contest with the golden thread. On her fourth attempt, she increased her mental output and finally glimpsed a fragment of content. The results proved she'd been completely wrong. The thread wasn't attacking her, the sheer volume of information simply overwhelmed her mental capacity. Thea's mental power differed from strength or speed. It had always been her forte. Even a wisp of her consciousness exceeded an ordinary person's total mental capacity. Though not a faith deity requiring constant prayer responses, her mental reserves still surpassed those of 80% of both old and new gods. While maintaining necessary vigilance, she gradually increased her mental investment. Initially, the returning images appeared fragmented, like a madman's delirious ravings. She glimpsed only scattered visions of towers, cities, and crowds. When she finally invested a full third of her mental power, the mysterious thread revealed its true nature. Forget the golden fleece. Thea deeply appreciated the importance of modern inventory management. She should really discuss categorization with old Zeus. His method of piling everything together was completely backwards. Over time, even he probably forgot his own holdings. This thread mixed in the fleece proved it perfectly. Diana couldn't see it due to relatively insufficient mental power. Hera, naturally skilled in magic and now wielding the divine scepter, would likely notice if she looked carefully. But having never paid attention, she'd let this supreme treasure remain mixed in wool, allowing Thea to score a massive bargain. This was a thread from the three fates. The goddesses, Clotho, who spun the threads of life and controlled the future, Lachesis, who measured thread length and determined lifespans, and Atropos, who cut the threads and ended lives. Born at the universe's chaotic beginning, they controlled the ultimate destinies of both the Titans led by Cronus and the Olympians led by Zeus. Their authority transcended normal classification. They weren't faith gods like Ares or nature gods like Zeus. Their status existed beyond both. As fates who controlled destiny, they seemed more like conceptual deities to Thea. This thread segment came from Clotho, youngest of the three fates, woven as a thread of future containing a force called destiny. Mortals spoke of the future with longing, but gods viewed it with dread. Having reached the apex of existence, deities feared change above all. Today new gods replaced old gods, tomorrow would even newer gods replace them. Escaping destiny's design was impossible. Just look at Reverse Flash's desperate struggles. No matter his efforts, he couldn't break free from fate's bonds. The harder he fought, the tighter destiny wrapped around him, until his dying breath. From the day Thea learned her own future, she'd been preparing, for family, but mostly for herself. She'd once considered clinging to Superman and Batman, but now the situation had reversed. They should be clinging to her. Seemingly she'd gained much, but destiny hadn't released her. Instead, her struggles pushed her toward the storm's eye. The binding seemed to tighten. Never mind other matters, the dark side war would make her a primary combatant. Whether from Highfather's perspective or Earth's viewpoint, she bore unavoidable responsibility. Weak meant playing supporting roles. Strong meant no such luxury. Transmigrators couldn't act with complete freedom. Trapped in the game, they remained destiny's pawns just like anyone else. Whether Reverse Flash from the 25th century, Emerald Empress from the 31st, or that so-called First Lantern who transmigrated 10 billion years, all proved this truth. An invisible hand seemed constantly pushing her forward. Now this thread offered Thea a possibility, perhaps she could escape destiny's bonds. Discussing the future seemed premature. Stripped of special powers, Thea ranked as a moderate powerhouse on Earth and in the universe. But so what? Even multiversal juggernauts like Darkseid and the First Lantern had predetermined fates. How could someone with her limited strength escape destiny? Thea tried placing the fate thread in her mental space, but unfortunately, it wouldn't enter. Hide it somewhere. She didn't feel comfortable with that. She finally understood, Zeus likely hid it in the golden fleece precisely because the fate thread couldn't be stored away. With no better solution, she couldn't hide the fleece itself or parade around carrying wool constantly. She chose to conceal the thread in her hair. As a blonde, it blended perfectly. With the fate thread removed, the golden fleece still gleamed brilliantly, but in Thea's eyes, it no longer held a measurable value, just a decent decorative item now. Want me to make you a scarf? Thea teased her long-legged goddess. For combat-focused deities like them, this will serve little practical purpose. Diana smiled, recognizing her playful tone. The next day, Hera privately asked Thea's thoughts on the underworld invasion. Having received benefits, tremendous benefits, even, despite Hera's poor judgment being the main factor and Thea's concealment being secondary, they'd completed their transaction. Thea could accept her payment with a clear conscience. It was voluntarily given, after all. Still, with Zeus alive, she felt some guilt. Your Majesty, I'll offer 3 suggestions, Thea said. Having taken such rewards, she couldn't slack off. If Hades conquered Olympus, accepting payment would feel dirty. But if her efforts resolved the crisis, even if Zeus eventually remembered, he'd have no complaints. Oh. Please speak, Hera said seriously, seeing Thea's earnest expression. First, I suggest recalling Heracles. He's crucial to Olympus's combat power. Wait, you're saying Heracles is still alive? Hera asked incredulously. I saw him recently. He just escaped from his imprisonment, Thea confirmed, waiting for Hera to process this news. Honestly, Hera and Heracles' relationship had solidified at the hatred level in Thea's assessment. Heracles was Zeus's son with Alcmene, Zeus's own great-granddaughter, disgustingly. Their relationship and Hera's feud with Heracles could fill another book. What's your next suggestion? Hera asked through gritted teeth, clearly reluctant. Ally with Poseidon and invade the underworld. Thea stated with absolute certainty. Chapter 611, Chapter 610, Seeking Sea King Poseidon. Hera stared at her like she'd lost her mind. She couldn't be serious. They were discussing how to resist Hades' army, and Thea was proposing a counterattack. With Poseidon's help. You heard correctly. I mean, we should gather the gods and fight the decisive battle in the underworld itself, forcing Hades to sign a surrender treaty. Thea felt destiny encouraging her to charge forward again. But did she really have to follow the predetermined path? Letting Hades attack Olympus periodically would force Diana to constantly return for defense, leaving no time for anything else. Defending endlessly would inevitably lead to defeat and the gods fleeing Olympus for the mortal realm. Your underworld king has infinite disposable troops. Fine, no war of attrition, no guerrilla tactics. Attack what he must defend. Lead the gods straight to his stronghold and settle everything in one battle. Our soldiers can't match his numbers, but we have all the gods. If we add Heracles, our top-tier fighters would completely overwhelm Hades. Poseidon's army would also absorb significant pressure, Thea continued. Seeing Hera's hesitation, she pressed on. Between Olympus, Poseidon, and Hades, we're the weakest. Poseidon comes second. Hades is strongest. I've heard the river Styx's ownership has always been disputed between Poseidon and Hades. We can use that as our opening to attack the underworld. Hera remained uncertain. This idea seemed too bold. Parts made sense, but she feared one mistake would trigger complete collapse. Her fingers clenched tightly, unable to decide. You're planning war? I heard that. I must say, it's an excellent plan. Ares, already ancient and frail, suddenly walked into the room and openly endorsed the strategy. Thea ignored Ares, continuing to advise Hera. Diana can search for Heracles, provided you abandon past grievances and accept him again. Meanwhile, I can persuade Poseidon. For that fate thread, Thea was going all in. Hera found her proactiveness somewhat surprising. Wasn't she supposed to be the god king here? She wasn't even anxious. Why was Thea in such a rush? Unable to figure it out immediately, she recognized this as beneficial and considered carefully. As long as he doesn't oppose it, I can accept Heracles back on Olympus's behalf. Regarding our personal feud, if he's willing to compromise, I can pretend nothing happened. Hera spoke through gritted teeth. Her grudges with Heracles were simply too numerous and complex. Forgive and forget with smiles. Impossible. Both sides could only ease tensions simultaneously. Otherwise, they'd fight on sight. She took considerably longer deliberating the Poseidon alliance. After allying came deployment. She couldn't tell Poseidon afterward, just kidding, go back where you came from. Without attacking Hades, Poseidon would attack Hera first. Soon another problem occurred to her. Can you even find Poseidon? I only know his approximate location, somewhere near the Atlanteans. Thea obviously knew this intelligence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suggested it. Don't worry. I'm friendly with Atlantis too. Poseidon had always been worshipped by Atlanteans, reportedly dwelling in the ocean's deepest reaches. With Aquaman and Mera's help, locating this deity shouldn't prove difficult. As for how to persuade him afterward, she'd improvise. Chances were she'd have to use her fists. This world didn't reward silver tongues. Whoever's fist hit hardest spoke the truth. Poseidon and Hades were far weaker than Zeus, in Thea's assessment, roughly the firstborn's level. At that power tier, going all out, she didn't expect to lose. She even hoped to examine Poseidon's treasury. What if it also contained fate threads? Since you're so proactive. Fine, I agree, Hera finally decided after prolonged deliberation. Thea found her genuinely frustrating. Quite effective at scheming, but so indecisive about serious matters, such a massive character flaw. Additionally, you must conscript Apollo. And those two deserters, order them back. Refuse and strip their divine status, Thea demanded. She still feared Apollo somewhat. Let him watch from the sidelines. Impossible. Drag him into the fight. As a naturally born sun god with inherent light properties, anyone might surrender to Hades, but Apollo couldn't, unless he wanted to become a dead sun. Hera actually resented Apollo's absence too. Among all gods, only he hadn't appeared. But she lacked leverage against him. I'll get Kara Danvers. Take her to force Apollo's cooperation, Thea said. She knew Hera's god-king status held little real power. If Zeus still ruled, nobody dared defy a divine summons. Want to keep your position? Ultimately, strength decided everything. Thea's plan meant gathering all deities to forcefully engage Hades and beat him into submission. Naturally, if she could loot his treasury along the way, she wouldn't mind. Accepting Heracles, allying with Poseidon, conscripting Apollo, if all three suggestions succeeded, forcing Hades to sign an oath wouldn't prove particularly difficult. After all, high-end combat power determined the world's trajectory. Thea even considered recruiting Flash against Hermes, though now wasn't the time to mention it. Having made her decision, Hera acted decisively. She took Thea's avatar to Earth-seeking Supergirl. Martian Manhunter currently focused all his energy on mentoring his niece, leaving no time for Supergirl. Apollo hid skillfully, but under divine royal authority, even a pseudo-king's, nowhere remained hidden. Unleash Supergirl, this tactic had worked multiple times. Whether the method was old didn't matter, effectiveness was key. Hera's mission carried no danger. One objective, pin Apollo down and beat him into submission. Diana would find Heracles, also completely safe. At most, convincing the mighty hero to abandon his grudge against Hera would require some persuasion. Thea had the hardest task. She needed to persuade Poseidon to join the war. Without his army as cannon fodder, the gods trapped in overwhelming numbers would face serious problems. But persuading him required finding him first. Hera's authority didn't extend to Hades or Poseidon, part of the original agreement between Zeus and his brothers. They didn't belong to Olympus. Hera only knew a general location. Thea would need to search herself. Time was tight, tasks were heavy. Everyone split up. Thea left Olympus, heading first to find Aquaman and Mera. In her recollection, Atlantis kept records and might even maintain some contact. Poseidon. Aquaman, enjoying domestic life with Mera, looked surprised at Thea's visit, especially at the name she mentioned. Isn't that from mythology? Chapter 612, Chapter 611, Atlantis. You don't know. Thea's face was the picture of confusion. Had her plan gone wrong right from the start? You don't know. Mera echoed in unison, equally surprised, as she stared at her husband. What am I supposed to know? Arthur Curry, the Aquaman, looked bewildered as both women questioned him. He was in the middle of making oatmeal and quickly turned off the gas. Despite the confusion, his sharp mind caught on to something. Thea found herself puzzled by their back-and-forth exchange. Seeing the subtle shift in Mera's expression, she gestured for her to speak first. Poseidon has always been the deity Atlantis worships. The Elder Council never mentioned this to you. Aquaman shook his head, indicating he had no idea. His expression turned peculiar. No one's ever brought it up with me. I thought you knew. Mera seemed at a loss for words, realizing she'd overlooked something obvious. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. She should have helped her husband learn more about Atlantean customs. Having lived his entire life in human society, he knew far too little about many of Atlantis' traditions. Thea watched the couple's lovey-dovey dynamic and cleared her throat lightly. Unlike the innocent young couple, she sensed something darker beneath the surface, an undercurrent of exclusion and conspiracy. Anyone with half a brain could tell that the so-called Elder Council was playing games. Although she'd become something of a political figure herself, she still despised politics. Unfortunately, she was caught in the game now, unable to escape its influence. Forget about her, even the mighty Darkseid, powerful as he was, still had to make certain political compromises and divide his authority. That's why he let Steppenwolf command his armies and Desaad manage all affairs on Apokolips. Darkseid could instantly obliterate these subordinates, yet if he wanted their loyalty, he had to make concessions. This had nothing to do with strength, it was about something deeper, the nature of order itself. The Elder Council Aquaman mentioned was undoubtedly a product of various factions compromising with each other. However, she didn't want to get too involved in other people's business. She had enough troubles of her own. She just wanted to quickly find Poseidon's whereabouts. Understanding her purpose, Aquaman was quite straightforward. Let's go. You haven't been to Atlantis yet, have you? I'll ask the council, and we should also have records in our library. Thea immediately followed them. Honestly, she'd been curious about Atlantis for quite some time. The couple dove straight into the water. Being a deity now, Thea didn't need any aquatic armor, she could easily keep up with them using her divine power alone. The three descended together, passing through several massive underwater caverns along the way as Thea followed them through the ocean depths at high speed. Channeling her divine power to enhance herself, she stayed close behind them. 10 minutes later, they'd entered the deep sea, a forbidden zone for humans. Perhaps only the most advanced underwater detection equipment could observe this place. Numerous deep-sea fish whose names Thea didn't know detected their presence. Some chose to avoid them, while others, fierce and fearless, lunged forward. Unfortunately, Aquaman's ability to control marine life redirected them all, sending them back home. How can your body survive in the deep sea? Mera was curious how Thea could keep descending with them. She'd initially planned to help with her own water-controlling abilities, but seeing how effortlessly Thea moved, there was no need. Thea could only laugh it off and change the subject. She wasn't shameless enough to boast that she was a deity and could freely traverse this little pond. At first, they worried Thea couldn't withstand the immense water pressure, but seeing her calmly observing the strange ecosystems around them, they stopped worrying and swam at full speed toward the ocean's deepest reaches. The deep ocean was utterly silent. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, all completely pitch black. Her sense of direction became completely disoriented. The notorious deep-sea phobia wasn't just talk. Fortunately, her vision allowed her to follow Aquaman without getting lost. After passing through several ocean trenches that humans had yet to discover, the three slipped through a rock tunnel invisible to the naked eye at the northwest corner of a trench. Finding themselves in a winding, rugged passage, sparse glowing aquatic plants dotted the rock walls. The tunnel stretched for hundreds of miles. The three passed through silently until their view suddenly opened up. In the profound sea waters stood a magnificent, vast city, Atlantis. This city, sunken into the deep sea, still retained its ancient beauty. Azure stone pillars glowed even in the depths, and numerous artistic, towering buildings dotted the cityscape like scattered stars. The entire city layout resembled two concentric circles, divided into inner and outer rings. Even with just a cursory glance, Thea could clearly see the power structure here. Nobles lived in the inner ring at the city center, while commoners dwelled in the outer ring. This arrangement facilitated city expansion while also allowing commoners' lives to buy time for noble escapes during enemy attacks. Yes, Thea had no favorable impression of these people. As she surveyed her surroundings, an old man accompanied by several guards was arguing with Aquaman about something. Moreover, seeing the elder occasionally point and gesture toward her, she knew he wasn't saying anything pleasant. Language barrier. Atlanteans naturally wouldn't speak English. Some vocabulary resembled Greek, but discerning the exact meaning was difficult. Thea cast a small spell, Comprehend Languages. This spell allowed her to understand the speech of all intelligent beings, though dragon tongue and demon speech fell outside its scope. This surface dweller must submit to the council's interrogation. Arthur, I remind you that even though your mother placed you on the throne, you must still obey the council's commands. The old man aggressively pointed his finger at Aquaman's nose. She's my friend. Keep away from her, for your own good. Aquaman had interacted with Thea several times and understood her temperament well. She was easygoing when left alone but could be deadly when provoked. Her mother is one of the surface world's leaders. I'm warning you, Counselor Cott, if you don't want to start an incident, send your guards back to their posts. Aquaman spent 3 days a week underwater and the remaining 4 on land. He was a socially active person. The massive momentum of Moira's campaign had reached even South Pacific communities, so naturally, the couple could see the news reports, especially since they knew the candidate's daughter. The old man named Cott indeed hesitated. When dealing with political figures, you had to use political methods. Hearing that Thea had connections, his eyes showed uncertainty. Thea pretended not to understand their conversation and asked Mara in English, "Is this guy your enemy? He looks hideous. Want me to make him disappear?" Actually, she was somewhat hoping Mara would nod. Then she could use her erase eyes to directly make the men vanish. While using it against deities involved too many complications, using it on an ordinary person was virtually foolproof. Mara jumped in alarm and quickly grabbed her arm, gently shaking her head. She gestured with her chin toward Aquaman, indicating her husband could handle this. Chapter 613, Chapter 612, The Spark of War. After learning of Thea's special relationship with Diana, Mara became much warmer toward both women. In her straightforward view, as long as someone wasn't trying to sabotage her marriage, they were fine. The old man's eyes flickered as he weighed his options several times before finally backing down. A potential dramatic showdown vanished into thin air. Thea sneered coldly. Aquaman and Mara probably didn't realize that the underwater world and the surface weren't as completely isolated as they imagined. Having recently taken control of the criminal underworld, she knew very well that a hidden channel had always connected both sides. What brought them to the negotiating table was profit. The ocean floor produced abundant pearls and salvaged goods from shipwrecks, items that fetched astronomical prices on the surface. Likewise, the surface world's diverse pharmaceuticals and chemical products had an extremely strong market among underwater nobility. The ocean was vast, true, but many things simply didn't exist underwater. They had to rely on the surface. Both sides took what they needed. Thea even knew her medical pods had been smuggled down here, proof of how frequently the two sides interacted. When this hidden route was established, no one knew anymore. The people managing this channel had changed hands countless times. Some had worked their entire lives without knowing their trading partners were the legendary Atlanteans. Having driven away the annoying pests, the Aquaman couple led Thea toward the city center. "You saw how they treat me, hardly what you'd call friendly. Let's go ask my mother directly. She'll definitely know Poseidon's whereabouts." "Your mother?" Thea was somewhat surprised, not because Aquaman had a mother, except for those who popped out of rocks. Everyone had a biological mother, which was perfectly normal, but rather why his mother was still alive. Feeling things here were developing differently from her memories, Thea decided to listen and observe more while saying less. The three entered through the city's main gate. All along the way, commoners stared at Thea in utter astonishment. Visiting someone else's city, she naturally hadn't worn her hood. At first, she thought the residents were marveling at her appearance, but soon realized that wasn't it. While admiration remained, more prevalent was the commoner's shock at a surface dweller appearing here so brazenly. How can they tell I'm from the surface? Do I look that different from you? Thea couldn't figure it out. She felt no different from Aquaman and the others. Could it be that Atlantis's population was so small that everyone knew each other? Haha, Aquaman laughed heartily. It's an extremely subtle detail to you. We have gills, and you don't. As he spoke, Aquaman pointed to his neck. Looking carefully, Thea did indeed see fine breathing pores on both sides of his neck. It was just that the guy had thick hair that concealed them well, you really couldn't tell without specifically looking. After this minor interlude, Thea calmly accepted everyone's gazes and followed them into the inner ring of the noble district as if nothing was amiss. My mother handed me the trident and the throne, and has now retired to the background. She's extremely kind and wise. She'll definitely have the answer to your question. Along the way, Aquaman occasionally introduced various aspects of the city's current state, and when speaking of his mother, his words carried deep pride. Another old woman. The only thought that surfaced in Thea's mind. This world had far more old women than expected, and they were all political figures to boot. Her own Moira, Diana's mother Hippolyta, Aquaman's mother, Luther's mother. In Aquaman's impression, his mother was kind, understanding, and compassionate. Without even looking, Thea knew it was all an act, because her own mother was the same way. The three didn't go to the palace but came to a small courtyard not far from it. According to Aquaman, after he inherited the throne, his mother remained nearby to guide him. Just as they stepped into the courtyard, someone rushed out in a hurry. The man had black hair and wore a black vest. His gaze swept over the three of them, pausing inexplicably on Thea's face for a moment before he left without looking back. That ORM guy shows no respect for Arthur at all. Mara said indignantly. Aquaman, however, held no real grudge against his half-brother and even fantasized about brotherly harmony. When the three walked inside, they were all stunned by the scene before them. A mature woman lay in a pool of blood. A blade had been thrust through her back and protruded from her chest. Mother, Aquaman roared. Mara stood frozen in shock before hurrying to examine the wound. Thea just rolled her eyes in exasperation. In an instant, she thought of many things, conspiracy, and more conspiracy. Unlike the naive couple, she thought deeper and further ahead. All explanations would need verification afterward, but the immediate priority was saving the victim. Let me save her. Thea moved Mara aside. The woman had no healing experience whatsoever. With Aquaman's mother barely breathing, she was still trying to freeze the wound with water. That might work for external injuries, but in this situation, the more body heat lost, the faster death would come. Raising her hand, she cast 3 healing spells, barely keeping the woman alive. Thea directly pulled out her personal medical pod. Magic wasn't omnipotent. For treating such fatal wounds, some surgical methods worked better than magic. Her supervision scanned the woman's internal organs. They were similar to contemporary Earth humans, but Thea didn't dare be careless. Conveniently, Aquaman's mother's study contained many books, so she found one on medicine and started reading. Using a time flow barrier, while only 30 seconds passed in the outside world, she finished reading all of Atlantis's medical texts. Next came the specific work, establishing extracorporeal circulation, cleaning the wound, then using magic to promote cellular self-regeneration. There's a toxin in your mother's body that's resisting my magic. I need some time to study it. We'd better treat her on the surface. Thea's treatment was extremely swift. Sometimes she felt like she was becoming the goddess of medicine. We have all the equipment in Atlantis. Why not treat her here? Aquaman was puzzled. The relatively innocent man hadn't yet smelled the thick conspiracy in the air. Thea smiled bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, very soon Atlantis won't be yours anymore, it'll become theirs. Huh? The couple didn't understand such cryptic words. Fortunately, someone revealed the answer for him. Having been focused on his mother, he finally realized something. Only then did voices from outside the courtyard reach them, many words drifting in unintentionally. That surface dweller killed the queen. We must avenge the queen. Arthur is an accomplice too. They've all been bewitched by surface dwellers. Let Lord ORM lead us to take revenge on the surface dwellers. The situation's sharp reversal left the Aquaman couple dumbfounded, unable to understand how things had turned out this way. That old man who blocked our path earlier wasn't actually intimidated by my political status. Instead, he exploited it. They're trying to start a war. Thea helplessly revealed the answer. Chapter 614, Chapter 613, The Rapidly Deteriorating Situation. Seeing the Aquaman couple still looking dazed, she continued with her analysis. I don't know if the real mastermind is your dear brother, but for someone to devise such a scheme in this short time shows exceptional strategic planning abilities. First, they eliminate your greatest support, your mother. Then they frame me. This is an extremely clever plan. It strips you of the throne while using my identity to transform ordinary people's love for the Queen into hatred towards surface dwellers. Do you understand now? After finishing, Thea glanced outside again. Mara's ice wall couldn't hold for long, and moreover, their opponents had already assembled their advance forces. This conspiracy clearly wasn't hatched overnight. I don't believe ORM would do something like this. He must have been manipulated. It's all those elders scheming. Aquaman refused to believe his relatively honest brother could commit such an atrocious crime. Thea could only respond with silence. This was someone else's family affair, she didn't want to meddle. Originally, she'd only wanted to ask for Poseidon's whereabouts and leave, but now events were spiraling toward escalation. These people actually wanted to launch a surface invasion, had they lost their minds. War profiteering was lucrative, but Earth needed to preserve every ounce of strength to face future enemies. Not just surface dwellers, the Atlanteans were also part of Earth. Every sacrifice would be an immense loss. Unfortunately, while she stood compassionately looking at the bigger picture, some people mistook her for a soft target. There's that woman. Kill her to avenge the Queen. Someone in the crowd shouted, the voice belonging to the counselor who'd blocked their path earlier. Many commoners had been manipulated into coming here. The mastermind understood these people's temperament well, he'd specifically selected those who were usually impulsive. Watching them wield various spears and clubs, Thea put her hood back on, afraid someone might see the cold smirk at the corner of her mouth. Simultaneously, she gathered her internal magic power. Even if she wouldn't kill them, she should give them an unforgettable lesson. Stop, everyone stop. Arthur brandished his trident, blocking in front of her. Usually, when people saw the trident, they showed some reverence, but today, seeing the Queen lying in a pool of blood, their fury burned hot. Arthur, remember you're our king, not some surface dweller. Hand over the woman behind you, and we'll still respect you. The Elder Council will judge her fairly. A bunch of people talked over each other chaotically. Mara kept trying to calm Thea, worried she'd go nuclear and massacre everyone. Listen to my explanation. Thea isn't the killer. She entered the courtyard together with us. The real killer is. He hesitated at the end. The crowd buzzed. Clearly, Aquaman still commanded some authority, and they were trying to give him a chance to explain. It's ORM. We saw ORM rush out of the room. Aquaman spoke this truth somewhat painfully, originally expecting the crowd to calm down. Unfortunately, he underestimated ORM's popularity in Atlantis while overestimating the credibility of his own words. He's lying. ORM isn't that kind of person. Arthur, you traitor to Atlantis, you dare slander your brother who's always respected you. The crowd finally erupted completely. Compared to Arthur, who'd only been here a few years, they trusted ORM more, someone who'd grown up in Atlantis since childhood. One raised on the surface, one raised among them, whom would they believe? Subjectively trusting and identifying with ORM, their psychology naturally triggered resentment toward Arthur. Perhaps ORM was the most suitable king of Atlantis after all. This thought instantly surfaced in everyone's minds. Seeing this scene, Thea was somewhat speechless. Their opponent had grasped Arthur's psychology extremely precisely, entrapping him step by step until he alienated himself from his subjects. As long as he protected Thea, he effectively forfeited the throne. If he didn't protect her, then war against the surface could break out at any moment. The situation deteriorated sharply. The commoners, already full of rage, now had no more reservations. They grabbed weapons at hand and charged at the three. Aquaman kept shouting things like, "Stop and listen to me," but these people all believed they'd found the truth. Their chaotic roars drowned out his defense. What to do? This pressing question surfaced in all three minds. Thea had no reservations. She was just about to unleash her power and knock down these misinformed commoners before exposing the real culprit. Her supervision caught sight of large numbers of soldiers emerging from barracks outside, beginning to assemble. Their target was this very courtyard. Atlantis lacked many pharmaceuticals, not due to insufficient technological capability, but because of missing necessary materials. Their technology level was quite high, their military had been fully equipped with energy weapons. Thea didn't know their troop organization size, but within her field of vision, at least 10,000 soldiers armed with advanced weapons were marching toward this location. What a waste. She glanced at the still unconscious former queen. If she weren't comatose from poisoning, her prestige could easily suppress the rebellion. Now, they could only choose temporary retreat. Arthur, their forces are already close. Save your mother first. Thea called out to Aquaman, who was still trying to reason with the commoners. If they didn't leave now, when would they? Fighting 10,000 people alone while unable to kill anyone would be extremely difficult. What if the Atlanteans had some advanced weapons? That would be awkward. The Aquaman couple knew she had teleportation abilities. After some deliberation, they could only choose retreat. The mastermind's true intention was to force them away. The military assembly was more like a signal. Aquaman needed time to save his mother, they equally needed time to organize their forces and deploy to the surface. As long as warfare ignited and hatred took root, even if the Queen reappeared, resolving it wouldn't be easy. Both sides were racing against time. Now it was a question of whether Thea could save the Queen and return to Atlantis first, or whether their army would land on the surface first. Mera controlled seawater to scatter the commoners. Thea teleported them directly back to Metropolis, where her laboratory had abundant instruments for detecting toxins. To accelerate the process, she even called Poison Ivy to help examine the patient together. Modern technology examined everything, but ultimately couldn't analyze what poison this was. Thea suspected it was some palace secret formula or a toxin refined from substances extinct on Earth. However, her magic did have remarkable effects. Relying on massive amounts of magical power to flush out the toxins, plus Poison Ivy configuring a plant-based antidote that neutralized part of the poison. Through their efforts, the Queen finally awakened groggily an hour later. Her eyes wandered unfocused for a while. She didn't recognize her surroundings, but unlike ordinary Atlanteans, she'd once lived on the surface. That's when she'd met Aquaman's father. The oxygen content in the air told her this was the surface world. But how had she gotten here? Chapter 615, Chapter 614, Defensive Preparations. Thea left space for the mother and son to talk, walking outside to browse through the global intelligence Gideon had collected. While they treated the injured, their opponents weren't moving slowly either. Such massive forces couldn't be assembled in a short time, but they were ruthless enough, directly dispatching a small squad of about 100 to attack the surface. These were all suicide troops whose purpose was to sacrifice their lives to ignite the flames of war between both sides. When their warship first emerged from the sea, many citizens eagerly took photos, thinking it was some kind of game show. It wasn't until these Atlantean soldiers exited the warship and prepared to shoot the onlookers that they realized the danger. By luck, or perhaps the attackers' misfortune, their first landing site was Gotham. The citizens of Gotham, though unfamiliar with energy weapons, saw these strangely dressed people assume shooting stances and reflexively dodged. As members of Gotham's extended family, even ordinary citizens seemed unusually good at dodging. Batman could slip past bullets, and even Omega beams, like it was nothing. The suicide troops fired frantically for quite a while, then were dumbfounded to discover they hadn't killed a single person, only a scattered few were injured. Were surface dwellers all this formidable? Shadows fell over the suicide troops' hearts. Of course, they hadn't come here on a death wish, but rather bearing lofty virtues, at least from their perspective. When the small squad departed, the Elder Council had boasted about conquering America in 3 days and subjugating the entire world within a month, returning Earth to Atlantean embrace. Now it seemed this goal might have some difficulty. Before they could shake the dread, a vast shadow flew toward them, something that would haunt them for a long time to come. As someone who only slept 1 hour per day, Batman saw strange forces entering his city and immediately opening fire without a word. He promptly drove his Batplane to the scene. Joining forces with Batgirl and the third Robin, the three gave the 100-plus people a thorough beating. Death was off the table, but severe disability was inevitable. Seeing this, Thea secretly felt fortunate. Batman's no-kill principle could be vexing at times, but occasionally quite useful. Arthur, an Atlantean squad landed 10 minutes ago. They've been neutralized. She hurried to report this good news to the Aquaman family. Aquaman was somewhat dumbfounded, partly surprised by their opponent's speed, partly sharing similar thoughts with his 100-plus crippled kinsman. Were surface dwellers really this fierce? No one died. As you might know, Batman intervened to stop them. Thea thought to herself, not only stop their evil deeds, but these people would likely spend their future lives in wheelchairs, if the ocean floor had wheelchairs. I must visit Batman. Their forces will keep coming in waves. Humanity needs to prepare. Thea felt very frustrated now. Coordinating between superheroes and the government, that task undoubtedly fell to her. Resisting their military forces required time. Aquaman's mother recovering required time. Even returning to Atlantis to set things right required time. Numerous forces were already en route to the surface. Even if orders were changed now, there might be those obsessed with achieving merit who'd refuse to obey commands. Thea could only first coordinate and establish humanity's defensive line. If this war inevitably required some deaths, they absolutely had to be Atlantean deaths. After checking the Queen's injuries once more, her constitution was quite robust, but residual toxins suppressed her recovery speed. Optimistically, she'd need most of a day to recover enough to return and reclaim power. This wasn't a game. Even with health restored to full, people couldn't instantly recover. Healing spells had an upper limit. Cell growth speed couldn't be too fast, that was determined by objective laws. The Aquaman couple had cell phones too. Thea instructed them to maintain contact at all times before teleporting herself to Gotham. She'd visited the Batcave countless times, yet she still disliked its gloomy environment. What puzzled her even more, no matter when she came to the Batcave, Batman always wore that outfit. Seriously, wearing a cowl in your own home, who was it for? Keeping the Kevlar suit on all day, even going to the bathroom would be troublesome. Batman had grown accustomed to the young miss calling him and leaving at will. He was currently studying Atlantean energy weapons. His peripheral vision glanced at Thea. Are these enemies also connected to you? Thea loudly proclaimed her innocence, rattling off the entire situation front to back. But seeing Batman's expression, she knew how pale and powerless her explanation was. Atlanteans. Batman had also investigated Aquaman. He even had a replica Black Manta wetsuit. He wasn't uninformed about this underwater nation. Anyway, that's how it is. These people. Thea looked at the suicide troops Batman had knocked out with heavy-duty anesthetics. These people need to be returned later. Don't go too far. Thea's words amounted to doing her duty and leaving results to fate. Batman wouldn't give up research materials at hand. Given his personality, he'd definitely test all the Atlanteans' parameters, how much heat they could withstand, what pressure, how long they could survive in a vacuum, then measure their magnetic fields and resonant frequencies and such. Leaving the Batcave, she went to the Kansas farm next. Superman was home with his pregnant wife. Hearing Thea's description of the situation, Superman directly stated no problem, neither harming Earth people nor killing Atlanteans, this job he could handle without pressure. Next, Thea went around like a whirlwind visiting numerous superheroes and national leaders. 3 helicarriers, 10 giant mechs, and 80 small mechs all entered combat readiness. Atlantean advance forces had already departed from the deep sea. 2 submarines cruising in the Atlantic had suffered their attacks, but fortunately Superman arrived in time and rescued the submarines. War clouds hung over the entire globe while ordinary citizens remained unaware. Rio de Janeiro, the Florida coast, Caracas, all reported enemy landings. Frontline forces fully assembled. Mech forces ready. Numerous intelligence reports converged at the Pentagon. General Swanwick wore a sour expression as he deployed defenses. His expression looked even grimmer now. The president had basically given up, making no effort to salvage his reputation. Hearing about undersea invaders, he didn't ask for details. Without a word, he hid in the basement and pushed everything onto the Department of Defense. In a private phone call to the secretary, the president was quite forthcoming with delegating authority, stating that even if they lost the war and needed to sign a surrender agreement, they could sign his name. He completely disregarded any historical condemnation. Just one condition: don't disturb him. Such empty reputation, he'd long since set it aside. Chapter 616, Chapter 615, The Unexpected. The president had given up, reaching a state of indifference to praise or blame. General Swanwick couldn't afford that luxury. He felt his position as Secretary of Defense could still be salvaged. If this were a normal era, the military power in his hands could crush American forces from any period. Unfortunately, this era wasn't normal. Learning that he was commanding the military, Thea even took time to brief him on Atlantean history. To him, these words sounded like pure fantasy. Undersea people. You've got to be kidding me. But satellite imagery undeniably told him that what Thea said was true, leaving the secretary, whose worldview had always been firm, completely helpless. Please rest assured, Mr. Secretary. Superheroes will help resist them. I'm not asking frontline soldiers to also refrain from killing, that would be unfair to them. However, our side cannot provoke first. This matter is just a conspiracy by a small group. There's still a chance to salvage the situation. Thea chattered away, explaining reason to generals from various countries. Those who listened cooperated well enough. Those who didn't and thought too highly of themselves were directly overwhelmed with divine power. She was doing this for everyone's peace and felt absolutely no guilt. Thea coordinated relationships non-stop from all sides. Superman handled the skies, the Flash handled the ground, and the remaining heroes took their positions, preparing for the enemy's imminent first wave of attack. Aquaman's mother was named Atlanta, a beautiful name. After treatment, she'd gained some walking ability. Understanding the full context of events, she too didn't want war between surface and sea, and despite her weakened body, insisted on stopping the conflict. This aligned perfectly with Thea's plan. She currently had no time to ask about Poseidon. She teleported once more, bringing Atlanta and the Aquaman couple to the Atlantean landing points to make them cease operations. The first 2 landing points proved fairly successful. Neither generals nor soldiers had expected the respected queen to still be alive. They'd come for revenge, this made them feel manipulated and resentful toward the Elder Council. Danger was averted at 2 locations, with commanders on both sides ordered not to trigger any incidents. Unfortunately, they encountered obstacles at the 3rd landing point, major obstacles at that. Wearing fish-scale armor and wielding a magic halberd, Ocean Master ORM emerged surrounded by followers. Seeing his biological mother alive, he pointed at Atlanta expressionlessly and loudly told his subordinates. "This woman is absolutely not my mother. She's been transformed by that surface witch." Blatant lying that described him perfectly, and some people actually believed it. Following behind him were 3 old men. In Thea's view, their attire could definitely be called magnificent. All 3 heard ORM's words and, before he'd even finished speaking, immediately spoke up in support. One said, "Exactly. The Queen couldn't possibly be this weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her over." Another pointed at Thea. "This is all the surface witch's transformation trick to deceive you. The Queen's body still rests in Atlantis, waiting for you to avenge her." If ORM's words still carried some bluster, then these old fellows' acting skills could be called consummate. They seized upon Atlanta's weakened body and Thea's teleportation to make an issue, cleverly linking the 2 together. Their purpose was outright denial, turning truth into falsehood. The soldiers below were thoroughly confused. Generally speaking, attacking surface dwellers had some market in Atlantis, but most people opposed it. Their physiological structure had completely changed, they simply couldn't survive on land. Killing all surface dwellers meant they'd still have to return to the sea. This kind of war, besides giving leaders some satisfaction from conquest, held absolutely no meaning for lower-ranking soldiers. "Kill that witch to break all magic." An old man pointed at Thea and ordered. Earth had satellites, Atlantis had similar monitoring methods. Thea had been teleporting worldwide for several hours, discovering her wasn't difficult. In their view, once this Earth woman died, contradictions between both sides would intensify. On the other hand, they were also very annoyed by this come-and-go-as-you-please teleportation. Most soldiers didn't blindly follow. They could still sense the smell of conspiracy in this. However, there were always a few simple-minded oddballs who, hearing the command, fired at Thea without thinking. Having spent these past hours exhausting herself verbally to help both sides resolve their conflict, and now being treated as a soft target by them, the goddess of trade and fortune was thoroughly enraged. Her rolling divine might was no longer suppressed, pouring entirely toward the other side, an invisible force that everyone could feel swept across the Atlanteans. Next, she witnessed Atlantean advanced technology. They activated some kind of force field device. A sky-blue energy wall enveloped them. Thea was somewhat surprised. She discovered this device ran on water power. Their water controllers, Mara's kinspeople, were endlessly pouring seawater into the device to maintain the energy shield. The several old men who'd been scared witless moments before, seeing their safety guaranteed, became smug again. One even gave Thea a challenging look, meaning, "You're so powerful, right? I'm standing right here, what can you do about it?" Thea's temper flared too. Her brainwashing of Constantine had been disrupted. Coming out to find someone had produced a pile of troubles. These past days hadn't gone smoothly at all. Now even nameless extras dared provoke her. She decided to give these people a harsh lesson. Her abundant divine power became like a giant hammer, beginning to pound their protective shield. Several people operating the defensive device all changed expressions drastically. They directly turned one switch to maximum while water controllers desperately poured in seawater to convert into energy and resist the divine power's suppression. It had to be said, their energy utilization rate far exceeded Earth's. The energy contained in seawater was converted almost 1-to-1 into the shield. Watching the shield constantly change colors, deep blue, light blue, pale blue, aqua blue, cycling endlessly, the old men looked at each other, their expressions none too good. They didn't know what invisible energy Thea controlled. Scientists all remained in Atlantis rather than accompanying the forces, but they knew this fierce pounding of the protective shield definitely held no goodwill. Seawater consumption was dramatic. Everyone was busy beyond measure, yet quantity still couldn't match quality. Relying on black technology and countless mortals' efforts still couldn't stop a true deity. Thea was confident that just 3 more strikes would break through this turtle shell. Just as she was about to break their opponent's shield in one go, an immensely huge vortex appeared at the edge of her vision. Simultaneously, a sharp yet extremely authoritative divine power slowly rose from within. Damn it. Even someone who considered herself quite ladylike couldn't help cursing. What kind of coincidence was this? Thea stopped her attack, looking somewhat speechless into the distance with a self-deprecating smile. Well, this saved some trouble, no need to ask Atlanta about Poseidon's whereabouts, because Poseidon had come looking for her himself. Chapter 617, Chapter 616, Show of Force. As people who have worshipped Poseidon for countless years, the Atlanteans sensed the Sea King's presence just moments after Thea did. Several figures who appeared to be priests were bowing toward the distance. Poseidon didn't manifest directly, he merely projected his voice. Mortals, why do you waste seawater so recklessly? Do you dare disrespect the ocean's majesty? His voice sounded muffled, as if speaking through a blanket. From Poseidon's perspective, this was probably just humans being idle again, playing their usual game of land reclamation. Every drop of seawater corresponded to a portion of his divine power, the very foundation he used to counter Zeus and Hades. If they reclaimed land while he slept, he couldn't do anything about it. But now that he'd awakened, he wouldn't let humans do as they pleased. His true form still rested in the ocean's depths, maintaining a state of light sleep. What came this time was merely an avatar. He hadn't expected another deity on the surface, and he hadn't bothered with divine detection. Just as Hades had initially overlooked Thea, Poseidon didn't have the habit of constantly casting detection spells at everyone. He had no idea that a goddess was currently preparing to reason with him. His original plan was simple, make an appearance and leave. But Thea wasn't about to let him escape. She activated her divine power at full strength, directly shattering the Atlanteans' protective barrier. Her time was precious, she had no patience for lengthy negotiations. To prevent them from attacking recklessly, she needed to make a statement they couldn't ignore. Her piercing gaze swept across the Atlanteans, finally settling on the magical trident in ORM's hands. This ambitious yet incompetent second prince was far less honorable than his brother. He flinched slightly under Thea's scrutiny, instinctively tightening his grip on the weapon. That'll do. Thea extended her left hand. Under the invisible wave of force, ORM's trident flew into her palm with a whoosh. A magical trident. After a brief inspection, she sneered. What magical trident? The thing reeked of demons. She'd originally planned to just throw it back as a warning, but demonic involvement changed her mind. Demons were enemies of order. Kill them on sight, you couldn't go wrong. This trident wasn't just demon-forged, there was even a weakened soul trapped inside, constantly devouring ORM's flesh and blood to restore its own strength. Kid, you'll thank me for this later. Thea gave ORM an enigmatic smile, gripped the weapon at both ends, and began applying pressure while her divine power invaded the trident's interior. The demon inside was horrified beyond measure. The nameless demon had no idea where this divine power came from, it only felt like being burned alive by flames. Facing total annihilation, it stopped hiding. A phantom appeared above the trident, struggling desperately to escape Thea's grasp. Simultaneously, it began draining ORM's life force through their soul connection. The poor prince screamed and collapsed. A prolonged struggle would have caused irreversible damage to ORM. Fortunately, the gap between Thea and this nameless demon was insurmountable. This demon was roughly on par with Chato Santana, El Diablo, from the Suicide Squad. Thea's divine power worked like a millstone. As both sides exerted force, the demon was ground to dust. With the demon destroyed, the trident was no harder than chopsticks in Thea's hands. It snapped in two with a crack. Your brother was corrupted by a demon. He'll need some time to recover, Thea explained to Aquaman and Atlanta. Everyone had seen the demon's phantom draining ORM. Learning that a demon had twisted her sons, brothers, nature, both mother and brother breathed sighs of relief. That explained it, only someone under demonic control could commit such atrocities. As for the actual truth, they'd handle that themselves. ORM was critically injured, and several of the old counselors, somewhat intimidated by Thea's display, hurried to carry him away for treatment. The humans showed no intention of attacking either. Thea ordered them to stand by while she seized this brief window to deal with Poseidon. Following the trail of his divine power, she descended. Her pursuit was so blatant that even someone as oblivious as Poseidon couldn't miss it. Which pantheon do you belong to? Not knowing the pursuer's intentions, Poseidon's avatar conducted a scan. The more he probed, the more shocked he became. The divine power following him was abundant, while there were subtle differences between various divine powers, the avatar could confirm this was a true god. Power was the foundation of dialogue. Unable to gauge her background, Poseidon spoke politely. Thea was equally surprised. The ocean typically evoked images of raging waves, wild and unrestrained. Yet now, whether due to age or lack of confidence, Poseidon seemed subdued. Still, when someone shows you respect, you should return it tenfold. She could play the ruthless card, but she could also act the lady. Your Majesty, Sea King, I come at the request of Queen Hera to invite you to join us in striking against the underworld. Ha! The divine power coalesced into human form, a dashing old man with a full beard. His tone turned harsh. My dear sister became queen. How is it that she now wields such authority that she can command me? Thea was about to continue persuading him when he suddenly raised a surge of seawater. Leave my domain. You're not welcome here. Torrential water rushed toward her. Thea wasn't afraid of this avatar, it wasn't even as strong as Diana. The question was his true form's power level. If it was only on par with the firstborn, she had nothing to fear. But if he was truly formidable, she'd have to give up. Erring on the side of caution, she let the current carry her away for now. The wave swept her thousands of miles in an instant, carrying countless bewildered fish along with her. The old sea god was cunning. To prevent Thea from tracking him, he fled south at high speed. Thea chuckled softly. Hera had told her Poseidon's approximate location, definitely not the sea region where his avatar currently was. Besides, his obvious misdirection suggested he was afraid of her following him. She'd already memorized his divine power signature. Now she drew the holy sword to amplify her perception, searching for the Sea King's true form. Her psychic tendrils extended infinitely. Countless fish became her eyes and ears, revealing hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean territory. As she searched, one fish suddenly vanished from her perception. Thea smiled knowingly. There it is. He was hiding in an ingeniously designed subspace. Like an arrow released from its bow, she dove rapidly toward that vanishing point. Divine power fluctuations couldn't fool anyone. Poseidon's avatar had thought he could lure away this troublesome visitor, but Thea had still discovered the clue. He had no choice but to turn back and intercept. Thea quickly realized her underwater speed was far inferior to his. Despite his avatar being weaker than her and much farther away, he still reached the vanishing point first. When Thea arrived, she found the old man standing there, glaring at her furiously. Chapter 6:18, Chapter 6:17, Reasoning. What a coincidence. Thea greeted the old man cheerfully. Initially, his eyes were as wide as saucers, but then something seemed to occur to him. His fury gradually subsided. Watching this textbook display of changing facial expressions, Thea was tempted to pull out her phone and turn it into a meme. What exactly do you want? The old man demanded aggressively. Unfortunately, Thea had already seen through his bluster. These deities were, to put it kindly, willful, or to put it bluntly, completely unrestrained. This personality trait meant they rarely engaged in conspiracies. Take Athena turning Arachne into a spider, she committed such an outrageous act openly without any attempt at concealment. They acted with impunity. The only upside was that, accustomed to dominance, they rarely lied. Their acting skills were subpar. I can't reason with an avatar. I need to go in and talk to your true form. Thea declared boldly, simultaneously testing his limits. Nonsense. Poseidon's avatar wanted to curse. Avatar and true form shared consciousness, there was no such thing as the avatar disagreeing while the true form agreed. Seeing Thea acting shamelessly, he genuinely had no words. After some consideration, he finally retreated half a step. Fine, I won't argue about Hera's claim to the throne. But I know Hades is preparing to attack Olympus. The old man's words proved he understood the situation. You can't fool me. But Thea saw something else in this. If he were truly content with the status quo, he wouldn't bother gathering intelligence. The human world had the internet, but the Greek gods didn't. Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus essentially never spoke to each other. Yet he knew about Hades' imminent march on Olympus. Either Hades had approached him too, or he'd been secretly monitoring events. She wasn't worried about him being interested, she was worried about him not being interested. If he wanted to get involved, then there was room to maneuver. Thea organized her thoughts. Your Majesty, Sea King, Olympus is currently the weakest. You're in the middle. Hades is the strongest. You don't deny that, do you? The old man huffed proudly. Once Olympus falls and the gods flee to the mortal realm, who will be Hades' next target? He can't suppress me. The mortal realm is too small, the gods are his target, while the ocean is infinitely vast. The old man completely dismissed her concern. Thea scoffed. Infinitely vast ocean. You might as well just say you'll hide somewhere he can't find you. After all, the ocean covered 70% of Earth's surface. If this old man truly committed to running, he'd be hard to track down. Fine, let's look at it from another angle. If all the gods are eliminated by Hades and enter the realm of the dead, every fallen deity will increase his power. Hades at that point would be at his strongest in history. Would you tolerate Hades growing infinitely more powerful? Would he leave you alone? Thea's argument was somewhat speculative. The gods weren't idiots, if they couldn't win, they could still run. She herself had countless planets to flee to, not to mention New Genesis as a backup. The gods each had their own means. Even Ares, currently on his last legs, probably wouldn't die so easily. Still, the possibility of all the gods dying in battle existed. Who knew what methods the underworld might have to prevent their escape? Poseidon naturally didn't want someone lording over him. Before, the three brothers had been equals. Zeus, though strong, hadn't arbitrarily seized their domains. If Hades became the leader, whether he'd tolerate Poseidon remained questionable. Nevertheless, even so, Poseidon still didn't want to send troops. There's no benefit for me at all. Sitting back and watching both sides bleed each other dry, then reaping the rewards, that was his plan. Thea noticed his expression shift slightly. Her words were having some effect. Based on her divine sense, he seemed focused on benefits. What were benefits? Benefits fell within the realm of wealth, and even with some deviation, she could sense a portion of his true thoughts. Queen Hera is prepared to unite the gods' forces and strike directly into the underworld. We just need to know where the Sea King stands, Thea said, dropping another bombshell when the old man pretended ignorance. Just as he was calculating when to intervene for maximum profit, this earth-shattering statement left him momentarily stunned. It took him a while to grasp Thea's meaning. You mean you plan to attack the underworld? Not defend it. They're just threatening to attack you, and they haven't even done anything yet. Are you really going to counterattack? Do your tempers need to be this explosive? Of course, she wouldn't say this was her idea. She threw the blame onto Hera, pretending to be just a bystander helping out. She even shrugged to express her helplessness and confusion. Then she began listing the participating gods one by one, including even the uncooperative Apollo and the two who'd fled. Regardless, the momentum was definitely building. 10 of us against 1, Hades, no matter how strong, has limits, right? This explanation tipped the scales in Poseidon's heart further toward the god's side. Thea and Diana were unknown quantities, but he knew his nephews and nieces well. Setting aside the others, if both Apollo and Heracles showed up, those two alone would give Hades a serious headache. Add in Hera, who'd previously been a step below the three brothers, or rather, Queen Hera now, who could legitimately claim Zeus's top-tier divine equipment. Once equipped, her comprehensive strength wouldn't fall short of any major god. Poseidon calculated silently. This force is actually quite strong. Combined with Hera's assertiveness and proactive offense, this wasn't really a problem. So what should my position be? If I join the fight, what do I get? Peace for the divine realm, Thea replied, then noticed the contemptuous curve of the old man's lips. And jurisdiction over the river Styx. Oh. Hera is willing to grant me control of the river Styx. Wrong, not Hera, but Hades. We're fighting for peace, forcing Hades to sign a peace treaty so the post-Zeus era can transition smoothly. These words genuinely moved Poseidon. This is all Hera's idea. Her personality has changed drastically. In Poseidon's eyes, Hera had been a petty woman, always fixating on trivial matters. This was the main reason he opposed her becoming queen. Now, seeing her with such far-reaching vision and significant goals, his sister and sister-in-law seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Originally, Thea had only wanted him to send troops. Now, seeing his interest piqued, she thought, might as well bring him personally too. All three of you are pillars of the divine realm. It's time to set aside old grudges and work together to overcome this crisis. If we're signing an agreement, it would be best if your true form attended. Where is your true form currently? Thea still hadn't forgotten about the Sea King's treasury. Given the opportunity, she definitely wanted to take a look. Chapter 619, Chapter 618, A Battle. When the subject of his true form came up, Poseidon's avatar scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted both the benefits and to keep his capabilities hidden, an impossible dilemma. Seeing him maintain stubborn silence, Thea had to let it go. There were still countless matters waiting outside. She'd located Poseidon's hiding place and could return another time. The two finalized the troop deployment details. Having completed her mission, Thea hurried back to the surface to resolve the external troubles. The Atlanteans had 5 landing points. Thea's group had blocked 3, while Aquaman, leveraging his swimming advantage, crossed the ocean and forcibly halted a 4th. Only at the remaining point did fighting actually break out. Atlanta had restrained ORM and several counselors and sent ceasefire orders to the final landing point, but those stubborn fools were determined to fight. The Atlantean soldiers were full of doubts but had no choice but to obey the orders of those in power. The humming of energy weapons began. Upon receiving confirmation that the enemy had attacked first, Earthside chose to return fire. The Atlanteans believed they could dominate. The human military, or rather, humanity's leadership, wanted to see if this hostile neighbor was truly as formidable as Thea claimed. Both sides, as if by agreement, skipped diplomacy and chose to open fire. Both wanted to test their strength first before talking. Forced by Thea to accelerate its technological development, humanity's weapons had undergone qualitative changes compared to the original timeline. A giant mech, carrying tremendous momentum, charged directly into the enemy formation. 10 smaller mechs provided support, and human elite forces now also wielded laser weapons, no longer exclusive to Atlantis. The giant mech swept through the battlefield like a force of nature. The Atlanteans had mechanical war machines similar to tanks, but they were like toys before the 1,000-ton mech, sent flying in all directions. However, the Atlanteans had been planning this for a long time and weren't completely defenseless. Deep-sea behemoths were their trump card. Dozens of meters tall, these creatures were summoned from the ocean depths, ancient beings that could no longer survive on land. Some even struggled to survive in the deep sea, which was why Atlantean scientists had converted them into semi-mechanical organisms. One sea beast was nearly transparent, resembling a jellyfish enlarged hundreds of times. Its dozen tentacles, each over 100 meters long, wrapped around the mech. Colorless, transparent gas sprayed from the tentacle tips. The mech's outer shell hissed as if doused in concentrated acid. The pilot urgently activated energy shields, barely preventing core damage. Another sea beast, dragging its massive body like a nautilus, struggled out of the water. Where its head should be was a gaping maw with 3 layers of densely packed teeth. Combined with 2 enormous pincers, it lunged viciously at the giant mech. 2 behemoths besieged the giant mech. The pilot constantly switched between shields and attack weapons, fighting desperately but still forced into a disadvantage. Both sides turned the sea surface into a churning maelstrom. Waves surged continuously. Mechanical debris and sea beast limbs and blood rained down like a storm. Humanity encountered these monsters for the first time and was genuinely frightened. They, including various national leaders watching via satellite from the rear, hadn't imagined Earth still harbored such prehistoric creatures. Human scientists had long suspected the deep sea contained massive beasts far exceeding estimates, citing various examples as proof. After today, paleontology students and professors were in for a treat. The sea beast's existence was confirmed, leaving countless research topics for the future. While humanity reeled in shock, the Atlanteans were equally stunned by the giant mech's combat capability. In some ways, this artificial creation was even more terrifying than the sea beasts. They knew their own situation well. Sea beasts weren't common, the entire deep sea had only a handful. To reduce bodily consumption, many had chosen deep hibernation. Currently, they could only control fewer than 5, 3 of which had undergone semi-mechanical modifications, like the Nautilus beast attacking the mech, which had high mechanical integration and had barely survived to the present day. Their age had severely degraded their combat abilities. Otherwise, the 2 wouldn't have struggled to take down a single human giant mech. Ground force exchanges also made both sides frown. 10 small mech served as the main force, accompanied by numerous human soldiers. They hadn't been crushed by Atlantean technology. Both sides traded blows fairly evenly, with humans at a slight disadvantage, roughly a 60-40 split. Failing to win the opening engagement, war weariness began spreading among ordinary Atlanteans. Half a day ago, they'd been at home, forcibly conscripted for war. If they could win, fine. But the current situation differed fundamentally from the Councilor's pre-departure assurances that surface dwellers were pushovers. Humanity equally regretted opening fire rashly. Our strength still isn't enough. They'd thought Dr. Thea was overreacting. Now they realized her steps hadn't been aggressive enough, humanity still had untapped potential. Unbeknownst to the Atlanteans, they'd inadvertently helped Thea by suppressing humanity's arrogance once again. They continued gritting their teeth, persisting. Military conquest of the continent seemed far-fetched now, but winning one battle and extracting concessions while giving their soldiers an explanation remained possible. Their thinking shifted so quickly because of a blue and red figure floating above the battlefield. Ordinary Atlanteans had no idea whose side this person was on, since he rescued anyone in danger. Humans knew this was Superman and naturally expressed gratitude when rescued. Atlanteans, receiving identical rescue treatment, also assumed this powerful figure was on their side. Additionally, a yellow lightning bolt streaked across the battlefield, saving people, impartial, helping anyone in danger. Ordinary Atlanteans found it rather entertaining. Several high-ranking officials panicked. Are surface dwellers all this terrifying now? Their vaunted technology couldn't even detect what the yellow lightning was, much less target it. How the hell are we supposed to fight? They couldn't aim at the Flash, but the Superman in the sky was targetable. After some discussion, they decided to fire a shot at the flying guy to test his mettle. The result? The glowing blue energy cannon struck Superman's solid pectorals. Superman gave them a puzzled look and continued about his business as if nothing had happened. Oh my god, is this guy even human? Several Atlantean counselors exchanged bewildered glances. Their strongest weapon hadn't even scratched his skin. Though they didn't speak Chinese, the thought echoing in their minds was the same: how terrifying. When Thea arrived, the intensity of exchanges had already declined. Both sides were afraid, like a beggar fighting with sticks, each fearing the other. Especially with Superman in the sky and the Flash on the ground providing deterrence. The human side was easier. Thea simply called the Secretary of Defense. Unless the commanding general wanted to commit treason, he'd better obey. The Atlantean side proved slightly trickier. When Thea teleported in, several counselors thought she'd come to kill them. She had to teleport the former Queen Atlanta in again before both sides had a foundation for dialogue. Whether the counselors had participated in Atlanta's assassination, whether the Queen needed to settle accounts afterward, those were their domestic affairs. She didn't care. She had only one demand: cease fire now, immediately, this instant. Given a face-saving exit, the counselors reluctantly issued the ceasefire order. Both sides began tallying casualties. Thanks to Superman and the Flash, those two freaks, the battlefield had raged for over 10 minutes, with many wounded carried off by the Flash, lying in heaps at a distance. Yet miraculously, not a single person on either side had died. Chapter 620, Chapter 619, Negotiations. The battle ended. Each side treated their wounded. As they counted off, 1, 2, 3, 4, both sides' leadership were shocked to discover not a single person had died on their respective sides. A highly intense war had ended up feeling like child's play. While personnel were preserved, material losses were astronomical. Even this level of localized warfare could be described as catastrophic losses for both combatants. Weapons, ammunition, various military equipment, all of it cost money. Especially the giant mech and the two sea beasts, which had beaten each other to near total defeat. The giant mech was completely destroyed. Superman had rescued the pilot. Of the two sea beasts, one, the semi-transparent jellyfish-like creature, would be fine despite extensive limb damage due to its unique biology. It could regrow lost parts through feeding. The other, somewhat nautilus-shaped behemoth, now lay like a small mountain on the shore. Its internal core had been largely replaced by machinery, but the giant mech's blade had run it through from front to back. Massive amounts of purple blood poured from the wound. All Atlanteans felt their hearts ache. In their culture, sea beasts were something like sacred objects. Of course, most ordinary people didn't know their scientists were mechanizing the beasts. "Thea, can you heal it?" Having swum back and forth across the Atlantic in short order, Aquaman learned of the sea beast's condition and came to find Thea for a solution. He remembered Thea possessed healing abilities. Thea eyed the 1,000-ton behemoth with some trepidation. Could healing magic even work on this thing? Even Morgan Le Fay, an expert healer, probably hadn't seen anything like it. With an exploratory spirit, she cast 2 healing spells. The effects were negligible. The creature was simply too massive. Healing magic that could accelerate human cell growth was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. Even with Thea's divine eyes, she couldn't detect any microscopic changes at the cellular level. Additionally, having evolved in the deep sea, it was naturally resistant to light attributes. Various powerful healing spells proved ineffective. Thea could only take out the dead king's scepter and use the surrounding seawater for large-scale water-based healing. This time, the effect was much better. To the naked eye, the 3 cracks the giant mech had cut into the Nautilus's side began to close. The transparent hole through its center slowly healed as well. How long has this thing been alive? The Flash, equally possessed of scientific curiosity, asked while watching the mountain of flesh. Thea had no answer. This sea beast had probably survived from the previous era to the present. From that perspective, it truly was more precious than the mech. She put away her initial indifference and became serious. The dead king's scepter could subjugate this sea beast, but its current combat power was completely useless to her. Besides, the thing probably ate a lot. With that gaping maw and 3 rows of sharp teeth, it wasn't exactly attractive either. Thea ignored the faint plea emanating from the scepter. As she focused on healing, a distant voice entered her mind. "How did that scepter end up in your hands?" Initially startled, Thea quickly realized it was Poseidon. "What does this old man want with me? Does he recognize this scepter? Or does he have some connection to the dead king?" "You mean this scepter? I've had it for years." "Why?" No response came for a long time. Only after 5 minutes, just as Thea was finishing the healing, did his voice return. "Listen, this doesn't affect my relationship with Olympus. As a private transaction, could you possibly give me the scepter? I won't let you lose out." "Oh." Thea found this intriguing. He was quite eager. The desire to trade was extremely strong, a signal from her divine position. This scepter was, frankly, dispensable to Thea now. But it presumably held tremendous value for him. If she didn't drive a hard bargain, she'd be unworthy of the title goddess of trade and wealth. The scepter definitely offered Poseidon massive benefits, that much was certain. Giving it to him now would produce 2 possible outcomes: either his power would surge dramatically and he'd honor his promise, adding a powerful ally against Hades, or he'd break his word and turn on the gods instead. Thea naturally chose the former. She replied to Poseidon that she could consider it, but only after the Underworld campaign. Both sides needed a platform to build mutual understanding. Thea feared he'd renege, Poseidon equally feared Thea might tamper with the scepter. Deities had too many methods, neither dared claim absolute fearlessness. Having pleasantly finalized the follow-up arrangements with Poseidon, Thea refocused on reality. Military forces at all 5 landing points had ceased fire. Through various parties' efforts, war seemed to have taken a step back. What next? This question stumped not only human leadership but also former Queen Atlanta. Pretending nothing happened, ignoring it entirely. Impossible. The battlefield had been riddled with gunfire. Humanity had mobilized over 100,000 soldiers. Keeping everyone silent was impossible. The government needed to answer to the people. Making up lies wouldn't work, they could only selectively tell partial truths. Then the public would ask, "We paid so much in taxes to help upgrade military equipment, did you win?" The military and government would be stumped. To avoid being pilloried by history, even extracting something as minor as a seashell from the Atlanteans as compensation would be worth fighting for. The Atlanteans faced the same problem. The former queen's foreign policy had been too passive, as evidenced by this assassination attempt. Plenty of high-ranking officials didn't support her. She also needed to show appropriate toughness to win back some supporters. Queen Atlanta could handle her side's affairs. As for Aquaman, still new to the job, he could only let the queen personally lead negotiations with humanity. At the negotiation stage, humanity encountered a new problem: who would negotiate? The president cut his phone line and hid in a bunker, refusing to come out. The Secretary of Defense insisted he was military, and military personnel don't engage in politics. He wouldn't come no matter what. The remaining smaller South American nations didn't dare compete with the big boss for this spotlight. After various consultations, overt and covert bargaining and compromises, this negotiating task fell to Moira, who'd stepped down as Star City's mayor and was now campaigning full-time. Everyone was rather helpless, honestly. Moira currently held no public office. To give her a clear identity, they urgently added a supplementary provision to the Constitution, essentially completing the formalities. The subsequent talks were unremarkable, at least in Thea's eyes, just two older women chatting behind closed doors. Aquaman and Thea introduced each other to their respective mothers. With the younger generation's friendship as a foundation, two politically formidable women continuously tested, compromised, and cooperated, ultimately establishing a series of settlement plans. The entire negotiation process was quite simple. The only point worth mentioning was the fierce debate over the signing location. Humans believed it should be on land. The Atlantean Council of Elders insisted on the Atlantic. Humanity naturally refused. On water. Sorry, we can't conduct synchronized swimming while negotiating. With Hera of Olympus constantly urging her, Thea had no patience for their nonsense. She directly raised an island in the Atlantic. This seemingly miraculous feat stunned all participants. It appeared Thea was chanting spells, the earth shaking, conjuring an island from nothing. Actually, Poseidon did it. Thea could do it with her own divine power too, but it would be troublesome. If creating the island required 10 times as much of her divine power, Poseidon needed only 1. That was the difference between their divine authorities and positions. Chapter 621, Chapter 620, Clash. It wasn't until Moira, as the official representative, and Atlanta signed a new land-ocean convention that this matter finally drew to a preliminary close. Both sides mutually recognized each other's status, agreed to equal trade, with the trading location being this island. Humanity claimed the island Thea created was Atlantis' reparations. The Atlanteans said surface dwellers had paid compensation and freely gifted large quantities of materials. Everyone got what they wanted, dignity and substance. Only then did they happily withdraw their troops. Carrying enormous public support, Moira returned to make her final campaign push. Thea, bearing Poseidon's promise, returned to Olympus. The first thing she saw was Ares, previously on death's door. The old war god had been fading fast, but the human-Atlantean conflict had given him a reprieve. Now he was sparring with Diana, sword in hand. How did it go? Diana deftly parried Ares' thrust, sheathed her twin swords, and asked Thea. Your uncle is quite reasonable. Her words made both Diana and Ares visibly relax. With Poseidon's support, their odds improved significantly. Where are the others? Thea asked. They're on the other side watching Heracles and Apollo fight. Oh. Thea's interest piqued. Don't let Apollo getting dominated by them fool you, that was because the Kryptonians were cheating. Your average fighter really couldn't beat the sun god. Never one to miss excitement, she immediately pulled Diana along to watch the battle. Upon arrival, she found it truly heated. Olympus had temperature-regulating barriers, yet they'd been beaten until the temperature rose by over 10 degrees. The sun god was clearly giving it his all. Thea waved at Supergirl across the way before turning to watch the combatants. Apollo's attacks remained grand and imposing. Scorching flames danced at his command, boiling magma conjured from nowhere. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 rays of light could flash forth. The visual spectacle alone radiated authority. His opponent, Heracles, still wore his beastskin outfit, fully leveraging his strength advantage. Ignoring various burns, he single-mindedly engaged in close combat with his giant axe. Watching this familiar scene, Thea found it rather amusing. If you swapped Apollo for herself and Heracles for the firstborn, this battle was identical to Thea's fight against the Firstborn that day. Apollo and Thea's combat styles had commonalities, neither excelled at raw power, relying instead on adding energy to their attacks. The Firstborn and Heracles were remarkably similar, both depending on their bodies. The difference was the Firstborn's greater killing intent as an avenger, while Heracles embodied more of an honorable warrior. Whether soft overcomes hard or hard overcomes soft ultimately depended on both sides' grasp of opportunities. Thea. Diana. Little Supergirl seized the break to approach the two women, her expression joyful as a young deer. Adventure, fighting, these were impulses embedded deep in her genes. Farah's genes at birth had been adjusted for the role of adjutant, while Kara's genetic direction was warrior. Combat was her nature. Compared to Superman constantly making her study, work, and act like an ordinary person, she much preferred fighting. Thea ruffled her hair. This girl's energy had surged dramatically again, no doubt absorbed from Apollo. Truly worthy of the cheat race. The human-shaped sun was hard countered by the Kryptonians. That was why his temper was so foul. Seeing Supergirl chatting intimately with Thea, Apollo delivered 2 consecutive strikes to drive back Heracles, then turned toward Thea. I heard you fought the Firstborn to a draw. Without that red-caped guy, would you dare spar with me? Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Thea. Damn it, I'm the goddess of wealth, not the goddess of war. Why does everyone want to fight me? Still, good opponents were hard to find. Especially at her current level, Thea also wanted to personally experience how strong the Apollo who'd claimed the throne in the original timeline truly was. He's very powerful. Be careful, Heracles warned as Apollo found another opponent. He didn't know Thea had ascended to godhood, still judging by his previous impression. Walking forward slowly, she gave her whip a light flick. Silver fire danced around her, streaming with brilliant light. Thea's visual effects were no weaker than Apollo's. Apollo snorted coldly and also drew his weapon. Thea raised an eyebrow, this guy also used a bow and arrows. The golden bow and dazzling arrows made Thea slightly envious. Unfortunately, due to divine power compatibility issues, the moon goddess's silver moon longbow no longer matched her. Otherwise, comparing archery skills would have been interesting. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed on her. Not wanting to be a target, Thea attacked first. She casually whipped up silver fire to fill the sky. Light and fire attributes were useless, his resistance would be sky-high. Water attribute was suitable but lacked offensive power. Dark attribute had poor optics and low compatibility with silver fire. Thea could only infuse wind attribute into the attributeless silver fire. The silver-white flames turned sky-blue, dancing through the air to interfere with Apollo's vision while she hid within, using the dazzling light effects to close the distance. Under sunlight, none can hide. Apollo spoke like he was singing, with a hint of aria. Unfortunately, Thea had no time to mock him, because his arrow had already left the string, aimed precisely at her true form. See-through invisibility. Thea remained calm under pressure. Her legs stayed still while her body shifted laterally 10 meters. Also familiar with archery, she knew archers didn't have 360-degree shooting coverage. Every archer had a visual blind spot. This angle was small and changed as the archer moved position, a fleeting opportunity. She used dodging the arrow as an opportunity to shift laterally, searching for his weakness. Apollo, combat experienced, immediately understood her intention. He rapidly increased distance and knocked a second arrow in preparation. Thea's repeated aggressive advances were all seen through. Apollo's archery differed from hers, his style was grand and imposing, containing an unstoppable rhythm enhanced by the sun god's divine power. Thea felt quite helpless. Her own divine position provided limited combat power, far more auxiliary than offensive. Her current ability to fight evenly with several deities relied more on her excellent foundation from before. Never mind others, once Diana ascended to godhood, with her equally explosive foundation, she could immediately tie Miss Queen to a bed and dominate her. How can I develop combat abilities from trade and wealth? This question occupied her constant research. However, seeing Apollo deploy divine power, she also began using her confusion trait. The already dazzling battlefield now gained a hint of bewitchment. Money could reach the gods, deities weren't immune to monetary power either. Apollo's true sight eyes suffered severe interference. He had to squint, searching for her figure. Chapter 622, Chapter 621, The Expedition. New gods differed from old gods in how they applied their divine power. Old gods' abilities were fixed, what they were, they stayed, with little change over time. New gods, however, could evolve their powers based on personal understanding and development. If old gods acted too recklessly and caused major destruction, they'd face suppression from the world's will itself. New gods faced no such consequence, as long as they believed they were right. In the original timeline, Highfather experimented with the life equation and transformed billions of people on an entire planet into monsters. When they couldn't be restored, he had Orion lead the cavalry legion in an extermination campaign. Because he considered himself righteous, nothing happened to him. Old gods couldn't operate that way. Athena turning the occasional person into a spider was fine, but if she transformed an entire city's population into spiders indiscriminately, she'd face serious trouble, possibly even death. Thea's wealth attribute continued exerting its influence. Not only did it affect Apollo directly, but the other gods felt it to varying degrees as well. Diana quickly dismissed the Amazons who'd gathered to watch. Their resistance to divine power was essentially zero. Several warriors already wore expressions of obsession. Strange ability, Apollo muttered, having underestimated this power. The direct consequence was missing a shot, which threw him into Thea's attack rhythm. Her whip danced through the air, left, right, up, down. The mesmerizing quality of wealth reflected everywhere through her magic, making even Apollo squint. He had to choose a general direction and use rapid-fire techniques to force Thea back. Countless arrows blazing with searing light shot forth. Mount Olympus, normally starlit, blazed bright as day from their exchange. Thea wasn't Kryptonian, she couldn't tank his light-infused arrows head-on. After dodging a dozen, inspiration struck. Her whip flicked out, catching the final arrow, and she activated her divine power. The solar arrow's shaft fell into her hand. The energy attack dissipated when she grasped it, but the arrow itself remained. Thea finally discovered one aspect of her divine domain, inclusivity. Wealth had the characteristic of encompassing all tangible items and measuring their value. Everything in the world with objective existence that could be traded could be collected, as long as it didn't exceed a certain threshold. In theory, she could create a magical version of a money-summoning treasure. The idea of forging her own divine artifact appeared in Thea's mind for the first time. She immediately began using this divine trait to attack Apollo aggressively. Her earlier speculation matched reality fairly well. Apollo's divine arrows could be collected, but Thea had to expend her own divine power in exchange. It was more like forced buying and selling. The transaction didn't need to be equal, but both parties had to give something for it to complete. If the opponent exceeded a certain energy threshold, even wealth divine power would be helpless. After she collected 3 arrows in succession, Apollo put away his bow and fought her in close combat, his entire body wreathed in flames. Thea couldn't absorb this energy. She had to fall back on her old methods and trade blows with him move for move. After 10 minutes, both stopped by mutual agreement. Neither could defeat the other. Apollo had fought 2 gods consecutively and was running low on stamina. He left the scene in a huff. Since he was now an ally rather than enemy, Thea didn't rush forward with taunts. She weighed the 3 arrows she'd obtained, all forged from quality materials and tempered in the sun. Good stuff. She handed them to her personal mastersmith, Diana. The warrior goddess had an unusual passion for rare materials. Since Thea had secretly taken control of Ibn trading in the Interstellar Merchant Guild, Diana would periodically search the guild for rare materials. What followed was always buy. She preferred weapons and armor over makeup, that was Diana. Thea then went to find Hera and relay Poseidon's message, completing that task. Unfortunately, she'd already collected the reward. After exchanging pleasantries with Hera, she emerged to find Diana pulling Supergirl into a discussion with Ares and Heracles about the warrior's way. All 4 were deeply engaged. This whole warrior's way thing was something she completely lacked, never had, never would. Run when you know the enemy is particularly fierce. Otherwise you're asking for death. But in Heracles' view, a true warrior in the strictest sense should have no fear, should give their all against every opponent. The weak deserve due respect, and one shouldn't retreat from the strong. Ares, Supergirl, and Diana all agreed wholeheartedly. She appeared to agree while internally rolling her eyes. Someone like Heracles would probably dare take an axe to a primordial beast if one descended. Honestly, it was admirable. Unfortunately, she completely lacked such noble character. Still, it was useful for Diana, so she didn't interfere. After exchanging a few perfunctory comments about the warrior's path, she went off alone to study her divine power characteristics. Tangible objects could be sold and traded. But what about intangible things? Not necessarily impossible. Demons provided a new line of thinking, soul trading, the demon's favorite. So for the goddess of trade and wealth, were souls on the transaction list? Thea carefully considered it. The answer was yes. Souls were possible, as were knowledge and memories. Combined with Morgan Le Fay's spellbook she'd obtained earlier, with its numerous necromancy spells, she had a new research direction. When Diana returned to their room that evening, Thea realized she really wasn't cut out for the path of light and righteousness, just a little casual research and she'd wandered straight into dark magic. Over the following days, the gods entered a state of war readiness. Even Apollo, who'd been forcibly conscripted along with 120 reluctant companions, took things seriously. Nobody jokes around with their own life. Midway through, Thea returned to Earth to bring back the Flash, planning to counter Hermes' speed advantage. She introduced him to Supergirl with less than pure intentions. Their first meeting made an excellent impression on both. Supergirl's sincerity and Barry's sunny disposition touched them both. Honestly, Thea never thought much of Iris. Supergirl paired with the Flash, now that had appeal. Compared to Iris, having Supergirl as a daughter-in-law wouldn't get objections from the Speed Force, in his mother's form, right? Despite being optimistic about them, Thea still had some principles and didn't do anything too heavy-handed. Everything would follow its natural course. 3 days later, the army assembled. The 2 goddesses who'd fled earlier were forced to return as well. 8 Greek deities plus Thea, Diana, Supergirl, the Flash, and others led the massive army away from Mount Olympus to rendezvous with the Sea King. Chapter 623, Chapter 622, The River Styx. Seeing the allied gods' massive force, even the Sea King was moved. According to their agreement, he wouldn't directly participate in the siege of Hades, but he'd send his army to clear the path and coordinate the battle. Afterward, he'd gain jurisdiction over the River Styx. Regardless of victory or defeat, the 3 parties would have a reckoning. The Sea King's avatar could only don golden armor, wear his crown, wield his trident, and march alongside the gods. His army poured endlessly through the vanishing point Thea had observed earlier. The Naga clan served as the Sea King's elite forces. Their upper bodies were human, their lower bodies serpentine. Male Nagas were formidable warriors, females were sorceresses. The Sea King, who'd always taken Zeus as his role model, once harbored dreams of spreading his seed across the world. Unfortunately, compared to Zeus' powerful genes that produced beautiful sons and daughters, his bastards were somewhat less presentable. More sons than daughters, and most were giants and rough men. Leading the Sea Clan army now was one of his sons, the notorious man-eating Cyclops Polyphemus, born of Poseidon and sea nymph Thoosa. After the 2 forces converged and briefly restated their responsibilities and obligations, the army began its massive advance along the waterway toward the underworld. The death energy of the underworld was lethal to ordinary people. Besides the gods, even regular Amazons, the Sea Army, the Flash, and Supergirl might not be able to resist it. The gods' response was to advance methodically, pooling their divine power to temporarily transform the underworld and force Hades into open battle. Otherwise, in the vast underworld, no one could find him. If he refused to fight, they'd simply transform the underworld directly. For every portion of the underworld's land lost, Hades' divine power would weaken proportionally. Long-term, his refusal to engage would actually be good news for the gods. The Greek gods were used to casual, easygoing ways. Even in such a serious campaign, they traveled like tourists. The Flash was initially nervous. Seeing so many figures from mythology shocked him greatly, he felt like he was in a dream. Fortunately, he had a cute girl beside him to ease his tension. Are these guys really like the myths say? Barry asked Supergirl, pointing at the giants in the formation. Kara shook her head. I don't really know Earth's mythology. Ah. That statement contained a lot of information. Barry was confused. You're not from Earth? Kara's expression changed several times before she asked in surprise, wait, you are? But why are you so fast? Supergirl quickly walked to Thea's side, looking distressed. Sister Thea, I think I exposed myself. Ah, this innocent child. Thea had known Kara for years. Sometimes this girl with no guile made her want to laugh and cry. No wonder Martian Manhunter always protected her. Compared to Superman, Kara was far too naive. It's fine. Barry's not an outsider. He's a very kind, good person. Hearing he was a good person, Kara happily accepted this answer and went back to chat with her new friend. Poor Barry looked at the front of the column, then the back, and realized, depressed, that he was the only normal person here. Thea didn't pay much attention to their conversation. She was whispering with Diana. With so many gods fighting Hades, she figured she could coast a bit. If the battle got intense, maybe she could check out Hades' treasury. The Greek pantheon had an interesting quirk. The god of wealth here wasn't someone else, it was Hades himself. That meant all gold and treasures buried deep in the earth belonged to Hades. Because this guy doubled as the Greek god of wealth, Thea had been encouraging various parties to attack this bastard. It involved old and new grudges, plus a tangled mess of interests, divine power, divine offices, and divine positions, extremely complex. Thea was quietly discussing with Diana how to inconspicuously take Hades' treasury. Better yet, silently killing him on the battlefield would be ideal. Diana could oppose the whole world for her lover. Now it was just taking some treasure from her evil uncle. She had no moral qualms whatsoever. Especially since she'd long known Thea's position was wealth, so she kept helping with ideas and solutions. As the goddess of wealth, robbing the rich to feed herself, she naturally didn't need a spatial bag. All wealth could be transformed into divine power and freely transformed back. The wealth goddess also came with what Thea called a wealth space, a tiny pocket dimension where anything classifiable as wealth could be stored. But straight-up robbery lacked style. Best to make it a transaction somehow, like robbing his treasury and leaving a copper coin behind. The massive group of people and gods advanced in a grand procession, making no effort to hide their trail, traveling tourist-style through the secret passage to the underworld. This passage was dug by old Poseidon, who knows how many years ago. God knows what grudges he and Hades shared. The army emerged from shallow water. Before them spread a pitch-black river so wide it stretched to the horizon, the river Styx. Thea, whose emotional energy mastery had reached a modest level, sensed immeasurable negative emotions from the water: regret, pain, torment, hatred, everything was there. She exchanged glances with Sister Blue, and the indigo lanterns erected an emotional shield to protect ordinary people's minds from invasion. This river posed lethal danger to everyone, humans and demigods alike. Only special fairies could cross. However, the Sea King wasn't bound by that restriction. Wherever there was water, he had authority. The Greek pantheon had an interesting characteristic: their jurisdictions were extremely fragmented. Take wealth, which Thea couldn't forget. Hades had jurisdiction, but so did Poseidon. What was buried underground belonged to Hades, what was in the sea belonged to the Sea King. But literal interpretation versus actual operation. Total mess. Hades insisted treasures on the seafloor were also underground and belonged to him. The Sea King flatly refused. The two fought plenty over such trivial matters. The river Styx before them now had the same problem. When Zeus and his brothers drew lots to divide the world, Hades got the underworld, Poseidon got rivers, lakes, and seas. So here's the question: this river Styx was also a river, theoretically under the Sea King's jurisdiction. However, Hades argued the Styx was an inseparable part of the underworld. Since ancient times, the Styx had been a member of the underworld family. The two big shots quarreled endlessly over this river. Only because his own strength fell half a notch short of Hades did this quarrel never escalate. Now, borrowing the gods' spears, he was energized. Today he definitely reclaimed jurisdiction over the Styx. This was the underworld's entrance. All the living had to pass through here. If Poseidon stuck his oar in, it meant all living beings could connect with him. Atlanteans who worshipped him would receive preferential treatment after death, and he'd harvest a large portion of surface faith too. This was a blatant struggle for interests, a struggle for divine power. Poseidon waved his hand grandly. His ugly, rough-featured sons began taking out prepared materials to build a giant ship for crossing the Styx. Chapter 624, Chapter 623, The Ferryman Charon. In theory, only the ferryman could bring people across the river. However, nothing in the world was absolute, everything had two sides. Absolutes didn't exist. The Sea King had held back for so many years. Now was his time to shine. His subordinates quickly constructed a ship 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide, ready to ferry everyone across. Thea pulled her companions aboard. The highly scientifically curious Flash also wanted to study the Styx water's composition, but fortunately Thea was quick enough to drag him onto the ship. Everyone began boarding one after another. Just then, several deities simultaneously noticed a small boat approaching from the distance. Thea immediately grinned. The gods and demigods who knew the Styx's inside story all wore schadenfreude expressions. Rowing a small boat toward them was naturally the Styx ferryman Charon. Hades had already contracted this river out to him. Charon paid a fixed annual amount and was responsible for his own profits and losses. Today, sensing large numbers of living beings entering the Styx, he naturally came to investigate. Halfway there, he realized things were bad. The gods' divine power wasn't concealed at all. So many deities brazenly carrying weapons definitely weren't here to comfort this lonely old man. But duty was duty, he couldn't just turn around and leave. The old man looked thin and withered, with beady triangular eyes and a thoroughly weaselly appearance. Actually, his seniority was quite high, he was a deity himself. Thea watched the old man slowly row toward the gods, feeling somewhat wistful. The Styx ferryman Charon, in her memory, he was just low tier among the specters. But in this world, this guy was no simple matter. He was the son of Nyx and Erebus, the primordial deities of night and darkness, and shared the same generation as the three fates. Unfortunately, his era had long passed, or rather, had never arrived. Before overwhelming divine power, high seniority still meant bowing your head. He could grovel to his junior, Hades, so naturally he wouldn't dare offend Poseidon or Hera. To the Greek gods, Thea was a new god. Hera and the others were similarly usurpers to the descendants of the primordial gods, each wave toppling the last. This was why gods feared the future. As the small boat approached, who would deal with this guy? The gods exchanged glances. Thea, who'd originally planned to watch from the sidelines, felt her fate thread twitch slightly. After numerous private experiments, she could now barely utilize a tiny function of this thread. If she followed fate's arrangement, the thread would cling tightly to her hair. If she wanted to do something outside fate's plan, the thread would stick out awkwardly, very typical defiance of natural growth. Fortunately, the fate thread now had some connection with her and was slowly accepting her. Even big shots far above her level couldn't see this suddenly upright strand of hair. Regarding Karen's issue, fate gave her two choices: go with the flow and watch the show, or get involved. The world's momentum had its own inertia. Swimming upstream against fate's river was too difficult. But to break fate's bonds and reach a position higher than Highfather or Darkside, she couldn't follow fate's predetermined path. Start from the details, gradually break free from fate. Keep the general trend unchanged, but tinker with the small stuff. This was Thea's current policy. I'll handle this guy. She directly volunteered to negotiate with Sharon rowing his small boat. Seeing someone step forward, the gods naturally wouldn't object. Thea leaped directly onto the small boat. Really weaselly. Looking at the thin, withered old man before her with his murky triangular eyes and shifty gaze, this guy collected money from everyone who crossed, making him one of the three realms' rare tycoons. Yet he dressed in rags like a scavenger. She studied him while Sharon likewise assessed her. Today, because she was participating in the Greek god war, Thea had changed into the silver-blue skirted battle armor Zeus had forged. To match Diana's red cape, she'd had Yaramani sew a thick blue cloak, lining the collar and edges with the golden fleece she'd obtained earlier. The thick cloak wrapped around her, holy sword in hand, she cut an impressive, majestic figure. Though Diana couldn't understand why her lover called the cloak a comforter. Are you prepared to pay the crossing fee? Sharon mustered his courage to ask, especially seeing Heracles in the distance sharpening his axe. In his view, this was just going through the motions. They'd say no, he'd go home and rest. Whether Hades lived or died was none of his damn business. Sharon was already prepared to row back. He didn't expect Thea's light response to freeze him in place. We'll pay. How much? Cold sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. Sharon cursed these people who didn't play by the rules. With such a massive army, shouldn't you bully this lonely old man and just sail past without a word? Why waste time talking to me? Poseidon, Hera, Hades, fight each other all you want, one less big shot is one less problem. Old man Sharon just wanted to avoid trouble. His murky old eyes began rolling around, figuring out how to brush Thea off. Oh. Fixed prices. Old man, you've got quite the customer service mindset. He was playing dumb and scheming, but Thea wasn't letting him off. Thea's eyes flashed with the gleam of wealth. Curious, she pulled a signboard of neither gold, silver, nor copper from beneath the floorboards. She recognized the text, ancient Greek. She read it aloud immediately, mortals 10, demigods 10,000, deities 1,000,000. Old man, you've got a real business sense. Next, under the old man's horrified gaze, Thea used her wealth divine power to transform an astronomical amount of underworld currency and handed it to Sharon. The quantity was truly substantial, it consumed a full fifth of her divine power. Mountains of underworld coins piled before Sharon. In the old days, this much money would have made the weaselly old man jump for joy. Now he wouldn't think that way. Old gods had to follow the rules. Even though this crossing fee was something he'd added himself, it was still part of the rules, he had to acknowledge it. Sharon sourly accepted the crossing fee. Thea's face looked somewhat pale as she stared at Sharon with a half-smile. Anyone who wanted to earn her money needed to be prepared to lose their pants in the process. Thea had paid according to regulations, meaning their transaction had begun. He had to follow his own rules and ferry these people across. You can cross on your own. Why drag me into this? I don't have any combat ability. The old man cried out in injustice. He couldn't help it, he began complaining to Thea incessantly. His rules were clear, ferry people across. Now, although Poseidon had a giant ship, to embody this ferry character, Sharon had to row his small boat ahead to lead the way. From a distance, he looked like a collaborator. Using his ass to think, if Poseidon won it'd be fine, but if Hades won, his future treatment as a collaborator was worth pondering. Others made wrong turns or boarded the wrong ship by mistake, he'd gone and become a collaborator leading the enemy. Throughout history, these types were the most hated by rulers. Chapter 625, Chapter 624, Target, the Underworld Treasury. Sharon thought being forced to collaborate was already the worst possible news. However, something even more terrible awaited. His experiences over the next few days in the underworld would be a nightmare unlike anything since his birth. The sighing, groaning old man watched Thea sit on his small boat with eyes closed, meditating. He wanted to club her into the river but knew that was unrealistic, unless he didn't want to live. Rules had to be followed. Just as he sighed and lamented this was his unluckiest day ever, a certain mysterious sensation enveloped him. What is this? Though the old man's strength was weak, he was still a son of the primordial goddess. In terms of seniority, he was an uncle to Hades and Zeus. While his power was pathetic, he still had some insight. This suddenly appearing force seemed like some kind of rule that had restricted him. Before he could figure out the anomaly, Thea pulled an enormous stone tablet from the void and handed it to him. Why give me this? Sharon took the tablet and examined it. It clearly stated, "Ferry the gods, Thea, across the river." He was unfamiliar with this additionally appearing name. Unsurprisingly, it was this detestable woman he wanted to club into the river. He focused and continued reading. One party pays, the other provides a service, very clear. Only when he read the fine print in the final line did he think he understood her sinister intentions. If I don't ferry you across, I have to compensate you 10,000 times the loss. The old man pointed at the small text, his tone stiff. You must have your eye on my fortune, right? Some pantheon's goddess of wealth. Sharon sensed the strong wealth aura emanating from the agreement. Though he'd never met a new god, he could judge divine power characteristics. The conclusion was obvious, she wanted his money. His hard-earned savings from tens of thousands of years as a ferryman. He just didn't know what method she'd used to create this penalty clause that could be enforced without his consent. Such domineering means were too forceful. But he had no plans to renege anyway, he'd just ferry them across. 10,000 times compensation. Ridiculous. What Thea had just paid was an astronomical figure. The crossing fee included 2 divine kings, over a dozen deities, hundreds of demigods, and over 100,000 mortals. This number times 10,000. Sharon figured he couldn't pay it back working another few tens of thousands of years. Crossing the river. He'd do it. He thought Thea's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. Actually, this was another new application of the source. The transaction parties remained unchanged, the transaction items unchanged, but she could add annotations while the other party was unaware. Originally, she couldn't add them directly, after all, she was one party to the transaction. But Thea could leverage her talent, using the willpower from the scales of order. This mysterious force could invoke the source. She forged a third party outside the transaction, proposed modifications, and her main body directly agreed, thus creating the final text in Karen's hands. He assumed Thea coveted his small fortune, truly insulting her vision. This document was merely a constraint. The Styx was empty above. Beneath the water, spirits who'd lost all intelligence occasionally wandered. The small boat led, the giant ship followed, slowly advancing toward the opposite shore. Mortals closed their eyes to meditate. The gods made their own preparations. The Styx water affected them all to some degree. Apollo was most irritable among them, this environment completely opposed his domain. He wanted to immediately unleash his power and purify the entire river. The group leisurely reached the opposite shore. The journey was extremely smooth. Though falling in wouldn't kill the gods, it would be troublesome. If the numerous mortals fell in, they'd basically die. The army began disembarking. Hera was discussing the invasion plan with Poseidon. Sharon watched Thea somewhat horrified, she sat calmly on the boat with no intention of disembarking whatsoever. Sharon felt an ominous premonition. He pointed at the shore, meaning, you should get off. Thea raised one finger and gently wagged it. Your comprehension is concerning. You still need to keep ferrying me. Our transaction isn't complete. Ah. The ferryman looked baffled. Aren't you here to crusade against Hades? Aren't you on their side? Do I still need to take you back? No wonder he was surprised. Sharon simply couldn't understand Thea's purpose, he was still using conventional thinking to measure everything. I heard the Styx is one of the 5 rivers of the underworld. Is that right? Thea asked a question unrelated to the current situation. The old man stared at her, his molars grinding audibly. His voice was somewhat muffled as he nodded. Yes, what exactly are you trying to say? The river of pain Acheron, the river of lamentation Cocytus, the river of flaming fire Phlegethon, the river of forgetfulness Lethe, the river of hatred Styx, is that right? These 5 rivers are also part of the Styx, aren't they? Sharon desperately wanted to say they didn't count, but this was publicly acknowledged fact, he couldn't lie. The weaselly old face now showed a trace of fear. Even deities feel fear. Thea's understanding of fear was unmatched in the world. She grasped his psychology extremely clearly. She seized the momentary gap in his mental defenses. Her voice automatically carried a trace of temptation. I heard the river of lamentation Cocytus flows past the underworld king's treasury. I'm not wrong, am I? You want to go to the underworld king's place. Sharon was shocked by Thea's audacity. So you're not after this old man's treasure but the underworld king's. In an instant, he thought of many things. Should he violate the transaction agreement and sacrifice his life savings to send this woman away, or should he ferry her to rob the underworld king's treasury? Better a dead friend than a dead me, this thought appeared quite abruptly in Karen's mind. In the past, he'd have carefully considered it. Now he didn't think twice before deciding to sacrifice the underworld king's treasury to preserve himself. Originally greedy by nature and obsessed with money, he even began thinking, shouldn't I also grab a little something? After all, the gods would take the blame. Once this thought formed, it immediately escaped rational control. Thinking of Hades' mountains of treasure, Karen's heart itched like weeds growing, greed spiraled out of control. All this was naturally Thea's divine power at work, plus this old codger wasn't a good person to begin with. A son of the primordial goddess reduced to this pathetic state, collecting money even from mortals crossing the river, Thea felt zero psychological burden about scamming him. Sharon didn't know an even bigger scapegoat awaited him. He anxiously watched the gods deliberate. He almost wanted to personally lead the way himself. Hurry up and fight, so I can go grab Hades' treasury. Thea wouldn't let wealth cloud her eyes, she remained very calm. She called Diana over. The two used the old man's small boat as cover. This boat had an internal subspace. They each left behind an avatar to follow the army while their real bodies hid in the small boat. Taking advantage of the gods' heated discussion, they leisurely sailed toward the distant Styx tributary. Chapter 626, Chapter 625, The Underworld War, I. Under Heracles' leadership, the gods began pushing deeper into the underworld. The mighty demigod was one of the few demigods who'd visited the underworld and escaped intact. Now this returning veteran wielded his ravenous attacks, clearing out the enemy fodder blocking their path. Behind him, the gods began purifying the underworld's land. Apollo contributed the most effort here. His searing radiance swept across, the mindless dead turned to ash, while those retaining consciousness were freed and joined the allied forces. The gods' movement soon drew Hades out. The underworld was his source of power. Each portion lost meant his strength diminished proportionally. He had no choice but to engage. Hera, Poseidon. Heh, I haven't troubled you, yet you deliver yourselves to my door. We brothers and sisters haven't gathered like this in ages. Truly brings back memories of old times. Just like when Thea and Hera had wreaked havoc in the underworld, a face formed of blood-red mist appeared in the sky. Facing the allied army of gods, he showed no fear whatsoever. Hades, the gods demand your surrender. We can grant you the respect you deserve. Hera wielded Zeus' lightning spear, assuming the bearing of a divine king. She actually looked rather convincing. The blood-red face released silent laughter, radiating an aura that said if you want war, then let's war. He didn't waste words with the gods, he simply dispersed in midair. Heracles identified the direction. Ahead should be the first hell, the underworld's court of judgment. The enemy army has gathered there. The underworld king likely wants to engage us in decisive battle. The gods didn't rush forward recklessly. They continuously purified the underworld's soil. Apollo had no choice but to exert himself, creating a miniature sun and hanging it in the pitch-black sky. Though this sun was small and wouldn't last long, it sent a powerful signal to the numerous living beings: light would definitely triumph over darkness. The army covered several miles in nearly an hour. The path from the banks of the Styx to the first hell was completely transformed. Even if they won this battle, removing Apollo's divine power would cost Hades enormous time and effort. The court of judgment, constructed entirely of obsidian, finally appeared before everyone, solemn and majestic. This was where all the dead passed through. However, the magnificent structure had been converted into a war fortress. Numerous dead wielded bows, arrows, and spears, garrisoning it. Outside the fortress, an endless army coiled as far as the eye could see. The gods ignored the fodder troops, those were enemies for the Sea King's forces to handle. Instead, they looked toward the opposing deities. Today, Hades hadn't used that dwarf form with the candle on his head. Instead, he appeared as a tall, white-haired old man wearing gleaming black armor, his face full of fury. He currently gripped his bident, contemptuously surveying the gods. The old bastard seemed unconcerned, but he deployed his true body. Thea's avatar secretly assessed this, good news for her infiltration into the underworld's depths. Standing at Hades' right hand, nearly level with him, was an old acquaintance, the firstborn. Thea herself excelled at mental power and healing. She'd used numerous methods over the past few days to barely calm the trauma from that day. The firstborn had no such solutions, he'd chosen to tough it out. In the avatar's view, though he looked fierce and radiated killing intent, his injuries hadn't fully healed. At best, he could exert 70% of his strength from that day. The firstborn and Hades had something of an alliance. They stood roughly side by side. Hades hadn't made things difficult for his grandnephew, positionally, he stood half a step ahead. Behind Hades stood several deities. First to catch the eye was Hermes. This despicable wretch not only hadn't died but seemed increasingly energetic. On Hades' left rear stood the underworld queen Persephone. This goddess, wearing numerous ornaments and luxurious clothing, was someone Thea was meeting for the first time. She was the daughter of Zeus and agriculture goddess Demeter, forcibly abducted to the underworld. Though the story's beginning was pretty messed up, their married life reportedly wasn't bad. Her mother Demeter was currently in Hera's camp. Yet when mother and daughter met, they acted like strangers, each surveying the other coldly. The remaining two deities behind Hades were equally famous: Thanatos, god of death, wearing grey robes and wielding a long sword, his black hair flowing, and Hypnos, god of sleep, in black robes holding a staff, his head full of grey hair. The death god's eyes glowed faintly as he continuously assessed the gods. The sleep god's face was coldly impassive, his eyes seemingly closed yet open, standing there serenely as if nothing could capture his excessive attention. These two, like Charon whom Thea had tricked into seeking fortune, were all brothers, sons of the primordial goddess Nyx. They dwelt in the underworld for ages. Their duty was simple: assist the underworld king. Standing further back were three top-tier demigods, the underworld's three judges, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Aeacus. All three radiated tremendous power. To Thea's avatar, their strength fell just one tier below Diana's. They could even crush those art-focused gods on her own side. Both sides had reached this point. All words lost their effectiveness. Only one choice remained: fight. Let fists do the talking. Zeus might be missing, but his equipment remained. As his wife and current divine king, Hera wore Zeus' top-tier divine armor, standing majestically at the forefront. She wielded the lightning spear, charging Hades amid crackling electricity. Facing his sister and sister-in-law, yes, Hades was the eldest of the three brothers, with three older sisters including Hera as the third, and two younger brothers being Poseidon and Zeus. Fighting with his true body, he similarly showed no fear. He swung his bident to meet Hera. The tactically astute Heracles glanced over and knew Hera couldn't defeat Hades. He temporarily set aside personal grudges, roaring as he joined the fray with his axe, double-teaming Hades. He and Hera coordinated, one melee, one ranged, engaging Hades in heated combat. The hot-tempered Apollo saw the strongest Hades tied down and immediately flashed into the enemy formation, purifying the underworld army. Numerous dead were instantly roasted to charcoal by his rays. Several demigods also chose to avoid his edge. Apollo, you're too presumptuous. Death god Thanatos found the dazzling sunlight extremely uncomfortable. He raised his hand, long sword carrying dark green energy straight at Apollo. Old bastard. You're asking for death, I'll grant it. Apollo's fury nearly broke through the heavens. Without thinking, he turned to wildly attack Thanatos. Insolent whelp. Thanatos felt deeply insulted. He was a son of the primordial goddess, even Hades was Thanatos' nephew by generation. Apollo, this junior's junior, was nothing. Death energy surged across his body as he directly confronted Apollo's searing flames. His lifespan was truly long. However, divine power and seniority really had no necessary connection. On this battlefield, with Hades, the fiercest, set aside, and with Supergirl, who completely countered Apollo, also excluded, plus the avatars of Thea and Poseidon and the heavily injured firstborn, even mighty Heracles fell a tier short, Apollo could be called the strongest. In the original timeline, he'd become divine king and single-handedly resisted Hades and Poseidon. As long as he didn't encounter Kryptonians, Apollo had sufficient confidence. Attribute advantage, plus more magnificent divine power. After a dozen exchanges, he had death god Thanatos crying uncle. Seeing the death god outmatched, his twin brother sleep god Hypnos joined the battle circle, double-teaming Apollo to barely maintain an undefeated stalemate. As several big shots engaged, battle slowly unfurled. Thea and Diana's avatars exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Together with the Indigo Lanterns, they confronted their old opponent, the Firstborn. Chapter 627, Chapter 626, Battle of the Underworld, 2. To avoid detection by the gods, their true bodies remained hidden on the small boat using divine concealment, while Thea left both the Holy Sword and the quilt with her clone. With superior numbers and the Firstborn already wounded, his pride prevented him from fighting wholeheartedly for Hades. Both sides held back, creating a fierce-looking battle that was actually quite restrained. The sinister Hermes noticed Thea's weakened state. His eyes gleamed as he moved to launch a sneak attack. But after only 2 steps, a golden lightning bolt cut him off. Barry, wearing his red friction-resistant suit, grinned at him. What the hell? Hermes cursed internally. What was he seeing? This unconventional speed. So it's you. Hermes spoke words Barry couldn't understand. In that moment, he forgot about Thea and Hades. He only knew that this person before him was responsible for nearly killing him and forcing him to grovel before the king of the dead. Or perhaps, if he obtained the speedster's power, he could reclaim his title as god of speed. Barry, unaware he'd just inadvertently taunted his opponent, remembered Thea's instructions: just keep this birdman occupied. He had no intention of fighting Hermes head-on. Instead, he took off running on his long legs. Hermes drew a gleaming thin sword from his staff and chased furiously. Hades shouted at him twice, but he didn't hear. Supergirl naturally wouldn't let her new friend get chased down. Her speed could match theirs, so the three of them played chase around the battlefield, pursuing, fleeing, circling, creating quite a spectacle. The remaining gods each found opponents. Demeter, goddess of agriculture, faced her daughter Persephone, queen of the underworld. There was no warmth between mother and daughter, only clashing blades that fit the battlefield's main theme. Though 3 demigods fought 4 true gods, the judges were all peak demigods. Rhadamanthys was especially fierce in combat, driving the 4 weaker gods into retreat. If Ares hadn't recently recovered some of his former prowess, the 4 of them together couldn't have withstood his assault. The battle reached a stalemate, revealing the underworld's strength. Hera had played nearly every card in her hand just to achieve a draw with Hades. If they'd remained holed up on Mount Olympus without Apollo or Hercules, waiting for Hades to attack, her only option would have been to flee. Overall, the King of the Dead still held the advantage. This was the underworld, its recovery rate exceeded that of the invading gods. The longer this dragged on, the greater the underworld's advantage. Apollo was the clearest example. Too far from his domain, he'd gone from suppressing the gods of death and sleep to merely fighting them to a standstill. Surveying the battlefield and carefully weighing his gains and losses, Poseidon pondered at length before reaching a decision. He didn't fear the loosely allied gods, but he feared the unified and powerful underworld. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his brutish giant sons to join the battle, helping his allies. He himself gripped his trident, not the Atlantean knockoff, but his original divine artifact, and wielded the power of floods with overwhelming force. He would join Hera and Hercules to defeat Hades. Though just a manifestation, the Sea King's majesty couldn't be ignored. Hades had already struggled against 2 opponents, now with another powerhouse joining in, he couldn't hold on. After a powerful strike forced back the 3 gods, he surveyed the battlefield. The Amazons and the Sea King's army were fiercely assaulting the undead legions, but this battlefield didn't concern him much. His focus was on the divine battle. The Sea King's 3 giant sons used their formidable magic resistance to hold off Hypnos, creating an opportunity for Apollo to duel Thanatos one-on-one. The Sea King's general, the Cyclops Polyphemus, roared furiously and wielded a stone pillar to engage Rhadamanthys. The 4 weaker gods facing 2 judges suddenly found the situation more manageable. With this fresh force joining the fray, the underworld began showing signs of strain against the gods. Hades had no choice but to play his trump card. He pulled out a silver-gray horn and blew the song that no living being should hear. Dozens of powerful auras awakened from their slumber. Some were Zeus's offspring, others ancient Greek demigod heroes. They'd long since died, but their consciousness remained strong. Even Hades couldn't conscript them by force. They'd made a pact, fight once for the King of the Dead, and Hades would grant them freedom. Now these ancient human heroes honored their agreement, rising from eternal sleep to join this unprecedented battle. The invulnerable Achilles. Theseus, slayer of the Minotaur. Odysseus, who conquered Troy with a wooden horse. Perseus, who defeated Medusa. Numerous human champions returned to the battlefield. Once they'd fought as divine offspring for their people and honor, today they raised their blades again, but only for themselves. Summoning the sleeping heroes wasn't enough for Hades. He invoked his authority as lord of the underworld, calling upon all divine beings dwelling there to join the battle. Even a wrecked ship has some nails left, let alone the underworld that had stood for countless ages. Many ancient deities had chosen to settle here. Normally Hades left them alone, but now with disaster looming over the underworld, he came personally to ask, surely they'd show him some respect. Hades' presence proved effective. Alecto, one of the 3 Furies, reluctantly joined the battle. The Centimanes, 100-handed giants born of Gaia and the second god king Uranus, also answered the summons. Some showed him respect, but others naturally didn't. A few big shots even Hades didn't dare rebuke, he could only grit his teeth and endure. When he prepared to pull out a little black book to remember those who refused, he noticed one particularly conspicuous name among the rejections. Charon, the miserly god, had also refused his summons. Who was this guy? Wasn't he just the lonely old boatman on the river Styx? While fending off attacks from Poseidon and Hera, Hades pondered this. Seriously? Had his authority declined to this extent? Even a greedy miser now dared disregard the mighty King of the Dead. The usually ice-cold Hades rarely experienced an emotion called anger, but now it flared. Hera daring to bring the gods directly to his doorstep, the Sea King daring to join the assault, these fell within his tolerance. Honestly, they weren't worth getting angry about. It was normal. They were all beings of the same rank. But what was Charon? He dared look down on Hades, King of the Dead. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The battlefield was chaotic with divine power, severely obstructing vision. Hades was too busy fending off enemy attacks to search for exactly where Charon had run off to. But to make an example of someone, he decided to use Charon. He immediately roared, "Charon, you bastard! I, Hades, swear by my name as king of the dead, once I finish today's battle, I will personally cut off your head. Chapter 628, Chapter 627, Battle of the Underworld, 3. Hades shouted with tremendous volume. Since the entire underworld was his domain, his words were naturally broadcast like a realm-wide announcement. Anyone with ears and a brain, whether mortal or divine, could hear them. The wretched old man Charon, who'd been rowing his little boat rapidly while gleefully imagining robbing the king of the dead's treasure, naturally heard it too. The shockwave of Hades' divine power shattered the confusion effect Thea had planted in his mind. Charon suddenly snapped back to clarity. Where was he? Looking around, he found himself on the lower reaches of the river Cocytus, the river of lamentation. What had he just done? Though he'd been under compulsion, his memory remained intact. Earlier, he'd been single-mindedly set on robbing the king of the dead's treasure. So with that central thought driving him, he'd rejected Hades' summons without thinking twice. If he went to Hades now claiming he'd reformed and become a new god, would there still be time? Obviously not. Charon's old face looked as mournful as someone at a funeral. Hades had already sworn by his name as king of the dead. If he broke his oath, the entire underworld would abandon him, he'd lose both face and authority. The lonely old boatman didn't think he was important enough for Hades to make such a sacrifice. He glanced resentfully at the two passengers on his boat. Thea returned the look with an exceptionally warm smile. This is the end. Charon looked at this river Styx he'd served for tens of thousands of years, feeling utterly dejected. He was about to lose his job. Worse than unemployment, he might not even keep his life. If he'd known, he should have just paid Thea back directly. If he couldn't clear the debt immediately, he could have arranged installments. Hades had shouted loud enough for the entire underworld to hear. Thea felt her plan had advanced significantly. Seeing the old man regretting his actions until he was sick with regret, she quickly consoled him. The gods have already deliberated. From now on, the river Styx will fall under the Sea King's jurisdiction. You don't need to fear Hades at all. The Sea King will support you. She offered him some reassurance. Hearing he still had a future employer, Charon's despair eased slightly. Divine intelligence wasn't low, their age alone ensured that. Charon wordlessly realized that even if he temporarily saved his old life, what about afterward? He couldn't leave the river Styx, and Hades wouldn't leave the underworld. Then he'd be dangling before the king of the dead's eyes every day, expecting Hades to smile and let bygones be bygones. What a joke. The river Styx in the first circle would become the front line in the struggle between the Sea King and the king of the dead. As the river Styx's contractor, he'd be first in line, directly facing the underworld's armies. Thinking about his future, or rather, his fate over the next few days, the old man had somehow become the vanguard against Hades. How could a single word, miserable, describe it? But no matter how much he thought, he couldn't find a good way to escape this predicament. He was like a fly trapped in a spider's web, surrounded by predators sharpening their knives. Fate gave him the choice to spend these last few days happily, and afterward, leave it to chance. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. What did the old man love most? Money. Was there anything in this area more enticing than Hades' treasury? Rage surged in his chest, and his courage hardened into malice. Since it was already a fight to the death, he might as well grab what he could. If before he'd been under Thea's divine compulsion, now he was wholeheartedly committed to this endeavor. The small boat shot forward under his vigorous rowing like an arrow from a bowstring, heading deep into the underworld. Thea observed his actions and secretly found it amusing. Despite being the son of a primordial goddess with such excellent heritage, his greed had reduced him to this pathetic state. She and Diana continued resting with closed eyes, their consciousness focused on the distant battlefield. With the aid of numerous heroes and deities, Hades' decline finally stabilized somewhat. However, he had trump cards, and Hera, who'd inherited Zeus's entire treasury, wasn't just sitting idle either. She drew a sword from her waist and chanted a spell. Instantly, wind and thunder erupted. A massive dark cloud appeared from nowhere, covering tens of thousands of miles of sky over the divine battlefield. Amid flashing lightning and rolling thunder, large spherical lightning bolts ravaged the cloud layer, periodically attacking ground creatures. Due to the negative energy aura of the undead below, they suffered lightning strikes far more frequently than ordinary beings. Zeus. All the underworld's denizens, including Hades, received special attention. The divine power contained in this cloud layer was familiar to all the siblings, it was Zeus's legacy. Within that majestic divine might, they seemed to see again that incomparably powerful god-king. This measure was obviously left as a precaution against Hades. Aside from being overly amorous, Zeus had actually treated Hera quite well. Without his many prepared contingencies, no matter what Thea said, Hera wouldn't have dared to directly confront Hades. Because this thundercloud contained Zeus's reserved divine power, it lasted a very long time. Within its range, all the undead suffered varying degrees of damage. The deities were merely disheveled, but the ground forces faced catastrophe. Under Antiope's leadership, the Amazon warriors rode tall horses and repeatedly pierced through the undead army's formations. The seafolk warriors and giants also pressed their advantage. The undead fell like harvested wheat, though they could resurrect, that wouldn't happen for another day. The divine battles were difficult to decide quickly. What surprised everyone was that the first breakthrough actually came from the mortals they'd previously dismissed. Supergirl and the Flash, working as a team, had developed some coordination during their chase with Hermes. Barry's speed exceeded Hermes's. After mastering his opponent's maximum velocity, he suddenly accelerated and threw a lightning bolt directly at Hermes's face. This attack wouldn't cause Hermes much damage. However, Supergirl, arriving immediately after, struck Hermes with all her strength. Having fought Apollo repeatedly, Supergirl's attacks naturally carried considerable solar divine power. She didn't know how to use divine power. If she never learned, the power would gradually dissipate. But once she went all out, Apollo's divine power combined with energy absorbed from stars burst forth in an instant. Her light-based power and overwhelming strength both dealt critical damage to Hermes, already half an undead creature. A sonic boom punch landed directly on Hermes's chest. Puffed. The former god of speed exploded into a spray of blood. Light attribute energy began assaulting his body. Hermes glared furiously at Supergirl with bulging eyes. You. Seeing he could still speak, Supergirl, who'd been worried about hitting too hard, was actually pleased. Sister Thea wasn't lying. These guys' bodies really are tough. Living every day suppressing her strength was tedious. Seeing Hermes still making threats meant he clearly wasn't seriously hurt. No point holding back then, another punch. After one more strike, the tough guy act collapsed. Hermes lay in the mud, more air going out than coming in, completely unconscious. Chapter 629, Chapter 628, Battle of the Underworld, 4. After defeating Hermes, Supergirl and the Flash split up. The Flash went to help the Amazons while Supergirl aided her old friend Apollo. Seeing a red cape fly to his side out of the corner of his eye, Apollo, who'd already gained the upper hand, nearly jumped in fright. Supergirl had truly traumatized him. Only when he realized she'd come to help him fight Thanatos did he grunt in extreme displeasure. Though not a deity, Supergirl's attacks naturally contained stellar energy, which strongly countered Thanatos, the god of death. Facing two overwhelming humanoid suns, the death god's defeat was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, deep in the underworld, Thea's Robin Hood squad had arrived at the entrance to the King of the Dead's treasury. Seeing the two women step onto the shore, the boatman Sharon finally breathed a sigh of relief. The transaction was complete, and the divine binding dissolved. Yet he felt no joy. He'd spent tens of thousands of years never setting foot on land, but thinking of the King of the Dead's treasure, his heart burned with wicked fire. After brief hesitation, he too jumped ashore. The pitch-black gate was so massive it seemed to slow the very air. Hades's treasury wasn't just large, it was built on an extraordinarily vast scale. A rough estimate suggested it covered an area equivalent to an entire Star City block. Even Diana, who had no particular greed for wealth, couldn't help marveling. How much treasure would require such an enormous complex of buildings as a warehouse? I want 30% of the treasure. Karen's triangular eyes were now completely dazzled by gold, nearly forgetting his own name. Thea was thoroughly displeased. You dare discuss money with me, the goddess of wealth? Though the holy sword was with her clone, the short sword of justice gifted by the High Father was right here. Want to test whether my blade is sharp, you money-grubbing old man? Annoyed as she was, she didn't voice it. Instead, she countered, organizing the gods to attack the underworld was our doing. What value do you bring to demand 30% of the treasure? The old man grinned sinisterly. I naturally have no value, but my brothers do. Look at this. He produced a token bearing Hypnos's unique mark, a pair of feathered wings. This token had quite a history. Hypnos had once believed Sharon was their half-brother through their mother and they should stay in touch, so he'd given him this token. But later they discovered this brother was too worthless, single-mindedly focused on money, incomprehensible to the divine. Money meant nothing to gods. After several failed attempts at reform, knowing Karen's only interest was counting coins, Hypnos had given up on his maternal half-brother. Just spend your days on the river Styx counting money. So much time had passed that both parties had forgotten about it. Now, pushed to the cliff's edge by both Thea and Hades, Sharon finally remembered his family connection. However, he wasn't some virtuous soul. His thought wasn't to seek his brother's help or ask them to speak well of him, he wanted to use them as scapegoats. Make Hypnos the scapegoat. This idea sounded absurd at first, but in practical execution it actually wasn't difficult. It could even trigger a chain reaction on that battlefield. Thea silently calculated. Her original plan was to forcibly trade with Hades, leaving him with a single copper coin. Now, with Karen's enthusiastic assistance, things could develop more harmoniously. She immediately revised her original plan. Hypnos and Thanatos were twin brothers. If Hades had a falling out with his right and left hands, that would be quite a spectacle. She'd gain the treasure while someone else took the blame. This was definitely a deal worth making. How about this, we draft a new agreement. All the King of the Dead's coins go to you. What do you say? Thea pulled another stone tablet from the void, preparing to make a second deal with Sharon. Sharon now trembled at the sight of these tablets, but greed suppressed fear. With a pounding heart, he read through the content. All the coins are mine. You want none of them. We want weapons, artifacts, anything that increases our strength. Thea spoke honestly. Sharon pursed his lips, indicating he didn't quite understand. Coins were the world's greatest treasure. Why would these two women want weapons and treasures? What use were those? Something was wrong with them. Thea likewise couldn't comprehend this guy's money obsession. Had he suffered some childhood psychological trauma? After a moment of mutual disdain, Sharon verified multiple times that Thea wouldn't add any additional clauses, then finally agreed to this transaction. Having completed the new agreement, Thea indicated it was Charon's turn to demonstrate his value. Their hesitation at the treasury's entrance had finally roused the guardian from its slumber. Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, all three-headed dogs were its direct descendants. Its current duty was guarding the King of the Dead's treasury. However, after millions of years with this area as a forbidden zone, it had grown complacent and hadn't initially noticed the living intruders. Thea and the others had been discussing things for a while before the three-headed hound realized its responsibility. It wobbled to its feet, wanting to see what people dared disturb its sleep. This thing isn't cute at all. Thea squinted at it. 3 massive, ugly heads, 6 eyes glowing with fierce light, and its tail wasn't an adorable dog tail but rather like a snake's. In short, it looked very villainous, very much like it needed cutting down. Restraining Diana, who was about to draw her sword, Thea indicated for Sharon to negotiate. The trembling boatman Sharon approached the three-headed hound. Cerberus sniffed him in turn with its 3 enormous noses. This guy had a strong underworld aura, seemed like one of their own. The 3 ugly heads looked at each other, waiting for Sharon to speak. Sharon lived up to his reputation as a treacherous villain, showing no regard for brotherly affection. Obsequiously, he produced Hypnos's token. Lord Hypnos commands that we visit the treasury. Let us through. Actually, Sharon had briefly entertained the idea of abandoning Thea and claiming the treasure for himself. He quickly dismissed the thought. Hades already wanted him dead. If he offended Hera and Poseidon too, could he even survive? Even if his primordial goddess mother appeared, she probably couldn't save him. As it turned out, Hypnos's name carried weight. The three-headed hound's 3 minds tangled with each other, its consciousness rather chaotic. It normally needed sleep god Hypnos's help even to sleep properly. To some extent, it had to show him respect. After the 3 heads conducted a messy discussion, Sharon tossed the token to one of them. After careful verification confirming it was indeed sleep god Hypnos's token, it slowly moved aside. Having ferried souls on the river Styx for tens of thousands of years, Sharon had considerable strength. In his anxious urgency, he pressed both hands against the gate. The stone door, weighing tens of thousands of tons, groaned and creaked as he gradually pushed it open.